Our Day 2 coverage of the FIA Motorsport Games. My name's Louise Beckett and I'm joined in the studio again by Darren Turner. Darren, the first day, and there was so much going on yesterday, wasn't there?
It was a cracker of a day. Really enjoyed watching the GT race that was on yesterday afternoon, but when the rally cars came to the circuit with a special stage in the evening, that was fantastic to watch. Lots of people here at the circuit. They got up close and personal with those cars. Great to see. But today, even more action here at the circuit, so looking forward to seeing how that all unfolds.
Yeah, we've got lots for you today, a packed schedule of motorsport. But before we get on to Day 2, let's take a look back at the first day of the FIA Motorsport Games. I told you there was a lot going on, didn't I? And that's a huge operation to organise. And so I'm joined right now by Javier Maffioli, who is head of the team, the FIA team, here at the Motorsport Games. Javier, well, thank you for joining us this morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Now, you are in charge of 91 FIA officials that are here this weekend, and all of the operations with the 72 countries, the 16 disciplines. That's a huge task for you.
It's a huge challenge for everyone, actually. I think that it's the first time that FIA and together with the promoter SRO, we are facing such an amazing
1 minute flat point
challenge for us in our level, because it's not about the the pillars for the FIA, like the sporting or technicals or even safety. It's about the event sites, all the opening, closing ceremonies, it's all the event organization. So it's, as I said, a huge challenge, but at the same time, so beautiful to gather here with all the categories and all disciplines.
Yeah, and seeing everybody in the Old Port on Wednesday evening, all of those 463 competitors. For me, it felt special. It must have felt like a massive achievement for you and all the team.
I mean, for the team, as I say, it's been a huge challenge. It's been almost 2 years of preparation. The first edition in Rome, then because of the impact of COVID, the cancellations of the event. So, I mean, we had the time, but especially because we had the time, we wanted to do things in the proper way. So a lot of efforts from all the FIA departments, from SRO. So I mean, to see all the people finally in the opening ceremony in Marseille was the beauty of the event, actually, because it was so special for the competitors and for the ASNs. But on the, let's say, FIA and SRO level was something unique, let's say.
How did you even go about, was it 49 nations in the first edition?
Yes.
And now 72, that's such a big jump. How do you even start doing that? Some of those nations have just got one competitor, but they're here and they're present.
Well, I mean, I think that's a part of the secret is the fact that also we increased the number of disciplines taking part in the event.
Right.
So the first edition was 6, now we are in 16. Why not in the future? Why not to increase? But first of all, we are in the process to consolidate all of them. And I think that the secret also is that, of course, from all the disciplines we have, we can clearly differentiate the top ones, which are like the classic ones of the circuits, like GT, touring car, single-seater. But part of the efforts have been also to approach the ASNs to, let's say, the affordable ones in terms of competition. For example, karting, slalom, auto slalom, the esports are something that are so popular, and because the ASNs have different dimensions and the reality of the countries are completely different, I think that by having this format, we are allowing like a tailor-made program for each one of the federations involved. So the ones having the ambition to go for GT or touring car, they can do it, but also for, as you say, the only one nation format, they can perfectly join the esports or auto slalom. So I think it's for all public. It's perfect.
Darren, you work in the sim world as well. Do you think that those 58 nations that are here in esports is showing, and this is actually a great representation of what's happening in motorsport? This is your opening into motorsport.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, esports is booming at the moment, but it's the cheapest way into motorsport.
Yeah.
I really do believe it. Now you can pick up a home rig for a few £100 that gets you started in esports. And I understand one of the entries, this is the first time they've been using an actual rig for esports. They've been on a keyboard before. So it shows exactly the level that is possible to enter into this arena.
We're having a few problems with your mic, so we're going to ask for you two to share the mic.
Right.
So you go again.
Sorry, I'll go again. So yeah, I think esports right now it's the cheapest way into motorsport, and it gives everyone the access into being able to go racing. I understand that one of the teams, it's the first time they've been able to use a rig, actual sim rig. Beforehand, they've been on a keyboard. So it's even the fact that they can have just a simple PC at home, get started in esports, and then be able to come here and compete with all the other nations that are in esports. So it's fantastic to see a way in for countries that are developing in motorsport.
And even this morning we've got so many different things happening all at the same time. I mean, I'm having trouble keeping up with it all, and I'm sure that you've got a grip on it all. Look, we can see some pictures now from the karting.
Yeah, amazing. Actually, this is the karting endurance, I would say. It's one of the, let's say, in-between categories. I would say it's not as professional as the karting sprint junior or senior, but it's in the middle. It's allowing teams of 4 competitors, mixed teams.
Yes, there has to be one female at least. Yeah.
And it's in between popular and pro, and it's quite engaging. I found some of my Spanish country fellows here in the Spanish team. We were used to race together back in the 90s, so it's quite like very nice to see these teams and these selections.
And what about your neighbours, Portugal? Because they've got an all-female crew, the only one in the karting.
I think that this is part of the DNA of the event as well. I mean, it's the ambition to meet the event within the FIA values, and obviously integration and gender equality is one of them, and it's so beautiful to see that some of the countries are directly going into that direction, so it's really great.
And another one of the mixed categories or disciplines, sorry, is the auto slalom and karting slalom. We can see karting slalom right now. Can you just briefly give us an overview of the format for the karting slalom?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the advantages or the beautiful thing of this category is that the action is, first of all, non-stop. You can see hits all the time, okay? And also the format is making that the competition is very equal. I mean, the course is so short. They need to go through the let's say, the layout designed for this competition. And in 45 seconds, every race is done. So they are progressing like in a kind of football, let's say, format. They are going into quarters and semifinals and into the final. So it's like immediate action. You can see that all the national delegations are following on site the category because it's action all the time. It's uninterrupted. It's quite good. Yeah.
And the other side of that is it's one of the two disciplines that are electric.
Yes, also part of the, let's say, future of motorsport, I would say. You know that in the FIA we are not only with Formula E, but we are also promoting other championships, all electric. Is part of the transition of what motorsport one day may be. And of course, this should be part also of the event. So when we were designing how to launch the slalom categories, it was clear that the kart slalom had to be electric and also auto slalom. So the car, I mean, it's good because everyone was so excited to know what the car is. We unveiled we announced the car just 10 days before the start of the event, so everyone could be, like, say, in an unexpected way. And I think everyone is enjoying because the car is working well, and everyone is so happy. So I think it's the perfect combination for the essence also to discover the electric format of motorsports here.
Just quickly, I'm assuming you're backing Spain.
Well, I shouldn't say it, but of course I have many friends there, and but I think it's the case for everyone in FIA. I mean, we are from different nationalities, so in the end we are so well represented that everyone is pushing for their country.
Okay.
So yeah, officially not, but okay, a little bit.
Thank you. Well, that's the grassroots of karting that we've seen, but now we're going to go to the KCMG F4.
In the sunshine, Saturday morning at the Circuit of Paul Ricard, we are ready to go for qualifying for the KCMG Formula 4 Cup. Welcome everybody to the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games and the track activity. There will be, of course, loads of action available from the other disciplines such as esports and drifting and karting and auto slalom, to name but a few. But on track today, we can look to GT cars, we can look to touring cars and single-seaters, and it's the F4 Young Guns that are going to be out on track first. Yesterday, they had 2 free practice sessions, David Addison and John Watson trackside. And this, John, is going to be fascinating because, like all of these different disciplines, it is bringing competitors from far and wide onto one grid that wouldn't ordinarily race against one another.
Indeed it is, and we're going to see something now which I hope is going to be both entertaining and a portent for the future of certainly racing on a circuit. That's the Formula 4, and they're looking at Manuel Espirito Santo, that's the Portuguese entry. These are young competitors, some of them probably 14, 15 years of age, and if you're 20 years of age, you're probably past it, and that's the shame of where motorsport is. But you've got to be young, you've got to be coming out of karting absolutely ready to tear apart all your competitors, and no doubt we will see some very entertaining driving in this 25-minute qualifying session on a racetrack that is cool. Track temperature only 14.2 Celsius. Now, Paul Ricard, we know, is a racetrack of very many different personalities, all temperature related. So hopefully we'll see some quick times. Around about 2 minutes and 8 seconds was the best we saw in the free practices on Friday. So maybe somebody will nip into the 2 minutes and 7s. We wait and see.
Indeed. I mean, it could be that it'll be a quicker session now with the temperatures being cooler before things get hot and strangle the power. You're looking at Malaysia's Alistair Young, the son of ex-Grand Prix racer Alex Young, and away he goes as the lights go green at the end of the pit lane. This qualifying session is 25 minutes. Let me just get the admin out of the way. This is a qualifying session which will determine the grid for the qualifying race, which is 20 minutes long, and then the result of that sorts out the grid for the main race, which is 30 minutes long, and the medals, gold, silver, bronze, of course, are awarded for that main race. The other point to make about all of this, some of the disciplines you'll see, there are different teams running different brands of car. This is a grid which is absolutely one make, and it's one team, because KCMG bring the cars, bring the engineers to operate them, and so everybody has the base equipment that is exactly the same. The cars are KCMG built, have our 1400cc turbocharged hybrid engines, and it's been a great effort by KCMG to build all of these cars for the original edition of the FIA Motorsport Games, but perhaps more than anywhere for these young stars of the single-seater future, John, that level playing field, very important.
Yes, it is. It means that the talent is what's going to shine through. It's not because daddy's got more money who can buy you the best. We've seen what's happened in other formulas, even as recently as young drivers getting into Formula One, and how their fathers have spent millions to get their darlings to those positions. This is all about your ability, with the engineers who are looking after your car, to get the best. But there's a limited amount of work you're allowed to do, you're permitted to do. And on a circuit like the Grand Prix circuit here, Paul Ricard, divided the Mistral straight here, divided by the chicane, probably very wise, because when these cars are racing, they're so close together, it's like a swarm of bees. Yeah. And all the way down, if they ran that straight 1 kilometer Mistral straight, goodness knows how many of them would go into this corner here, seen this is the big and most challenging corner on the racetrack. How many would go in, how many would come out online on the racetrack, and not all over the runoff on the outside? Well, one can only think about it.
Now, the stars to keep an eye on here. Number 3, which is going to be Italy's Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who is this year's Italian and German champion, and he's also part of the Mercedes-AMG Formula One junior program. And number 5 for Brazil, Pedro Claro, who is the Brazilian F4 champion. You've also got Julius Dinesen, who for Denmark, number 7, is the Danish champion of the season. Charlie Wirtz, son of Alex Wirtz, the UAE, United Arab Emirates F4 champion from the start of the year. So there are people with good track records on this grid. Yesterday, as John was suggesting, the times were 2 minutes 8 in one session and a slightly lower 2 minutes 8 in the first, both set by Andrea Kimi Antonelli, whose father, Marco Antonelli, a regular successful race team owner. He's really the man to beat.
I would think so, but he's achieved his own national championship success, and he literally has been marked down for bigger and better things over the next coming years, and it'll be a matter of how quickly he can progress into those other formula and make his way through those formula. Yeah. So if he can emulate the success he's had in this championship this year, then he will be looking to bigger and better things 3 to 4 years down the road.
Now, there you're looking at Spain's Manuel Espirito Santo, the 19-year-old who was 10th or currently 10th in the F4 Spain Championship. That's not yet finished. They've got another event in 2 weeks' time at Barcelona, but he comes down towards the chicane on the Mistral. We'll get flying lap times really offered up at the end of this lap. You forget, actually, partly, John, because of the length of the lap, just how few qualifying laps you can get in a 25-minute session.
Well, you're going to be, it's a 2 minute 8 lap at best that we've seen over the previous running on the track, and then you've got 25 minutes to get it done. So you're probably at best looking around 12 laps, and that means not coming into the pits and having a chat to your team and making a few minor little adjustments. So it's about getting out and hoping that you've got a car balance, particularly the car balance, that enables you to make the best of that fresh set of Pirelli tires and therefore get a time in. But you can see how many drivers are having to weave around to try and get a degree of tire temperature in to enable the tire to come alive, to give them the grip and the balance that they need then to lean on their respective cars to go that little bit quicker than the competition.
Pirelli rubber for everybody, same engine, same car, same tyre, same team. It really is the ultimate arrive and drive. For Hong Kong, China there, number 20, that is Jasper Tong, the younger brother of Sean Tong, GT racer, but Jasper himself, who we saw actually in the 2019 edition. He was 18 for Hong Kong, China in that, but he's been a touring car racer as well as a single-seater gun, comes from good racing stock. And And for Portugal, Manuel Espirito Santo does the target time, 2 minutes 13.5. You're looking at the Mozambique entry. We said they came from far and wide for this event. Guilherme Rocha for Team Mozambique, racing in the French Championship this year, comes then weaving the tyres vigorously, but he's bailed on this lap, hasn't he? He was quick to start with, but he's backed out of it.
I think it's just simply they've gone out in the pit lane, sitting waiting for the track to be available, and because the ambient temperature is, well, the ambient temperature is not bad actually, it's the track temperature is low, and they just need to get that little bit of tire temperature before they start leaning on it. If they push too early and they make an error, they could do a little bit of a big, well, not a little, a big lock-up coming in to turns 1 and 2 at the end of pit straight. We couldn't quite see whose car that was, but still the legacy of the tire smoke. That'll probably be a flat spotted front tire on one or other side. So whether that will affect how that car will perform. If you get a major flat spot, it does hurt you badly, because the amount of vibration you'll get through your steering will make it very unpleasant indeed to continue.
Well, right now, Manuel Espirito Santo for Portugal looking pretty quick. The best time, though, has been done, and I know that we will go faster than this, by India's Rohan Alvar, who raced in the UAE Championship this year. And he's now bested by Julius Dinesen for Denmark. But for Portugal, Santo looking good. Looking good here.
Yes, currently he got by 2 seconds quicker in Sector 1, personal best in Sector 2. In timing and scoring right now, he's second quickest, having done that time on his second lap. So he's all set to, I think, make a significant improvement. Just wait for him to come through. There's sort of into the third sector of the circuit to come down, and then there's penultimate corner before you go into Village Dupont. Trying to get the front of the car in, but you really feel that he's still struggling a little bit, slightly over to the middle of the racetrack to make that sweep to the right, then back on to start-finish straight. So current quickest time is at 2 minutes 12.5. I would imagine that Espirito Santo might improve on that as he goes across start-finish line. He does. He's gone with a 2 minute 9.2. So within a second of the best times that we saw on Friday running. Back end snaps away there, David.
Absolutely. I mean, it's still, despite the fact that it's relatively mild weather, a coolish racetrack. They're trying to get the warmth into the tyres. Interestingly, India's Rohan Alvar has pitted, as now, up to the top of the times into the 2:10s, has gone Australia's Costa Toparis for Motorsport Australia. Then Julius Dinesen, the Danish champion, goes even faster by half a second. And that means that here, the Portuguese entry, Manuel Espirito Santo, is down to third, and he's got a big chunk of time to find.
Well, we saw a lap recorded 2 minutes 9 come up on timing and scoring. That appears to have been deleted because he's now down to third quickest with a 2 minutes 13. So whether he had exceeded track limits, there's no notification from timing and scoring that he might have done so. So that's a bit of a mystery where he had the 2 minutes and 9, and then all of a sudden his best lap is a 2:13.
But I would go with your theory that it is a track limit offence. There were 2 pages of cancelled lap times yesterday in free practice 2. As you look at Germany's Valentin Klus, who is 11th, or was 11th in the German Championship, karting champion last year. Up to the top of the times now, though, has gone Georgia's Sandro Tavakeladze, and he's done a 2 minutes 9.963. So the Georgian representative is quickest. You're looking at Germany, which is a nation that had a win on track in the first qualifying race in GT Cup last night. But Valentin Klus here is heading up towards the line. This is going to be his first flying lap, John.
It is. I was just going to point out he has not recorded a flying lap to date, and this is his first flying lap. Fastest overall sectors 1 and 3, and fastest overall 2 minutes 9.1, 8/10 of a second ahead of the number 19 entry from Georgia.
Of Sandro Tavakeladze, Julius Dinesen for Denmark third, then you've got Australia, then you've got Brazil, then you've got Portugal, then 7th in the times at the moment is Ethan Ho for Chinese Taipei. 8th currently is Serbia, which is Filip Janik. 9th fastest, it is Chile, Maria Jose Perez Arte Rodriguez, and the top 10 are rounded out by Mozambique's Guilherme Rocha. Now, for Australia, Costa Toparis looking good.
Yeah, indeed. Again, look at that middle sector, a quarter of a second up. So out of the final corner, and not far behind is the 51 entry as well. So that's Claro, waiting to see again what's happening to Toparis. So he goes second, quickest Australia now, second behind Valentin Klaus for Germany. So that was a really strong run, that first flying lap from the young German driver to consolidate a lap time that is still, what, 3/10 of a second ahead of the Australia entry. As we look now at the Brazil entry, Pedro Claro, and again, look, middle sector, 0.2 of a second up.
So this looks good. Valentin Klus for Germany then, ahead of Costa Tapares second, the Australian driver. Portugal third again, Manuel Espirito Santo. But you would say that the Brazilian champion, Pedro Claro, now ought to be able to get himself up to the very top of the times then. So the junior champion in the Brazilian Open Karting Cup. He's raced in Formula Delta in Brazil. He's also raced in the Italian Championship this year, but it's the Brazilian series that he has won. So he's done the miles. He comes up over the curb on the exit of the Virage du Pont. Brazil for pole, potentially, as up towards the timing line comes then Pedro Claro. He breaks the beam, and that puts him at the very top. 2 minutes 8.544, 6/10 of a second quicker. Brazil take provisional pole.
He's certainly at the races right now with that time. That is getting into the zone. And we now see the second place car, number 10, from Serbia, Filip Janik. He's gone second quickest, just 77/100ths of a second behind Valentin Klaus. So it's beginning to kick off. Look also for Espirito Santo in the Portuguese entry, currently in 5th place, but fastest overall in Sector 1, personal best Sector 2. So he's looking like he's going to challenge that top, well, the top 2 positions for the grid for the race later today.
And so Valentin Klus for Germany back to the top of the times, 2 minutes 8.383. For Portugal, across the line to go second, Manuel Espirito Santo, 2 minutes 8.408. He's only 25 thousandths of a second shy of Germany.
We would expect this, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
You know, spec cars, spec tyres, and a very sort of straightforward, non-complicated car to encourage young drivers to get into single-seater racing and not be overly burdened with the technology that they will have to deal with when they move further into their career. So straightforward wing, front and rear, and not a lot more you can change.
We haven't yet had a lap time that stands out of India's Rohan Alva, nor out of Switzerland Dario Cabanilles, nor out of Valentino Mini, who represents Panama and is a driver that will have raced here because he's been in the French F4 Championship this season. They have yet to do lap times, but they are back on track now. As you look at the Serbian entry, number 10, which is Filip Jenic.
In 4th position, presently 2 minutes 8.6. He's 2/10 and a bit away from the fastest lap still with Valentin Klaus for Team Germany. But again, look, going back to what we've seen from Brazil, Claro is fastest in that middle sector.
That's a car that was moving around quite a lot, so trying to get the warm still in the Pirelli rubber as up towards the timing line comes Brazil. This for pole position then, he's got to find just over 1/10 of a second. Finds it, goes quickest, so it's Brazil at the top of the times. Pedro Claro, 2 minutes 8.317, 66 thousandths quicker than Germany.
It's what you really expect. I mean, if you take the top 4, they're covered by 0.3 of a second, but the top 3 are covered by 91/100ths of a second. So it is exceptionally close. But David, you're right. Even though they've been on track for virtually half this 25-minute session, they're still looking to find a way to get or retain heat in the tyre. It is a long circuit, 5.8 kilometers, and there's parts of the track, particularly on the straight, where the tyre temperature might just drop away a little bit. And then when you get to the chicane, you wonder, well, where's the bite on the turn-in?
Now, one of the surprises of the session is that Italy, the decorated Andrea Kimi Antonelli is not fastest. Well, he might be at the end of the lap because although he's only 13th in the times, he's done an absolute best in the first sector. So there you can see for Italy, the Italian and the German champion, 2 absolute best. So Andrea Antonelli, or Kimi Antonelli as he prefers to be known as, Andrea Kimi, his full name, comes down towards Le Beausset. This is the man that everybody is predicting is going to be the gold medalist. Quickest in FP1, quickest in FP2, but he's taken his time here at getting himself up to pace.
Well, he knows he's got so much self-confidence. He knows when he needs to push. He didn't go out and try and be quickest immediately. The circuit will be changing. This is part of the character of Paul Ricard. And literally by the minute, the circuit will give you a slightly different reaction. So now, fastest overall Sector 1, fastest overall Sector 2, into the final sector, coming down to Virage du Pont. Here you turn right, be careful with the curbing on the exit. You don't want to run that too aggressively. Good, clean exit indeed for Antonelli, and he will no doubt go quickest overall with this lap because as he goes across start-finish line, waiting for timing and scoring to clear. He does. 2 minutes 7.4. He's blown the doors off all the remaining competitors.
0.8 of a second and a bit more quicker than Brazil. So Italy, Brazil, Germany, Portugal, Austria now 5th. Charlie Wurtz goes up to 5th quickest. Serbia 6th, thanks to Filip Jenic. Belgium 7th, Laurens Lesetua. And then it is Georgia 8th. 9th currently it is Spain. And 10th is Australia. This is the Swiss representative in F4. This is Dario Cabanillas, who is the driver from the French Championship, 9th this year. He has finished 8th the year before. So again, he has some Paul Ricard knowledge, but at the moment only 11th in the times is Cabanillas. Whoops, there's a car off in the background, look, going all over the curb and the runoff area. But having said that he's only 11th, Cabanillas has now done 2 personal bests.
Yes, he would like to have a purple in those first 2 sector times, but nevertheless 2 personal bests. If he can consolidate with a further green personal best sector in that final sector, he has a chance of making a bit of progress. Currently in 11th position. He is 2 seconds away from the quickest time so far by Kimi Antonelli. Charlie Wurtz is now in 2nd place. So we've got a number of sons of famous fathers. Charlie Wurtz, of course, is the son of the famous, well, what would you call him? GT or Formula 1 or Le Mans prototype or
all of the above.
Alex
really.
Wurtz. He's done it, and his father, of course, before him was a European rallycross champion.
Franz Wurtz.
Franz Wurtz.
That's it.
In a VW. Beetle.
That's right.
Isn't that correct?
And he was. And then Franz Wurtz was one of the first people that brought an Audi Quattro into rallycross, if you want to really get your anorak on. But that's going back a long, long time. But you're right, he comes from good racing stock, and he's up to 2nd fastest then now, Charlie Wurtz. As you look here at Valentino Mini for Panama. Now, Mini is 19th fastest at the moment. The session's got 8 more minutes, as you can see, on the clock.
A couple of the other sons of famous fathers, Pedro Sarrazin down in 22nd place, Alistair Young down in 23rd, but Young is on a lap, so it expected, well, he has made a small improvement, but it's only his 22nd overall. He's completed a lap, but that's 2 minutes and 21. That was his last lap, so I wonder what's happened to those 2 sons of famous dads. Stefan Sarrazin was one of multitasking competitor, both as a rally driver and as a race driver. Used to be sort of strapped in at Le Mans for one of those scintillating pole position charges that Stefan Sarrazin carried out very successfully indeed. I dread to be with him when he was doing it, but he managed to find the time.
Way up the curb and a big moment, and around goes Wurtz. Austria spins, throws away a lap. And that was all self-induced. There was no traffic around. What did he do? Just hook a wheel over the curb.
Just a little bit too wide on the exit of Beausoleil. And once the car went, the momentum, the pendulum effect just continued around. So Charlie Wurtz there was bouncing over them. And no wonder the car just went into a hop, skip, and a jump over those quite aggressive curbstones on the exit of La Beausoleil. And well, hopefully again, he's not damaged the car. I don't think there will be any damage to any of the parts that matter, but the tyre might be the area where he's flat spotted, or maybe taken a little bit of the edge of the tyre away as he was spinning all his way up to the left turn.
And tyre management is a part of the weekend. 2 free practice sessions, a qualifying 2 races. You get 7 front tyres, 7 rears, not sets, but individual tyres. So doing things like that and damaging a set, not good news.
No, that's the concern that I would have had, was not the car particularly. These things are pretty strong in terms of they're going to be driven by youngsters, so they have to be built in a manner. I mean, they weigh 635 kilograms. My Formula 1 car in period weighed 575. So it gives you an idea. And that's all down to the construction and the design of the chassis, because it's carbon fiber, and these things are built to last, but principally to protect.
So there, ready to rejoin the session, is Sandro Tabakaladze for Georgia. Gets the indication that he can go now once the pit lane is cleared. And the KCMG squad looking after all the cars. Driving standards flag there. Look for India's Rohan Alva, who's up to 15th in the times. You can see the light and you can see the white triangle flashing, which is the track limit warning.
So here is the Australia entry, again pushing as he now comes into the 3rd sector to complete another lap, personal best by 0.4 of a second, but loses most of it in the middle sector. So I don't know what he did. We didn't quite see the beginning of the middle sector to see where that time loss took place. So currently in 12th position on a 209.4. Don't expect to see an improvement. Well, he does. Up to 208.9, so he's made a couple of positions improvement.
Another warning flag for Hong Kong, China this time. Jasper Tong being warned about track limits. This is Dario Cabanela, who is hustling on. Andrea Antonelli, I get it right eventually, has pitted from pole position, and Cabanela is still hustling on. He's up to 7th in the times, as you can see, for Switzerland.
Well, I think Antonelli has done all he needs to do, and he's going to save the tyres he has. Rather than just running around, he's still got a 6, almost 7/10 of a second advantage over Charlie Verts, who we saw just a moment ago spin his car coming out of Le Bousset. So suspect that he'll not be able to try and go out and to challenge Antonelli, who's sitting in the pits. And we've got just under 4.5 minutes of the session to complete. So roughly another 2 laps or so for those that are on track coming across start-finish line now.
So, what else can we have out of this qualifying session, where Italy, Austria, Brazil, Germany, Portugal, Serbia is the top 6. No UK representation in this, which is a shame, given that there is a good F4 championship in Britain.
I was going to say, I mean, I watched one of the support races to your broadcast the other day, and that was a Brands Hatch, and I thought it was a cracking race. I mean, one thing I love about these FIA World Motorsport Games is particularly the single-seater discipline, because that's where my heart ultimately lies. And to see the future of, oh no, Malaysia, and that's Alistair Young. So whereabouts on the track is he? Can't quite the wide open. The camera lands up. Let's have a look and see where it is.
It's coming towards the Virage Dupont, isn't it? It's just before the last corner.
Yeah, it's the left-hander before Virage Dupont.
Well, he's got going, gets out of everybody's way. We do have, just to make the point, from the British Championship, Michael Shin, the Korean driver, but he has raced in the UK series this year. He's the nearest who got to an honorary Brit, if you like. There's Charlie Verts here pressing on, but recovering after his spin. The times are slower. Is that because he's taken the best out of the tyres now?
I would think that maybe the best of the tyre ultimately has gone, but he's still going out and going to try and push. But on this particular lap, well, you can see the sector times. He's down sector 1 by just under 2/10, but more significantly, just over 3/10 in sector 2. So I don't think he's going to be capable of clawing back any amount of time. So all he will do is now prepare to reset, clean exit out of Virage Dupont, which he gets. A good run down across start-finish line, and he's got traffic ahead of him, 1 car ahead of him. So he doesn't want to get too close to that car. I think he's probably got sufficient distance. He doesn't want to, in the sector that he's coming into now, sector 1, and all the way down to turn 7, which is this corner that leads on to the first part of the Mistral Straight that's now being, of course, split by the chicane midway down it. So Charlie Verts has got a lot to do. He's still second quickest overall, provisional front row of the grid starting position, but just 1/10 of a second behind is the Brazil entry. So they are not, well, actually, they're in the pits. So as we look at the Panama, and one of the things, again, is the nations here, you never hear about, of course, if you race in Central America, Panama, of course, but in terms of European racing, we don't often see a Panamanian competitor competing.
Yes, you're right. I mean, Mozambique was one that stood out to me. I can't think of that many Mozambique racing drivers.
Well, you used to race in Mozambique in the 70s in a thing called the Springbok Series, which was a series for 2-litre sports racing cars. And unfortunately, in the 1973 fuel crisis, that Springbok Championship was cancelled, and I was a part of it, and I was very disappointed not to go to Lorenzo Marques, which was the capital, or is the capital of Mozambique, I believe.
Now, stepping over the curb there is Ukrainian, sideways Ukrainian, Alexander Partashev, the 16-year-old, who's been busy this year, racing in the Italian and the German championships. He's also raced in the UAE and the Spanish series, was a karter in 2021, but then stepped into car racing that season and has done a lot of miles since. But Partashev here comes towards the Virage Dupont. He will squeeze one more lap out of the session. Ukraine 14th at the moment. He improved last time.
Well, he's certainly illustrated to me he's got a lot of car control, because he got out of shape coming out of Le Bousset, and then he got out of shape going into the following turn left, and he managed to keep the car pointing in the right direction. So if he's got the speed and he can smooth out that little, a side of his character where he's overdriving, then we could maybe see something very impressive.
Well, right now, Antonelli is back out again. So Andrea Kimi Antonelli locks up and there's contact, and that will have done him no good at all. Collides with Chile.
Totally unnecessary.
Yeah. He was on a push lap, I'll grant you, but he was down anyway in the middle sector, and that has done potential damage to his car, potential damage to Maria Jose Perez de Arce Rodriguez for Chile, and it's also now with the flag out, scuppered anybody else's chances of improving, because there's a yellow at the last corner, there's a checkered flag coming out of it. Valentin Klus for Germany had just gone third, but Andrea Kimi Antonelli there rather blocked his copybook.
I mean, totally unnecessary. So, I mean, he was never in a position to take the corner away. He certainly was quicker in the first sector. He wasn't any quick, but it goes down the inside, and there's a closing gap. And I mean, he's been outstanding all the way through the running, and that's just one little mistake. And maybe it just shows you where the maturity and the experience of these competitors is.
Yeah.
They've got the skills and the abilities, but maybe the experience and the knowledge when and when not to exercise and overtake, and that was a case in point where bad judgment in my view.
I mean, even in a race, that would have been a risky move.
Oh.
But in a qualifying session, when you're on pole anyway, what was the point?
No point, in my opinion. But listen, I'm not a schoolmaster, and some might say I'm lecturing these young competitors.
Listen to Uncle John, all you drivers. So it is at the end of the session, despite that incident, Andrea Kimi Antonelli that is the fastest. Italy, Austria, Germany, Brazil, Portugal, Serbia, Denmark, Belgium, Georgia, Australia is your top 10. How's that for an international lineup for the grid?
I think it's pretty good, and the top 6 are covered by 1.1 seconds. But the reason is that there's such a big gap between first and second. There's still almost 7/10 of a second, but from second all the way down to 6th, it's just, what, 3/10 of a second or so?
So there is the Chilean car, which is 23rd out of the 24. So penultimate in the times. Big disappointment for Perez de Arce Rodriguez, as that car is now going to be retrieved. Let's have a look at the order at the end of qualifying for the KCMG F4 Cup. It is Italy topping the times by 0.6 of a second and a bit more from Austria, with Germany 3rd, Brazil 4th, Portugal 5th, Serbia 6th, 7th Switzerland ahead of Belgium, Georgia and Australia. In other words, it is Andrea Kimi Antonelli that is the fastest, Austria's Charlie Wurth 2nd, Germany's Valentin Klus 3rd, 4th Pedro Clero for Brazil, 5th for Portugal Manuel Espirito Santo, and the Serbian Filip Jenic 6th at the end of qualifying. And the incident between Antonelli for Italy and Rodriguez for Chile will be investigated at the end of the session. Slowest, Malaysia, Alistair Young having a difficult start to the day. But what that gives us is a really nice, interesting grid ready for the qualifying race that will come up later on in the day here at the FIA Motorsport Games. And provisionally, Andrea Kimi Antonelli is going to be on pole position and very much starts as the favourite when we go racing later on in the day.
So that was the qualifying from the KCMG F4, and I guess they were the names that we expected to see at the top, didn't we? Antonelli, Wurth, and the German Klaus driver.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's no real big surprise there in that qualifying session, but Antonelli has a great advantage, nearly 7/10 up the road. He's looking very strong for the first race. Charlie Wurth, he had a little spin mid-session.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to be putting him on the back foot too much. Still put a great performance in, typically be P2. But that P2 to P8, very, very close. So I think there's going to be a great race in that sort of that group there. So let's see how it all plays out. But Antonelli's still got a big race ahead of him. He's still got to keep his head down, and you can see with the little bit of drama at the end that it's not going to be plain sailing.
So yeah, just quickly on that, because John had something to say about it. But you know, what happens there? Just lost it a bit.
Just one of those things, isn't it? I mean, it was a qualifying lap. I think he was purple in sector 1 on that lap, so he was still trying to put in some quick time. So he probably didn't want to give up the lap. And then obviously the driver in front just didn't see him, so a gap was there, but it was closing. And in qualifying, sometimes you just have to yield and just give up the lap and come and fight another day, sort of thing. But you can see this sort of incident playing out in the race. You know, the pace, there's a reasonable gap there from the front of the grid to the back of the grid, so we could see maybe some back markers coming into play later in the race, and see how they deal with that.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one of the disciplines to watch, isn't it?
Oh, it'd be a fantastic, young drivers, hungry drivers representing their country. F4 is always a great race to watch, so I think it's going to be one of the highlights of these games.
Great, thanks, Darren. Well, next up, we've got the Karting Sprint Junior, and it's the qualifying heats one.
So it's Sprint Junior qualifying heat number 1 for our younger contenders, and we are very excited to see how it's going to progress. They will leave the holding area, and now we are ready to go racing for the first time ever in Sprint Junior karting in the FIA Motorsport Games. For Israel, Jan Pinto. For Brazil, Gabriel Cunican on the front row. Then France, Jules Caranta. And for Peru, Andres Cardenas. Then Mikkel Pedersen for Denmark, Thibaut Ramekes for Belgium. Aaron Garcia of Spain. Sweden's Scott Lindblom. For Slovenia, it is Alex Bogunovic. For Australia, it is Peter Andrew Buzanelos. For Estonia, it is Mark Dubnitsky. For Lithuania, it is Markus Silkunas. For the Czech Republic, Jacob Kamenik. For India, Ishan Madesh. For Poland, Boris Liesen. For Mexico, it is Edgar Rodriguez. For Slovakia, it is Mate Koenig. For Portugal, it is Rodrigo Seabra. For Indonesia, it is Ali Wibowo. For Costa Rica, it is Diego Ardiles. For Mozambique, it is Ghazi Motlakar. For Turkey, it is Alpak Soy. For Finland, Kimitani. For Germany, Matilda Pats. For Switzerland, Elia Epifanio. For Georgia, Lado Kukianic. For South Africa, Divian Naidu. For Malta, Kian Gauchi. For Uzbekistan, Amir Kamrav. And for the Ukraine, it is Mark Brovko.
30 drivers onto the track as we don't have Baruch Roybeko from Nigeria as is no longer part of the event. Oh, and one driver, the 107, unfortunately in trouble. Let's try to see who that is. The 107.
Is Australia.
Yes, indeed. Peter Andrew Buzinelos, who's stuck onto the track. Cannot see it quite yet as the drivers go around for the warm-up lap before the rolling start. If you're used to the kart racing in the FIA Karting Championships or in other international series, this will be a rolling start procedure as the drivers need to get the tires up to temperatures first, but we have a disappointment already for one of the drivers from Australia, indeed, who's stuck on the gravel.
We are ready to go for Sprint Junior qualifying heat number 1 here at the FIA Motorsport Games at Circuit Paul Ricard. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez with you as we talk our way through the action on this first race of the day. Israel in pole, Brazil in second, from France, Peru, Denmark, Belgium, Spain and Sweden as we get ready to go racing, and it is a false start. We are going to go round again. So it is not quite ready to go. All of the contenders obviously out of position in the middle of the pack. And we've had a issue before the start of the race for Peter Andrew Buzanelos, the Australian, unfortunately unable to take the start. That is devastating bad news for the Antipodean. And obviously we're going to have a very exciting race battle for all of the other contenders, but it's very close indeed between Israel and Brazil in terms of the lap times they have set in warm-up and practice. So it'll be a very interesting challenge as they gear up for an exciting show. The drivers bring it to the starting grid once again, forming up in their 2 rows of formation, so we can try again.
It's fair to say the last sector is very technical and bumpy as well, so it doesn't make the life of the drivers even easier to get into the grid formation, as the pole setter Jan Pinto from Israel is the one having to show the pace to everybody.
Out of the final turn, Sprint Junior karting heat 1 is about to get underway. Israel on pole, Brazil in second. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez with you as we get ready to start racing. This time we're underway up to the first corner, and it's a great start from Pinto. Cunican is going to try and go round the outside. Is everybody going to get through? There's already some contact, 2-3 karts in the mix, and unfortunately that is already a problem for the 108. That's Team Mexico. Edgar Rodriguez in trouble. So too is the 128. That is Team Poland for Boris Liesen, and it looks as though there's another kart involved. That is Mozambique, Ghazi Motlakar in problems there. So the Joker is already in trouble. And look, that is a big charge forward from Jules Caranta. Team France running in second position behind our pole sitters Israel. So it is already a very strong challenge. Yellow flags, yellow flags. So we are under yellow flag proceedings for a couple of cars. Oh, and that's a problem into the hairpin. That is Mikkel Pedersen of Denmark. So Pedersen has had a problem. So I'm afraid Team Denmark already in trouble, and that's the reason we're under yellow flags. We've got karts off at the first hairpin, so I'm afraid it's already game over in the first heat of the day, the first heat of the weekend for Poland, Mexico and Mozambique. We also lost Australia before the start of the race, of course. Peter Andrew Buzinelos unable to take the start, and problems too for Pedersen of Denmark. Has he been able to get going again? I don't think he has. So problems. There is Mikkel Pedersen trying to push the kart, and it's not going to happen. So Denmark are out on the first lap as well. What a dramatic start to this first junior sprint qualifying heat. We've lost Denmark, Australia, Poland, Mexico and Mozambique.
Yeah, what a start of proceedings indeed. Quite unfortunate for Mikkel Pedersen. He is being coached by the legend himself, Bas Lammers, this weekend, trying to get the best out of his machinery. But this time around, unfortunately, it didn't go according to plan. It is a very, very hectic opening lap. And in the meantime, I think that Gabriel Koenigian from Brazil was able to take the lead. The 124. Jules Caranta is now your personal leader as he made his way through the turn number 11 that happened just before the interruption at the yellow flag. You can see the yellow crash helmet of Jules Caranta from France. So France is leaning on home soil as we speak, still under the yellow flag proceedings, as Koenigian from Brazil, Jan Pinto, your pole sitter from Israel, is down in third place. All the drivers are having to respect, of course, the slow proceedings, trying to get back some temperatures into the tires. Harder tires than usual for the competitors of the junior class as well as for the seniors this weekend, which means that they take longer to get up to temperatures, down to 5 or 6 laps. So it was a very, very hectic challenge in qualifying. And now it's all down to the first half of the disqualifying heat, long of 11 laps to try to find a good grip into those tires. But Caranta had a good start indeed, took advantage of the chaos of the opening lap, as I think that everybody is getting ready to go back to action.
Great progress being made from several drivers in the field in this one. 9 places made up for Germany. Matilda Pat's doing well. South Africa have made up 9 as well. That's Divyan Naidu. And 8 places made up for Ukraine. That's Mark Brovko. 7 made up for Costa Rica for Diego Ardiles. And 6 for Portugal for Rodrigo Seabra. Are we going to go racing this time by? We're waiting for them. No, they're going to go round one more time. So there are the positions at the end of 3 laps. 2 of those having been run under yellow flag conditions. Jules Caranta is your leader in front of Brazil's Gabriel Koenigian. And then we have Israel's Jan Pinto in front of Belgium's Thibaut Ramakers. For Peru, it's Andres Cardenas in P5. In 6th, it is Scott Lindblom of Sweden. Then for Slovenia, it is Alex Bogunovic. For Spain, it is Aaron Garcia. For Estonia, Mark Dubnitsky. And rounding out the top 10 for Lithuania, it is Markus Selkunas. Then we have Kamenik of the Czech Republic. For Portugal, it is Rodrigo Seabra up to 12th. For Costa Rica, it is Diego Ardiles in 13th in front of India's Ishan Madesh. In 15th place, it is Germany's Matilda Pats. For Slovakia, it is Matic Koenig. And then for Indonesia, it is Adi Wibowo in 17th place in front of South Africa's Divyan Naidu. Then 19th is Finland's Kimi Tani. For Switzerland in P20, it is Elia Epifanio. For Turkey, it is Alparslan Aksoy. For 22nd for Ukraine, it is Mark Brovko. And then we have Georgia's Lado Kukinarjic and Malta's Kian Gauchi in front of the Uzbekistani driver Amir Kaimraev. So a very interesting situation, but it looks as though we are going to go under starters' orders this time by... Well, they thought it is green flags. Green flags, we go racing, and immediately up the inside, Koenigian tried to get the bid there on Caranta, and it didn't work, and it's backfired. So Pinto has come through in a second, and now Koenigian is under pressure from Thibaut Ramakers.
Yeah, let's see what the young Belgian can do. He's proved his pace into the Academy Trophy this season as well as on national soil. But the battle is raging, and you can see Caranta is more than willing to shine here in France before his peers. And is already putting a bit of a gap as the green flag is waving all over the track. No one seems to be into trouble into this restart. Down to corner number 11. You can see the drivers going down. This is pretty much a roller coaster into this last sector of the track. Very technical indeed. This is where you get the most chances to see overtaking happen. As Jules Caranta is looking over his shoulder. A bit of a gap already for the French driver. Almost 0.6 of a second from Israel, Brazil and Belgium in 4th. Thibaut Ramakers with the national colours on his crash helmet. The 110 in front is Gabriel Koenigian, who was the fastest in this morning warm-up session. Brazil against Belgium, as there's a gap as well. Andres Cardenas from Peru down in 5th, trying to catch up as well, is leading the second wagon as Jan Pinto is putting the fastest lap in this race, 46.2. almost halfway through this first qualifying heat, which is a tiny bit. Oh, there's a move for the second place. Beautifully made by Gabriel Cunningham from Brazil. He takes second and hold on to it. Thibaut Ramacas on the inside as well after number 12 up to third. Beautifully made from Belgium in third position.
So Brazil and Belgium move up to second and third then at the expense of Israel. There could be a challenge forward from Peru as well. Cardenas looking like he's hungry to try and move up into P4. Spain is there in P6 as well for Aaron Garcia. But at the moment, it is France all the way on home soil. Jules Caranta leading comfortably and has almost a second on the challenges further back. But Team Belgium are pushing hard in third place for their young charge, Thibaut Ramacas, as he closes up on Brazil's Gabriel Cunningham. So it is a very international competition, a very tough race in Sprint Junior. And after 6 laps, it is still very tight in behind. And there's the move up the inside. That is the 121 making the bid there. That is Garcia getting his move on the inside line. So Team Spain comes forward in front of the team from Peru as Cardenas loses ground to Garcia. Up to the first corner, Slovenia still in 7th for Alex Bogunovic, then for Sweden in 8th, Estonia 9th, and the Czech Republic in 10th place as the drivers continue to battle away. But look at Thibaut Ramacas, the Belgian, in 3rd position, all over the back of Gabriel Cunningham. He may well feel, well, do you know what? I don't think I can catch the Frenchman up front, but I can certainly go for 2nd place, and he is hungry for the overtake.
And you have to be careful on this track where to put your tires, because if you have noticed on the inside and outside of the line, there's some bumpers actually, because this track has been conceived for rental karting mainly, and you have those big bumpers on the outside and around on the inside. Beautifully made from the 121. This is Aaron Garcia on Jan Pinto from Israel. Israel is dropping a place in 4th. Aaron Garcia, the Spanish champion, is putting on a charge and is now in 4th place at the moment with less than 3 laps remaining. As we said, sector number 3, this is where you have to catch your attention. This is where the overtaking will be mainly happening. The first 2 sectors very fast flowing indeed, very tiny, a few actually heavy braking points. Jules Caranta, the leader, responding to the opposition with the fastest lap, 54.4, as we keep an eye on the battle for 2nd between Brazil and Belgium. Thibaut Ramacas, the 106, very close indeed, on the way down to turn number 11, very heavy braking point, down to the roller coaster, 12, and this is where you have to kick the throttle wide open to climb onto the fast finish straight to complete the lap, sorry. As you can see the beautiful replay, this is sector number 3, the move for the 121 of Aaron Garcia. This is the battle for 4th place, and Jan Pinto actually didn't see this coming. The door was way too open. There was nothing he could do.
It was very nicely handled, to be fair, and he managed to get the overtaking move pretty neatly sorted out. Cunningham now sets the fastest lap of the race with 2 laps to go, but Caranta is just keeping it nice and planted in the lead of the race. He's got almost a second on Cunningham, so he doesn't need to put too much pressure on himself as the field works its way through. We're just watching the battle a little further back between Matilda Paz and Adi Wibowo, and that's another kart in trouble. Is it the 119? That's Elia Epifanio, the Swiss driver, has lost his kart, so I'm afraid Epifanio is out of the race now as well. So Team Switzerland, I'm afraid, out of this first qualifying heat as well. As we go into the final lap, Jules Caranta looking strong. There is a very unhappy Mikkel Pedersen, the Danish driver, alongside Elia Epifanio on the right of your screen. But it's looking good for France, Belgium and Brazil. Brazil are going to come through in 2nd place here for Gabriel Cunningham, who sets another fastest lap. But it's not going to be quite enough to close up on Jules Caranta before the end of this epic opening encounter in Sprint Junior. The first qualifying heat of the weekend. There's yellow flags out, of course, for Epifanio's kart, which is being cleared away very well indeed by the marshals here. But out of the final turn and up the home straight, it is first blood to France in Sprint Junior. A great victory on home soil for Jules Caranta and France. For Brazil, Cunningham is in 2nd. For Belgium, Thibaut Ramacas is 3rd. From Spain's Aaron Garcia, Israel's Jan Pinto, ahead of Peruvian Andres Cardenas, the Slovenian Alex Bogunovic. For Sweden, Scott Lindblom. For Estonia, Mark Dubnitsky. And for Lithuania, it is Markas Sirkunas. But it's France that comes through in 1st place in the first heat of the weekend.
Lots of incidents happening there at the Karting Sprint Junior, which is happening just over the other side of the circuit here at Paul Ricard. But other disciplines that we've got today are drifting. Now, this is one that Darren and I are really keen to see and excited for, but if we're honest, we don't know that much about it. So we've got Robbie Nishido in, who is the FIA drifting judge, to talk us through it. So Robbie, that's what the games are about, actually. Giving a stage to some disciplines that maybe people don't know so much.
Yeah, so since it is a new sport in the world, or fairly young sport, there's a lot of things that people don't understand because it is probably one of, or maybe the only judged motorsport that there is that's professionally done all over the world. So there are, different criteria that usually multiple judges watches. So if there's, let's say it's just like any other race, there's a qualified, then there's a main tandem battles that they have usually after the qualify. And for the qualify, we usually look for line, angle, and style. And that is usually divided into 3 judges. And depending on the region and also the sport, they're allocated however many points for the line, however many points for the style, and however many points for the angle. Now, the angle is something that's probably new to a lot of people that are into just strictly timed motorsports. It is about style, and there's a lot of techniques that actually is being shared by normal motorsports that everybody's familiar with, like the car slides. You have to fix it in a normal motorsport so you don't lose time. And rallying is usually there's technique where the car slides, and drifting is strictly all about the sliding and the how can I say it, the wow factor and the excitement.
Yeah, I mean, Darren, you were saying that. Who doesn't want to go sideways?
Race drivers. Basically, race drivers don't want to go sideways. Sideways is definitely slower, but that's the thing. For race drivers, you're always trying to keep that precision, that balance of just not letting the rear of the car go. But then you watch drifting, and it's like, how far can you go with the angle? And I mean, it seems so extreme to be able to hang the car out there at extreme angles all the way through a big bend. The course that we have here, are the drivers enjoying it? Is it something that is a good course that they're running on?
Oh, I think all the drivers start drifting just from the joy. And I used to compete as well, but then I started it as a hobby, and it was fun, and it gradually became a motorsport, and I was able to join several different races. But it's pure excitement, and also, the battles that you have, where you usually have a tandem battle after the qualifies. You have to go against you have to go against an opponent. So there's 2 cars on the track trying to mimic each other. The lead car will usually run the qualify run, the outside line, or whatever that the judges are actually telling the drivers to do, since it is a judged sport. And the chase car usually has to be as close as possible and mimic the lead car's run. So this is something very, very different, but at the same time, the proximity, how close the cars are, is very, very exciting to see. And also, as you see this, the cars are going to the edge of the track, sideways. So easy to say that it's this, the cars are out of control but in control.
Yeah.
And staying on that fine line is very, very hard, but it's actually exciting and fun.
So during the tandem competition element, who are the judges looking at that time? The lead or the trail? What car's being judged?
So, since all the judges usually has 2 eyes, one eye is looking at the lead car and the other eye is looking at the chase car. So for the tandem runs, the lead car has to do the qualifier run as high as they can do, like closest to a 100-point run as a lead car. Now, they're not supposed to worry about what's behind them. They're not supposed to run away. They're just supposed to run the line at a high rate of angle and stay very stable. So you have fluidity and commitment, which is in the style factor, where you can't go all over the track. You have to be very stable. You have to be on throttle as soon as possible sideways. Now, the chase car has to mimic the lead car, and we're going to see what the chase car does behind the lead car. After the first run, they're going to switch places. Now the chase car becomes the lead car, and the lead car becomes the chase car. We watch both of the runs. The lead to lead and the chase to chase is what we compare, and whoever does a better job in the lead position and whoever does a better job in the chase position will move on to the next in the tournament.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I always wondered if it was the lead was being judged, or it's how that competition on the tandem worked. But it's fascinating watching the 2 cars go side by side. There must be a lot of trust between the drivers. Or no trust, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, I think that's why we asked the lead car to do close to a 100-point run. Usually, it's easy to see as a chase car where you already know the determined line that the judges are asking for. So if the lead car does a good job where they're running the wide line, the chase car could just give it their all to actually dive in and have that trust in the lead car to get as close as possible, because we're talking like centimeters away from the lead car, and there's switchbacks, and obviously there's contact and there's light contact that happens as well, but since we're judging it, we watch both of the runs, and like I said, lead to lead, chase to chase. And there's also an option called the one more time. So if both of the cars is as close and they're as how can I say it, as perfect as they can be in the lead position and the chase position, us judges, as you know, we get to pick who wins and moves on, or we actually have a one more time. So sometimes we have battles that if the two drivers are very, very close to each other, lead to lead, chase to chase, they may be battling each other maybe 2 or 3 times until we find the winner.
I seem to remember that from the games in 2019, actually. Now, Dmitry Ilyuk from Ukraine won in 2019. He's back here this year, obviously looking to keep that crown. And we should say that the fact that Ukraine have got presence here is just incredible. Do you think he can win it, or who else is up there that we should be looking out for?
Well, I mean, it's anybody's game, to be honest, because it's, you know, the car build and also, you know, driver's technique. And a little different from other motorsports, we have spotters, which is the eyes from the eyes for the driver on the outside of the car, because the driver is basically inside the car, so they can't see anything on the outside. The spotter usually helps out the driver and tells them, they're in their ears all the time and telling them, hey, this is what's happening behind you, this is what's happening in front of you, and this is what the judges are saying right now, or discussing, and this is how it sees in public, so you have to do this. So it's a little bit of a teamwork. So it really depends, since this is an international round. Like you said, you know, coming all the way from Ukraine or any other country, I think it's anybody's game, and it's just whoever's the most ready is going to take it. So I would have to say there's close to 30 drivers that are going to be competing this afternoon, and to be honest, anybody could be on top.
That's incredible that you can't really call it even to a top 5 or something at the moment. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, there are the strongs and the weaknesses, but at any moment, since it is, you know, you don't have 10 laps or 20 laps or 30 laps to make it up. It only takes maybe 20 to 30 seconds for one run.
Yeah.
Then you switch places, and if you make a small, simple mistake, even if you're the last round's champion, that small mistake could actually take you out at top 32 or top 16. So it's really intense.
I looked through the entry list and I noticed that there was a lot of BMWs and Nissan. Why particularly those cars in terms of the chosen vehicle for this?
I think in the world of drifting, it is, you know, young, so it usually starts as an inexpensive sport. I think it's a lot easier to get into drifting because, I mean, the amount of tires you use is, you know, pretty up there, but at the same time, you don't need to use something super crazy with grip. And, you know, in FIA, they have a regulation where, you know, you have the weight of the car, and depending on the weight of the car, you have the size of the tire too. So it doesn't get out of hand where you have a super lightweight car with super grippy tires that are run away from everybody. So it kind of keeps it even, so all the drivers and the teams has a chance. But like you said, there's a lot of BMWs and fairly older chassis because, you know, they're a lot easier to get to. And since drifting as a sport has become so big, there's so many different things that you could do to the car, and I think it's easier, and there's a lot of parts that are available because the car's been around for a long time. Now we're seeing a lot of new chassis coming into the program, and we're going to see different cars in the future as well when they have more parts availability and, you know, a lot more time for the drivers to, you know, get into the car and get used to. But like you said, you know, there's a lot of Nissans and BMWs and, you know, the older Toyotas that they have, and those are really common. And maybe this is just my opinion, but maybe that's because it used to be the inexpensive car to get into, but now, you know, it's such popular chassis that it's really hard to get to, and everything is, you know, the price is rising up on the cars and stuff. But at the same time, you know, that means that the motorsport is getting really big, and, you know, I'm just excited to see how far this is going to go.
Yeah, we really are. Thank you so much for explaining it all, because we really were quite blind to it, weren't we, Darren? But we have got GT Cup coming up next. It's their qualifying race 2. I don't know if you saw any of the action yesterday.
I got small bits and pieces of it, yeah.
I mean, Darren, you've got to be looking forward to this one because it was quite heated yesterday.
If it's anything like yesterday's race, then it's going to be another cracker of a heat. Obviously, Germany, they dominated the race. They got out in front in that first section before the pit stops, and then I think pretty much were able to pace themselves to the flag. France eventually got past the UK after the pit stops, but the UK team, Sam Neary, he's rocked up here really late on into the day in terms of knowing that who's going to be part of the event. never been to the circuit before, so he was on catch-up for the whole way through. But now he's got a race under his belt. Hopefully the UK team will be a bit stronger. But there was some great efforts from Poland as well. They came through really strong in the second half of the race, and the Puerto Rico team I believe, is the only bronze driver lineup. And they came 5th, and I thought that was a tremendous effort to be able to come all the way through to 5th. So a great effort by those guys. So let's see what happens in the second race today.
And they've got quite different conditions to what they had last night.
Yeah, I mean, we've been blessed with some great weather yesterday, and obviously they went into the night yesterday evening, and today, middle of the, well, not middle of the day, but the temperature's rising now. So the big thing is, like I sort of mentioned yesterday, without the tyre warmers, that's a new thing for the drivers and teams this weekend, and trying to get that tyre pressure right once the tyres have come up to the right temperature is going to be really critical. Yeah, some of the teams are going to have to do a lot of homework over last night to understand what they had and how they're going to improve it today.
And Sam Neary is going to have more time on track now then, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm sure he's a bit more relaxed. He's got those extra laps under his belt, so he should be in a good position today.
Okay, thanks very much, and thank you very much, Robbie.
Thank you.
So, as we've said, we've got coming up the GT Cup qualifying race 2 coming to you right now.
Qualifying race 2 for the GT Cup is about to get underway here at Paul Ricard as part of the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games. A word of explanation, first of all. What is a qualifying race? Well, you take the points scored across the 2 qualifying races, and that gives you the grid for the main race, and it's the main race that will give us the medals. 2 drivers per car, 2 drivers per nation, therefore, in GT Cup for the FIA Motorsport Games. Mandatory pit stop between 25 and 35 minutes. The pit stop must be 69 seconds, line to line. David Addison, John Watson trackside in the sunshine here in the south of France. And although the grid isn't a huge one for this race, yesterday's event that took us into the darkness was certainly lively. And I think today, with different drivers starting the cars, he's going to be just as good.
It'll be different, that is for sure. But just to follow up a little bit on what Darren Turner was mentioning about the different temperatures. When we had the race last night, it started at 6 p.m. Track temperature was 36 Celsius. Today, now, coming up to 11 in the morning, it's only 21. Ambient was only 5 degrees warmer, but the track temperature is going to be the key. And how you get your tire temperature up, tire pressures are a function of tire temperature. So you've got to work really hard. And the cars are sitting in the grid. They've been there for 15 or so minutes. There's no temperature at all, and the opening lap will be a lap where caution, and I have to use that word cautiously, is going to be the name of the game.
Well, the grid is formed, and you saw a moment ago Fabian Schiller, who will start second on the grid. Eric Debar and Simon Gachet's French entry is on pole position. Gemma Scott is down on the grid. France is on pole, and one of the drivers of that car is Eric Debar.
Well, I'm down here, of course, on the front row of the grid with French driver Eric Debar, who's racing with Acadis, who had a fantastic season this year in GT3 with the GT World Challenge Europe. Eric, it's a pleasure to see you. On va parler en français parce que c'est plus facile pour vous. Then we'll be speaking in French, but pour vous là, pour représenter la France, quel honneur.
C'est déjà un honneur de la représenter, d'avoir été sélectionné par la fédération. Ensuite, j'arrive en fin de carrière et de participer à ces premiers Jeux et en plus en France, c'est une vraie satisfaction.
Well, of course, it's an honour to be selected by the federation, you said there, and to be here at this part of your career and representing France is just wonderful. Hier, c'était un super battre sur le circuit avec Allemagne et avec Angleterre aussi. C'était le deuxième partie de la course qu'on a vu tous les battre.
Ben oui, ça a été très intéressant avec les Anglais. Ça a été un peu chaud, mais bon, il fallait garder la voiture sur la piste parce que c'est une finale sèche, donc il fallait impérativement finir à cette deuxième place pour espérer une belle position aujourd'hui.
Well, it was all, of course, about having the best position for today and staying well onto the track, even though the positions and the battles were tough as well. Eric, aujourd'hui, la première ligne de départ, tout est là.
Et oui, bon, écoutez, c'est encore une course qualificative, donc l'important est de bien se qualifier pour ce soir.
Again, it's another qualification race, so it's important to be careful and to be in a good position for the race for later on today. Eric, merci beaucoup. Bon courage.
Merci.
Eric Debar will do a second stint because although he started yesterday, Simon Gachet will do the first stint, and it's Simon Gachet that therefore is on pole position. The results of yesterday's race don't affect this grid. That was a standalone qualifying session, and this grid set by the times of a separate driver in Q2. The only difference to this grid is that Brazil, the car started by, for this race, Bruno Baptista, got a 3-place grid drop for overtaking under a red flag in qualifying. But that's the only shuffle based on the qualifying times. Evan Chen, very rapid yesterday. He will start the Chinese Taipei Ferrari. Thumbs up from the very rapid Evan Chen. We've seen him in the Motorsport Games. We've seen him also in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, for example. And the spectacularly coloured Chinese Taipei entry, John, starts a little further back on the grid.
Yes, I mean, that's also a consequence of the Q2 qualifying, but, well, we've got lovely, lovely conditions here right now. I did mention the track temperature. That's going to be the key to the opening laps. So there's a car that also, Carol Bash was one of my heroes, got tagged early in his stint and drove through the field and had fastest lap upon fastest lap. Only towards the end did that lap get taken away by, I think, Simon Gachet in the end had the fastest race lap. But Carol Bash made a wonderful drive back through the field. And that car was a bit more like it was punch-board and countersunk, but the number of times it got tagged by cars amongst the field.
Well, certainly Karol Bash was mighty impressive yesterday. He will start third on the grid. And what we ought to do next is hear from the Ukrainian entry, because Yevgen Solokovsky will drive the Aston Martin, and he is with Gemma.
Yevgen, it's wonderful to see the Ukraine representation here, obviously, in the circumstances for your country, to see the representation in such numbers as well. At the opening ceremony, you had the standing ovation. What does it mean for you to be here?
Yeah, thank you very much, because it's this difficult time. It is not easy started here, but for us, for Ukraine team, it is very important stay here and starting in this event in FIA Motorsport Games.
And you're on the third row of the grid. You're standing a very good chance in this competition.
Yeah, for me, I'm first time here in Paul Ricard and first time with GT3 cars. Ivan have more experience, is good GT3 driver. And from yesterday, I am happy with my performance. I have yesterday good start in P4. For chicane, I have spinning with car because tires is too cold. And yeah, we're looking. Today is, I think we have lucky and
good luck to you. Have a great one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
So Yevgen Sokolovsky will go second, and as Gemma has been making the point, lots of support for Ukraine, understandably. It is excellent to see the car here. Yesterday, Sokolovsky had a spin early on, but the car fought back really well. And by flag fall, Ivan Peklin had brought Ukraine up to 9th in yesterday's race. The result yesterday slightly shuffled also because the Stephen and Brenton Grove Australia Porsche was given a 10-second penalty for contact in an incident. Switzerland represented by Dexter Müller and Yannick Mettler. For the Mercedes squad, it's going to be Yannick Mettler who will go first in the SPS Automotive Performance operated Mercedes. Yannick Mettler driving in the Sprint Cup as well, which we'll come to tomorrow. So the grid now starting to clear because we're getting towards that 1-minute board. Rolling start, and then it's going to be really interesting in this first stint, isn't it, to see what Gachet can do about Fabian Schiller, because yesterday the gap was a large one when they got into the second stint, and therefore we'll see what is going to happen today. And factor in as well Sam Neary. He's with Gemma.
I'm just down here with Sam Neary, who stepped in at the very last minute here with Sky Tempesta for the UK. Sam, enjoying getting to know the car and the circuit.
Yeah, exactly. It's my first time in an Evo Merc, first time around Paul Ricard, first time with Ram, and I missed pretty much every bit of running in FB1 and FB2. So I think I did more laps in the race than I did in any practice. So hopefully I can climb up this order a bit and see where we end up, try and get a few points for the main race later.
Thank you very much. Have a great race.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sam Neary races Mercedes in British GT with his father Richard Neary. They so nearly won at Brands Hatch, had late race dramas with fuel and therefore didn't finish. So he knows the Mercedes, not the Evo necessarily. Certainly doesn't know the circuit, but he learnt well yesterday, so he's one to watch here, starting for this race based on his own qualifying efforts. 7th on the grid. Their 8th on the grid is Victor Gomez, or Victor Manuel Gomez Donato, the 4th, to give him his full title for Puerto Rico.
Yeah, we'll just call him a Victor, I think. Anyway, but Sam Neary did a very good job in his stint, because basically it's so little running prior to that first qualifying race. And as the race progressed, he progressed. We could see just simply he was getting to understand the rhythm of the Paul Ricard Grand Prix circuit, and literally by the lap he was picking up time all around the circuit. So he will go into this morning's race, I think, with a level of confidence that he didn't have when he jumped in on Friday evening.
That's Bruno Baptista for Brazil. This car penalised with its grid drop, so another of the regular Mercedes teams, Acudis ASP, running that car, and it will have work to do. But over the course of an hour, it is going to be a race, I suspect, where the bulk of the work, in terms of opening up a gap, is done by the pro. But it's the AMs in the second stint keeping out of trouble, not making mistakes, that are going to be key to all of this. And just to explain briefly how the grid works for the main race, and it's the main race that gives you the medals, you get a point for the position you finish in. So a win gives you 1 point, 5th gives you 5, and so on and so forth. Add them together, lowest total on pole position, highest total at the back of the grid, but it's the final race today which the medals will be awarded from.
Well, the field is waiting now to go off on its parade lap. Tyres probably stone cold. The other big factor will, of course, be the driver change between 25 and 35 minutes, no tyre changes. And there we saw yesterday, some teams were marginally quicker by a margin of maybe 2 or 3 seconds over others. And again, between the France entry and the German entry, Germany was very good. France were slightly slower. And the great United Kingdom entry, likewise, did a pretty good job.
I think Sam Neary is going to be a real gun in this first stint, because with the confidence of knowing the circuit greater today than yesterday, and the fact that he's racing in daylight, not going into darkness like yesterday, he will be one to watch.
He will, but he will be starting on the 4th row of the grid, so he's got, what, another 7 cars ahead of him to find a way through. And of course the opening lap will be a lap where any little penalty will be magnified. We saw that with the Ukraine Aston Martin on the opening lap. There we can see the car, the blue and yellow with the green markings around the air intake. It got tagged on the opening lap going into the chicane and the Mistral straight, and that set it on the back foot. But they came back strongly and they ended up finishing in 9th place. And I think starting here on the 3rd row, they've got an opportunity, particularly with Ivan Petkin behind the wheel, to be at the races.
Let's just run through that grid. It is France, Simon Gachet on pole position. From Germany's Fabian Schiller. The 2nd row, Poland's Karol Bach, Chinese Taipei's Evan Chen. The 3rd row, Switzerland's Yannick Meckler alongside Ukrainian Ivan Peklin. For the UK, Sam Neary lines up alongside Puerto Rico's Victor Gomez on the 4th row. Row 5 for Hong Kong, China. Great to have them here given the travel dramas. Marchi Lee, Brazil's Bruno Baptista. 10th on the grid. 11th is Brenton Grove for Australia. Jonas Gelzinis for Lithuania is starting 12th, and 13th it is Gonzalo de Andre, who didn't have the pace yesterday, but Fernando Navarrete for Spain did have the pace. And I think the Spanish entry, if it doesn't drop a lap in the first stint, will be one to watch as the race progresses.
Yes, he also, as a driver, he got a penalty, a 5-second penalty, I think, at this part of the racetrack in the chicane, when he went wide and he gained a position. He didn't give that position back. He got a 5-second penalty. But I reckon, actually, because he got into clear air and he could pull away, the penalty ended up being more to his own advantage rather than being a disadvantage, because I think he finished more than 5 seconds ahead of the car that he should have given the position back to, and on it went. So there may be a little bit of gamesmanship being played out, because if a 5-second penalty is the only penalty you're going to get, if you don't give a position back, you might think, well, if I've got clear air, that's got to be something I can make use of.
Now, this is Sam Neary's view. We know from British GT that Sam can get out his elbows. I have no hesitation in suggesting he will not be 7th by the end of the opening lap. The leading car, the pace car as it is, will head for the pit lane this time, of course. The race director, Rui Marquez, will, if he's happy, give the indication that we can go racing. Bruno Baptista's view here. He has got a really crowded house ahead of him. Just to make the point about Sam Neary, he was parachuted in at the 11th hour, as he was suggesting in the interview with Gemma Scott. The UK team captain Chris Froggatt taken poorly in the couple of days before the event, and Sam Neary was able to get himself here and of course knows the car. Ian Loggett, the other driver, this year's British GT champion, so on paper that should be a really good combination, and we look forward to seeing what will happen in the medal deciding main race later on in the day. But GT Cup qualifying race 2 is about to get underway. The cars now make their way down towards the Virage du Pont. Simon Gachet for France on pole position. Germany alongside. Poland, Chinese Taipei, Switzerland, Ukraine rounding out the top 6 on the grid. 60 minutes of racing. Lights will change. We go racing now. It is blast off, and France gets the drop on everybody, but only just. But have a look at Poland, virtually pushing the Mercedes of France along. Carole Bache desperately looking for a clear bit of room where he might be able to make a move. He goes through on the inside into second place. The Audi absolutely on the tail of the French Mercedes as they dive into turn 1. France, Poland, Germany, Switzerland 4th, and here comes Germany back up the inside of Poland as there Fabian Schiller sorts out Carole Bache, or does he?
I think it's going to be very close going into the chicane as we go on board with the Brazil entry down into the chicane. Sam Neary gets tagged on the left-hand side, has to run off racetrack, but force measure now on the outside, round turn 5, and well, round goes Brazil. Body work on the track as well.
Yeah, a bit of help. I think that was Lithuania that went past. Jonas Gelzinis for Lithuania may well have been involved in all of that. So the officials will have a look, no doubt, at their feed of all the incidents. But up front, it is France. Simon Gachet leading the way. That's Marcelli in the Honda being monstered, or is he monstering? Almost 3 wide up towards the chicane. And the Porsche's got a problem, hasn't it?
It's got a right rear puncture. It ran wide on turn 7, coming onto the straight. I don't know whether that was the cause or effect, but that looks like a right rear has been tagged, and that is a problem for Australia. They'll have to limp back into the pits, get that tyre changed, and in effect, even though it's a 1-hour race, there's very little chance of being able to claw back lost time, plus the additional having to make a mandatory pit stop between 25 and 35 minutes.
So that car limps on. It is Brenton Grove Jr. at the wheel of the car that's run by Albamba Motorsport, the Australia Porsche. There in the Ferrari is Victor Gomez, but it's France ahead of Germany, ahead of Poland, ahead of Chinese Taipei, ahead of then Ukraine. No, tell you a lie. Switzerland has got ahead of Chinese Taipei, then Ukraine, and Sam Neary, having been forced off the road, hasn't made the progress really that we were anticipating for the UK.
And is now behind the Ukrainian Aston Martin, a car which I think has got good, genuine pace. And it might be a handful for Sam Neary to find a way around that car, because they're both essentially, there is the Australia Porsche limping back with that right rear tire. They got cut down. I don't know whether that was on turn 7 or not, but or was there contact? I think there may be been a bit of contact in that group of cars that he was running in, coming down into the chicane.
Saw lots of fans in the grandstands. Free admission to the FIA Motorsport Games. You register online for a ticket, and people have been arriving in their thousands this morning as the leaders go by. And with 1 lap in the book, 9/10 of a second between France and Germany. Great little battle pack going on here. Spain, Lithuania, the recovering Brazilian car. That therefore is Gonzalo de Andres ahead of Jonas Gelzinis, ahead of Bruno Baptista. This Brazil's view. Baptista is having a go back at the car that turned him around, and he dives up the inside into turn 3.
So good, clean pass down into the chicane, gets the job done. And now we'll look forward to the Spanish Mercedes as it goes through turn 5. And then sweeps through the long turn 6, which then leads on to the beginning of the Mistral Straight. So Baptista making up for what was a spin 1 lap ago. He's got the momentum coming off turn 7, but the straight down to the entry into the chicane may not be long enough. Defence from Spain going to the middle of the racetrack to force the Brazil entry to take the long way around.
Australia's Porsche into the pits. Bruno Baptista for Brazil at 1 place. Goes through on the inside into the top 10 now. So this has been a good recovery lap for him after that spin. We know, though, that Baptista has always had good speed, good pace. So Brazil working forward. And as he comes back onto the Mistral Straight, so Baptista, as I say, Brazil into the top 10. Let's try and piece it all together, John, from the start with the Brazilian view here.
Yeah, this is on the run down into the chicane, a bit congested there. Sam Neary on the left of the screen, you see there's a slight contact, so he has to take the inside of the curbing. Didn't really make up any ground then. The Ferrari's sort of stacked up behind the Brazil entry, tags the car, and around it goes.
And this, another view as the cars dive down. This was the tag, and around went the Brazilian Mercedes. That was from Lithuania's perspective. Now, the Australia Porsche still in the pits, and therefore he's about to drop a lap as the leader goes by. France 9/10 of a second up the road, but Fabian Schiller has actually just done a quicker lap time. Karol Basch third, there he is for Poland, and then Yannick Mettler in the Swiss entry, fourth. Chinese Taipei fifth, Ukraine sixth. There, look, is Ivan Peklin in the Aston Martin. The car run by the German Pro Sport GmbH team, but for Ukraine, Ivan Peklin going nicely here.
Went very well last evening and doing equally well as here this morning. In third place, looking now at the Polish Audi entry. There is the Porsche in the garage. Looks like it's all over. Yeah. Sadly for the Australian Porsche entry, maybe more damage than we saw with that rear tyre being cut down. Always a problem when a bit of rubber's flailing around under the rear guard. So you've got piping and cooling coming from the front of the car to the back of the car. Maybe something there has been additional damage.
Well, hopefully they can get the car back out by way of a test for the main race, on which the medals will be awarded later on in the day. The top three covered by 1.8 seconds at the start of this third lap. France, Germany, Poland. It is Mercedes, Mercedes, Audi. And you could argue this is very much a Mercedes circuit with all of the grunt that those cars have. It's Mercedes 4, it's Ferrari 5, it's Aston Martin 6, and Sam Leary's still 7th for the UK, which again surprises me. I really did think that he would have been fighting his way up the order.
Well, he got shuffled a little bit in the opening stage into the chicane. But again, he's behind that Ukrainian Aston Martin, which is a car which was quick last night in the hands of Petkin. So where's he going to find a way around? They've got very similar performances. Oh, watch that coming out of scene. That was always a little bit of interest to see whether Gonzalez Martin de André in the 19 Spain entry and being pursued by the Audi in 12th position.
Yeah, Jonas Gelzinis for Lithuania, somebody that was rapid a good few seasons ago in Porsche racing in the UK. He's also been a regular in the 24-hour series of late, so an experienced GT driver. The team manager of number 25, Hong Kong China, is being sent to the race director. So something has happened for Marchi Lee. There was an incident between Hong Kong, China and Brazil. So I was suggesting it was Lithuania, but it looks like Hong Kong, China was judged to have been the guilty party. And so to answer for the sins, the team manager of Hong Kong, China has to go to the race director straight away.
Well, there is our race leader. The gap still, well, there's 1.2 seconds when they came across the line. Looks marginally less than that down at the far end of the racetrack now. Karol Basch more or less in clear air. He's got nobody directly behind him. And he's just hanging on more or less, but he is actually 1.5 seconds behind the second place German entry Mercedes, and now 2.7 seconds behind the race leader, who entering into the chicane. So the first three cars covered by 2.7 seconds.
Karol Basch then turns his way through, running in third place for Poland right now, and his last lap was a 2 minutes 3.886. If anything, that lead gap is coming down, isn't it? Because Fabian Schiller now knows that his co-driver is quicker than Simon Gachet, so as long as he can stay on the tail, doesn't even need to get through. But in the second stint, his co-driver can perhaps play more of a part than can Team France's Eric Devard.
Yes, I think that will be part of the strategy. Of course, the whole strategy will be contingent on at the point at which they bring their respective cars in, and I suspect because these are the more experienced or maybe semi-pro or pro drivers, that they will stay out to the maximum driving time, which is up to, in this case, should be doing 33 minutes. I think that would be the maximum you could risk running, and then they'll hand over to their second driver. But between Germany, with Valentin Pierberg taking over, and Eric Debar, I think sort of the balance would go more towards Pierberg in terms of ability and speed.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. Certainly Pierberg yesterday was able to build quite a good gap. Now, I'll grant you that while he was doing that, there was a battle going on behind him. There's a battle here as well. Switzerland versus Chinese Taipei as they go through together with 0.3 of a second between them. Evan Chen for Chinese Taipei pulls that, has a look, pulls back in again. Great to see two differing brands here, so evenly matched. The Mercedes versus the Ferrari, very different ways of, if you like, cracking the GT3 nut.
Yeah, very much indeed. One's mid-engine front, one's mid-engine rear. A bit of a battle coming as we come down into, and this is for 12th and 11th position, so that's been a change. So the Audi has taken over that battle, and so that was up into the first and second turns.
What about Puerto Rico versus Brazil as well? This now is for 9th place. Victor Gomez ahead of Bruno Baptista. So Baptista penalised after qualifying for an infringement under a red flag, and then having had a spin. So the Brazilian driver trying to fight back. The 2014 Formula 4 South American champion, Porsche champion. He's raced single-seaters in Europe as well. So Bruno Baptista, experienced driver, and I don't think it's going to be long before he gets himself, for Brazil, past Puerto Rico.
Well, the Ferrari has got good straight-line performance. We were saying that battle that's taking place for 4th and 5th place with Chen in the number 68. That's the Chinese Taipei entry. So Ferrari has got good pace. We know that from other events that we've broadcast on here at Paul Ricard. They're a very, very effective car around the Paul Ricard circuit.
There is the Ferrari then. Evan Chen turns out of Le Beausset. So Switzerland versus Chinese Taipei. Now, yesterday, Switzerland was 7th in the first qualifying race, Chinese Taipei 11th. So they're running further up the order right now than they were yesterday. And still, by the way, Australia in the pits. So the damage sustained on that first lap, clearly a bit more serious than just a puncture.
Yeah, but one might suggest that the reason for that is because the drivers driving here now are the ones that are the more, let's say, experienced or professional of drivers. So comparing that with the grid that we had for last evening's race, they were the less experienced. So its ships are sort of...
So there over the line go the leaders, 9/10 of a second between them. Karel Bash dropping away a little bit now, isn't he? Because he's lost about a second on that last lap. I just wonder whether he might be being caught by Yannick Mettler for Switzerland. The answer right now is no. But Mettler doing his level best to shake off Chinese Taipei's Evan Chen. Ukraine 6th, Ivan Peklin still running nicely. Sam Neary for Team United Kingdom is 7th. Marchi Lee for Hong Kong, China is 8th. Victor Gomez for Puerto Rico 9th. And Bruno Baptista for Brazil is 10th. So we have there the Chinese Taipei Ferrari closing right up. Evan Chen has certainly not settled for 5th place.
No, and I think Evan Chen, if he can get clear of the 54 Mercedes, the Swiss entry, he could make progress. But of course, that's the usual story. We know how closely these cars are matched. The balance of performance virtually eliminates any advantage one manufacturer will have over another one. And where's he going to find a place? He's not close enough to think about a move into the chicane. He certainly closed up down at the far end of the racetrack, but that's fairly normal in any events that we ever would see here at Paul Ricard. In the back end of the Ferrari immediately snaps sideways as he turns right. That's, well, a Brazilian problem.
Big problem, because that car has suddenly slowed right down, and Bruno Baptista in second gear limps up the Mistral. He's going to be lucky to get that back to the pits, I would have thought. So it sounds mechanical more than a tyre, doesn't it?
It certainly doesn't sound very healthy mechanically. Now, there's a lot of lash in a gearbox when you hear clunking and crashing its way back, but he's coming back virtually in limp home mode. Whatever the issue is, again, for Brazil, disappointment. That's going to see their car back into the pits, but more importantly, back into the garage to effect whatever repairs they will need. And in reality, as we saw with Australia on the opening lap when the Grove Porsche got contact, a puncture, that car's not returned to the circuit.
Leaders go by. France from Germany then, and the margin is just over a second between the two of them. Third, as they go over the timing line, Poland, Fabian Schiller for Germany, the fastest man on track. But I still think, yes, he wants to win the race, but he doesn't have to be leading at the end of his stint, because his co-driver quicker than Simon Gachet's co-driver for France on the evidence of yesterday. Hong Kong, China being given a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. So Marchi Lee 8th, but he will fall down the order, a legacy of that penalty. Leaders go through, they're heading towards the Mistral straight once again here.
Yes, 1.5 seconds the gap when they came across start-finish line. And whether Fabian Schiller, well, he's going to give Simon Gachet a bit of a hurry up. Suddenly the headlamp flashers becoming active on the second place Team Germany entry. Fabian Schiller, sector times fastest in sector 1. So he has closed the gap fractionally to the Team France entry. So there is the Brazilian Mercedes making its way into the pit lane and into the garage, I suspect.
I think you're right. And so the car limps its way at pit in. Number 44, the Acudis ASP team entry. Well, we don't often see Acudis ASP team cars with mechanical maladies, but it struck today as Bruno Baptista limps down the pit road. Now, the good news is that, all right, they might be starting further back on the grid for the main race, but it doesn't massively affect your chances of a good result in the main race later on. It's a clutch problem, Gemma tells us from the pit lane. She's been to ask the team, and so a clutch drama is what we're hearing for Brazil.
I don't know what kind of clutch problem it will be, because all the gear changes are done on the steering wheel, so it's a system which is pretty much standard across all the GT brands. The old-fashioned gear shifter, which of course is what a GT car should be all about, but modern technology has now got automatic shifts on the paddle on the steering wheel, and seamless shifts they are too. There's the third place, Polish Audi, and dropping further back. Karel Vats was 4 and a bit seconds, now 6.4 seconds behind the second place Team France Mercedes. There is the second, the leading, sorry, France, the second place Team Germany Mercedes.
So the margin between them was down to 0.4 of a second that time. Fabian Schiller doing 2 absolute bests in sectors. This is game on. We are 10 minutes away from the pit window opening, but you can anticipate the quicker drivers here to stay out for longer for their nations. But Fabian Schiller certainly now, he's giving Simon Gachet a very tough time indeed.
Well, he was giving him a lap ago, a bit of a hurry up on the headlamp flasher coming there. Again, he's at it, look. He can't stop it, can he? He just has to flash those lights.
But right now, there's no suggestion that Simon Gachet is going to crack under the pressure. But what he can't do is get away. He needs to build a big lead for Eric Debar as they come now into the chicane and turning their way through the left, the right, the left, then back onto the Mistral. And that is the sorry sight of Brazil in the garage.
Yeah, it's not surprising if you do have a clutch problem. It's not something you're going to be able to fix on the pit lane, so it's got to be pushed into the garage and let the team get at it and rectify the problem. But look, Fabian Schiller, I think, has decided he wants to make a move, and look, a battle going on further through the field. That's for 4th place with Switzerland and Chinese Taipei. And further back, you've got Ukraine. And Sam Neri's not been able to make any progress, really, since the lights went out.
And Sam Neri's team manager has to go to the stewards immediately. So Sam Neri is being looked at for something. As you see there, the fight going on still for Switzerland and Chinese Taipei for 4th place. Yannick Mettler just fending off Evan Chen, who has got the pace to live with the Mercedes, but he just can't quite find a way through.
No, and he's had a little couple of places, runs very wide. I don't know whether that was... I don't know why he did that, but just simply like a lack of concentration, but nothing that is obvious that would have caused him to run wide. And other than running so close to the car ahead of you, maybe you do want to drop back a bit of clear air. But here's the battle beginning to be engaged with the lead 2 Mercedes-AMG GT3s. France leading Germany. Gap across the start-finish line, half a second.
And as I say, these drivers, the quicker of the 2 in the cars, so they are going to stay out for as long as they can. And Fabian Schiller hustling on, comes down through the chicane, down towards the Virage du Camp. Simon Gachet, the race leader for France. Fabian Schiller for Germany. Cars are the same, but the Acadis ASP team entry ahead of the SPS Automotive Performance car, that in the hands of Fabian Schiller, and that's Eric Debar for France, watching on.
Well, he's not too stressed. I would have thought Eric might have been getting himself prepared while the pit stop window is yet to be opened. I mean, I would always want to be ready in case, for some unknown reason, Simon Gachet decides it's time for me to come in, hand over to my teammate. That ought to be an instruction from the team to tell the co-driver, be prepared, always be prepared. Just like the highway code, always be prepared.
Sam Neri, I understand, for the UK is being looked at for that moment on the first lap where we saw him running off the road, but there's a suspicion that he gained a place by going off the racetrack, and that is what's being looked at. This is the lead battle as the cars come out of Le Beausset. We mentioned earlier on that Marchi Li for Hong Kong China had been given a penalty. Let's try and piece all this together. So this is Marchi Li's view. That's Bruno Baptista for Brazil ahead. This is down at the Virage du Camp. So the Honda of Hong Kong China gets up the inside. There's the contact, but turns around the Mercedes. And then have a look at the Porsche, because Brenton Grove goes around the outside, and there's a bit of a biff and another biff between him and another car. That's where the puncture came from.
So that was a contact. The right rear of the Porsche got cut down. So here we are on to lap 9. As still the situation, status quo unchanged. France leads Germany, the gap fractionally up, but really it's academic, because when you're within that half-second window, there's not much difference between 0.6 and 4.499 of a second. And yet again, seeing the pace of Fabian Schiller, he's able to catch, but he can't do much about finding a way around.
What those replays also showed us was the contact that did for the suspension on Brenton Grove's Porsche. So we'd seen the puncture, but those two biffs that came from the Puerto Rico Ferrari of Victor Gomez was explaining why the car is in its garage. Still, the El Bamba Motorsport ran entry. Right, that is Marchi Lee with this Damoclesian penalty to worry about. And this is the fight for 4th and 5th, Switzerland versus Chinese Taipei. Evan Chen is absolutely determined to be ahead by the pit stops.
Yeah, and he was slightly closer coming through turn 6 through 7, runs a little bit wider than necessary, but he's got a bit of a momentum built up. Whether he can do anything again down in... the Mercedes is going defensive, realizing that Ferrari is closer, forcing the Ferrari to go the long way. Now dive up the inside. A good dummy by the Ferrari. Well done. Well done, Chinese Taipei.
Chinese Taipei's Evan Chen goes ahead of Switzerland's Yannick Mettler, and he's worked hard for that. Like 20 minutes he's been working to try and put that move together. Now we'll see whether Chinese Taipei can get away. Evan Chen accelerates 4th up towards Senior, and look at the background. You've got Ukraine versus United Kingdom.
And Sam Neri is suddenly finding pace. He's going to put a bit of heat on pressure onto the Ukrainian entry, the Aston Martin. So pit stop window will open in about 3.5 minutes, but I think all these drivers are, no. Well.
Ukraine goes wide, Pecklin loses time, Sam Neri for the UK right with him.
Yeah, but Neri was unable to take any advantage of that. The Aston just about got back on track ahead of the United Kingdom entry, but Sam Neri will think, well, maybe is that my pressure causing those little errors to creep in?
Through they come together, nose to tail, and the pressure is now telling on Ivan Pecklin. That car looking just a little bit ragged as it came into Virage du Pont there.
Yeah, maybe the car's just beginning to give up a little bit of grip, but out of the final turn on to start-finish straight performance, moving forward. So Sam Neri not able to do anything about the speed in the straight line of the Aston Martin. It's going to be in the turns where he will gain. Look how much he's closed down under braking and then going through turns 1 and 2 then. Through this gentle curve to the left down into a fairly big braking zone before you go right left through the chicane. So Sam Neri has closed the gap, which was opening up on pit straight almost into the back of the Aston Martin. Swings to the left to make the undercut on the exit through 5. No opportunity. Be patient here through 6. Just position yourself to move when you come through this second part of turn 6. Then the cut it back through turn 7. If you can carry extra speed, which Sam Neri I think ought to have been able to have done. Now under braking up into the chicane on the straight. Again, look at the speed the Aston has got. It's able to pull away all the time and really frustrate Sam Neri in the United Kingdom entry.
But Pecklin made a mistake a lap ago. He might make another one, especially with Neri breathing down his neck. Neither of them exactly circuit experts, so they're both learning and learning fast.
Yeah, the Aston has not got the grip. It's got straight line performance there. We see the Ukrainian flag and proudly being displayed by Ukrainian fans around the racetrack. So now he gains on the straight, but he loses. Here 1 lap ago ran way wide at Le Bousset, got the car out onto the dirty stuff. This time, better position. Sam Neri not able to move up the inside to try and get alongside. So he's got to be patient.
Nose to tail they run. Sam Neri trying to find a gap. He knows also that the pit window opens in about 2 minutes' time. Now, does he bail because he's a bit stuck in traffic and put Ian Loggy into the car? Ian Loggy knows the Evo version better than Sam does. Sam way up the curb there, so that shortens the run into Virage du Pont. But Ivan Pecklin looking as though he's calmed down now. That car pulls away coming out of the corner as well, the Aston Martin of Ukraine.
Yeah, whatever way the Aston is working, it's certainly got good performance in a straight line, and that's a big frustration for the United Kingdom entry. There's nothing Sam Neri has been able to do. He can close all around the racetrack under braking through the corners, the 15 turns here, Paul Ricard. But as soon as the Aston Martin gets on the straight, it's up and gone.
So they dive now down towards the chicane, heading towards the Virage du Camp. Go right, go left. Sam Neri, remember, being looked at for going off the road and gaining an advantage on the opening lap of the race. He sort of got spat out of the pack, but it is being looked at by the officials.
I think it's force majeure. From the images we have seen, I can't think there was any malice involved in what Sam Neri was doing.
Now, this is the lead battle, and you can see now just how far back the Polish Audi has fallen. Look at Karol Basz. Considering that that car was absolutely with the race leaders on the first lap, he is now the best part of 10 seconds adrift. I just wonder whether he's got a problem, because the lap times are nearly a second a lap slower than the leaders now.
Well, whatever the reasons are, different to what we saw last evening when that Audi was being driven really, really hard and was making progress all the way. Here's the battle we were looking at just a moment ago, the battle for sixth position, with the Ukrainian Aston Martin in sixth and the United Kingdom Mercedes AMG GT3 in seventh position. Sam Neri can close all around the racetrack where you get the twiddly turny bits, but when it comes to the straight line bits, and there we see already Valentin Pierberg getting himself prepared to take over. I suspect that Fabian Schiller may be the earlier of the two stoppers, because I think Simon Gachet will want to stay out and use the advantage of having the lead before he hands over to Eric Debar, his co-driver.
We're getting track limit penalties of 5 seconds for Lithuania,
up the inside,
Hong Kong, China, and a change as Sam Neri has done it. He's gone by on the inside line. So Sam Neri for UK goes sixth, goes through. Now, can he get away? I think he's one that has escaped penalties thus far for track limit offences, at least, but others are going to be affected when the cars make their pit stops, and that won't be far away because the window is now open.
So Sam Neri has finally made it through into sixth position, and now that he's cleared the Aston Martin, he ought to be able to move away from it. He shouldn't really be being challenged, but he's got a further 7.2 seconds before he can even find a way to catch up to the Swiss entry Mercedes AMG GT3 of Mettler in fifth position. There is our race leader into the chicane on the 13th lap, and the gap between first and second is stretched by a tenth of a second up to 3/4 of a second. It's all, I think, somewhat academic. It's going to be more about what Akota's ASP can do with their pit stop entries. The Spanish entry makes an early pit stop, and the fact that pit lane is only open by just over a minute.
But yesterday we did see for Spain Fernando Navarrete be faster than Gonzalo de Andres, so it makes sense to get the quicker driver in, maximise his time. But Spain, in a sense, is the nation doing this in reverse, because pretty much every other country has got the faster driver in now for this stint. Fernando Navarrete then jumps in to the Spanish car, and so Motorsport Team Spain getting him ready to go. The gap stretching a little bit between the race leaders, neither of whom are coming in this time, of course.
Yes, no, they're not. The gap looks to be bigger than the 3/4 of a second it was when they came across the line at the beginning of the lap they're about to complete. And there is third place Audi, Karol Basz, but he's dropped 10 seconds behind second place and 11 seconds behind the race leader. So he will continue on. So the front 6-8 cars probably going to hang it out until the pit lane window open or closes in about another 7 or 8 minutes.
So Eric Debar getting ready to go, as Simon Gachet it is that leads by 1 second for France. Fabian Schiller there in second place. He's been a bit elasticated in his efforts to close on the leader, hasn't he? He's caught, he's dropped back, he's caught, he's dropped back. Never been able to make a move. It's going to be a really interesting second stint. And with Karol Basz falling away, that's going to put the pressure onto his co-driver Marcin Jedlinski, who will take over the Polish entry. Evan and Max Chen fourth for Chinese Taipei. I wonder what progress Ian Logie might be able to make for United Kingdom. He's about half a minute back, though, in sixth place.
It'll be a big task for Ian Logie to make significant progress. The car that they're going to be really battling with will be the 54 Swiss entry, possibly Chinese Taipei. It just depends at which point they make the pit stops and just which of the co-drivers that will take over will be the best equipped to make progress.
So here are the two leading Mercedes making the run into senior. So Spain, Hong Kong, China and Lithuania, all with 5-second time penalties for track limit abuses. To the eye, that lead gap is stretching, but I still think Fabian Schiller and Germany in the box seat, given the pace that we saw from Valentin Pierberg yesterday. Simon Gachet then hustles on, races with Eric Debar in GT4 Mercedes, the French drivers, but now the pair of them teaming up in GT3 machinery.
I suspect that this race outcome will be determined not so much by these drivers or their co-drivers. It'll be which of the two Mercedes teams. You've got Akota's ASP and then you've got the SPS Automotive Product. Which of those two teams? And yesterday it was the German entry which was the quicker in the pit lane over the French entry. So right now, France is leading. Germany's in second place. That's going to be, to me, the determining outcome of who will win this race.
Well, there for Puerto Rico is Victor Gomez and Ivan Peklin, having lost out to United Kingdom. That Ukraine entry falling back into the clutches of Puerto Rico now, keeping an eye to see if anybody goes the other side of that white blend line to pit in. And as the cars come up towards the line, Yannick Mettler, Switzerland, being caught by Sam Neary for United Kingdom. So now that he's cleared Ukraine, Sam Neary in a big, big hurry. But of course, that stint has probably only got another 5 minutes, if that, left in it. Peklin for Ukraine, Gomez for Puerto Rico. Go across the line together. 14 laps now in the book, and half the race remains.
So we're just literally coming up to midway in the race. As the Puerto Rican Ferrari again, it's at that very abrupt sort of sudden snap at the rear, but not really delaying the performance of Gomez Donato, the fourth. Yes, a race battle. Gap was a second when they came across start-finish line, and it's, I suspect, not much different as they come on to the second half of the Mistral Straight.
Now, what's going on with the Polish Audi third? Because Karol Basz, a best lap time today, slower than he was doing yesterday, and he was very quick yesterday, and that car is now 13 seconds off the lead, having been right there at the start.
All I can think is that because ambient track, but particularly track temperatures, are way down on what we had Friday evening, that he's not getting the best performance out of the Audi package with the Pirelli tyre. That's the only obvious reason. The driver hasn't suddenly lost time. There's only something that only things he can do with the equipment he's got in the conditions we're running in. And the only thing that is different to me is the track temperature is down as the German entry dives into the pit lane. And this is going to be crunch time for Germany.
It is. So down the pit lane from second place comes Germany. Fabian Schiller will give way to Valentin Pierberg as the car heads now down towards its pit box. There is Valentin Pierberg. Of course, he's got the advantage of racing a GT3 Mercedes AMG regularly over a season, whereas Eric Debard for France does not. He races the GT4 version, very different feel to the car. Valentin Pierberg folds himself into the German Mercedes. Fabian Schiller, his co-driver, helps with the belts. The tyre pressures are checked. You don't do tyre changing in this race like you would in a Fanatec GT race, for example. And so now Simon Gachet, without any pressure for a lap, can concentrate purely on his own line, his own efforts, and try just to stretch that margin by another couple of tenths if he can. Heads through Saint-Baume, and Eric Debard is ready to take over this time.
Indeed, it is the right decision by Kudus to bring that car in immediately following the German entry. So now Germany rolling down the pit lane, waiting to see how long their pit stop will have taken. The clock is ticking away, coming up to 55 seconds, and it'll probably be about 1 minute and 6 or 7 seconds. That was the time we saw last evening for Team Germany. So 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 70.1 seconds for that German entry pit stop.
And 69 is the regulation time. So if you're under that, then you find yourself in strife. Simon Gachet then, bound for pit in this time, comes through Le Beausset, fighting for the apex in the second part of the corner. Back onto the power, goes left now, heading through Bendor on towards the Virage de la Tour. Rattles it up the curb. He was here a couple of weeks ago racing in the final races in the French GT Championship for GT4 cars. And does he come into the pits this time? No! Stays out for one more lap. He's cutting this very fine indeed. Given that there's only a couple of minutes left in the window and a flying lap is 2 minutes 3, he should be just in before the window closes, but it's going to be very tight.
I suspect that if you measure the time in, because you're not having to go through the final turn, which is a slow second gear, he's got a reasonably good run in, and because the Team France pit is in the early part of the pit lane, but it's a pit lane demarcation line, so it's a very close call. I mean, this is Akota's ASP are running it right to the very limit of what is available, giving Simon Gachet the maximum amount of time as the Polish Audi makes its way in or makes its way out.
As long as you're in before the window closes, that's fine. You don't have to have done the stop, the actual driver change. Switzerland, Dexter Müller taking over. That's Sam Neary then, giving way now to Ian Logie. Ukraine in as well, so to Puerto Rico. And Sam Neary straps in Ian Loggy. The Ram Racing mechanics at Sky Tempesta Racing make sure that all is well with the car and the tyre pressure is ready for that to go blasting back into the fray.
It's not just the seat belts have got to be attached, there's also radio connections, and sometimes drivers have got air hoses, sometimes they've got a drinks bottle. I don't think you need a drinks bottle at this time of year and this ambient temperature, but nevertheless, the few additional, so the...
Right, that's Ian Loggy for the United Kingdom away. You've got Marcin Jadlinski there for Poland blasting back into the race. Now, as all the pit stops bar one are done, the one that isn't is for the race-leading France Mercedes. Now, Simon Gachet has got to be at pit in over the line before 25.00 on the clock. You're riding with him, so he's got 16 seconds to get himself to the pit entry line. Let's see. Works the car now into the pits. So this is what John was talking about. You cut off a massive chunk of that last corner. There's the line. 6 seconds grace. He's in.
Wow, that's running it very, very finely indeed. But Simon Gachet was up to the task, and he's brought that car in at the latest possible opportunity. So he's got to try and find a way to not lose time to what has been the two quickest pit stops have been identical at time. The Polish entry with the Audi and the German entry with the Mercedes. So both did a 1 minute 10.1 second pit stop, and that is as close as you can get to that 69-second limit.
Absolutely right. So Simon Gachet has given Eric Debar the best possible chance, but this is the nation that they're going to be up against then. So France making its mandatory pit stop, 69 seconds. This is Germany. Valentin Pierberg has taken over that car. They were 70.1 seconds. Now, I would offer you as well that Lithuania is under the pit stop time, 68.6 seconds. They're slightly under, aren't they? So might be a penalty coming for Lithuania. We'll keep an eye to that. There is Germany. There is France. Eric Debar behind the wheel.
It's well, not quite a no-brainer, because you've still got 2 turns for Team Germany to make. As France rolls down the pit lane there, you can see the car. So who's going to come out in front? What time has the France pit stop been? Have they gained? Well, they can't have gained an awful lot, otherwise there might be a penalty. Have they lost time? 10.1, 9.8.
69.8 plays 70.1. So they've gained 3/10 on the pit stops, and they'll also have gained a little bit more by keeping the quicker driver in for 1 extra lap. So Simon Gachet did a longer stint than did Fabian Schiller. So now Eric Debar has got to get himself up into the groove, but Valentin Pierberg will be hunting him down.
But a good job by Kodos ASP to come back. A pit stop yesterday, which was not quite as quick as the one they've just executed, and given Debar the benefit as Valentin Pierberg has now got the task of trying to run down the Team France Mercedes AMG GT3 entry as Pierberg goes on. But you can see the gap. I mean, the gap has been as bigger than it was at any point in reality in the first phase of this race. So a big task for Pierberg. Maybe he can run down the France entry, but again, can he find a way around? 22 minutes of this race remaining. The gap is probably about 4 seconds, or maybe a little over, as they come into the chicane.
And then we'll see what the order is behind and who the risers and fallers are after the pit stops into this second stint. So the AM drivers then behind the wheels. Now there is the margin. You can see Eric Debar with the clock ticking, 4.7. It's coming down in between the sectors. So yes, Pierberg is catching. He's got 22 minutes and change to catch and pass, and that could be the harder bit. And
remember, this is France's outlap, where Pierberg's had the benefit of having his outlap and he's got himself back in. Back in the driving seat, literally, it means that he's done his exploratory lap. Track conditions are different. Everything was different to how he found it last night. Remember, he started this race last night. Eric Debar has just jumped into the race-leading Mercedes, so he's just acclimatizing and using a lot of the racetrack in the process.
He is indeed, and I make the point again that he's not a regular GT3 racer. Valentin Pierberg is. So Eric Debar comes up across the timing line with 21 minutes and change on the clock. Valentin Pierberg is behind him. It's France versus Germany. Same cars, different teams, and the gap between the pair of them now then, with 21.5 minutes to go, is just under 5 seconds, 4.9.
That's actually extended in the favour of France, because there were 4.7 seconds when they came out of the chicane at the end of the middle of the scene, So, in fact, Eric de Baar has done a very good job on that outlap indeed, and Ian Logie likewise.
Yeah, because he's jumped ahead of Chinese Taipei. So the United Kingdom up into 5th at the expense of Chinese Taipei here. This is Ian Logie in the car that he's really comfortable, really familiar with, and all the engineers operating it. He knows them, so very much at home here. And this year's British GT champion goes through now into 5th place. And this is how he did it, John.
Yes, down into Le Bouzet, the Ferrari high up, taking the high line. The Mercedes dives down, hugs the inside line, a bit like racing in an oval. Some drivers stay low and hug that low line. Ian Logie did that and got the benefit and got the position.
Effort being made there by Puerto Rico up against Lithuania. No way through there. So Pio Venetti trying to get himself up past Navickauskas. Couldn't do it. So Navickauskas for Lithuania, keeping at bay, at least for the moment. Francesco Pio Venetti, Audi versus Ferrari. 7th and 8th they run. Lithuania just fending off Puerto Rico at the moment. So Imantas Navickauskas for Lithuania comes here, down towards the Virage du Camp. And for Puerto Rico, Francesco Pio Venetti has fallen away a little bit compared to the pace of Victor Gomez earlier on.
But I do love the graphics on the Puerto Rican Ferrari. I mean, some of the graphics, sort of, you might say, are the bog standard, but that one, it just jumps out of the screen at you.
Yeah. As also, in fairness, as the Hong Kong China livery, whether it's on the GT car or a touring car, as we'll see over the weekend as well. Some great liveries put onto the cars to represent the colours of their nations. There is the Puerto Rican Ferrari, and Francesco Pio Venetti starting to drop away just a touch now with 20 minutes to go. 1/3 of the race remains.
So that's the view looking from Scene down to the end of the Mistral Straight, which is the Ukrainian Aston Martin going through. And there is Puerto Rico running in 9th position. So 9th, 8th, 7th, all within 3 and a bit seconds of one another, but getting on top of the Ukrainian or the Lithuanian Audi is going to be a different task. And coming through the middle of the final section. Is it the screen, or is it everything looking more just maybe the way the light is shining around? It's almost like a haze over the circuit in certain parts.
So the race leading cars accelerate on lap number 20 with the gap down to 4.2 seconds between France and Germany. And so Simon Gachet, having done his stint for Team France, can watch all of this now, but he's a nervous spectator. Let's interrupt him. He's with Gemma Scott in the pit lane.
Simon, you were pushing ever so hard. Of course, you had to get that gap up, and since you've changed over now, the gap's reducing slightly with Eric behind the wheel.
Yeah, true. The car was really good to drive, honestly, since the beginning. We had only new set on the left part compared to Fabian. He had four tire new, so yeah, honestly, it was a good stint. Now we just need to see what Eric can do.
And just a quick word there on that pit stop window. You left that right to the end, right?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. My engineer told me 2 more laps, and I saw on the mirror Fabian box, so I was a bit confused, but let's see.
You got it in by 6 seconds, so it was very well calculated.
Yeah, so congrats for him.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Well, the race officials are having a look at that pit stop. They're also looking at Lithuania's, but we know why that is. It's because it's under the 69 seconds. But I think the officials want to make sure that he was at the pit entry line, not just the timing loop, at the given time.
Oh, nothing goes undiscovered, does it? I mean, no. It's every potential infraction of regulations is going to be investigated. As we see the first and second place Mercedes-AMG GT3s make their way into turns 1 and 2, and the German entry, well, certainly looking at Valentin Peerberg, leaving nothing on the table. The gap's down to 3.3 seconds, so he is on a charge, and he's taken on that last lap. You can see over the last 3 laps, a second on lap 18, 0.7 of a second, lap 19, 0.8 of a second. So he's taken significantly more than half a second, probably 3/4 of a second a lap consistently over those last 3 laps. So Peerberg is on a charge.
He is, but he's not there yet. The gap, as you say, is certainly coming down. Now, what's happening behind? For Poland, Marcin Jedlinski is running third. Then you've got Switzerland fourth, Dexter Muller, who is dropping back. But Ian Loggy is quicker than the two ahead of him. In fact, Ian Loggy is quicker than everybody apart from Valentin Pierberg. So the United Kingdom entry is certainly good for one more place before the very end of the race. Whether it can catch up to Poland, I rather doubt. But Ian Loggy, fifth for UK, should be fourth by the end of the race.
All things being equal, Ian Loggy will catch well before the end of the race, and of course catching a normal story, finding a way around is another deal, but he is certainly running a very quick pace right now, and fourth place will be within his grasp with, what, 15 and a bit minutes of the race remaining.
So Germany using all of the racetrack there. Valentin Pierberg accelerates through. And there is that gap between Switzerland and United Kingdom that's come right down. Ian Loggy quicker, hunting down Switzerland. And the change is on here for fourth place, isn't it?
They took 2.1 seconds out of the Swiss entry on lap 20. That's a massive amount of time. Now, whether that was somebody because he's that much quicker or whether the Swiss entry made a little error and that's where the time lost. But catching coming up into scene, this is the view from on board the United Kingdom entry all the way around. The quickest corner on the racetrack closes even going into Le Bousset. Runs now slightly the higher line, contrasting that when he got past the Ferrari, went down low. The pace of the Swiss entry is going to control what Ian Loggy is capable of doing. And you can catch, we know this is from time immemorial with these GT3 cars, you can catch where you're going to find a way past. Well, the thing that Ian Loggy will want to do is he's brought that momentum to the table and has caught the Swiss entry. He doesn't want to get stalled out and have his pace determined by the Swiss car. Dives up the inside. It's a big, can he get away with it? Was there contact? Well, I think there might have been a very light contact on the right rear for the Swiss entry, but Ian Loggy, the Scottish driver, used all that personality and character, hip and shouldered his way through.
Absolutely. British GT champion Ian Loggy for the UK goes through. Scotsman by birth, Cheshire resident these days, Ian Loggy, and he's gone by then for the United Kingdom up into fourth place. And drama there for Brazil, back on the track, but still in strife.
Well, whereabouts was that? I'm just trying to work out because I think that might have been coming off scene. I think he must have spun on the exit of scene.
And you don't have a small spin there. That's a proper Code Brown moment. Right, so Adalberto Baptista, who is 14 laps down, but they're using this as a test session. He's back in the race. Ian Loggy for UK, storming away from Switzerland now. Dexter Muller behind him, falling back a little bit. And the Le Mans Cup GT3 racer and Pro-Am racer from the International GT Open Championship falling away. But this is how he lost the place to a very robust Ian Loggy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a late move down the inside into Virage Dupont. There you can see the angle now. He cuts from left, launches it down the inside. I don't think the Swiss entry expected to have that overtake. And there was contact. Maybe you'd call that a racing incident. So I don't think there's anything untoward, but certainly Ian Loggy, a man on a mission, dives down the inside. There's the contact. So whether that will be determined to be an overtake that was unfair, I don't know. That's up to the race director and the stewards to determine.
Well, certainly Ian Loggy has got the pace, as we have been saying, because he's gone storming away. There, Eric de Baard still leads. Now, yes, that gap is coming down, but Valentin Pierberg has not got there yet. And again, we come to the balance of performance. It is going to be really interesting to see when Pierberg catches, if at all, how easily he can get past, because the cars are going to run at a very similar pace. Catching in a GT3 car is one thing, overtaking is a completely different kettle of fish.
I remember what Simon Gachet said, there's the Brazil Mercedes in the pit. Simon Gachet said we had 2 new sets of tyres on the left side, whereas the German entry had 4 new tyres. That may ultimately become, with 12 minutes remaining, the determining factor. It may just be that the German Mercedes entry has got that little bit more bite, albeit we're now sort of, 50-odd seconds into this race.
I'll come back to tyres in a moment just to make a point about them. First, let's just catch up with the Brazilian spin. And Alberto Baptista loses it. Well, that set of tyres can go in the bin because they are going to be like 50p coins.
Well, I was going to say a threepenny bit. They'll be flat spotted. There is the car in the pit lane. There's the spare tyre being brought up to the left rear of the car. The left rear would be the tyre that was the one that lost adhesion, so that's the one that's going to suffer most. But I think probably all 4 will be pretty much trash.
Absolutely. Now, just to make the point about tyres, you get 5 sets for the weekend. So it makes sense if you can use half a set in these qualifying races and keep a fresh, full set for the main race where the medals are, because that's the real purpose of the weekend.
Down to the cords. And that tyre is, well, that's a souvenir for somebody. I hope somebody around the racetrack might walk away with that as a souvenir for a weekend here at the FIA World Motorsport Games. I think, what a great weekend I've had. And look at the souvenir I've got.
Can't do much else with it apart from make a coffee table. Leaders over the line. France still leads. Germany second. But you put them on a full, fresh set of tyres in the main race, and it could be a very different story. So now Eric Debard on only 2 new tyres has got to try and work this car very hard indeed. Yesterday, in the race that took us into the darkness, they did 29 laps. They are on lap 24 now, so 29 is your target for Lappery, and the gap is down to 1.4 seconds. Pierberg is, for Germany, nearly up with France for the lead.
And you can see on screen how much is taken out of the car. Lap 23, 0.8 of a second. I mean, when you're leading the race, Eric Debard driving wheel perfectly, doing the maximum he's got with the equipment he has, and all of a sudden the German entry just running you down mercilessly.
But Eric Debard knows how to defend us there. Through goes Spain ahead of Hong Kong, China. So Fernando Navarrete gets ahead of Paul Ip for 10th place, and having secured the position, he's going to be able to accelerate away. Mercedes ahead of Honda, Spain ahead of Hong Kong, China now. Fernando Navarrete was really racy yesterday in the first stint. We're seeing it from him again here in the second stint right now. And this is Paul Ip's view as he starts to fall away. These cars a couple of seconds on the last lap slower than the race leaders, but of course the likes of Paul Ip has done hardly any racing miles around Paul Ricard, whereas the likes of an Eric Debard, Simon Gachet, a Fabian Schiller, a Valentin Pierberg, they've done a whole lot more in their careers.
There's the lead gap, and you can see visually it's down to, well, it was 1.4 seconds coming across the line. It is now under 1 second. And the momentum clearly with Valentin Pierberg. He's decided to get on the old headlamp flasher and give Eric Debard a bit of a hurry up, and well, same old story. Catch
so
where you can catch, but where you're going to overtake.
Yeah, he's nearly with him, isn't he? Now Valentin Pierberg. So France versus Germany. The gap is coming down and down and down and down and down. Pierberg doesn't have to win this race necessarily because the medals come in that main race, but he's a racer. Of course he wants to win. Comes out of the Virage du Pont, now back onto the power. Accelerates on this long drag past the pits. France versus Germany. There is certainly less than a second in it as they break the beam. They now go down towards the first corner with the margin 0.4 of a second. Is this the lap on which Germany makes its bid for race leadership?
Well, Pierberg would like to think it will be. I don't know whereabouts on the racetrack he thinks he's going to find a way past, but coming down into the chicane, he's on the headlamp flasher again, trying to distract Eric Debard. Probably, well, you can see again, 0.1 of a second here, a second on the last lap. That's a bunch of time. Now, almost into the back of the France Mercedes as they come through turn 5 into turn 6. So he is going to be lining up the France entry, not here, but into the chicane. That will be his first significant opportunity to find a way to take the lead of this race. Eric Debard may well go defensive and go more towards the middle of the racetrack to deny that. Oh, what have I said? Did I predict it or did I predict it?
It's like you've been here before. Down they come towards the chicane. France ahead of Germany, closing up a little bit, maybe under braking. Valentin Pierberg applying the pressure all the time. He's got time on his side, and there's a little error out of France. Eric Debard gets down the power and the back wags. Germany on the prowl now. Pierberg lines up to have a go, maybe on the inside at senior. Eric Debard feeling the pressure, and surely he can't resist for 7.5 more minutes.
He will try it into Le Bousset. That's the long right-hand corner, the semi-bank corner. Here he goes. Pass is made on the exit of scene. So clean and easy pass, ultimately, for Valentin Pierberg. I thought he might have been trying to do it into Le Bousset, but he didn't need to bother. The France Mercedes ran wide on the exit of scene, and that was a gift to Valentin Pierberg for the Team Germany entry.
Applause from the team in the pit box. A drive-through penalty for Lithuania for not serving the 5-second time penalty in the pit stop. So it is Aimantis Navikauskas who is being given the penalty as Valentin Pierberg for Germany leads the way. Germany, a nation represented across many of the disciplines and accelerating now, looking for a second on-track win of the weekend ahead of France. Yesterday, the winning margin was 22 seconds. It's going to be a lot less than that. But as they break the beam this time and go through, Eric Debar hustles on in pursuit of Valentin Pierberg. So we're on lap 26 out of a projected 29. Germany looking good for the race win, and Fabian Schiller already in civvies says, well, I've done my work for this race at least. And now we're in the lead.
Well, the decision by SPS Automotive Performance to put 4 new tyres on the Team Germany entry has been justified. If you want to worry about winning or not winning, coming second or winning, that's the reason why. It's basically about the level of grip one of the 2 Mercedes-AMG GT3s had over the other.
And it's going to give them 1 point for race 1, 1 point for race 2, and therefore pole position ahead of France on the front row of the grid. So it sets them up very nicely into that main race, where one would anticipate it will be the AMs that will go first. So it'll be a sort of mirror of yesterday's first qualifying race. You're on board with Eric Debar, having to settle for second place on this lap 26 now up the Mistral Straight. There, still charging along, is Ian Loggy for United Kingdom. Now he's 12.7 seconds back from Marcin Jedlinski. 5.5 minutes remain. He's 3 seconds a lap quicker. He's not going to get there in time, but it's going to be close, isn't it, for third place? He's absolutely on a mission.
I mean, 3 seconds out of that position charge. I mean, where do you find 3 seconds? There is the car. He's trying to catch the 777 Team Poland Audi entry, but 12.7 seconds. Well, 5 minutes remaining. He can maybe, at best, have that gap, but he ain't going to close it down. There is Ian Loggy, who's driven a really, really good stint indeed. There is the third place Polish Audi. On the exit of the chicane, you can just see the United Kingdom Mercedes enter the chicane. So the gap, when they came across the line, 12.7 seconds. He'll get it down to somewhere around 7 or 8 seconds, I suspect, at the point when the checkered flag comes out.
So there is Ian Loggy. Then the car behind is the many laps down Brazil entry of Adalberto Baptista. So
the spinning Brazil entry.
Exactly. It's 16 laps adrift, so he is still circulating. Mileage is important. That's why they need that car on the track for as long as possible. Leaders go through, 1.3 seconds between the pair. And now Ian Loggy chasing Marcin Jedlinski, who did a 2 minutes 10.3 last time. Ian Loggy did a 2 minutes 7.2. And the cars accelerating their way up towards the completion of lap 26. But Ian Loggy for the podium, it's possibly just out of reach, but it won't be too much of a gap, as I say.
Well, it was 12.7 seconds. I suspect it's going to be somewhere maybe into single figures, but certainly around about 10 seconds. The pace that we're seeing Ian Loggy deliver for the United Kingdom entry has been very, very impressive indeed. So comes across start-finish line. Now there it is. And what is the gap? Well, it looks like it's extended us up to 13 seconds. So we were bigging up the performance by Ian Loggy, but didn't deliver on that last lap.
Yeah, that time Marcin Jedlinski responded and was quicker. So he is pulled away. Now, what about the Yevgen Sokolovsky Ukraine entry? That's catching Chinese Taipei for 6th place. This is on, because with 3.5 minutes to go, that gap has come down from 2.9 seconds to 11 tenths. So Ukraine for the top 6. This is on.
With this lap and one more to go, Aston, remember, has got really good straight line performance. So with there are 3 relatively long straights here on this Paul Ricard Grand Prix circuit. The loop that we're using is including the chicane. So if Ukraine can just use the strengths that they've got and try and run the Ferrari down on one of the quicker parts of the racetrack, they've got a realistic chance of gaining another position.
Battle on here, Puerto Rico versus Spain as well. It's all coming together. Late race, isn't it? Puerto Rico's Francesco Piovanetti, Fernando Navarrete for Spain. Absolutely nose to tail. This is for 8th place, so we've got a change imminent for 6th, another one for 8th. They both got up past Armantis Navikalkas of Lithuania, and Spain for another position before the end. Should be possible.
I think it's going to be done maybe on the entry into the chicane. The Puerto Rico Ferrari does not have to wander around the racetrack to defend. This under brakes, whether the Spanish entered Mercedes does what it's got. Just simply had a little bit more bite and grip under braking, and in fact that was an easy overtake. Puerto Rico didn't offer a lot of resistance. They realized the pace at which they were being caught. It was inevitable, and we've got just 2 minutes of this race to go.
Absolutely, it's flown by, hasn't it? So here, with one change we've just seen for 8th place, the 6th place change has not yet happened. So Yevgen Sokolovsky is right there on the back of Evan Chen. So the Chinese Taipei Ferrari has fallen back a little bit in this second stint. The Ukraine Aston Martin hustling on, and Sokolovsky thinks about making a dive up on the inside, but he's not quite able to do it there.
No, it's just a question of, that's a difficult part of the racetrack. If you put yourself up the inside, then you're wrong-footed for the exit of the corner. So here now, get yourself into line, get close to the rear of the Ferrari. Don't dive down the inside unless you've got a gap, and there's a closing gap, and again, the inevitable happens. The Ferrari had no idea that the Ukrainian Aston Martin was down the inside. In fact, it was a clean overtake. Just simply the Puerto Rican Ferrari did not know the Ukrainian Aston Martin was there.
And it's also going to lose another place. Look, Puerto Rico, Chinese Taipei, I should say, because Spain will go through as well. So Spain up to 7th. So Chinese Taipei 8th now. Contact and time lost all going against them. The race leader is on lap 28. We've got less than a minute left in the race. And Chinese Taipei then on the back foot really now as a legacy of the incidents. Here's the replay, John.
Yes, you can see the Aston lines itself up. Then it gets a clean run down the inside. It is fair and square alongside the Ferrari, and just the Ferrari did not know the Aston Martin was there, turned in, and all of a sudden the collision occurred.
Lead gap come down, half a minute to go, one more lap, so we are going to get to my magic number of 29, but Eric de Baard is coming back at Valentin Pierberg here. This isn't done yet, is it?
Looked like it was a done deal about 3 laps ago when the overtake took place. Now Eric de Baard has come back on his last lap. Well, they were within a 1/10 of a second of lap time on that final lap, but Eric de Baard has found momentum. There you can see over the last 3 laps he picked up over 6/10 of a second on lap 27, 3/10 of a second on lap. The last 2 laps, the French entry has been significantly quicker than the lead German entry. Now, I don't know why.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because certainly Eric de Baard now is giving Valentin Pierberg a tough time of it. The two of them run together. But yeah, you would have anticipated on the evidence of yesterday that Valentin would have been able to get away. And maybe on this lap, he is a little bit quicker. He certainly pulled out another 2/10 in the first sector. And that margin stretches again, look, going on to the Mistral.
Difficult sometimes to understand why somebody, a car, lead car or a pursuing car. Look here, Spain closing now on the Ukraine, and this has got the momentum behind the Spanish entry. Again, down to the part of the circuit where the Aston made that overtake one lap ago, and all wandering around all over the racetrack. Watch for the undercut from Spain. They're going to gain the advantage on the acceleration of the final turn onto start-finish straight. But the Aston, we know, has got good straight-line performance, cannot hold the Spanish Mercedes-Benz to bay. It is going to do that. So they're side-by-side, down start-finish straight, and the Aston Martin, no, they've backed out of it and given that position away to Spain.
So Fernando Navarrete goes 6th, Yevgen Sokolovsky down to 7th. It is Spain ahead of Ukraine. We're on the last lap. Here are the leaders heading to the checkered flag. It's been another cracking race, hasn't it, with so much going on. But Germany will prevail once more in the GT Cup. There's the GT Sprint tomorrow, different driver, but the same GT3 principle for GT cars. But right now, with the main race to come this afternoon, it is 2-0 as far as Germany is concerned over France, because Germany will win both qualifying races. Fabian Schiller, Valentin Pierberg for Germany out of the last corner, checkered flag at the ready, and it is 2 wins in the 2 qualifying races for Germany in the FIA Motorsport Games within the GT Cup. Applause at SPS Automotive Performance for Valentin Pierberg and Fabian Schiller. There he is. They win qualifying race 2. France 2nd, Eric de Baard and Simon Gachet, and 3rd is going to be this rather distant Audi, but it's been a good effort by Poland, one better than in Q Race 1. So a 4th and a 3rd for the Polish Audi, with Ian Loggy having fallen away towards the end because the gap was up to 10 seconds again last time. Coming up towards the timing line, there is the Audi. You can see the Mercedes in the background. So Poland 3rd, Marcin Jedlinski and Karol Bash. 4th, Sam Neary and Ian Loggy for United Kingdom. There, coming over the line, is the Mercedes.
Clawed back a little bit of time. It finished 8.1 seconds behind the 3rd place Audi of the Polish team. But what it says to me is what an emphatic domination from the different entrants for the France and Germany, but with the common Mercedes-AMG GT3, those Mercedes just right now, and we can see it even with Spain, the pace they've had.
So there, coming up towards the line, is going to be Spain for 6th. Switzerland 5th, by the way. Dexter Müller has brought the car over the line. Fernando Navarrete in a car that was a lap down yesterday, well in the mix at the end. But when you put the 5-second penalty on for track limit abuses, it drops to 7th. So Yevgen Solokovsky for Ukraine does retake 6th. Navarrete for Spain 7th. Chinese Taipei's Evan and Max Chen 8th, 9th is Puerto Rico, and 10th, Hong Kong, China. Fabian Schiller wins for Germany with Valentin Pierberg, and Fabian Schiller is able to have a word with Gemma Scott, while Valentin Pierberg brings the car in.
Fabian, you can get that first place hat on there. That's another fantastic result and sets up a really nice start for the medal race later on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we had 2 good qualifying races with a win yesterday, a win today, so yeah, all set for this afternoon.
And of course, very proud to be representing your country and on fine form.
Of course, yeah, it's great to represent Germany here. It's a great event, it's huge, and we had great fun so far. Valentin did the work so far, so for me it was pretty easy. Yesterday he did an amazing job, today he did the pass for P1, so yeah, all set for this afternoon, and we are very excited.
Thank you very much, well done again.
Thank you very much.
So 2 wins for Fabian Schiller and for Valentin Pierberg for Germany. That will give them pole position for the main race, and it's the main race that the medals come from later on this afternoon, and that is going to be on track at around about 2 o'clock local time here at Le Castellet. Germany, France, Poland 1, 2, 3, United Kingdom 4. There is the German entry making its way back to the technical area in the pit lane, and the drivers then get themselves set for the main race later on. Germany wins the GT Cup qualifying race 2 from France. The gap having gone right up to 6 seconds on that last lap, with in 3rd place Poland, 4th United Kingdom, and 5th Switzerland. Ukraine 6th ahead of a penalised Spain, 8th Chinese Taipei from Puerto Rico, and then Hong Kong, China 10th. Lithuania 11th, Brazil 12th, many laps down, and Australia only doing really 1 lap to get back into the pit lane after damage on the first lap. Valentin Pierberg and Fabian Schiller, the drivers for Germany. For France, Eric Debar and Simon Gachet, and representing Poland, Marcin Jedlinski and Karol Bash. United Kingdom's 4th, courtesy of Ian Loggy and Sam Neary. Switzerland's Dexter Müller and Yannick Meffler 5th, and there'll be a lot of support for Yevgen Solokovsky and Ivan Peklin, who takes 6th for Ukraine. So the points scored across those 2 races will be added together to give us a grid for the GT Cup main race, and that will be the race from which the medals come later on in the day, and different drivers in cars for the GT Sprint tomorrow, which is another race really well worth looking forward to. But great action up and down the field in GT Cup, and there'll be more of the same in the main race later today.
Well, that was our final qualifying race for GT Cup, and the grid has now been decided. Darren, that just showed how much it means to them.
It does. It was a great race to watch, really fun. Again, we went on yesterday's results. You could see that Germany had a great advantage in yesterday's race, but you knew after the pit stop that France really closed in, and it was like, okay, what's going to happen today? They're on the front row of the grid, and France looked strong. And it was only in that last sort of sector of the race when Pierberg came back for Germany and did a great job to get into the lead and set them up for the main race later on this afternoon. So it's going to be between those 2, but let's see how feisty they get in the main race.
And you did also call it with Poland.
Yeah, again they've had a superb race, coming again in that sort of top 4 or 5 of the result there. So that was superb for those, and the UK team, they came through strong as well. There was a great battle between Neary and who was the gentleman, Peklin, earlier on for the Ukraine team. That was really good before the pit stops, but then Ian Loggy had a superb second stint and managed to bring the car back up there. So you've got like 2 leading groups there. You've got the France and Germany, and then you've got Poland and the UK. So I think between the top 4, it's going to be those guys are on the podium, but let's see how it all plays out.
And unfortunate for Brazil. I mean, we spoke about drifting earlier. They were drifting on that track.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously got into a bit of a argy-bargy in the first part of the race, came in, repaired the car, got the car back out, and then a huge moment for Brazil into scenes. And yeah, I'm sure it's up by where the drifters are going on at the moment. So everyone would have been confused where the smoke was coming. Was it coming from the drifting circuit or was it coming from the GT Cup race? But yeah, down to the canvas. I'm sure they've got another set for the main race. I think everyone would have probably kept one new set for the main race coming up later today.
Yeah, 2 o'clock is when the main race is happening. So if you're a GT Cup fan and it looks like it's going to be a good one, it's 2 o'clock that we will have coverage of that race. Now, we've got touring cars next, haven't we? Obviously, it's a lot shorter race or sessions, but tell us the difference between the two disciplines, between the GTs and touring.
Yeah, so GT, I mean, they're still quite short races for GT racing. You know, it's a 60-minute race when, you know, you can have up to a 24-hour race. But touring cars are always short and sweet and feisty. So that's what we should expect really from today's, well, not the practice session. You know, the guys are going to be trying to dial the cars in, ready for qualifying later on this afternoon. But the best part about touring car racing, you know, you're going to see action, and it's all going to be, you know, pretty aggressive from the word go when they do get into the racing. The big difference, obviously, a GT car, huge horsepower, 500 plus horsepower, generally mid-engine, but there's a couple of front-engine cars out there with the Ferrari, with the Aston Martin, where the touring cars, front-wheel drive, less horsepower, a different type of driving style altogether. But yeah, I'm a big fan of watching touring car racing just because you know you're going to have some excitement on the circuit and some sort of fisticuffs out there.
Well, we know Tom Coronel is racing for Team Netherlands, and I'm sure it was him that used to have Rubbing Is Racing on his car, was it?
Yeah, he had something on the back of there, like, or go hard, go home, go home. But he definitely had something on the back of his car that was Tom sort of saying for the race weekend. But you know, you look at the drivers in touring cars, their skill set of managing a front-wheel drive car is really tricky, dealing with that. And then the proximity of the racing. GT racing is you're thinking about the car, you're thinking about how you're going to get the car to the end. So when you make a move, you generally always have that little bit of consideration about not having the damage. Where the touring car drivers they're full bore. They're going in. They're going to go in hard and make the move. But that said, Paul Ricard is quite unique. That last turn, it's a great place for an overtake.
Right.
But you have to have the understanding from the guy that you're overtaking that they're gonna see you. And because of the way that you come around the penultimate corner through the left, quite easy for the person behind to to feel that the move is obvious. But the person in front is often sort of looking for that final sort of apex and turning in, and you can really surprise them. And we've seen that in the GT racing, where there's been a little bit of contact in that last corner, where the touring car guys, I think they will overtake anywhere and everywhere.
Well, we've got 18 nations in touring car this weekend, and they're getting ready to take part in their free practice 2 session, which will be heading out on the circuit in not too long. So it's going to be a good one to watch, this free practice. They've got qualifying later, but for now it's FP2.
Here at Paul Ricard, we are ready for free practice 2 for the Touring Car Cup at the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games. It's 30 minutes. It doesn't affect the grid. It does give the drivers a chance to get used to the circuit, which for many of them is new. Not everybody, of course. Some have got quite a bit of experience, like Teddy Claret, who's representing France, like Gilles Magnus, who is representing Belgium. Jack Young, although he's a Northern Irishman, he's representing Ireland, and he's been a race winner here in the International Clio Grand Prix Sport race a few years ago, and the likes of Tom Coronel, who seems to know everywhere. There are others, like Chris Smiley, representing United Kingdom, that doesn't know the circuit at all, so this is a step into the unknown for him. The pit lane emptying, and yesterday in free practice 1, it was Gilles Magnus for Belgium, who was the fastest, 2 minutes 13 in his Audi RS3. All of these cars run to the international TCR regulation. And so, unlike, for example, F4, this is a similar concept to what we had in GT3, as in there are different brands available. So you've got the likes of Audi, you've got Cupra, you've got Honda and Peugeot all on this grid. 18 nations represented and a real mix of drivers as well. And this is going to be fascinating, John Watson.
And of course, they're all front-wheel drive. An anathema to me, a racing car I've always felt should have a rear-wheel drive, but the nature of touring cars across the world has all gone in favour. And I know there are some rear-wheel drive touring cars, but the predominance of the formula is all about front-wheel drive touring cars, and they are entertaining.
Oh, absolutely. And
with a capital E.
Indeed. And this, I think, is going to be absolutely the same when we get to racing. We've got free practice 2, we've got qualifying to get through first of all, but it gives us a chance to see some of the different drivers representing their nations. You're looking at Norway's Didrik Esbjerg here. He's 10th in this year's Scandinavian TCR Championship. His father, Kim Esbjerg, former Scandinavian Touring Car Championship independent winner, and he has been a junior class winner within the Scandinavian Championship this season past. We'll have a look at lap times in due course, but as I say, for a number of the drivers, there's quite a bit of track learning to go on here.
Well, we had a free practice session here yesterday, and it was Gilles Magnussen, the Belgium entered Audi, who was quickest in a 2 minutes 13.1, followed by the Republic of Ireland entry. Is it Jack Young? It is Jack Young. And in his Honda Civic KR7. The titles for these cars just longer and longer. There's the Audi hop, skipping and jumping over curbing. And
that's Sweden's Andreas Backman off the road.
Yeah, just backed out of it as a consequence.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure what he was doing there, but the Audi RS3 off the road. Let's have a look. Massive
really locked up the front wheels. Easily done on a front-wheel drive touring car. I've done it when I was having a drive in a Nissan Primera back in the good old days of BTCC.
Yeah, now we ought to make this point, because although you might perceive Watty as a Grand Prix hero, as a GT broadcaster, he is of course a former voice of the British Touring Car Championship. So John, for this we are entirely in your hands.
I leave it to you, David. You're the incumbent these days, and even though you haven't got your sidekick there to keep you on the straight and narrow, I will bow to your greater touring car, or saloon car I would call it, knowledge.
Yes, because if you go back into the mist of time, it was the British Saloon Car Championship. Touring Car was a title that gained traction in Europe and was then brought into the British scene. But TCR, Touring Car Racing, has been an absolutely phenomenal success all around the globe. There are championships these days that have bought into Marcello Lotti's concept of the regulations. And there, going a little bit wide, is Teddy Clairet. Now, this is the man that is potentially going to go fastest. Teddy Clairet yesterday, however, was only 7th in the times, but the Frenchman in the Peugeot knows his way around here very, very well. He was racing here a couple of weeks ago. TCR integrated into the French Tourism Championship, not exclusively, but it is within that championship. There is a class for those cars.
And Peugeot as a brand has always been an excellent touring car product. And Clairet, as we see, fastest sector 1, personal best sector 2, waiting to see what we're going to get in terms of a fast lap, a 2:14.6, which is about half a second away from the best that we saw last evening from Gilles Magnussen, the Team Belgium Audi entry. There's gap between, well, Gilles Magnussen has actually gone second quickest, just 0.3 of a second behind. Magnus has gone quickest. The time you're scoring, I think the Clairet's time has been deleted because it is now Magnus who's been accredited. But look at this, 3 purples. Oh dear me! And that's going to see a big, big gain. So 26, and that is the Spanish entry. I can't even put Gomez just a cup in a Cupra Leon. So that's significant. 2:13.5, getting very close indeed to those times we saw from Friday afternoon.
Right, there is 62 Jack Young, and this is Tom Coronel, who in a sense ought to be the favourite here, but as we discussed at Vallelunga back in 2019 at the FIA Motorsport Games, he didn't really deliver then because all these young guns came along and took a pop at him.
Well, he's my generation, sort of, but he's evergreen, he's effervescent, he He just is an enthusiast. And I don't know what it is about Dutch racing drivers, but they're just such an ebullient race of enthusiasts and an enthusiasm for their motorsport. Even Jan Lammers still thinks he's a racing driver.
Well, indeed. Tom and his brother Tim, both racers. Their father was a racer, and I know I bored you with this story in the past, but we'll get it out of the way now. They are Tim Alpha and Tom Romeo Coronel, because Dad was a big Alfa Romeo enthusiast, and he named the sons accordingly.
I think that just sums up my comment. It's almost like a friend and a contemporary of ours who named one of his sons Enzo, and I think the other one might have been Emerson, I'm not sure. Yeah. And when you know their surname, you'd think those poor kids must have been beaten up at school, something rotten.
I know who you mean. You're looking here at Isidro Callejas, the 18-year-old Spaniard. He is the TCR Spain Championship leader right now, and he's going to go up to the top of the times, I would offer you, at the end of this lap, because Callejas here has done an absolute best and a personal best, and so as he comes down towards the Virage du Pont, let's see what he can offer out of this. A 2:14 from Gilles Magnus is currently the best. A 2:13.1 in FP1 yesterday, the absolute best. And Callejas Gomez then, Isidro Callejas up towards the timing line. He'll break the beam on a 2:13.502, goes fastest.
Yes, and that time hopefully he will stand. The previous lap he did, I think, had been deleted. We didn't get a notification of that, but I think it had been deleted. So the Spanish entry is quickest of all right now, and an appropriate Spanish car. Well, it's a VW ID brand, but it's a Cupra Leon Competizione TCR. Cracking little car. I used to rent those when I was going over to Ireland fishing. Oh, right. They're the best little hot rod you could ever have for Irish roads.
Now, Tom Coronel has arrived in the pit lane to have a conversation with the team, so that'll be a long stop, the loquacious Dutchman. And the car returned to the ComTU Racing mechanics, and a new set of the Pirelli tyres getting ready to go. Pirelli is a tyre not always used in TCR, so for many of them they're learning about a new rubber compound here.
You might think that's not a big issue, but in fact the construction and the philosophy of one tyre brand or another can affect your car's setup, handling, pretty significantly. So
a very experienced driver, of course, Tom Coronel, from single-seaters to touring cars, GT cars on the way. Go back to the early 1990s. He was the Dutch Citroën AX Cup champion. He went out to win the Japanese Formula 3 championship. He won the F3 Masters at Zandvoort, Formula Nippon. You name it, he's been there, he's done it. Rafa Reis for Brazil sets off down the pit lane with his Cupra.
The Swedish entry, Backman, in that Audi again, Jan Andreas Wilhelm Backman. So they're within 0.6 of a second of the time set by the Spanish entry. So not too many purples appearing in our timing and scoring in any of the sectors as we are speaking. So they've all gone out and done a run. Coming in, we've got 20 minutes of the session remaining. There's one of the snappers around the circuit, looking appropriate with us. Where are the corks? Should be some corks hanging from that hat.
Talk about liveries at this event. This is the Team Hong Kong China entry. How about this for a colourful car for Andy Yan, who is the TCR Asia champion from 2016, one of the leading lights in touring car racing in that part of the world. And this, again, just illustrates how much effort the nations have made on the colour schemes.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just a visual treat.
Yeah. This car with a bit of help from KCMG, and on track. Big, bold move being made there by the Latvian entry, Valters Svideris.
Yes, another Audi. Audi's been very strong all through this TCR Championship. Again, as you would imagine, a turnkey product from the factory, I think based in Ingolstadt in Germany. But I have always been a big fan of the Peugeot, the various 308s and 307s, and all the way back to the 205s. But certainly, I mean, these cars are virtually identical, although they're different manufacturers, and they are a restricted, I think, is a maximum budget for per car is 150,000. Is it euros, sterling, or whichever?
Euros, yeah. And they're all built to a set of regulations.
Yeah.
So yes, the manufacturers, as you say, whether it's Volkswagen, Honda, Audi, Peugeot, Cupra, you name it, they can create a car to TCR regulations. But those regulations, a bit like F4, are carefully constructed to try and prevent costs running away with themselves. And the manufacturers build the cars, the teams then run them, a bit like in GT3. That's Didrik Esbjerg that we saw earlier on in the Norway entry. We've still got 4 or 5 people yet to do a lap time, one of whom is the UK's Chris Smiley, this year's TCR UK champion, race winner in the British Touring Car Championship in the past, Chris Smiley, but he has yet to do a lap time in the Bert Taylor Restart Racing Run Honda. Right, Valter Zviedris, in the meantime, heads towards the completion of a lap, but he's down in the sectors this time around. The 2021-2022 Baltic TCR champion, there he is. So again, decorated driver, knows what he's doing in one of these cars.
Yeah, and another colourful livery on the side of the Latvian entry as we come down. Start, finish straight. And I mean, these cars, spoke to Chris Smiley yesterday. I said, what speed are you doing down the straight? I said, 100 mile an hour. He looked at me a bit askance and said, no, 110.
Oh, okay.
I think that they're doing about, in kilometres, about 240 kilometres out of turn 7 down to the first chicane. So
quick enough.
370 odd horsepower from a 2-litre aspirated engine, pretty impressive.
As I was talking to Chris the other night, and I said, how many laps, if any, have you ever done around here? None. No, he said, never raced here, never been here, nothing. But he said, I've done about 1 million laps on the sim, so we'll see whether that stands him in good stead. That is Gilles Magnus. Now, he was the silver medal winner in the Vallelunga Games. For that edition, it was points scored across races for the medals. This year, it's just the main race that gives you the medals, rather than it being slightly more confusing. So he was the winner of race 2, but only the silver medalist on the points scored. But he wants to be the gold medalist for Belgium this weekend.
Well, he's done a good job in the middle sector, as he's up by 0.3 of a second. So that should see Magnus leap up from 4th position, assuming he gets a clean run through this final sector, which looks like he's going to achieve. He's got no traffic to interfere, and under braking, normally the inside rear wheel, you see it just puffing a little bit of smoke. But anyway, Magnus comes across start-finish line in a few seconds' time. Seems an eternally long run, and he goes quickest with a 2:12.4, a second plus up from the time established by the 26 Spanish Cupra entry. There's the 62, which is currently down. That's Jack Young, who was second quickest yesterday evening in the Ireland entry. So that's a Honda entered by the Irish operation. So
yeah,
purple sector 1, green sector 2.
Looking good, absolutely. Yeah. ALM Motorsport running this car for Jack Young, who's been a race winner within TCR Europe this year. Star of the British Renault Clio Championship a few years back.
Takes me back to my formative years growing up in Ireland. I come from the north. This car represents the Republic of Ireland. And as the case of all the entries here, you've got Ireland written on the left side, but ERA, which is the official title or name of the Republic of Ireland, ERA, E-I-R-E. So Jack Young comes across start finish and goes quickest.
Good effort, 2:12.175. That is the best lap of the weekend thus far then. So Jack Young into the 12s ahead of Gilles Magnus. As I say, he's raced here before, and he's a very, very accomplished driver, is Jack Young. And there, into the pit lane is Didrik Esbjerg, the Norwegian.
I assume that that's not an electric plug socket they plugged that car into.
Perish the thought.
I don't know what it was they plugged into that rear. I mean, I know that they want to put a neutralizer and earthing. So looking inside, look at the size of those discs.
Yeah.
And the caliper.
I mean, again, these are serious bits of kit.
I mean, I know people get into a froth when they see a caliper that size on the front of a car. Of course, being front-wheel drive, the disc and caliper setup on the front is massive. On the rear, it's a skinny little small. I mean, it's just tiny.
It does illustrate, though, how far saloon car, touring car racing has moved from the early days when it was a road car converted to go racing. These are proper race cars built from the ground up. Chris Smiley, the TCR UK champion, member of the British Racing Drivers Club, heads up towards the timing line then for Restart Racing, Bert Taylor's team, and Chris Smiley goes through 10th fastest he is at the moment. Still learning about the circuit, but really up for the challenge. They've come straight from Snetterton, where they were racing last weekend, to Paul Ricard. The car ran actually in its national colours last weekend. They'd done the livery change in anticipation of being here. But yeah, he's been a race winner in TCR UK. He took the championship in that final weekend, 3 times a race winner in the championship. And Chris Smiley, who's a very feisty racer. He's a mini champion. He raced in the DTM supporting Sirocco Cup a few years ago. He was never far away from action in the British Touring Car Championship. And the more he learns about Paul Ricard, the faster he's going to get.
Well, I had a chat with him in the pit lane yesterday, and I said, which part of the province do you come from? And what is that? Is that the drone?
I think that's Little Nelly arriving, isn't it?
Oh, I haven't heard it. Anyway,
that's the
Chris Smiley lives on one side of the Belfast Lock, the north side, and I grew up on the south side. And roughly where I lived and where he was living, if we had a pair of binoculars, we would have been able to see each other's respective homes.
Good heavens.
Except I was about 50, I'm 50 more years older than he is, so I don't think his parents were even born at that time, let alone Chris.
Travis Hill for Canada, looking at in the pit lane. He's been racing in TCR in America in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Series this year, and he's raced in Radicals. Experienced saloon car driver is Travis Hill. Yet another nation on the grid, illustrating not only the spread of the FIA Motorsport Games, but also the spread that TCR has had around the globe. So Jack Young, Gilles Magnus, the top 2 there in the pit lane. Andy Yan for Hong Kong, China is on track 3rd. Netherlands 4th, Tom Coronel. Spain 5th, Isidro Callejas. And 6th is Andreas Backman, who is the Swedish entry.
So Hondas are 1st and 3rd quickest. Is that what the form book would have indicated?
Potentially. Although, what did we have yesterday? It was an Audi from a Honda, from an Audi, from an Audi, from a Cupra, from an Audi.
They're all meant to be identical performance, but certainly right now, it looks as if Honda have got the slight advantage.
Yeah.
There's Tom Coronel. Continue. But I noticed a lot in these cars, when they hit the brakes, how much dive there is in the front. You see it more in a touring car than maybe you see it in the GTs. Certainly you not see it in a single-seater.
Well, Coronel for the Netherlands is 4th fastest, but he's not going to be an improver on this lap. But, I mean, Tom has so much experience, so much racecraft. That's where it will score when we go racing. Again, they get 2 races. The qualifying race is 25 minutes plus a lap, and that sorts out the grid for the main race from which the medals come, and that's 30 minutes plus the regulation lap. Into the pit lane comes Tom Coronel.
France has dropped back. They were quickest initially. They're back in the pit lane. So they've dropped from being quickest all the way down to 8th. So Clarinet, I don't know whether he's done his best lap on, I think it was lap 5, and looking at the timing and scoring. So whether there's any more time available for the Peugeot 308 TCR to make its way up to the front of the grid, but right now it's still Jack Young and Gilles Magnus who are effectively controlling the front row of the grid.
Yeah, Teddy Claret for France, this year's and last year's French tourism champion, so you'd anticipate him to be up at the pointy end, and especially on home soil, as you look at here at Valters Zvidris, the current Baltic TCR champion. And Zvidris is 10th in the times. There for France is Teddy Claret in the Peugeot, ready to go back out.
Is that a fresh set of rubber going on, or is that the original set of tyres the car had when it came in? It looks like a tyre, used tyres come off. Just checking the brake temperatures.
18 dry weather tyres for the weekend. Why would you waste them in free practice? Surely you'd want as good a set for qualifying in the 2 races. So
you would.
You know, this is only really about gaining information, isn't it? It's learning the track, it's getting the setup right for qualifying.
Well, there was a spare tyre lying by the right front, so whether that was there in the event it needed to be changed or whether it had been changed, as we now look and see where this car 18, this Australia entry, Aaron Cameron, also in a Peugeot 308 TCR, currently in 11th position for Australia.
So the former Victorian Formula Ford 1600 racer, he's driven in Toyota 86 series, in the V8 Utes in Australia, in the Hyundai Championship, the new Formula 5000 series that Chris Lambden's created, as well as TCR and 11th in this year's championship. He was runner-up last year and third back in 2019. So Aaron Cameron knows his way around a touring car again. It illustrates it's a high-quality entry, this.
Listen, mate, you can't be a true racer unless you race a ute in Australia.
This is true. This is true. Always takes me back to being at the first Bathurst 24 Hours when Alan Grice was brought into the Channel 7 commentary box with us, and he'd been racing a ute and a Porsche over the course of the weekend. And one of my colleagues asked a rather intricate question about, you know, the differences between the Porsche and the ute, and without a moment's hesitation, Alan Grice said, "Ute carries more beer."
Well, Alan Grice is a true Aussie, believe me.
Absolutely, absolutely.
A legend in most people's eyes, and in a few people's eyes, a legend, but actually a genuine legend.
Briefly a politician, wasn't he? Aaron Cameron, in the meantime, is, where did we have him in the Times? 12th, learning about the circuit. There is the Swiss representative, Gabriel Lonsquinos. I say representative, technically they are athletes representing their nations. So Gabriel Lonsquinos goes through, and he's 14th fastest.
So nothing really moving around. The only thing is the 29 Argentine entry has moved up to third quickest. So again, that's another Honda Type R FK7. So the Honda's looking, you know, they've got a bit of the Audi is the sort of the meat in the Honda sandwich right now.
Andreas Bachmann going back out, third in TCR Scandinavia this year, and former rallycrosser as well as kart racer and ice racer, so he should be there or thereabouts, an experienced peddler. This is for Team Spain, a car that was quick to begin with, but has faded a little for Isidro Callejas. And we've just had another change because Valters Svidris has gone up to fourth quickest now for Lithuania. Latvia, I should say. Latvia, forgive me. So here is Callejas, who is down in sector 1 and 2, so it's an outlap for him. Isidro Callejas up towards the timing line now.
So he's in 7th position, waiting to see whether he makes any change. Doesn't seem to have altered his position from his best lap was actually set on lap 2, if I'm reading that timing and scoring correctly, or his second lap on track. Here we go. Claret up 0.2 of a second on his previous best in sector 1. Currently down in 10th position. So waiting to see what sector 2 and sector 3. But he's up again a quarter of a second plus. So gaining, and how much is that going to make difference to his overall position? Might bring him up maybe a couple of positions up to 7th, maybe 8th.
Well, there is the France Peugeot that gets all sideways. Teddy Claret with a hop and a skip and a big slide is going to save it. Fantastic recovery.
And when you do that, you nail the throttle. In a front-wheel drive racing car, you don't back off, you nail the throttle, and that'll bring the car back into line, and that's what Claret did there.
Good save.
And he's lost time, obviously, in that final sector, so all the work he did first 2 sectors to make those improvements, sadly, he'll be disappointed.
And I hope, to go back to an earlier point, it wasn't a new set of tyres they put on the car, because they've been wasted now. Here it is again. Up the curb. Round comes the back.
Do you think he was one of the drifters who's found the racetrack and not the drift track?
I was thinking the same thing, actually. Front-wheel drive drifting is a new concept. Right, so Teddy Claret was down in the last sector. Imagine our surprise. Over the line he goes. What did that cost him? It was a 2:15. He actually only lost about 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, but he was 3.5 seconds down in that final sector.
Yeah.
So had he put it all together, that would have been a very good run from the Frenchman. So he has to reset, go again. Runs down to the chicane. At least he's got a clear track. He's not having to consider anybody else around him. And the team all having a little... Look at that. Look at the way it just drags that rear wheel. Well, it looked really scary stuff. But actually, it didn't probably cost him too much time. But we'll wait to see what timing and scoring is going to say when it comes up to the end of the first sector, just coming up to the chicane on the Mistral straight.
Well, it's a good effort by Teddy Claret in terms of commitment. It's not necessarily helping with the time. Gilles Magnus for Belgium, by the way, has gone back to the top now. So Gilles Magnus in number 16, and that's Andreas Bachmann off the road again. So he rejoins, but Andreas Bachmann off the road and back on again, and he has dropped to 8th in the times. Right, Gilles Magnus the fastest, but Jack Young for Ireland, quicker than anybody in the first sector. We're into the 2:11s now. That's Tom Coronel, who is down to 6th. But Jack Young, number 62 Honda, the Irish athlete, he's the one to look for now.
And he's responded to the pace of Gilles Magnus, currently quickest, the only driver who's managed to get into the 2 minutes 11 second time zone by about a few hundredths of a second, but it doesn't matter. So there is Jack Young, so personal best in the middle sector, so he's en route to challenge, but he's currently just under a quarter of a second, just over a quarter of a second, runs slightly wide coming through scene, so nothing left on the table for the Irish driver into Le Bousset. Doesn't want to run too wide on the exit, gets it clean on the exit now. It'll be that last sector to see whether he can get a further green sector, ideally like a purple, to put the Irish entry again to the head of the timing and scoring.
So the Belfast-born racer, Clio Cup champion twice in the UK, race winner in TCR Europe this season. He's racing the Italian TCR Championship as well. He's made quite a name for himself in the TCR arena. Comes out of the Virage du Pont. He's going to be able to squeeze at least one more lap out of the session as well. But for Jack Young, with an absolute best and a personal best, where's he going to be at the end of the lap as he breaks the beam? He will go through second fastest, lost out a bit in that last sector. A 2:12.4 means that as Gilles Magnus is into the 11s, he's down in the times.
Yeah, that last sector really, I don't know where he lost the time, but that's where the time was lost. And so what can he do? He's got essentially one lap remaining as we watch him down. Oh, the back end locking up that rear, but gets the nose in and makes the transition. Look at the way he swings the Honda around. It's like a little pendulum, just pivoting around the front wheels. Now, lots of racing drivers would go, shock horror, I can't drive a car like that, but Jack Young can.
Now, that lap, which was a 2:12, was taken away. So I think there was a track limit offence on that lap, which therefore has gone against Jack Young. We don't have access to that message line screen, but I'm offering you the thought that track limits is why the lap has disappeared. But he's back on the money with an absolute best in the first sector. But look at all the traffic. Tom Coronel up to 3rd. One of the drivers he's had to negotiate for the Netherlands. But here for Ireland, Jack Young closing on back markers, closing on traffic ahead of him. He will possibly squeeze another lap out of the session at the end of this. But Jack Young now having another real push.
And he's got that Honda dancing around the front end. I mean, he's not concerned with the back end's doing. As long as he got the front end pointed in to the apex, he'll handle the rest of the whatever the Honda's offering up. So again, loses time in that middle sector, half a second down, and of course traffic ahead of him. He might as well back out because that's going to destroy whatever's remaining in this lap. There's no improvement available for Jack Young, but he can get across start-finish line and go again for one final time before checkered flag comes out. He needs to get ahead of this traffic to make sure that he has got the opportunity to get a clear lap, final lap for the Irish entry. It's a Canada Audi directly in front of him, and he's backed out of it as he coming into the pits.
He is, that's his session down, isn't it?
Yeah, he is.
Again, it is only a free practice period, so the requirement to be the fastest is relatively meaningless, and he has proved in the sectors that he can get it all hooked up. Here for Sweden, with the flag imminent now, is Andreas Bachmann up towards the timing line. And the Swedish car has yo-yoed a bit in this session, but Andreas Bachmann is 9th as he comes up towards the timing line. He will squeeze one more lap out of it. Bachmann goes through, but Belgium looking good, and Gilles Magnus, given how well he's gone in the previous editions of the Motorsport Games, you could argue should not be a surprise. He was in the WTCR series last year, but of course this year has been a GT3 driver, so adapting again to TCR machinery. Checkered flag is out, session is at an end then. And Andreas Bachmann will take the flag this time. Jack Young had pitted, Tom Coronel pits. So Belgium, Ireland, Holland, and then Argentina. Ignacio Montenegro, 4th. And there is Jack Young out of the car. So the tall Belfast driver, takes off his helmet, balaclava, and can reflect on that session.
Well, one thing's clear to me, that Jack Young has certainly got the pace, and he's got a quick car as well, so it's just a matter of getting it all together when it matters, as we look at the man who has ultimately dominated this practice session. Checkered flag is out, session is over.
And that's Gilles Magnus then, who was quicker by 0.233 of a second. So Gilles Magnus, Jack Young, Tom Coronel, the top three. And the fight is going to be between those drivers when we go racing. They will have both races tomorrow. We've got qualifying coming up later on today, just after 6 o'clock. And Gilles Magnus for the ComTU team heads back to the garage. Go and have a look at his data. And a job well done for Gilles Magnus by a fifth of a second, the fastest at the end of the second free practice period. Others still to take the flag, including their Valter Zvidris for Latvia, who is fifth in the times, got himself ahead of Andy Jan in the end. Is there anybody, though, that looks like they're going to improve on this last lap? No, I think the majority, if they've not taken the flag, are on a slow lap anyway, so I can't see the order being changed much. Eat My Cheese is the legend on the back of Tom Coronel's crash helmet because of his cheese sponsor. And the third place driver in the time for Dutchman walks away. What about Teddy Claret, who's been the source of much spectacular driving over the course of the session? He's going to end up ninth, has ended up ninth. In fact, he's taken the flag. Chris Smiley improved towards the end, got himself up to 12th for the UK. But Teddy Claret then takes to the Mistral Straight for the last time. We'd had another spin, as I think we'd seen from Andreas Bachmann, so he was in the wars a little bit during that session. But Gilles Magnus, Jack Young, Tom Coronel going to be the top three heading into the qualifying session to come later on in the day. On track also, there will be another GT Cup race, the medal decider, and our Formula 4 qualifying race before we get to touring car action this afternoon. So Gilles Magnus fastest across both of the free practice sessions, with this one being the quicker of the two. He is over a second faster today than yesterday, and Gilles Magnus is with Gemma Scott in the pits.
Gilles, I think you've come into this weekend as a firm favourite, and they're topping the timings.
Yeah, exactly. Well, as a favorite, I wouldn't say. I think there's some great names, so but one of the favorites, let's call it like that. No, we started off well with a P1 in FP1, now a P1 in FP2. Good pace, was a really good lap. I cannot do anything more than that. I see Jack Young still improves his Sector 1, so he's still got some potential, but so it's not done yet. Quali won't be easy. I think he will be very strong on one lap, but I'm confident we have a good race pace, so feeling confident.
We'll see you later on in quali. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Cheers.
So, well done to Gilles Magnus. He is the fastest. So it is Belgium from Ireland from the Netherlands, the top three. Argentina 4, Latvia 5, and Hong Kong, China rounding out the top 6, with Spain, Sweden, France and Canada to complete the top 10. Gilles Magnus 4, Belgium ahead of Jack Young for Ireland and Tom Coronel for the Netherlands, the top 3. And they're definitely going to be the 3 drivers to beat once we get to that qualifying session coming up a little bit later on in the day, with the 2 races to go tomorrow. The qualifying race determining the grid for the main race giving you the medals. Slowest in that session was the Ukraine entry of Pavlo Chabanov, the Audi of Volcano Motorsport, just behind the Italian car of Giacomo Giamandi. And they're going to have to find a big chunk of time to get onto terms with Gilles Magnus when we get to qualifying. The Paul Ricard circuit, very, very busy, because not only do we have activity on the track, there is esports here, there is karting, there's karting slalom, there is drifting. It's also the base for the rally, which is off in the roads of Saint-Baume, and you can see just how many people are here as well, with the car parks getting busier all the time. So there's more action on track to come. Touring car qualifying will be this afternoon. Can Gilles Magnus take pole? Join us later to find out. Bye for now.
Jill Magnus putting in a great performance for Belgium in the touring car free practice, but it's worth noting also that Jack Young is the sole competitor for Ireland, so he's going to be doing everything he can in qualifying later on to do Ireland proud. Now, I'm very pleased to have in the studio with me Felipe Messer, the president of the FIA Drivers Commission and former president of karting. So Felipe, for you to be here amongst all these different disciplines, young and old, it's a great event, and it must be great for you to see.
Well, it's fantastic to be here in the FIA Motorsport Games. In a beautiful place. We are almost November and the weather is amazing. We're here in Paul Ricard. And you have everything here. You have many different categories. So even for the fans, to be here, to go watch the karting, and then you watch the touring car, the GTs, the drifting, the e-games. So you have everything in the same place. So it's just fantastic event. And I think one of the most important things also that you put all the countries together. And I think that's really, you are here to do everything you can as a driver, for your country, for your flag. And also to put all of the ASNs together for FIA, I think is a great opportunity, and it's a really, really nice to be part of it.
Yeah, so let's talk about the countries, because, we've got some countries, Belgium, Spain, that are competing in 14 or 16 of the disciplines, and then others, Japan, that's just one. There's a real range in the level of motorsport within those countries.
This is what we want for the future. So most of the countries with 20 people, then I am sure we will arrive on that level. To put all of the countries together in the good level, similar level, one against the other, and this is the idea for the future. So definitely now we have many countries that they have many drivers, many people participating, some others a bit less, but I'm sure it will improve a lot. Looking how nice is the event for motorsport and for all of the people that is really passionate, for the races.
For a young driver, we've got a lot of karting happening today. For a young driver to be here on this platform, it's very important for them at the start of their career.
It's very important for the young driver. It's very important also for all of type of drivers, because you are here to race for your country. And I think that it's something different. It's something that it gives you even extra motivation, to try everything you can to show yourself also to your country, to really push hard in the right way, but also to be proud for what you're doing for your flag. And I think, you mentioned really well, I mean, the young drivers, this is a great opportunity for them, because you start to show to your people, that you have an opportunity, to be maybe one day a Formula One driver or professional driver in different categories. And I think that's really important.
Yeah, we can see some of the karting footage here.
Yeah, we had one of the junior heats earlier on today. Fantastic battles all the way through the field. Have you had much chance to get out and look around at the different events that are going on over the last couple of days?
Yesterday, being around, to see many different categories. Karting, I was there. Also, drifting is unbelievable. How nice is the drifting, even for the fans. They all there also watching. It's so nice, because I didn't have so much experience, by watching the drifting and understanding all the rules, what you have to do. Today is the final. I will be there for sure, to watch the big final, but also many others. I mean, you have the Slalom for the karting, which is very, very nice, because you can bring so many different people, not even professional drivers, people that is here, to participate for your country, but it's a complete different type of racing in a way. So, and I mean, it's as we were just saying before, so you have so many different disciplines, so many different sports here, that is so nice to go one after the other, to watch the races and all the competition around.
I think the karting slalom is a bit like the esports, where it's so easy for people to organise and to put that type of event on back in countries that don't have the facilities, like even having a racing circuit isn't available. So having the availability of esports and the slalom, karting slalom, it just makes it very accessible for everybody.
And I think it's also important because you promote the karting,
Yes.
you know, in the countries, even countries that maybe they don't have the championships. They are not really so into the karting or many different sports, racing sports. So I think that's a very, very good promotion to start, you know, to grow the races in many different disciplines in these countries.
Yeah, we won't talk on it too much just now, but Bahamas, for one, you know, they've never karted before and they've got a team here. It's just lovely to see.
And they have a massive team, so it was
Yeah.
so nice to see them in the opening ceremony. They really motivated. They're really happy to participate here in the FIA Motorsport Games. And it's also nice for us, I mean, to see that you see countries really happy to participate, happy to be here first. Then they will try everything they can, you know, to win or to be competitive. But it's a very nice message, you know, for all of the other countries at the end, you know.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this weekend will inspire other countries that haven't got entries this year to come back for the following years, because they can see how much enjoyment there is from this weekend, and hopefully that message, like you say, will be out there for these people to just go, yeah, that we can do it. We can maybe just start with esports, then the karting slalom.
It's a great message. It's a great message, you know, for us and for all of the fans and for all of the people to understand how important is this event, you know, and how important it is to keep growing, you know, to keep bringing more people, more countries, more ASNs. And I think, you know, when you put all of these countries together, all of these people together in the good championships, racing, so many different types of races, I think that's really a good message for all of us.
One other thing I wanted to ask you about from the karting world particular is there's a big focus on bringing more females into motorsport in general, but obviously we have to start at grassroots. And from your time in karting to now, are you seeing that growth?
Yes, but not enough.
Okay.
So I think the karting is the most important event, you know, for the girls to start. So we need definitely more girls, kids at the end, you know, to start in the karting, because at the end the dream is to have a woman, you know, in Formula 1, you know. So this is the dream for all of us. But I think we need to improve even more, you know, the numbers of girls, you know, that is racing in the karting, because that is the when you, I mean, you know, pretty well, I mean, how you create and how you learn and how you prepare yourself, you know, to be really a top professional driver in the different championships in the future. So I think still we need to keep pushing that, you know, because that's the most important thing at the end.
Absolutely.
I was going to say, with the mixed entries for the endurance racing here at the karting as well, it's vital that continues to make sure that we do keep introducing the girls into the lower level of the sport, the grassroots of the sports, to bring them through, because it's a numbers game. The more girls that are doing it, the more chance you're going to find the exceptional ones, like you do in the boys that go all the way up to Formula 1. So if we get more girls in there, that's going to make a big difference.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your time. It was lovely to speak to you, and have a good games.
Yes, we will have, for sure. It will be a nice afternoon, many different championships, even finals. So, yeah, I will go around, you know, to have some fun and to enjoy these great FIA Motorsport Games.
Enjoy the drifting.
I will.
Right, now we have more karting. It's the Karting Sprint Senior, and it's their qualifying Heat 1.
Sprint Senior qualifying heat number 1 is on the run for their 2 formation laps. So let's talk it through the grid. For Belgium, Ellie Goldstein. For Spain, Nacho Tunion. For Sweden, Joel Bergström. For Denmark, Valdemar Agerholm. For Hungary, Balac Jirancic. For Israel, Ariel Elkin. For Chile, Gustavo Suarez. For Sri Lanka, Yvan David. For Germany, Max Schlemer. For Hong Kong, Jukka Pol. For Austria, Oscar Wirtz. For Estonia, Carmen Krav. For Poland, Adrian Labuda. For Slovakia, Matis Borec. For Lithuania, Andrei Sadiles. For Venezuela, I should say, Andrei Sadiles. For Brazil, Joao Maranhão. For India, Kyle Kumaran. For Barbados, Callum Maloney. For the Ukraine, Dimitru Moravchik. For Indonesia, it is Kainan Sini. And then for Lithuania, it is Adrijas Rimkavicius. For Malta, it is Lucas Pace. For Portugal, Francisca Queiroz. For Nigeria, Philip Gana. For Costa Rica, Gabriel Kawa. For Mozambique, Christian Boucher. For Australia, Ava Anagnostakis. For Panama, it is Valentin Flamini. For Chinese Taipei, it is Ting Chu Chun. And finally, the back of the grid for Kuwait, it is Farhad Al-Khaled, who didn't get a lap time in qualifying, so we'll be charging through from the back.
30 drivers. As for the juniors going on to the track, 30 drivers, 30 nations from all four corners of the world. And that young man in the lead from Belgium, Eli Goldstein, putting everybody on pace, putting the tires up to temperature as well. So there's a couple of talents out there that we've seen fighting at the forefront of international karting for the past few seasons. Some of them maybe that we don't expect at the forefront. This will be interesting to see which of those drivers, which of those wild cards, so to speak, will be able to make a difference. One name interesting as well in the pack is Callum Maloney, the brother of Zane Maloney, who is going to make his way up to Formula 2 for next season.
Time to go racing then in the first of our sprint senior qualifying heats. It is Belgium on pole, from Spain in second, Sweden, Denmark, Hungary and Israel giving chase. Let's go racing here at Paul Ricard, and it's a perfect start for Belgium into the first corner. Looks as though Sweden are going to get there to second place. Is everybody going to get through? Just about. It's a little bit of a nudge and top through the first couple of corners, but everybody's managed to make it through without too much incident until they get to turn 3, and we've got 3 karts facing in the wrong direction at the top of the hill. So already there are some problems, and it's India's Karl Kumaran in front of Mozambique's Christian Boucher and Panama's Valentin Flamini. So they're all in trouble. There they are. The only two that are left on the scene are Panama and Mozambique. So Valentin Flamini and Christian Boucher, unfortunately their races are already over. Looks as though Flamini was trying to get going again. I'm not sure how successful that's going to be, because you have to push yourself to get going. You don't have a starter motor. You have to keep the car in motion to actually get it up and running. But it's Belgium out in front of Sweden and Spain at the start. Yellow flags are waving because of the incident at the top of the hill, but there's already some good drama as Suarez of Chile has got into 4th place in front of Elkin of Israel and Juranchik of Hungary.
One lap completed, 15 to go, as Goldstein was able to manage from pole position to keep the lead. But for how long? There's a question. The chase is on. Joel Bergström and Nacho Tunan, Sweden and Spain, maybe willing to work together to try to put the pressure on Belgium. This is your top 3. Pulling away already from the second wagon. You can see them into turn number 11, diving through sector number 3, away from Gustavo Suarez, indeed, taking Israel from Ariel Elkin as well in 5th. Then we have Balas Juransky from Hungary in 6th. This is your top 3, running up another lap, and further back Ariel Elkin is losing patience already into turn number 1. The young driver from Israel who's been shining in Italy this season with the TB Kart Factory team. Let's see what he can do. Ariel Elkin putting the pressure as we keep an eye on top 3. Elkin on the outside is going to go, certainly trying to go for place number 4 outside of turn number 7. Let's see if that did happen for Ariel Elkin. I think he can close, and he's going to keep on attacking the young driver from Israel as Goldstein keeps it steady in the lead.
Oh, little bit of a nudge there from Tunion. He tried to get a little too close to Bergström. So the Spaniard actually nudges the back bumper of the Swedish driver, Joel Bergström. And Joel Bergström manages to keep hold of second for the moment, but Tunion so nearly threw it all away there. I really want to see that again, because he came so close to binning himself out of 3rd position completely, and that would have given Gustavo Suarez and Ariel Elkin the chance to move forward. So hopefully we can have another look at that moment as Tunion almost threw himself out of the race there. But out in front, Eli Goldstein is very much following in his grandfather's footsteps. Francois Goldstein, the 5-time world champion, is going to be so proud of Eli Goldstein here, putting on such an amazing effort. And a little bit of a run wide there from Tunion. That's at exactly the same point. But Bergström has started to catch up to Goldstein now. Goldstein is still out in front. We look back, and here is the battle between Elkin, who is now in front of Gustavo Suarez. So the Israeli has managed to get through into 4th position. And fair play to Ariel Elkin. He is one of the stars of karting as he comes up through the ranks. He's been fast in direct drive. He's been super fast in gearbox. The kid can handle anything.
Yeah, and then anything indeed. As always very proud when we talk to him, representing Israel on the international karting scene. But while doing so, making his way up to 4th, he lost a pile of time, 2.2 seconds down from Nacho Tunan in 3rd place. Joel Bäckström from Sweden is putting the fastest lap in this race. Look at the battle that we have right now, the 201 on your picture. This is for the back, this is Oskar Wurst for Austria, all the way down to 10th place, battling along with Jevan David from Sri Lanka, as well as Adrian Aduba. There's a lot of move going on outside of the last turn. Look at them, the 212 side by side. We're back with the 214 and the 209. These are your leaders, actually. Andy Goldstein from Belgium still in the lead, but Joel Bäckström is adding some more pressure corner after corner. He's waiting for the good moment at the end of lap number 6 with the fastest lap in the bag. Goldstein is going defensive already, can kick on the throttle. Let's see if he's going to be able to do something.
I think we've lost Yu Po. I think we've lost the young driver from Hong Kong. There he is. So I'm afraid that is Yu Po, who has had a big problem. He was running up in the top 10, and I'm afraid his race just ended. Didn't quite see what happened to him, but I'm afraid his race is over for the moment. Look how close Bergström has got to Goldstein. This is Belgium versus Sweden, and Bergström really feels he's got a chance here to get through on Goldstein. You've got to remember that Goldstein does not have as much experience on an original kart compared to his programs in X30 in Europe, so this is a big knife edge for Goldstein to play with here. Bergström knows the OK kart very well indeed, so this is very much his bread and butter. He has a great chance here. The only advantage that Goldstein has, of course, is that neither driver knows this circuit very well, so obviously everybody has been learning all through the weekend. So can Bergström of Sweden make his attack on Goldstein of Belgium in the lead of this race? It's looking very tight and very tenuous between both drivers, but as they come up over the top of the hill, Goldstein is doing his best to hang on from Bergström.
And the question is where to pass, where to make that overtaking maneuver happen, because the first two sectors, as you can see, there's barely any heavy braking point. You know, there's very fast flowing, the drivers keeping the line, shutting all the doors, and there's pretty much nowhere for those OK karts to find a place to go through, unless we can make it happen in sector number 3. This is where the hairpins are, this is where the heavy braking points are, and this could be certainly coming down to turn number 11, this particular one, as well as 12 and 13. This is where actually something could be made. Hey, look at Joel Bäckström from Sweden, how fast. Then and the 208 out of this race. Unfortunately, this is Chung Ting Chu. Unfortunately, it was out of this race. I think it just happened outside of turn number 2.
Yeah, Ting Chu Chun, unfortunately for Chinese Taipei, is now out of the race as well. So that's 4 retirements now. Ting Chu Chun, Yu Po, Christian Boucher and Valentin Flamini all out of the race. There is a very disappointed racer at the sidelines there. I think that is Ting Chu Chun. So problems there. But we can see how close Sweden are to taking the lead in this one. And of course, in both junior and senior sprints, every driver gets 3 qualifying heats where they obviously set the grid for the final. And they are 16 laps in length in the senior sprint. It's a long qualifying heat. They come up over the top of the brow. Belgium leading, Sweden second from Spain, Israel, Denmark, Chile, then Austria, Sri Lanka, Germany and Hungary in the top 10 at the moment, with Estonia's Carmen Krav doing her best to work herself into the top 10. And she's been going beautifully all weekend, to be fair. She has a good chance here of cracking the top 10. But this is going to be a very tough battle, a very tough race to bid for. And Bergström is absolutely resolute. The Swede wants to win.
Yeah, the trouble is, you know, even though he's very, very fast on the start-finish straight, this isn't long enough for him to try to attack on turn number 1, for instance. And he's keeping it steady, he's keeping himself very, very close to Eli Goldstein, who has nothing else to do to keep his line as well, to go defensive. He's not looking over his shoulder on the way back to the fast finish straight. This is lap number 11, 10 completed, and they've never been so close. They've never been so close. Belgium against Sweden. Look at Bergström clipping the curb, going aggressive, trying to find that bit of extra pace and maybe destabilize Goldstein in some of those corners where it's quite impossible to make an overtaking. But that could be something that Spain and Nacho Tunon might be willing to do as well. They're waiting for the good moment. They observe from a distance, 0.4 of a second, what might happen in front of him. As for the rest, we have Valdemar Algemov in 5th, Oskar Wurst from Austria making himself up to 6th in front of Gustavo Suarez. Jevan David from Sri Lanka is 8th from Schleimer from Germany, as well as Balas Uransky from Hungary running up the top 10. 5 places dropped, unfortunately, for him.
So here comes the battle for the gold medal. Goldstein, Bergström and Tunon. Of course, very early days in the weekend. The gold medal won't actually be won until the final tomorrow. But these 3 qualifying heats for each driver are to set the starting grid for that final. So you've got to be very calm, very focused. You have to be quite disciplined. The big question is, does Bergstrom go for the psychological upper hand by making the move on Ellie Goldstein, or does he consolidate by sitting behind him and thinking, well, 2 points are not that many to carry? Of course, you score reverse points in the world of karting. Oh, he's going for the move! He makes the bid on the inside line of the hairpin. Beautiful launch there from Joel Bergstrom, and Sweden hits the front. So Sweden takes the lead then in qualifying heat number 1 for Sprint Senior. So it's Sweden from Belgium and Spain.
And here we go, the first move, the one we had been expecting for quite a while, a couple of laps. And now it's all down to Goldstein and Tunon to try to respond to the attack of Joel Bergström from Sweden. But look at him actually go, pulling a bit of a gap, a couple of meters from himself and the opposition. That could be the decisive move, as we have now less than 3 laps before the checkered flag of this race. Joel Bergström from Sweden with the Forza Racing colors on his racing suit. That's the team he's competing with in the FIA Karting Championship. But representing Sweden this time around for the Olympics of Motorsport. RL Elkin down in 4th from Israel. 1.8 second. Elkin has been trying as well from a distance. You can see him coming now in a minute. Yeah, there he is. RL Elkin has been trying to catch up as well with the top 3. Not quite able to do so. This was Oscar Wurz from Austria, the 201. But Elkin has been pushing like never before, 1.4 seconds. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that for him, the race is going to be a little bit too short to try to catch up quite enough to stabilize the top 3, but still a good performance. And what are the names to keep in mind for the rest of the weekend, as Goldstein now is having to go defensive against Nachuk Tunan. So we went from Sweden against Belgium to Belgium against Spain for the battle for second.
And for those who are watching the FIA Motorsport Games and potentially karting for the first time, asking that question, Oscar Wurz, any relation to Alex, the Le Mans 24-hour winner and Formula 1 driver? Certainly is. He is the younger of his 2 sons. Charlie Wurz, of course, is racing in the F4 category for Austria here as well at Paul Ricard. So a fabulous battle for the 2 boys. Look at Joel Bergstrom. He's just disappeared in front of Goldstein and Dugnon. He felt, I'm confident with this. I know the kart. I know the situation. I don't know the circuit very well, but then nor does anybody else. So I've got the mentality here. I can make this happen. I've got the physicality for an okay sprint race. So Bergstrom
But pulling the Peruvian driver just behind, as long as you don't get into so much trouble. Oh, and the number 9 of Bahamas still having a bit of a trouble into turn number 1, but he was back onto the racing line. 1.6 seconds, 1.4 seconds now between Spain and Belgium. This is potentially a very decisive moment into the battle for the lead and the win into this endurance race, considering that the UK has picked up a penalty of 10 seconds stop and go. That's a very interesting gesture. You can see that Antoine Morlet with the number 6 is really bending as much as he can on his wheel to try to decrease the gap not only, but as well to increase his own speed. Because the more you get out of the car, the more you, of course, the helmet and the upper part of your body is not something that the air flowing might appreciate. So you want to make yourself as small as possible into your kart. Not an easy task, but those drivers have the experience, as we're back here with a group of 3, the number 15 battling with the number 3, the number 15 being Israel, the number 3 Hong Kong, China. Israel competing in P11, Hong Kong, China in P14 at the moment, as we're here with the number 4 Poland against the kart number 12, wasn't it? Yes, the number 10. And this is Uzbekistan. Israel in P11, as we said. Around the inside goes Uzbekistan on the number 4 of Poland. Poland in 9, Uzbekistan in P15. Uzbekistan unlapping Poland, not fighting for position. But the team and the kart number 4 is still currently in the top 10 position. And I think that UK has picked up his penalty and has gone through the pit lane. Yes, indeed. You could see, I think it was. Hopefully Jake Sanson was there to pick up on the situation. Let's see if he gets some information. But you've just seen on the corner of your picture the number 11 of Team UK getting out of the pits. Was it for a change of driver or was it for the penalty? I would go for the second option, because the sooner you get that penalty out of the way, a 10-second stop and go, the better it is, and then you can give it all for the last 2 hours of this race. And as a result, UK has just dropped to 4th position. They have 1 lap advantage of Czech Republic. And we're back with Spain. Watch out with Belgium. Antoine Morlet going around the inside. Change of position for 2nd and for the lead as well. Belgium is in the lead. Antoine Morlet with the number 6 making his move around the inside of the Spanish team, having to make do. And now we have a switch. Belgium 1, Spain 2, Georgia 3rd. That's another decisive moment. We had seen the number 6 of Antoine Morlet picking up the pace and picking up the gap lap after lap. And there's a switch of position. Belgium in the lead, Spain just behind, as we're here with Team UK, the number 11 in 4th place, with the number 10 just behind. This is Uzbekistan trying as well to get close to his own rabbit, trying to get pulled into a good rhythm, as we're here with the leaders. Belgium, Spain in 3rd place. This is the number 7 of Peru, and that's going to be an interesting situation as well for Peru, because as long as the driver can get close and get in touch with the 2 leaders, the better it will be for the rhythm, and he can actually start unlapping other rivals and progressing through the ranks. Peru is currently 7. And watch out not to, of course, get into the way, and he's gonna go for the move, or at least trying to, the Peruvian driver on the Spanish team. That's no good news for Spain. That's no good news for Spain at all, because while he's gonna have to go defensive, well, he's losing momentum and losing time on Belgium. So that could be a decisive point into the quest for victory and the gold medal into this endurance race. But at the moment, you can feel that the Peruvian driver might be slightly faster, than Spain. Let's see about that when they come across the start-finish straight in front of our position. We're gonna have a close look at the respective lap times. Belgium in the lead, and number 6. And look at the Peruvian driver trying to get ahead of Spain in terms of lap time. We had a 1:03 for Spain, a 1:01 for Peru. So Peru not in 3rd, but just behind the driver in 2nd place is still at the moment currently faster than Spain. That's interesting. That's very much interesting for the rest of the proceedings into this race. So you can see that the Peruvian driver is doing an immense job at getting close, staying within distance from the leaders, and that pays off. That pays off for Peru, because at the moment he's lapping faster and is going to try to go for the move. He needs to unlap himself by getting ahead of Spain in second. Always easier said than done, as it actually got away of Belgium, who's in the meantime able to pull away and watch out for the move coming up. Maybe the Peruvian driver was able, or at least wanted to go. Oh, and a bit of a contact, and the Bahamas driver, unfortunately, once again, we're on the wrong side of the track, going the wrong way into turn number 1. That's not the first time that we've seen that happening, unfortunately, but no harm done, as he was able to get back into the race. As Anton Morlet for Belgium still leading very much in front of Spain. Georgia in third. Now watch out for the move back. Here's the response. Spain is responding and take the leads back. The number 13 is back in the lead. And now we have Belgium still back in the role of the chaser. Belgium back in the role of the chaser. Spain in the lead. Georgia in third, we're 1 lap down. So it's all about the battle for the lead. And you could see actually the Spanish driver gesturing to Anton Morlet from Belgium to stay with me. Try not to overtake me, because otherwise that could be costly for the both of us. We still have a long way to go, 1 hour and 47 minutes. But it's fair to say that those two drivers have been really pushing hard into their own stint, really maximizing the time on track. Now the battle is really raging. They have to stay together, they have to stay focused, and you can see still for the back, very great job by the Peruvian driver, as we have another spin, another driving trouble into turn number 1, but now nothing to worry about. And now the main focus of this race, the battle for the win. Spain against Belgium, still very much in contention, those two driving formation, as we're going to see the replay of the Bahamas driver getting into trouble into turn number 1, unfortunately. That means lost time, but he was able to get back into the right direction. We're back with the leaders. Spain against Belgium, the battle for the lead and the battle for the win potentially. 1 lap down is Georgia in third. UK is 4th, Czech Republic is still 5th. Then we have Slovakia down in P6, Peru in 7th, doing a good job at trying to catch up, trying to follow the rhythm of the leaders. Then we have Portugal in P8, Malta in P9, Israel P10. Then for the rest of the classification, we have the UAE in P11, Poland in 12, Chinese Taipei in 13, Hong Kong, China in 14, Uzbekistan and Bahamas in P15 and 16 respectively. In terms of respective lap times, Spain 59.4, 59.436 and 59.496. So 600 of a second now at the advantage of Spain. Nothing pretty much. They're still glued together, as Anton Morlet is certainly trying to go for the move. That's always a dilemma, isn't it? When it comes to direct drive in sprint races, you know that your time is limited, but you don't have that many options. You try to go for the move, and it's always a dilemma about when you find an open door, going for the overtake in the early stages of the race, or try to wait for the last 3 laps or even the last lap. We've seen that in plenty of occasions, last lap attack, but this time it's not what we're talking about, and the dilemma is even bigger. It's all about strategy for Anton Morlet and Belgium. He's being advised on the sideline by his own father, Jacques Morlet, the team manager of the Belgian squad for the endurance team. And the question is, he's gesturing to his team right now. It's all about staying behind, and he's gonna go for the move, at least trying to impress his opponent. He's still showing the Spanish driver that is very much into his shadow, but let's see if he's gonna be able to go for the move, as we're gonna hear, I think, from Jake Sanson down in the pit lane.
So a fabulous battle continuing here in the FIA Motorsport Games. We have got a very exciting lead battle. Obviously Belgium having just taken the lead away from Spain. We're at a phase in the race now where this third hour is essentially going to play itself out quite organically out on the course. But the teams are working really, really hard, and you can see the atmosphere down here is still incredibly tense. All of the teams still trying to work on their individual strategies. Tactics are still very much in the early phase of development, and a lot of the teams are still working themselves into a bit of a crescendo. Team Spain here, just at the edge of the pit lane, they really feel that they've got a chance of the victory now. There's a real sense of expectancy with this crew, and there is a genuine chance that things are going to continue to develop for them. I'm going to see if I can have a quick word with Alba Cano Ramirez of the Spanish team, just to see how things are getting on. Alba, it's been a very good race for Spain so far. You guys have a real chance of the gold now.
Yeah, we are very happy. Yesterday was very good because the time was too old, but today is very good. The qualifying was very good. Yeah, we are fighting for the win.
So in terms of the strategy so far, the tactics, everything has been playing according to the plan, or have you had to make some changes through the race?
For now, it's according to plan. Yeah, because it will depend on the four-course yellow or something like that, but the race is very clean, so yeah, it's according to plan now.
And with this being the first time that we've had a karting endurance race in the Motorsport Games, I mean, obviously, being a first event, there's always going to be some getting used to the format and getting used to the racing, but how have you and Team Spain been enjoying it here in Paul Ricard?
Yeah, we are enjoying a lot. We are very happy to have endurance racing. We used to do it but in touring car, and in go-kart is very funny. So yeah, we are enjoying it.
Fantastic. Well, we hope to see you on the podium a little later, Alba. Good luck.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Team Spain really looking good for a victory, but they are going to be pushed all the way, of course, by Belgium and the UK, who are definitely giving us plenty of competition at this point of proceedings. Just over to the far side here, we've got a few team personnel just hanging around as well. I'm going to see if we can cross over without really causing a bit of an issue. Fortunately, we've managed to kind of engage things without really causing an issue in terms of crossing the pit lane. So we're going to have to try and get a word with a few other people. So let's see if we can grab a couple more personnel within the field. We've already spoken with Team Spain. Obviously, the pit lane is kind of quiet at the moment, so it's not really a bad time to try and get a word with a few people down here in pit lane. Obviously, a lot of the teams still working very hard, trying to get things together. The Czech Republic, I believe that is, still working very hard to try and work their way up through the field. I want to see if we can grab a word with one of the contenders from Team Portugal and see if we can have one of the drivers from Portugal. Let's have a word with Anastasia Comín. Anastasia, it's been a good race so far for Portugal. The team is really making good progress, has always been towards the bottom end of the top 5, the middle of the top 10. Is the strategy going according to plan at the moment?
Yes, I think it's good, the plan, and I hope we
want to keep climbing.
Yes.
Perfect.
We have positions to finish.
Fantastic. So, as a racetrack here at Paul Ricard, what has it been like to drive on the circuit? How have you been finding it?
It's a very fast track. And the new track, we never drive here, but I like this track. It's very good and very cool, very funny, and yes, I think the whole team like the track. Very, very good.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully you guys can keep pushing your way up to the top 5. Good luck. We hope to see you at the finish.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to Anastasia Comín. Very, very impressive work from all of the teams. We've obviously heard from the crews from Spain and from Portugal of late. I want to see, maybe we can try and grab a word actually with Jeremy Pekles of Belgium. He's only just got out of the kart, but the amount of hard work that Jeremy has done to bring him into the mix has been fantastic. Let's see if we can grab a word with the boys from Belgium. First of all, we can obviously have a word with Jeremy, but I also want to grab a word with Maxime Trion. Boys, you guys have a real chance of the gold medal now. There was a stage when you were close to the top 6, but I think now there is a genuine conversation. We can think about the gold medal here.
Yeah, of course. We were struggling a bit in the beginning of the race, and with the strategy we had, we are good for the rest of the race. And obviously, it's us, not Spain. We are going to win this one.
Well, we need to bring you out of the way because obviously we've got cars potentially coming into the pits. So I want to see if we can grab a word with you, Jeremy, because the amount of hard work...
It's an important race for the FIA Motorsport Games that is about to get underway here at Paul Ricard because it is the medal-deciding main race for the GT Cup. They've had 2 one-hour qualifying races. Now the medals are at stake. 60 minutes extra ahead of us, mandatory pit stops, 2 drivers per car, both from the same nation. And this is going to be another fascinating hour. It's been a busy day for the teams because their previous 60-minute race was only a couple or so hours ago. Quick turnaround, and they are on the grid, ready to go racing once more. David Addison and John Watson, trackside. So we've had 2 qualifying races, Watty. We've seen each driver start, each driver finish a race. Now, it's a real shuffle. In some cases, they're putting the quick driver in first, others the quick driver in second, and we'll see which strategy pans out the best.
Well, what's clear to me is that the Mercedes-AMG GT3 has been the dominant manufacturer so far, but also France and Germany have been the dominant nations so far. What will happen in this final 1-hour shootout? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
So with lots and lots of fans on hand ready to watch the action, let's catch up with 1 or 2 of the drivers. Gemma Scott is down on the grid, so also is the very rapid Spanish athlete this weekend, Fernando Navarrete.
Well, it's a busy grid down here, and I'm on the penultimate row with the Spanish car, number 19, Fernando Navarrete, behind the wheel. Fernando, it's been a tough start to the weekend for you, but you've had a great pace. Are you looking to plough your way through this field?
Bueno, este fin de semana está siendo un poco difícil. Mi ritmo es bastante fuerte, pero hemos tenido algunos problemas. Y bueno, ahora esperamos que vaya todo bien. Y tirar para adelante y hacer todo lo que podamos.
Are we able to have a quick word in English?
Yeah. This morning I have seen that my ride is very good, and I will try push very hard for lift the car in the better position, my friend.
Thank you very much, Fernando. Have a great race.
Thank you.
So the Spanish driver Fernando Navarrete starts. If you're wondering why the car has Danny Juncade's name on it, it's because Danny Juncade will drive that same chassis in the Sprint Cup tomorrow. There for Lithuania is Imantis Navikauskas. He will go first in the Audi that he shares with Jonas Gelzinis. They will start on the 5th row of the grid. It is Germany with 2 qualifying race wins that's on pole position. You take points for your position, you add them together, and the least number of points puts you at the front of the grid. So Germany, France on the front row, Poland, United Kingdom on the second row, and there you look down on the German Mercedes alongside the French Mercedes, if you follow my drift. And it's been a really good brace of battles between those 2 nationalities thus far. For Chinese Taipei, Max Chen is going to go first in the car that he shares with Evan Chen. Evan has been the quicker of the 2, and that car again is one to watch when we go racing. So the Ferrari of Chinese Taipei lining up on the 5th row of the grid. On the 4th row is Brazil, where Adalberto Baptista is with Gemma.
Adalberto, it's been a difficult start. Some problems with the clutch earlier.
Yes.
It's all fixed now?
Yes, we had a problem with the gearbox in the first race, in the second race. The good thing is in the first race we are in a good position now in 8th. My son is going to start, and let's go to make a different strategy from the others. And
we see.
Okay.
But great for you to be racing with your son for your country.
Yes, that's very nice. Very fun with the son, and representing Brazil is very good.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Have a great race.
Adalberto Baptista, who, as you will have gathered from his overalls, was in the electric Jaguar I-Pace series a couple of years ago. For Ukraine, Ivan Peklin is good to go. A huge amount of support for him and Yevgen Sokolovsky, who drive for Ukraine this weekend. And the nation got a standing ovation at the opening ceremony in Marseille on Wednesday evening. So it's fantastic, John, isn't it, to have Ukraine represented across so many disciplines here as well.
Absolutely, and to have them at all at a major event like this is a great triumph for the team, but for the nation at large. And with a car, an Aston Martin, very quick car in a straight line. We've noticed in the 2 events that we've seen so far that car can pull away from anybody else in the field. Now, not so quick through some of the corners. I don't know whether that was because the sets of tires they were using, but certainly the advantage they have in straight line pace was very noticeable.
Lots of fans still flocking in. It's free admission to the FIA Motorsport Games. Download a ticket, come along. And many of them here to support perhaps the Swiss team, for which Dexter Müller and Yannick Mettler are the athletes. And let's catch up with Switzerland and Germany now.
Yannick, a quick check with your teammate there. Starting on the 3rd row of the grid, and a very competitive grid it is as well.
It is, definitely, yes. And so far the races have been pretty good for us. So starting 5th is a good position. I think now it's a bit mixed up with the pros and the AMs, so it will be very interesting to see how it goes. And yeah, let's see. It's a very cool event.
The German and the French team seem to have been really putting the pace in. Do you think you can challenge that?
Not sure, really. They've been a little bit ahead, to be honest. So for the top 3, I think we're not quite quick enough at the moment, but obviously we try, and the goal is always a podium, so let's see.
Thank you very much. Have a great race.
Thank you.
Yannick Mettler, who will also do the Sprint Cup for Switzerland tomorrow. There is 54 then, the Mercedes that is run by SPS Automotive Performance, the same operation that handles the German car, the German team entry. Francesco Piovanetti will go first for Puerto Rico in the car that he shares from the 3rd row with Victor Gomez. And you can see, as is of course the regulation, all the cars carry not a sponsor as such, but the colours of their nation. So Germany has had 2 qualifying race wins. Fabian Schiller is going to take the 2nd stint, and he could well be a race winner again.
Fabian, this was the dream coming into the weekend, to be dominant, and you have been so far. The race ahead now, the objective obviously is clear.
Yeah, of course. I mean, target is clear. We had a strong weekend so far. It's great representing Germany here. And yeah, we had a strong car. Valentin did an amazing job so far. Like, he's really been the game changer for us, and showed 2 strong races. And I think now it's going to be very interesting, especially with our main competitors, the French car, changing strategies and having the pro driver starting. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting race.
Are we going to see a slightly later pit stop from you guys?
I'm not sure about that. I think most of the cars are going to pit early, so let's see.
Thank you very much. Have a great one.
Thank you.
So Fabian Schiller will do the 2nd stint, and it's going to be Eric Debard for France in the 2nd stint. So Simon Gachet in the French entry has got one task here: go, 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 build up a lead.
Yes, and I think that's going to be his objective. He's got to get the advantage off the line into turn 1, and then just drive away, if that's possible, from Valentin Pierberg in the German entry. But Pierberg did an excellent job last evening when he was able to take the lead, and he pulled out a 15-second advantage over the French car, but that time was driven by Eric Debard. So it's Simon Gachet's a different challenge for Valentin Pierberg. Wait and see how he deals with it.
So Ian Loggy for Team United Kingdom, this year's British GT champion. He will go first. He's on the 4th rank of the grid, the 2nd row, and partnered by Sam Neary, with whom he has raced against rather than as a teammate, but with Chris Froggatt, who's the UK captain, being taken ill in the last few days. Sam Neary parachuted into that car at the 11th hour, and having never raced here, has been getting on with the job quite proficiently.
Yeah, it's a big ask for anybody to come down, particularly you've got a competitive field of GT3 cars to jump in on a circuit he's not raced at. I mean, Paul Ricard isn't the most demanding or difficult circuit, but everybody who's been here have got the advantage and knowledge. So he's sort of learning on the hoof and basically getting quicker every time he's in the car.
So the grid is now formed, and the cars, of course, will have a rolling start. So Valentin Pierberg from pole position and Simon Gachet alongside. It's going to be interesting to see what the gap is at the end of that first stint between them. One is assuming that Gachet, as the pro, and Pierberg as a quick am, will be the race leader, but we'll wait and see. Anything can happen over the first few corners, of course, because there are a couple of pinch points on the run down towards turn 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the key is getting into turn 1 first, so that'll be the objective of Pierberg. Likewise, Gachet's got the same objective, so which of the 2 front row cars will make it into turn 1, but more importantly, get out of turn 1 in the lead, because then the run down into the chicane, if you're the lead car, you can control that part of the circuit, while all behind you'll be tripping over one another, looking for gaps which may be there when you think about it, but when you get to that gap, it isn't there anymore. So pole position, front row of the grid, massive advantage in the first sector here at Paul Ricard.
Absolutely right. And of course, in that second stint, the pressure will be on Eric Debard, no matter where he is in the order, with pro drivers around him. So the formation lap is about to get underway. The car's set to be released in a moment then as the green flag is shown. That means that the leading car, as it is, the pace car effectively, will blast away. The competition cars will follow, and at the end of the lap, it will peel into the pit lane. They will be released. We will go racing. Mandatory pit stop between 25 and 35 minutes, 69 seconds line to line. And now everybody accelerates away from the start line. Chance to get some temperature into the tyres, and a chance for us to have a quick look at the full grid for this GT Cup main race. Remember, this is the first race of the weekend where medals are going to be awarded. There are other events still going through their semi-finals and qualifying elements elsewhere around the Castellet circuit, but this is an opportunity for medals to be decided. And Valentin Pierberg for Germany will line up alongside France with Simon Gachet at the wheel. The two similar Mercedes on the front row of the grid. On the second row for Poland is Marcin Jedlinski, and for United Kingdom, Ian Loggy at the wheel of the Mercedes. On the third row of the grid, Switzerland with Dexter Muller's Mercedes, and for Puerto Rico, it is going to be Francesco Piovanetti who will go first. On the fourth row, Ivan Peklin for Ukraine, lining up alongside the Brazilian Mercedes, Bruno Baptista. Then on row 5, Max Chen for Chinese Taipei, and the Ferrari will go first. And Imantis Navikauskas for Lithuania is alongside. On the sixth row, Fernando Navarrete, he'll be one to watch, I suspect, for Spain, lining up alongside Paul Ip there in the spectacularly coloured Honda of Hong Kong, China. And to round out the grid, Stephen Grove in the El Bamba Motorsport run Porsche, a car that had big problems and didn't even really do a proper racing lap in race 2 after a puncture and some suspension damage. So, is it going to be 3 out of 3 and a gold medal for Germany, John?
You'd have to say they would be odds-on favourite, but because the way France has split its driver lineup, put the pro driver in first to gain the high ground, and if they can take the lead and then control the pace that they can run at in clear air, then come in, hand the car over Eric Debard, it'll ultimately be about the opening lap, it'll be about then the point at which you make your pit stop. I would assume Simon Gachet will come in, Simon Gachet will come late in this. We saw how late that French car came in during the previous qualifying race. 6 seconds remaining in the clock before the pit lane window closed.
Paul Ip, who is the man behind KCMG, the company that's looking after that Honda, looking after Andy Yann's touring car, looking after the construction of the single-seaters in the F4 Cup. So he's a busy man, and it's great to have Hong Kong, China here. Given the travel restrictions for that part of the world, it's excellent that so many of them have come, bearing in mind they've got quarantine to go through when they get back home. So they are more than welcome in this year's FIA Motorsport Games. The first edition since 2019 because of the pandemic. We were last at Vallelunga, and of course it's an event that has grown out of the FIA GT Nations Cup that we had back in 2018 at Bahrain, and from Little Acorns. So it is an absolutely massive event, and it's really good to see the circuit so busy. Looking out of our window on the pit straight, the grandstand's very busy indeed, and they are about to be treated to a really interesting GT Cup main race. The field then now getting back into the 2x2 formation, that sort of Noah's Ark style grid order as they come up towards the timing line. And you can anticipate Simon Gachet from second on the grid to build a lead because you've got a pro against the AMS. But if he can get away and really build a gap and let everybody else squabble behind him, then he's going to be potentially in the pound seats late in the race, barring a safety car at any time. So the safety car peels off, and the pole position car has gained an advantage already, hasn't it? Because Valentin Pierberg for Germany was about a length in advance there. They come up towards the timing line now. The lights change. We go racing for the GT Cup at the FIA Motorsport Games, and France takes the lead. Germany on the inside line, fending off the United Kingdom for second place. Germany is second. United Kingdom is third, and a good start by Brazil round the outside for fourth place, with Puerto Rico fifth, but a great start by France.
Yeah, a bit of a scrappy start. The cars were not fully alongside one another prior to coming up to the line itself, but Simon Gachet has stolen the advantage and is already pulling out a gap of maybe a second or so ahead of second place Valentin Pierberg, and the rest of the field follows through. There's the Polish Audi, which was so strong in the qualifying race earlier today, now right back in the depth almost of the field.
The Honda of Hong Kong, China also busily attacking. The Porsche has lost a bit of time as well of Australia in the first sector of the lap as the cars come onto the Mistral straight for the first time. Then speed builds on the run up towards the chicane. And Hong Kong under attack from Spain right now. Fernando Navarrete on the inside line, but it is Gachet for France leading the way. Germany second, Brazil third, United Kingdom fourth, Puerto Rico fifth, Ukraine sixth, and a sideways Audi of Lithuania scrabbles into the chicane seventh as there. Spain, Fernando Navarrete goes ahead of Paul Litt for Hong Kong, China.
Well, the front runners are up and running. They're gone. Simon Gachet already stretching by each sector, maybe half a second a sector. So he has got his task. He will just drive away from the rest of the field. Valentin Pierberg, I thought, might have been able to stay closer to the back of the France entry, but not so apparently at this phase. Up the inside, or is it round the outside, and up the inside goes Ukraine on the Puerto Rican entry.
It shows, doesn't it, how quickly drivers are learning this circuit. The confidence levels increasing all the time because they're going through. It's Ivan Peklin and getting faster and faster, more and more confident in this circuit all the time. Fernando Navarrete up from the back of the grid for Spain, also looking good in the black Mercedes, as here the cars come through the Virage de la Tour for the first time, down towards Virage du Pont, and round the outside of Poland. There dives Chinese Taipei. That was brave stuff by Max Chen. It didn't work, but it was a bold effort.
Yeah, it was probably a little bit ambitious to think you could pass at that point on the opening lap, and everybody is trying to get themselves sorted out. But look at the gap, and Germany under challenge from Brazil.
Down towards turn one. So Bruno Baptista for Brazil taking the fight here to Germany, and this is only going to delay Valentin Pierberg and let France pull away.
And this, I certainly had not expected, but really a strong pace by Baptista to do so and putting Pierberg under pressure. What Germany does not want is to lose another position.
Yeah.
And right now it looks like the Brazil entry has got the legs, got the pace. Well, what's up the inside? And that was off track.
That was Spain.
Spain again? Did they gain out of that, or
yes,
was that force majeure?
Well, they've certainly moved ahead of Switzerland, and Australia goes ahead of Hong Kong, China, so there's been a real shuffle around there. But yeah, you'd have to say that the Spanish entry of Fernando Navarrete was off the road and back on again, and he's come out of that sequence of corners ahead of Switzerland's Dexter Müller. But yes, right now, Gachet building the lead. He was 3.3 seconds up the road at the end of the opening lap alone, so he's absolutely storming away for the French team, as there up on the inside Chinese Taipei's Max Chen goes ahead of Poland's Marcin Jedlinski. The Polish Audi is falling away.
It's not only falling, it started on the second row of the grid, and at the first lap, what is it, it's like an 8th position and losing another position, so down to 9th.
Out of senior go the cars for second and third, Germany versus Brazil. And there, Bruno Baptista looking to try to get himself up and past Valentin Pierberg, but he can't do it right now. Pierberg having to defend, but the more he defends, the more time he loses against the French entry. This is absolutely playing into the hands of France.
Surprisingly so. I didn't think that the German entry would fall back so quickly from Simon Gachet, because the pace I saw last night from Valentin Pierberg indicated to me he's virtually on the pace of his co-driver, but equally that of the pace of the French Mercedes entry.
So through they turn once more onto the pit straight. Valentin Pierberg, who is a quick am, gets faster and faster all the time. The more seat time he has in a race car, he will come up towards the line. But Simon Gachet booms past the pits in the Mercedes. It was 3.3. It's now 5 seconds. He's done obviously the best lap of the race. As there, Pierberg to Baptista. Germany to Brazil is only a 1/5 of a second, and it's game on for 4th place. United Kingdom versus Ukraine. It's game on for 6th. Ferrari side by side. Chinese Taipei through on the inside line. So Chinese Taipei up into 6th place. Now, the timing screen says Evan Chen. The grid sheet with the nominated start driver said Max Chen. That's got more of an Evan Chen pace to it. As there, look, Ukraine up the inside and goes through for 4th place. Ivan Peklin doing a fantastic job.
Car looks a totally different car to the one we saw earlier in the day. It's got grip in the low speed corners, but it's got straight line performance, which it's always had. So whatever they've done at Aston Martin, they've found a way to give the car more performance over a lap, not just on certain parts of the circuit. But look at this battle for 2nd place up into the first chicane, and again Baptiste charging with a gap between first and second, 5.4 seconds as we're on the 3rd lap. That's imaginable. There you can see it as they come up into scene. Not quite a half a straight length advantage to the French entry over the German, and followed right up the wheel tracks of Brazil.
So right now, Simon Gachet's advantage getting bigger and bigger and bigger all the time, as it was 5 seconds last time around. This is the fight for second place then, with Germany ahead of Brazil. Pierberg versus Bruno Baptista. Now, Bruno Baptista is effectively the pro in a Pro-Am car, but he can't get past Valentin Pierberg right now. This makes Pierberg's defence very, very impressive, doesn't it?
I mean, the usual story, you can catch, but how do you find a way around? The two cars are, I would say, equal in performance. Pierberg slightly wider coming into that penultimate corner before you line up for Village de la Tour to get through. There we go. So, well, the crowds are there appreciating what they're seeing, the children all around the racetrack, this battle for second place. So it's the usual story, you can catch. What are you going to do to find a way around? Other than we're going to see a mistake from Pierberg. Right now, don't really see that happening.
They are happy it's France leading, that's for sure. So now it is 7.5 seconds between the top two, and Pierberg is still just ahead of Baptista. Now, this is Brazil's chance maybe on the run down towards turn 3 to have a go. There's a gap. Baptista thinks about it, but no, Pierberg is able to move across and consolidate the place, but they're just hemorrhaging time against France now.
Yeah, France is up and gone. Brazil had to be careful because they couldn't afford to go down the inside. They weren't far enough alongside. And also because they're on the narrow entry, Baptista had to get out of the throttle a little bit earlier, and that allowed Pierberg on the slightly wider line to break that a little bit later, and on you go.
Now, look in the background. Look at Ukraine. Ivan Peklin is lapping quicker than these two because they're holding each other up. He's in the 2-minute 5s. They're in the 2-minute 6s. This will be a three-way fight for second place between Germany, Brazil and Ukraine before the end of the lap, I reckon. The Aston Martin, wait for it. There it is, of Ukraine in 4th place. He's getting closer all the time.
Well, that car has been flying since the lights went out. And I think you're right, David. You can see 0.3 of a second on the second lap, 0.4 on the third lap. We're on the 4th lap now. And the Aston Martin's going to make it a three-way battle for second place as the British entry in Loggy in the 93 Sky Tempesta Mercedes hasn't really got an answer, and he's under pressure now from the Ferrari 68, and that is the Chinese Taipei entry.
And it is Evan Chen starting for Chinese Taipei. There was a late decision to switch, which has been approved by the stewards. And you can see Evan Chen's pace here because he is looking for a way to get past Ian Loggy for United Kingdom. But it's Germany, Brazil and Ukraine, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. It's absolutely nose to tail, 5th as well. Which way to look? Because here comes round the outside. Evan Chen for Chinese Taipei. Can't do it. Brazil at the inside of Germany at Virage Dupont. Can't do it. Ukraine right there as well. It might not be the biggest grid this weekend, but it's giving mega racing.
Well, that was a brave move by Brazil, a very brave move likewise for Chinese Taipei to try and go around the outside, but that's what we're here to see. These drivers are here racing, not for themselves, but for the nations. Can they make a pass on Brazil? Wow, what a great move. Pekin did a wonderful job, got alongside Brazil, maybe caught Baptista a little bit unawares, but the pace of the Aston Martin since the lights have gone out, that's probably been the most impressive car, other than what we've seen from Gachet, who's just up the road, nearly 10 seconds in the lead.
Ivan Peklin is becoming a bit of a hero this weekend, isn't he? He's raced in the Italian GT Championship, in the International GT Open Series, as well as around here in Formula 4 single-seater. So he's got a bit of track knowledge, he's got some GT knowledge, and it's being put to very, very good use. Because right now, Ivan Peklin for Ukraine runs 3rd. Now, this is Poland under attack from Spain. This is the next battle to look for, Poland versus Spain, 9th and 10th.
Well, ordinarily, we would have said Poland should be at the front of the field, not at the tail of the field. But I suspect now we've got the Spanish entry directly behind, and that's been very quick all through the weekend. Closes onto the tail of the Audi coming down to that first chicane, but too far back, surely, to think about a lunge down the inside. Yeah, he tagged him. He was too far back and just misjudged it. And once again, we're seeing the Polish Audi. It's like been a punch bowl for all competitors through the weekend. Second place is under major threat from Ukraine. Phenomenal drive.
And Peklin looks for a way through at Le Beausset. I should imagine that Spain will be hauled before the beat for that. Fernando Navarrete having created that contact. But Peklin is trying to attack and trying to defend. He's all over the back of Germany like a rash. He's trying to keep the Brazil entry of Baptista Jr. at bay as well as they come now up through the Virage de la Tour. Ivan Peklin riding the curbs there like he spends every day at this circuit. He's certainly on top of the racetrack, that is for sure. And is there going to be a move coming into the Virage Dupont? This the last corner on the lap. Pierberg moves across, covers the line. Peklin trying to repel and also trying to attack. It's Brazil behind, and they're all being caught now by Chinese Taipei. This is great news for France because, again, Pierberg for Germany is just unable to go quickly because he's so busy defending.
Well, he never had the pace from the minute the lights went out, but certainly he's in a defensive mode right now to keep the third place Ukraine, Aston Martin behind him, and essentially the pace that the Aston Martin's got and the Brazil Mercedes following. And those two cars, technically, if they got ahead of the German entry, they would pull away from it. But Pierberg is using his car cleanly and fairly, uses his strength and speed where it counts. And, I mean, if you can't get alongside, it's too big a call, too big a risk to try and just throw it down the inside and think you can get away with it.
Second, third, fourth, fifth, Germany, Ukraine, Brazil, Chinese Taipei. It shows, doesn't it, the global spread of nations at this year's FIA Motorsport Games. The lead gap, though, remember France, well, 12 seconds plus clear now, 12.3 there, just going back onto the Mistral straight is France against Germany, against Ukraine. Up the inside goes Peklin and goes second, and Brazil tries to buy into this as well. Out wide goes Ukraine. Peklin is off the road. He's back on again. Here comes Brazil up the inside as well, and Germany gets shuffled and shuffled again out of the pack. So Ukraine goes second. What about third? Germany on the inside, Brazil on the outside, Chinese Taipei in the mix as well.
Well, it's got 2 into 1 will be difficult, but Germany losing 2 positions into scene, and that is not ideal. So now we've got a battle for second place between Brazil and Ukraine, and likewise we've got, well, what's happened to Valentin Pierberg? He's been mugged, literally, in that last lap, first by the Aston, then by the Brazil, and there we see the Ferrari following through as well.
The team manager of Spain summoned to the stewards because of that contact against Poland, and right now Ukraine second, Brazil third. Bearing in mind that the Brazil car was in all sorts of strife mechanically and with a spin in the first race of the day. It's had a good recovery there. Spain to the outside of Lithuania. Navikauskas just about keeping Navarrete at bay as they run up towards the Virage de la Tour. Spain on the inside here. That's going to translate to the outside for the next corner, but Spain round the outside, briefly ahead, runs out of road. Stays on the outside, back up the inside. Navarrete for Spain takes the place, goes 8th.
Yeah, a little bit sort of clumsy in the way he achieved it, but means justified the end. He got through cleanly, there was no contact, but the battle for second, third, fourth is getting very close. It's been, well, this is the closest this battle for second place probably has been since we saw the Ukraine Aston Martin join in a couple of laps ago, 3 laps ago, and managed to get past Brazil, managed to get past Germany on merit in second place, some 14.8 seconds behind the race leading team France Mercedes.
So right now it is 16 seconds first to fifth. In other words, France to Germany, because don't forget you've got Fabian Schiller, one of the quickest drivers here, to take over the car that is currently fifth, the German entry. So right now, second, third, fourth, up towards the Mistral chicane. Ukraine from Brazil, from Chinese Taipei.
And Brazil's really under threat from Taipei indeed, because as long as he can't find a way past Ukraine, the Chinese Taipei entry is just closing all the time. And it's always, you're focusing on what you're trying to do. Sometimes you forget there's a car behind you that might catch you wrong-footed and find a slip way through.
Now, Pierberg for Germany, fifth, is still junking time. His last lap was a 2 minutes 8, but he's not really being able to come back at them, particularly in the sectors. He's another half a second down in the first sector. He is on the pace, if not quicker, in fact, than others in the second sector, but he's dropping off the back of the train.
Yeah, and he ran wide, and watch what's happened. The Ferrari Taipei has gone through, so it's gained a position. Brazil have dropped a position. Not surprising, the pace that Chinese Taipei have shown with their Ferrari. Now the sights are set on, can we catch it? Can we overtake Ukraine and then the Aston Martin? So where has this car come from? Runs slightly wide, Brazil trying to get back, get alongside, but on the wrong part of the racetrack. The undercut's available to Brazil, but not in the position to execute.
Race leader has gone through then. France, Simon Gachet is on to lap number 8. We're looking at 29 laps in total. That's what's been achieved thus far in the qualifying races. And he's now 16 seconds ahead of Ukraine. So it's France, Ukraine, Chinese Taipei. And it is 19 seconds between France leading and Germany 5th. The United Kingdom's falling away as well. Ian Loggy 6th. He's now 22 seconds adrift of the race leader. 7th is Puerto Rico. 8th is Spain. 9th is Lithuania. 10th is Switzerland. 11th is Australia. 12th is Poland. And 13th is Hong Kong, China. But Chinese Taipei's Evan Chen, he's become another star. He's just got better and better over the weekend.
Well, the combination of the Ferrari 488 and the Chen family behind the wheel, there is our race leader coming down into the first chicane. That's a 16.2 second advantage. But this is the battle now for second place. And I tell you what, I wouldn't want to bet against Chinese Taipei not getting up into second place. They've been quick all the way through, and they're going to have dives up the inside, but the Aston has always been quick in a straight line, and maybe that's going to be the Achilles of the Ferrari. It may be quicker in an overall lap, Chinese Taipei, but they may not have the speed of the part of the racetrack where they want to see a pass being made. It'll be only a mistake from Pekin that might see the Chinese Taipei Ferrari make its way up into second place.
But Germany is becoming almost a distant memory now. Valentin Pierberg, having lost those places, is falling off the back of the train. He has lost a couple of tenths in the first sector. He has lost 3 tenths in the second sector. He comes then now up towards the left-hander of the Virage de la Tour out of Le Beausset, and there Chinese Taipei ahead of Ukraine, so up into second place now goes Chinese Taipei.
Well, the parts of the racetrack where the Ferrari may be stronger were the bits that we've seen that, or we're about to see hopefully in a replay, that overtake take place. Now Brazil is coming back at Ukraine. Maybe the pace that Ukraine had in the earlier part of the race has begun to ebb away, and that's gone probably down to the balance of grip, and maybe the strength that the Aston had with those fresh tyres has been dissipated, and now losing that second place to Chinese Taipei and possibly losing third place to a car that he actually overtook on pace. Now the Brazil Mercedes coming back at the Ukraine Aston Martin, so down the hill into the chicane once again.
Spain has just been given 2 penalties, a 5-second penalty for track limit abuses and a 10-second penalty for causing a collision with Poland. So it's gone from bad to worse for Spain, running 7th on the road. Brazil all over the back of Ukraine, trying to fight back. But the way that Chinese Taipei has caught and passed and hopped through the traffic, massively impressive. Now, you could argue that Valentin Pierberg for Germany in 5th place is the best of the AMs, if you like, rather than fighting the pros. But for me, the concern is that he's dropped 2.7 seconds off the back of the train. Even if he doesn't need to be ahead of them, he needs to be with them, and he's not.
No, he's not. But I suppose the upside is when Germany makes its pit stop, they're going to put Fabian Schiller in when all those around them are going to go back to their non-professional or semi-professional drivers. So that's how they've read it. That was their choice. They didn't anticipate seeing Pierberg drop back into 5th place, but crucially 21 seconds behind the race-leading Team France entry. So this little battle going on. Brazil running right now in 4th position, trying to reclaim 3rd position from the Ukraine, who, well, they grabbed that from Brazil, what, 5 laps ago.
Yeah, of course, you've got drivers with the grading of bronze and silver, and just about all of those ahead of Valentin Pierberg, silver or above. So, as I say, he's kind of your leading AM, but ahead of Ian Loggy, therefore, by 4.3 seconds. And then the pendulum will swing again in the second stint, because you'll have the pro driver coming from the back, as it were, catching up for Germany against the AM for the other nations. So it'll be really interesting to see whether it's better to put your gun driver in at the end and play catch-up, or at the start and get them to pull away and build up the gap. It's very rare, actually, these days that you have a race where you've got the strategies that are different like that, because so often we see a GT race where the team decides we'll keep whoever is quickest for the end, come what may, just in case of a late race safety car. But here you tend not to get that many safety cars, and with a small field as well, because of the nature of the circuit, so many access roads and perimeter roads that you can easily move a car around without needing to neutralise the race. The leader has gone through, as you saw, that was France, 17 seconds clear of Chinese Taipei.
Well, they have driven away from the rest of the field. There is the 3rd place, Ukraine entry, followed by Brazil. So Baptista believes that he's got the pace to get ahead of the Aston Martin. It's really, I think, has seen the best of its run. We're only 40 minutes of this race remaining, only 20 minutes into the race, so pit stop window will be opening in a 5-minute time span. Who will be first in? Well, I don't know whether it's going to be Valentin Pierberg. I suspect that will be one of the first of the competitors to make his way into the pit lane.
And I think what France did in the first race, by hanging it out to the very, very end, other nations will follow suit. Keep the pro driver in for as long as possible, even with only a few seconds to spare. Out of the chicane comes this battle for 3rd. For me, Evan Chen for Chinese Taipei has been the driver of the race, though, because of the way that he's worked his way up from the 5th row of the grid. He's caught the traffic, he's got through the traffic, and he's pulled away.
Correct. I mean, I can't say anything other than he's got the car underneath him, and he's done a very good job behind the wheel, and he's made those passes and affected them and moved on. So he's, what, 17 seconds behind the race leader. more important, he's just under 2 seconds ahead of the battling Aston Martin here with the Brazil Mercedes. So I think we can say that Chen is in a comfortable enough position, and whether he wants to try and challenge, well, I mean, I'm sure he will do his best to try and reduce the gap between himself and the race leader. It's a question of who's going to go into that car, and we know that Eric Denard is going to be behind the wheel of the lead Mercedes.
So over the timing line go the second, third, fourth placed cars, and the fight's on for third. Ukraine ahead of Brazil, and there is Valentin Pierberg. Now, as I say, he's still your leading AM, but now being caught a little bit by Ian Logie for the United Kingdom. So that gap, 3.7 seconds. Ian Logie doing a personal best lap last time around. So Valentin Pierberg's lap time's not stellar, but he is keeping that notional class lead, if you like, of being the best AM. Poland versus Switzerland up towards the line.
Well, this is just a drag race between the Audi and the Mercedes, and the Audi looks like it's got the marginal advantage. That's more maybe to do with the speed of the final turn.
But the Mercedes has dropped 2 places for Switzerland on that lap. So Dexter Müller, I think, has had a problem. And that's Fabian Schiller getting ready. We're 3 minutes away from the window opening, and he knows he's got a job to do.
Well, he will be, I think, as soon as that pit lane window is open, depending where on the track the number 20 Mercedes, the German entry is, he will be the one, if not the first, competitor to be into the pit lane. And I would certainly, if I was running that car, that would be my instruction. Get Valentin in and let's put Fabian Schiller behind the wheel and see if we can resurrect a victory out of what would be, in their German terms, I suppose, a disappointing to find yourself actually demoted down to 5th place, having run second initially.
And then, of course, there's also that fascination as to a Schiller lap time relative to a Gachet lap time when you have that overlap between them. And Simon Gachet last time for France did the fastest lap of the race. He's still pushing. Right, what about third? Ukraine versus Brazil, Peklin versus Baptista. They're still running together.
So it looks like Peklin's got Brazil in control, because whatever Baptista tries to do.
Now, this is what happened to Switzerland a lap ago. Remember, we saw Poland gain a place. That was how it was all done. Australia had already gone through, and that was how Poland elbows out. Sort of do unto others as you've had them do unto you, really.
But like stock car racing, as you love, David, or as I would know it as Dodgem car racing. And that one, he certainly didn't dodge.
No, you're right. Sorry, Ian Logie for United Kingdom, a 5-second penalty for track limits. So United Kingdom being given a penalty now for track limit offences.
We haven't seen any of those, but undoubtedly somebody has had an eye on what Ian Loggie's been doing, and that's a 5-second added to your... Will it be added in the pit stop?
Yeah. So the 69 seconds for everybody else will be +5 for United Kingdom and for Spain for track limit abuses. Here is Peklin, making his way for Ukraine down towards turn 3. And right now, there you can see the hard-charging Lithuanian entry. Amantis Navikauskas for Lithuania ahead of Pio Venetti in the Puerto Rican Ferrari. 8th and 9th, these two, 0.3 of a second apart.
So they're having a little international or internation battle. So we're getting ready. There we see this is the 93 Team UK entry preparing. So that's Sam Neary walking out into the pit lane as race leader. Simon Gachet with an 18.1 second advantage over the Chinese Taipei Ferrari. So he's going to stay out until the last knockings, in my opinion. So when are we going to see the German entry? There it is, just exiting the exit of the pit of the chicane onto the second part of the Mistral Straight. This battle for second place back in the control, in my view, of Peklin for Ukraine.
I know we talked about this a little bit in the first qualifying race, but isn't it fantastic to have a jumbled entry like this where we're looking at different people from those that we often see in a GT race, like, for example, Bruno Baptista, like Evan Chen, like Ivan Peklin, and seeing how they are as drivers, who the stars are, how improvements are made over the weekend. Yes, Simon Gachet should be leading because he knows this circuit like the back of his hand, you could argue. But the others getting better and better all the time, and people like Peklin and Chen, absolute standouts here, and perhaps we were ready to ignore them at the start of the weekend.
And Peklin beginning to pull away. Here's in the pit lane. 2 cars are entering the pit lane. So just waiting to see which of the 2, waiting for the timing and scoring to refresh.
Well, Pierberg will be one of them for Germany, I would offer you.
It is Pierberg. Pierberg looks to be the first. There it is, comes to a standstill now. Fabian Schiller assists as Ian Logie comes in, likewise hand over to Sam Neary. Well, 5 second, can't do anything with for the 5 seconds. Now you can go.
Yeah. So the team coordinating that well, and Sam Neary gets in.
So Ian Logie has to take his seat insert out. That's a bit of a fumble to get that clear. Now we've got to do the seat belts, which will be goodness knows whereabouts. And we see Sam Neary get back behind the wheel. So Germany at work. And waiting now for Fabian Schiller. Is the car all set to rock and roll? Being held, now it goes, so we wait and see what that time, if anything, over 69 seconds, 69.1 would be good enough.
It would indeed, wouldn't it? As down the pit lane also, Poland has been in for Karol Bash to take over. That car's just arriving at its pit box. It's a long pit lane here, don't forget as well, and it straddles the timing line. There is Simon Gachet, fastest lap of the race done by Simon Gachet. His last lap was only a 10th adrift of the best lap of the race, so he is still pushing, and he will stay out for another 7 or almost 8 minutes here to try to go to the very end of his allotted driving time as Eric Debard gets ready.
So Germany 70.5 seconds. So they were 1.5 over what was the minimum amount of time you could spend in the pit lane. So reasonable stop for Germany. And now Fabian Schiller's got to drive the wheels off that number 20 Mercedes as the race leader comes across to complete the 12th lap of the race, about to put a lap down on the Puerto Rican Ferrari.
So once all the stops have cycled through, we'll have the proper order, but of course not only Gachet, but Evan Chen, Ivan Peklin, Bruno Baptiste are all staying out as long as they can, up to the end of the window, or as close to the end of the window as they can get. Ukraine and Brazil go through then, still running third and fourth, and these two have dropped away by 7 seconds from Chinese Taipei as they drop down towards the first corner. Absolutely nose to tail with Brazil coming back at Ukraine now.
Yeah, it's been coming back for the last 2 or 3 laps, and as I mentioned earlier, I suspect that when the Aston's on fresh rubber, it's very quick all around the racetrack. When the rubber begins to wear down, then I think it's not quite so good as these parts of the track where Peklin is having just to be cautious. He can't push in the manner he did in the opening laps. In the opening laps, he was absolutely all over the back of anybody who he came across. But now Baptiste has got the momentum back in his favour, but where he's going to find a way around the Aston, which has still got that straight line performance advantage.
Back onto the Mistral straight comes Bruno Baptiste. We've got Lithuania into the pit lane, incidentally. Every car needs to make this regulation pit stop, drive a change, and it's got to be a minimum of 69 seconds. As there, the race leader caught out in traffic, and Simon Gachet has to go wide. Clipped one of those markers. That was the Puerto Rico Ferrari that he suddenly came across, and he's been badly delayed and then effectively forced off the racetrack.
Now, he hit one of those markers on the outside of scene. I don't know whether that'll be a penalty for the race leading Ferrari or whether that'll be deemed to be a force majeure situation, but whatever it is, it's not something that Team France had in its game plan and didn't want in its game plan.
You can expect all the other teams to be shouting foul because they'd like some way of slowing down the French entry. That was Victor Gomez at the wheel of the Puerto Rico Ferrari, fresh into the car, but you'll see the French Mercedes go across the line now with a little bit of damage on the front, but also with a slightly slower lap by about 1.5 seconds. Here it was.
So he's trying to find a way around, and I don't know whether he overran the back of the Puerto Rican Ferrari, just coming towards the exit of scene and had no choice but to move out to the left, I suspect. Watch what's happening here. Brazil almost got half a sniff of an overtake on Ukraine onto the pit straight, so Baptiste has not given up. He's got another 4 and a bit minutes before he'll be out of time. So these two are going to go down to the limit as to where they can be. But Baptiste nearly got alongside the Ukraine Aston Martin, but near was not good enough.
Drivers then getting ready to go. Now we need to be seeing Fabian Schiller lap times. He's on his first flying lap now. Not surprisingly, he's doing the cars, the German entries, personal best sector times. Baptiste Jr. still being held up by Ivan Peklin. Ukraine versus Brazil, but Peklin has driven a great stint and Baptiste has another go. Down at the Virage du Cap, tries on the outside line, can't do it, and Ukraine hangs on to third place.
So Brazil right under the rear wing of the Ukraine Aston Martin. Best chance probably they're going to get, or had up until now. But the difficulty, you can see just the speed of the Aston Martin onto the straight just gives it that extra car length or two going down to the first chicane. Baptiste may have more grip, but he isn't close enough behind to execute. So again, he's got to fall in up the inside. Whoa! Well, that's not going to do him any good. That is unfortunate. That's going to be a penalty of some sort because, well, I think that was beyond what I would call a racing incident.
Well, Ukraine gets going and badly delayed in all of that, so there is going to be no doubt a look by the race officials at that manoeuvre. You saw Adalberto Baptista applauding, but I'm not entirely sure that position is going to stay.
I think that it will be reviewed. So let's look again and see. All of a sudden, the Brazil make a lunge down the inside. I mean, the contact occurred. I thought maybe Ukraine were trying to give as much room as possible, but there wasn't really enough room. The Brazil car had to go out to the left, whereas the Ukraine Aston was coming in from towards the right. So the inevitable occurred, and Ukraine was the loser in that incident.
So towards the timing line comes Brazil, up into third place, Bruno Baptista, but with a big finger wag to come, I would have thought. Maybe a penalty for that, as France on lap 16 out of a projected 29 carries on. The Polish entry, Karol Basz, absolute best in the first sector. Simon Gachet's last lap was a 2 minutes 4.6. Fabian Schiller 2 minutes 4.3. So effectively now, Germany closing on France. Into the pit lane comes Ukraine.
Well, I don't know whether that's cause or effect, whether there's some damage or whether that was planned, but anyway, a great drive all the way through by Ivan Petkin in the Ukraine Aston Martin. There is our race leader. The gap 16.7 seconds. In fact, the Chinese Taipei entry, that Ferrari, has managed to take a couple of 3/10 out of the race leader over the last couple of laps.
Now there is the penalised Spanish Mercedes, and it is now going to be Gonzalo de Andres who will take it over. He's not as quick as Fernando Navarrete, and Navarrete's already been penalised with a 10 and a 5-second penalty. Now look at the front of the French leading car. Remember, it clipped that marker, and the damage on the right front corner has got worse. Have another look, because it is flapping away. There it is, dragging on the ground.
A flappy front splitter.
Yeah.
Now say that without...
That's easy for you to say. A flappy front splitter for France. And Simon Gachet might have to come in a little bit earlier. Are they going to tape that up? How much of an impact is that going to make? The answer to question one is yes, he will come in this time. To question two, how much of an impact is that damage going to make? John, what do you think?
I suspect it's nothing too serious, but you don't need to hit marker cones anywhere in a racetrack, a vulnerable part of the car, the very front splitter, so the team will no doubt quickly have a quick look, make an assessment. They will have some of that inevitable favourite tool in the mechanics toolbox, gaffer tape.
So it might be that sticky tape is enough. Don't forget that Simon Gachet had lost a little bit of time to Fabian Schiller anyway, and yep, they're going to have a go at doing a bit of a bodge, a quick repair on that right front corner as Eric Debar is slotted into the Acodis ASP team Mercedes for France. Evan Chen is in to give way to Max Chen for Chinese Taipei. Bruno Baptista in for Adalberto Baptista for Brazil. And how much sticky tape do you need?
A lot, because the team are concerned that if that splitter starts to break apart, so they're putting, it's like helicopter tape they're putting onto the right front corner to ensure that the integrity of the splitter is not going to be compromised as Eric Debar goes out, as the father-son, and father sort of slides into the seat. I'm saying that politely. I think maybe fell into the seat more likely. So son, pretty impressive as we see the lead France Mercedes return to the track with a bandaged job done on the right front corner.
So now this is the chasing car. This is Fabian Schiller, who has been one of the longest in already in this stint. And so as he comes up now towards the end of the lap, he's already 8 minutes into a stint. Yes, he is the man that has been in stint 2 longer than anybody. Max Chen heads down the pit lane for Chinese Taipei. Adalberto Baptista sets off for Brazil. 25 minutes are on the clock. And at the end of this next lap, we'll get a proper idea of the margin between France and Germany. But they've got to clear Chinese Taipei. But look, Germany has bought back places.
Yes, they're up to third position. So they got ahead of Brazil. I've no doubt that Fabian Schiller will be able to do a little bit more than Father Baptista. There is Sam Neri in the Team UK entry, and followed behind by Ukraine and the Aston Martin. But I don't anticipate Ukraine making any further progress, because they've now got their arm, as it were, behind the wheel. And Sam Querrey, whether you call Sam the pro or the am in that car. I don't know whether Ian Logie would like to be called the pro or the am either.
Well, Ian Logie is a very good am, and Sam Neary, I suppose, is the pro, really. He is part of the BRDC's Rising Stars programme, which looks after and promoting young British talent. He normally does the pro stint in British GT, so let's give him the pro status for the purposes of this weekend. As there, look, Fabian Schiller hustles along. Sam Neary is a silver-graded driver, Ian Logie a bronze-graded driver, but Fabian Schiller for Germany is a silver, and he is closing onto the back of Chinese Taipei's Max Chen, and he's going to be ahead of him very, very swiftly indeed.
Yeah, he's taking lumps out of the gap between the Ferrari and the Mercedes, and I would assume he will be looking to find a way past in the entry down into Le Bousset, and well, even a mind reader could have worked that one out, because it's the pace that we are seeing from Fabian Schiller and the way that the Ferrari exited. The pace was with the Mercedes and Schiller, and not with Cheng and the Chinese Taipei entry.
The incident between Brazil and Ukraine that we saw on the Mistral Straight is being investigated now, so that might bring a penalty out of the system. We'll keep you posted. As here, Fabian Schiller, you can see a real pro at work here, can't you? Just the way that that car is being hustled along. He's got the confidence in the machinery, and the young German driver now floors the throttle as there. The race leader, Eric Debar, goes through down towards turn 3. So at the end of this lap, we'll start to see a gap, because coming up towards the timing line is Germany. You're looking at France down at turn 3. We're looking at a gap of 29.2 seconds.
I mean, 29 seconds and 22 minutes. I mean, I know that Fabian Schiller is going to be the quicker of the two drivers in the respective leading two Mercedes. France in the lead, Germany in second place, but that is a massive challenge for Fabian Schiller to reduce it. If he reduces it by half before the checkered flag comes out, I think that'll be an excellent effort. But to try and take away 22 seconds, 29 seconds with 22 minutes remaining, I don't think it's possible.
Well, it's come down in the first sector already by over a second. 1.4 seconds pull back in sector 1 alone. Now, okay, Eric Debar is still getting himself up to temperature, as it were, up to speed, getting himself dialed in. Fabian Schiller is well into the stint. Eric Debar has been in the car for 3.5 minutes. Fabian Schiller for Germany has been in for 11 minutes. And of course, he's a pro driver, so you can anticipate him to get up to speed quicker as Marchi Lee for Hong Kong China goes through, and he is closing on Jonas Galzinit for Lithuania. There they are, Audi versus Honda. And Marchi Lee, experienced driver, he and Paul Ip for Hong Kong China were racing in the Italian GT Championship at Mugello a week ago, and they dropped down now through the chicane.
Great to see, again, I keep repeating it, but great to see a Honda in competition.
Yeah, agree.
I think that's a fantastic product, and I just wish we had more of them competing. Well, maybe they are, just not in the series that I'm directly involved in.
I reckon Germany is going to get to France, you know, before the end, because another second has been taken out in the middle sector alone. So it's all adding up nicely, this Fabian Schiller. I think he might just get there.
Okay, look, I'll be the pessimist, you be the optimist, and whatever happens, we'll sort it out afterwards.
It'll happen. So 21 minutes are on the clock. I mean, that's the other element of all of this. The clock is against Fabian Schiller, but he is absolutely storming along, no doubt about it. Eric Debar for France has gone over the timing line, riding on the Mistral Straight now with Marchi Lee, the very experienced Hong Kong China driver, Formula BMW Asia champion. He's an Audi R8 champion as well, but it's an Audi R8 that he's chasing right now, that of Lithuania. The lead gap, 24.9 seconds.
That's almost 5 seconds over the past 2 laps.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 20 minutes remaining, 24 seconds behind. I think you can do the maths, David. I wasn't very good at maths at school, so I'll take it from you on side by side. Puerto Rico alongside Ukraine and Ferrari just as the legs, but can it get into turn 1 and 2? Yes, it can, and has done so.
Puerto Rico ahead of Ukraine, then good move. That puts Victor Gomez through into 6th place. So, yeah, at 4 seconds a lap, this is on for Germany. But, of course, you can anticipate Eric Debar to get himself a little bit quicker the more confident he gets. For Poland, Karol Bash, 8th on the back of Ukraine now. So that car lost time early on in its pace. It was also tagged into a spin. Both of these nations recovering after early dramas, but Karol Bash absolutely crawling all over the back of the Aston.
And this is what we saw from Karol Bash last evening. Was one of the stars, for me, one of the stars of that event. And what can you do? You can't get any closer to the back of Ukraine and the Aston Martin. So he'll pull out. Once he does that, he'll stall out. His momentum will go, but he's got to leave himself. He's got to stay on the inside and try and force his way maybe a little bit later on brakes. Yes, there we go. Great pass, well thought out by Karol Bash, and Ukraine really helpless in that situation.
Made it look easy, didn't he? Through he has gone then, so Karol Bash up one further place into 7th for Poland. Ukraine drops down to 8th, so Ukraine with Yevgen Sokolovsky at the wheel. Again, it shows you the differing pace of drivers. He's dropping away a little bit, and actually behind, hustling along very nicely there, look, for Australia, Brenton Grove. So there could be another place to be gained for Australia here. Brenton quicker than his dad, Stephen, who did stint 1, and they are catching up now to Ukraine. So Australia set to gain another place. 19 minutes are on the clock. 9/10ths were pulled back in the first sector, and 8/10ths pulled back for the lead gap I'm talking about in the second. The gap is down to 21.6 seconds, so that is 3.3 seconds in that lap reduced for the lead situation.
Sam Neri likewise only 3.1 seconds behind the 68 entry in Chinese Taipei. So looks like Sam Neri trying to tag himself onto the back of that 4th place Ferrari.
More bad news beckons for Ukraine, I'm afraid, because their pit stop was 2.1 seconds under the regulation time. So Yevgen Sokolovsky there goes through with Australia right there behind him. Ukraine versus Australia. Aston Martin versus Porsche. Brenton Grove to the inside line, and he's going to get the job done. Yes, through on the inside at turn 1. Australia goes 8th. But there's a penalty brewing, I fear, for Ukraine, which is also about to get jumped by Switzerland. Yannick Mettler up the inside line. Australia and Switzerland both move ahead of Ukraine.
Yeah, it looks like Ukraine is going backwards with, 17 minutes remaining. I mentioned that Sam Neri, in fact, Sam Neri is in 3rd position, just 15 seconds behind Fabian Schiller. So he did well in that round of pit stops.
Did indeed. So Sam Neri jumping ahead, even allowing for the fact they had a 5-second penalty to serve. Max Chen for Chinese Taipei 4th, Adalberto Baptista 5th, and this is the fight now for 8th, 9th, 10th places, with Yannick Mettler also looking as racy as is Brenton Grove. So Australia and Switzerland pulling away from Ukraine. It's Spain at the back of the pack, incidentally. Gonzalo de Andres as Australia rattles over the curb. Brenton Grove, who like his dad has been an inveterate Porsche racer over the years, and he comes onto Mistral straight now. That Porsche for Australia run by Albamba Motorsport, the Le Mans winners team, and to the right-hander of Senior it will come. Australia represented in the Sprint Cup tomorrow, incidentally, by Matt Campbell.
That's a bit useful, isn't it?
Absolutely, that's going to be a
factory driver, Matt Campbell.
Race there.
Well, I'll tell you what, in a Porsche, I wouldn't bet against that being at the very front of the field.
Matt Campbell versus Dries van Thor versus Lucas Stoltz, for example.
Mirko Bortolotti's throw him in as well.
Oh, can't wait. But
very tasty.
Indeed, right now in a very different style of GT race this. 2 drivers and mandatory pit stops. Australia ahead of Switzerland, running 8th and 9th on the racetrack. The clock has got 16.5 minutes still to run of the race, and the lead gap down again to 18.3 seconds. It's about 3 seconds a lap it is being pulled back by.
Well, I tell you what, if you can pull 3 seconds a lap over the remaining laps, 29 laps was mostly the distance we saw for a 1-hour race, so it is doable. But there is that battle going on between Australia and Switzerland, so pretty much status quo, not much to pick and choose. Arguably, maybe Switzerland is the quicker, potentially quicker car over a lap, but again we go back to the same old story. You catch, but where do you pass? There is our race leader.
There's Eric de Baarden in the background. You'll just see heading into the Mistral chicane, Germany, Fabian Schiller at the wheel, who has just done a personal best in the first sector of, again, 8/10ths quicker than France. But Eric de Baarden just has to win by 1,000th of a second. Doesn't have to win by much as long as he stays ahead of Schiller. But there is the German Mercedes. You can see the way that that gap has been coming down and down. We've been talking about it lap after lap. But you can see the difference between an AM and a Pro. You're kind of comparing an apple and a pear, aren't you?
Well, 4 seconds, lap 18, 3 seconds, and on it goes. I mean, you're talking about the best part of 10 seconds over 3 laps. I mean, that's outrageous.
Yeah, when we started looking at this gap, it was 29.2 seconds. It's now 18.3, and that's in, 4 laps. So there is Fabian Schiller for Germany, still charging along. Others, though, have been having their own battles, their own dramas. And we talked earlier on about Australia doing well. Brenton Grove then had this drama coming out of turn 1 and was either just collected or very narrowly missed by Switzerland there. But Australia went looping around, got back into the race.
Yes, got it pointing in the right direction. You sometimes want to hear Paul Ricard, because the nature of the circuit is quite featureless. You could end up going against the flow of traffic because of disorientation.
Yes. Yeah, one or two drivers that have done long stints in long races here. Talk about almost feeling seasick with those painted swirls as the run-off as Poland comes up to the outside of Puerto Rico. This is Karol Bash trying to go round the outside of the Ferrari that goes round the outside of Brazil, that gets up the inside of Chinese Taipei. Cracking move by Puerto Rico, contact between Brazil and Chinese Taipei. Poland buys into that. Karol Bash gains 2 places, and so at the end of the lap, it is France, Germany, the United Kingdom, but the shuffle is this: 4th, Puerto Rico; 5th, Poland; 6th, Chinese Taipei; 7th is Brazil. Wow!
That was always going to be a little bit ugly because 3 into 1 would not go. Brazil were arguably the loser out of that little kerfuffle in the final turn. Karol Bash is the one on a charge. He's got to find a way now past the Puerto Rico Ferrari, but the pace that Bash has shown, his lap time, rather than necessarily the performance of the car on a straight line, has always been strong. And I think, Ferrari has spun, or was he tagged?
Well, there was a big squeal of tires. It's Puerto Rico that has gone around, so Victor Gomez rejoins, but I got the feeling that might have been down to him and him alone. We'll try and catch up on it, but he's got back into the race.
Strange to see a car spin at that part of the racetrack. Looked maybe like he either locked a rear wheel or he did get tagged. Whatever it was anyway, it spun him around. But for sure, the Poland entry, the Audi was right on the rear wing. That car, can't see any indication of marks on the front of it. That would have been the result of a contact, so maybe it was a self-induced spin by Puerto Rico.
So certainly Karol Bash was close, and maybe the pressure caught out Victor Gomez, as the lead gap was 15.7 seconds last time around. Eric Depard is speeding up a little bit now, in fact, trying to stabilise that gap as he comes across the line. There he is, another lap in the book. That's 22 done. 15 seconds last time. Wait. There's Germany over the line. And 12.6 seconds now. 12.6, another 3 seconds pull back, and you could see on the flashing light in the background a drive-through penalty for Ukraine for being under on the minimum pit stop time, as I was mentioning a little while ago. Fastest lap of the race, Germany, Fabian Schiller now, quicker than Gachet was going for France in stint 1.
David, I think you might win your money on this one. 12 seconds, 12 minutes remaining. So Fabian Schiller is the man on the charge. He's got pace, the car balance, the grip levels, all working to his favour. That early pit stop by Valentin Pierberg to put Schiller in is about to pay dividends. Well, let's say in about 11 minutes and whatever number of seconds, may well pay dividends, and see Germany sweep ahead of France to take the gold medal.
I think it's fantastic to see a race where you've got differing strategies like this, with the nations doing different things as to when they run the quick driver. Go out first and try and build the lead, or go out second and play catch-up. Well, in the case of Germany, you also factor in the relative lap times of all 4 drivers. Fabian Schiller has just proved to be quicker than Simon Gachet, because he's done the fastest lap of the race, admittedly on a lighter fuel load. And equally, we know that Valentin Pierberg was quicker than Eric Depard from their respective lap times in racing and in qualifying. So it's always really been advantage Germany, but the way that France was going in the first stint has certainly given Schiller a lot of work to do.
But remember, they've all been on the same tyre for the same amount of time. So for some reason, Fabian Schiller has been able to pull out pace. Above and beyond that, we're seeing of Eric Depard. Obviously, Schiller is a pro driver. Depard is a very talented AM driver. But 3 and a bit seconds per lap over the last almost 10 laps.
And of course, Simon Gachet will have worked the tyres harder in the first stint to try and build a lead than Valentin Pierberg will have done, running at a rhythm. Again, this is why GT racing, long distance racing, pit stop races are also fascinating. A 1/6 of the race remains, 10 more minutes on the clock. The lead gap last time was 12.6. It is going to be this time 10 seconds. So 10.1, only 2.5 seconds pull back.
Oh, I know. What's happened? Has he got a problem? Is there something we can see or not see? There is our race leader into the chicane and coming into it, just we can't quite catch it. So the gap across the line was 10.1 seconds. By the time they get down to the far end of the racetrack, through turn 5 and 6, there is the second place, Team Germany, and I can't count that. I can't count above 9, actually.
Well, let's just see what the first sector gain is as you look at Brazil running 5th at the start of the lap for Adalberto Baptista, but he's lost another place. Switzerland ahead now. Yannick Mettler goes 5th and Brazil is down to 6th. In the first sector of this lap, the lead gap is down by another 0.7 of a second as there. Switzerland goes over the line now in 5th. Brazil is down in 6th. 7th in the background is the recovering Puerto Rico car. That is Victor Gomez, Donato the 4th. We've got Brenton Grove up to 8th at the expense of Max Chen for Chinese Taipei, and Brazil off the racetrack and back on again.
Yeah, a bit wobbly in the way out of the turns 1 and 2. So we're looking at Baptista Jr. And you can see that's been hard work for the young Brazilian. It's not an easy racetrack physically. A lot of braking, a certain amount of G-loads, but the cars themselves, on a reasonably warm day, do get warm inside.
So they're up the curb, Brazil, as Adalberto Baptista goes through now. This was how things got a bit scrappy for Brazil, having lost the place to Switzerland. Yannick Mettler was able to make that move coming out of the virage of Toulon through the virage de la Tour, and he got it all done by virage Dupont.
And once you see the position, no matter what you try to do to get it back as quickly as possible, you can see Brazil trying to look for track position, as we see our race leader come out of final turn, going across the start-finish line to complete lap 23. And we'd expect this and another 4 before the clock runs down. 8 minutes 40 seconds to go. There is second place Germany, comes across the line, 7.5 seconds. So now the gap time has gone more favorably for the first time. 8.5 minutes to go, 7.5 seconds behind.
Although that last lap for Fabian Schiller was another best of the race. 2 minutes 3.6 as against the 2 minutes 6 of Eric Debar. So we're on lap 25. We're anticipating 29 to be the magic number. That's what we've achieved in the previous 2 qualifying races. But Eric Debar is on borrowed time, you could argue here. 8 minutes to go. Fabian Schiller hustling along for Germany. Remember, these are the same sort of car, both Mercedes AMG GT3s. They're run by different teams. You've got a bronze driver leading, a silver graded driver second. For want of a better explanation, an AM heading a pro.
Yeah, but a very, I mean, Fabian Schiller at a silver level, I think, is a very generous silver, because to me, at times, he's equal to any of the gold drivers that would have been, maybe not a platinum level, but certainly up to gold. Anyway, here we are. France leads, and the gap visually, almost by the corner, is collapsing. And we've got 7.5 minutes remaining. And by the time they'll come across the start-finish line, that gap's probably going to be down to under 5 seconds. It was 7.5 seconds when they went onto the start of this lap. It'll be under 5, I believe, when they come across to complete this lap.
So France versus Germany. That has been the story of GT Cup within the FIA Motorsport Games all weekend. They had a qualifying race yesterday that went into the darkness. They had a second qualifying race this morning. Fabian Schiller, their confirmation that he's done that fastest lap of the race last time through. And you can see the way that the gap has come down again. 7/10 pull back in the first sector, 8/10, 9/10 really pull back in the second. So the gap continues to drop. But another lap completed by Eric Debar. He's edging towards the end of the race, but I'm still convinced that Germany will catch France before the end. Here they come with just over 6.5 minutes on the clock. Through goes Eric Debar for France. Through comes Fabian Schiller now, and the margin is 4.9.
I think I said 5.
You did. You weren't far off. Give you that. 4.9 it is then. Bearing in mind we started this at 29 seconds and it's now less than 5.
Well, you have to say that's just unfair. I mean, it was to get a 30-second gap to run that down before within a period of about 30 minutes behind the wheel. Okay, that was an early stop for Fabian Schiller for the German Mercedes, so he's going to be behind the wheel for more. He's probably been, I suspect, maybe 35, 36 minutes behind the wheel, where in the case of Eric Debar, he will be running probably under, or around about 25 maximum.
Brenton Grove for Australia dives up the inside of Brazil, and thankfully contact is averted. Adalberto Baptista comes out ahead. He's got quicker and more confident over the weekend. Brenton Grove right there behind him in the Porsche for Australia. Through they come then. This battle is for 7th and 8th places. Australia looking really racy here. As to the inside line goes Brenton Grove. Australia through. Job done. Nice move.
Yeah, good, clean overtake, and runs wide on the exit. So he overran into the corner there. You can see, well, the Porsche's back on track. I believe I just saw the line the Porsche was taking going into that first turn. He didn't quite stay on the racetrack, but we need to see a repeat if it's available.
So we are with just over 5 minutes to go, and a flying lap is 2 minutes and 6 for Eric Debar, 2 minutes and 3 for that man Fabian Schiller for Germany. And drama there with a wheel off the car. That's Chinese Taipei, isn't it?
It is. Well, that's unusual to see a rear wheel come off so late in a race. Normally if a wheel's going to come off, it comes off literally the minute the car leaves the pit lane. There's going to be a safety car, full course yellow.
Well, I was just wondering, because there the car is in a vulnerable place. We've seen other people run off the racetrack there, and so Chinese Taipei off the road. Now, was there contact? Yes, there was, and it was with Hong Kong, China. Safety car deployed, and this could gift France the win. Safety car deployed, the wheel off the car in a dangerous place. We go safety car.
So that's going to be, I suspect, a safety car checker flag, because I don't know how they're going to clear that car in the time remaining, 4 minutes of this race remaining. So the safety car's got to catch the race leader to get it in line, and at the same time the safety workers have got to get to the Ferrari, and that's going to be a car that's going to have to be lifted onto the back of a flatbed truck. It can't be pushed. The wheel is one part of the racetrack car, and France, I think, are thinking, all the racing gods, all the GT3 gods working for us. Finally, as Germany now maybe somewhat naughtily gets onto the tail of the France car. It was very close to it before, but anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see the race restarting. So they are heading along the Mistral Straight. Eric Debar presumably will go as slowly as he possibly can, because he is the one that wants the race to end like this, then he takes the win. Fabian Schiller wants him to hurry up, but from Eric Debar's point of view, he would like that clock to get to zero as soon as possible. But by the time they come across the line, there's going to be one lap behind the safety car. So for my money, this is the race done.
I agree. I mean, as soon as that happened, that incident occurred, for me, that was victory to France. I don't know how they're going to... look, Fabian Schiller. Are you sending a message, Fabian?
You want to get on with this, we know, but for France, Eric Debar, well, you know, you slow when the safety car's on track, don't you? We've gone to safety car conditions.
Absolutely right. You don't race under safety car conditions. But Fabian Schiller, understandably so, has driven the wheels off his car, done a brilliant job to drag itself from virtually 30 seconds behind the race leading France entry to get onto the tail of the race leading France entry.
I mean, it's a real shame that a safety car is going to determine the outcome of the race, because Fabian Schiller has done nothing wrong here. Somebody else's incident has cost them the chance to win. They seem to have the right strategy, but it's gone against. There's the safety car, but there's less than a lap time left in the race now.
Oh, absolutely. But you know, when I made my prediction about France winning, I did factor in the possibility of an incident safety car that would lead to where we are now. Now, I didn't want to talk about it on screen, but now we've got the opportunity, because we haven't got any racing. I'm going to over-egg the pudding in this one.
Thanks, Pinocchio. Yeah, John, I believe every word. So, they will come through now, but France has won this. They will get scooped up by the safety car. The United Kingdom is there in third place, but even if we get the safety car in on this lap, it's only going to be a ceremonial run to the flag. So, what a shame. I mean, it's been a really enjoyable race to call, but it's going to be a win for France with the safety car. Their confirmation it's the last lap.
Okay. All that can happen is the safety car decides somewhere around this lap, and it could be coming out of scene, to turn the light off, pull ahead and let them race for the last 2 or 3 corners. But where was it? We saw, was it in Barcelona? We saw somebody when a late safety car deployment and the light went out and somebody jumped. I forget where it was.
I think you're right. I think at Barcelona, when the green flag flew, people got a bit toey on the last couple of corners, didn't they? And there was contact on at the end of the race. So race will finish under safety car. It is confirmed. The race director, Rui Marquez, has to end the race like this. So France takes the gold medal. Silver for Germany, and we get bronze for the United Kingdom. Poland 4th, Switzerland 5th, Puerto Rico 6th, 7th Australia, 8th Brazil, 9th Lithuania, 10th Spain, 11th Ukraine, 12th Hong Kong, China, and 13th not finishing. Feels like very poor reward for Chinese Taipei after Evan Chen's efforts early on.
Absolutely. And of course, there's one good news story we've not yet mentioned, David. You know what it is?
Tell me.
The beers are on you tonight.
Because I was wrong about Germany winning. Okay. Well, I blame the safety car, frankly. I think Marchi Lee ought to be buying the beer, because it was Hong Kong, China, wasn't it, versus Chinese Taipei. So, race finishing under the safety car, and the safety car slowly making its way up towards the chicane on the Mistral Straight. So, gold to France, and that'll be a really popular result. French drivers, French team, French circuit.
Yes, I mean, one might say their strategy has led to this, but overall Germany have been denied the opportunity to race to the checkered flag, which is always a shame, but as part of motor racing you can never assume there will never be a safety car deployment. But what a great drive by Fabian Schiller to claw back 29 point whatever it was seconds to get himself to the rear of the lead Team France Ferrari, Team France Mercedes AMG GT3 to give it its full title.
Now, of course, there'll be people watching this thinking, well, look, it's a smallish entry, it's a long circuit. Couldn't you have just put waved yellow flags there for a couple of laps?
Well, I wondered whether they might find a scenario where they could allow racing to begin once they cleared whether the Taipei or whatever Ferrari, which was stuck. It's not on the racetrack, it's off the racetrack. And if once the field had cleared it, when they're all bunched together, you could have pulled the safety car off and let them go to the finish.
I mean, of course, I'm not criticising the race director, I'm just offering discussion points here. But, of course, there are races, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours is one where you have a slow zone. You don't neutralise the entire circuit, you neutralise that zone. So you could race through turns 1 and 2, slow zone rounds 3 and 4, go back to racing once you've cleared it.
Yeah,
so,
that's...
But, different regulations, different events and so forth. But France have done it. So Eric Debar and Simon Gachet take what is sure to be a very, very popular win. But you've got to feel a bit for Germany through no fault of theirs. Circumstances with another incident between two other nations' athletes has gone against them. And bravo to Sam Neary and Ian Loggy, because as you made the point at the time, it was a good pit stop that brought them back into the equation, and they're going to take bronze.
Yeah, they managed to leapfrog 2 cars, I think maybe 3 cars. And I mean, I was looking at timing and scoring. Hold on, Sam Neary, he's in 3rd place.
Yes. And for the French fans, great reception, even though the race is going to end under the safety car. But the medal-deciding GT Cup in the FIA Motorsport Games won by France. France takes gold in GT Cup. Germany takes silver. United Kingdom bronze. As the cars come across the line, the checkered flag is waved. And so the GT Cup claimed by France. And I suspect that to contrast the delight at France, there's going to be a very, very somber mood for Germany.
Well, I mean, what can you say? They didn't do anything wrong. They did a phenomenal pace by Schiller. Just circumstances beyond their control. The contact down at the chicane, there's the residue of the Ferrari minus a rear wheel. There's no choice. Race director had to throw the door open. Well, that's I think just to get some cooling into the cockpit.
You also saw just a moment ago with Simon Gachet, Tristan Vautier, who will represent France in the GT Sprint tomorrow. Another very quick driver. So that's a really tasty entry, that is for sure. But bravo, Eric Debar and Simon Gachet. And Fabian Schiller, you can tell, is not happy. He's gone storming ahead, and he's really grumpy about that safety car.
Well, if he wants to take it up with the race director, he'd been a loser in that one, that's for sure.
Absolutely. But yes, I do have some sympathy for Fabian Schiller, for Valentin Pierberg. But let's look at the result. The FIA Motorsport Games GT Cup main race. The medals go thus: gold to France, silver to Germany, bronze to the United Kingdom. France represented by Eric Debar and Simon Gachet. Germany, Fabian Schiller and Valentin Pierberg, and Sam Neary and Ian Loggy for the United Kingdom. Poland 4th, thanks to Marcin Jedlinski and Karol Basch, ahead of Switzerland, Dexter Müller and Yannick Mettler. And after a spin, Puerto Rico 6th, Francesco Piavanetti and Victor Gomez. 7th, Australia, good drive by Brenton Grove, taking over from his father, Stephen. 8th, Lithuania, Imantis Navikauskas and Jonas Galsinis. 9th, Adalberto Baptista, Bruno Baptista. And then 10th, Fernando Rodrigo Navarrete and Gonzalo de Andres was in 10th. 11th, Ukraine, after a spin and a penalty, Yevgen Solokovsky and Ivan Peklin, ahead of Paul Litt and Marchi Li for Hong Kong, China. And not getting to the end either, Max and Evan Chen for Chinese Taipei. So they were the 2 retirements, Hong Kong, China and Chinese Taipei, after that contact, which of course completely changed the outcome of the race.
Yes, indeed it did. And well, there we are. We've got what we've got. All those cliches you can talk about, safety cars or who was the winner, who was the loser. Record books will show that France won.
Absolutely
They'll
right.
show that Germany were second. They're not given an explanation to the reasons why.
The gap, such as it was 1 second, but had it been a green race to the end, I'm sure Germany would have done it. But Eric Debar would say, well, no, I would have put up a good fight. I would have defended as best I can, but there is no denying that safety car certainly helped. So France, Germany, United Kingdom are the 3 medal-winning nations. Of course, over the course of the FIA Motorsport Games, the more medals are decided. We'll bring you the medal table so you can see who is doing the best. There are sort of subcategories. There's an overall medal table, but then there are regions as well with medals to go there, and also medals for the different disciplines, so track and off-track and slalom and karting and so forth. So everyone has something to aim for.
I don't suppose broadcasting could ever be brought into the FIA World Motorsport Games as a discipline. We could get a medal each.
It's fine, but the problem is that they have to be described as athletes, and that lets you and I out.
I think you would qualify. Maybe I wouldn't.
But I'll work on the thought with you. So their cars come down the pit lane there for France. It is the French entry, Eric Dabard at the wheel of it now. They go down towards the fan zone, which is where the podium is to be found. And we'll, of course, be able to catch up on the highlights of that race before the victorious drivers make their way to the podium area. So really good stuff, a fascinating race for the GT Cup. The cars making their way through the paddock. This area is behind our commentary position and down near the broadcast centre at Paul Ricard as the French entry arrives. So Eric Dabard and Simon Gachet victorious. And this is the first chance, really, we've seen of the victors area. The SRO team are there to receive the cars, and Simon Gachet walked around to say bravo and félicitations to Eric Dabard after taking that race win. So fantastic result for France on home soil. And out climbs Eric Dabard. Out he gets. Lots of applause, a very, very popular victor. And the French drivers can celebrate. We'll hear from them very shortly as the crew make sure that everything is turned off inside the car. So, Eric Dabard, Simon Gachet for France take gold in the FIA Motorsport Games GT Cup. It is time to hear from them in English and in French with Gemma Scott.
Congratulations, félicitations. Quelle super course. Le premier médaille du week-end, c'est pour la France. Simon, a word in English if we can.
Yeah, honestly, it was a good race for us. We had a big chance at the end, but it's a race like this. We win the last one. It was the important one. So thank you to Acodis, ASP, Team France, everybody, Matt Mute and Eric for this amazing drive this weekend on board the GT3. So thanks a lot to my teammate.
It's true that those difficult conditions at the end, it could have gone the other way, couldn't it?
Yeah, no, I touched Banana at Signe, so I distorted a bit the splitter, but he made a super job at the end, so thank you.
Congratulations to you, Eric.
In English, very happy.
In English, very happy. Et en français, pour tous les Français qui sont là.
On est content pour l'équipe, bien sûr. Ça fait quelques années que je roule chez Jérôme Polican. On avait gagné les courses, mais jamais le titre. Et puis je suis content. Puis avec Simon, c'est une histoire qui dure depuis quelques temps, donc ça fait plaisir. Et puis c'est les premières Olympiades en France et on les gagne, donc c'est sympa.
Ah ben maintenant, il faut faire le deuxième.
Oui, c'est ça. Enfin, je sais pas. Oui, peut-être.
Congratulations to you. Congratulations to the team, of course. Eric just saying that he's absolutely delighted. His first equivalent of the Olympics with the Motorsport Games, and he's delighted to bring it home for his country there in France. A wonderful, wonderful result.
Gemma, thanks. Well done, Simon Gachet. Well done, Eric Dabard. They have raced together in GT4 all season, and a great result also for Jérôme Policon's Acodis ASP team, which will be represented in the GT Sprint by Tristan Vautier tomorrow, and that's going to be really interesting to see as well. So there's more GT action to come, even though that is the end of GT Cup. Some of the same cars, other nations running a different chassis, but GT Racing GT3 spec will be on track tomorrow. So the French drivers, the gold medalists, celebrate, and the photographer's trying to urge them to enter into the spirit of this, punching the air, but the victory finger in the air, and the French fans also being encouraged. Now our gold medalists clamber atop the car, almost. Go on, Eric, up you go. Simon Gachet helps his co-driver up. The gold medalists for GT Cup are France, Simon Gachet and Eric Dabard. They win the first medals on track this weekend. Let's look at the highlights of the GT Cup main race. The medals up for grabs, and Simon Gachet for France stormed away into the lead of the race. Valentin Pierberg for Germany tried to stay with him, but eventually slipped back in the pack as the cars wriggled their way through turn 1 for the first time. Drama around the lap. Good battling between Ian Loggy and Ivan Peklin. And Peklin for Ukraine was making his way past the United Kingdom car and would continue to gain places as Fernando Navarrete for Spain clobbered at the back of Marcin Jedlinski, a Polish Audi being turned around. Ivan Peklin working his way up through the traffic, moved ahead of Germany, and in turn, although he ran off the circuit, the Ukraine Aston looking oh so strong. Brazil through as well. Bruno Baptista past Germany. Then Chinese Taipei passing Germany. Evan Chen round the outside. More drama down at the Virage du Pont as Jedlinski for Poland clobbered Dexter Müller for Switzerland. And on the pit stops, Fabian Schiller was installed into the Team Germany Mercedes as Simon Gachet picked up damage, having to go the long way around the outside of marker cones at Senior. Contact. Brazil hit Ukraine. Ukraine spun. More drama down at the Virage du Pont as a brave effort by Puerto Rico put its Ferrari up on the inside and more debris went flying. But this was the incident that declared the result, really. Chinese Taipei's Ferrari being hit by Hong Kong China's Honda. Safety car deployed. Race ending under the safety car. Gold medal for France for Eric Debar and Simon Gachet.
And true sporting pedigree. That's exactly what the...
Nos amis, on se congratule dans la cabine un petit peu avant la montée.
Looking down onto some of the vast area of the Circuit Castellet, getting ready for the podium, our first track podium of the weekend at the FIA Motorsport Games. We've just had a really intriguing, really good, really exciting GT Cup main race. 1 hour, 2 drivers, and a late race safety car, certainly affecting the result. But John Watson, it was a race that kept us guessing all the way.
Well, the finish, the chase that we were seeing from Germany, trying to run down France, I didn't think it was going to be possible. You did, and I have to concede that you were correct. Mercedes, Germany had done all they need to do, and then all of a sudden, contact down at the chicane. What, 4 minutes to go, and immediately the safety car, or the full course yellow was then the safety car deployed. That was the race over. Unpredictable, but you always never can guess when that may happen again.
Well, the cars have made their way through to the fan zone, which is where the podium and indeed our studio at the FIA Motorsport Games is. There are lots and lots of fans here. I've never seen car parks at Paul Ricard as busy. It's been fascinating to see not only lots of French fans, but of course people from around the world coming to cheer on their nation. Yes, okay, it might be that they have friends, relatives participating. You can also see just within the paddock there, if you look towards the left, the rally cars. This is the base for the rally. There's another regroup and a service before they go back out onto the stages.
I think it's been children that have driven their parents to come here because this is an event which is not what might describe as a normal motorsport event. Yeah. It's a World Motorsport Games, and there's a major ceremony was held in Marseille on Wednesday night. The publicity of that would have garnered interest, but it's children who are coming and watching disciplines which are not normally a part of. We were here for the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. All the activities that are going on in and around the racetrack don't exist. So there's so much available to particularly the young generation and the youngsters who are going to come after the young generation.
Yeah, because you come to watch circuit racing, but if you look on the bottom right of the picture, you can see the auto slalom and the kart slalom area. You can go and have a look at that, and then you can wander back to the circuit and watch the next race, or you can go over there and watch esports, or that way and watch karting.
And it was free.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Maybe there's a little sort of message there that maybe if you want to have fans come to your racetrack, you don't charge them to come in. Yeah. There will maybe be other mechanisms to generate income. Once you get them in, then maybe you can have other ways of whatever. Anyway, that's for another day. But look, I've never seen these images of the circuit prior, and it's I think, fascinating to see what actually this whole Paul Ricard complex is all about.
I agree. And still, the fans are finding their vantage point for the next activity on track.
There are a couple of youngsters.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're senior citizen youngsters.
It caters for everybody, young and old. You're absolutely right. A bit of nostalgia because we've got historic rallying here, and we've got the junior kartists. So from one extreme of the age range to the next, whether it's the participants or the machinery. But look at that car park. I mean, that is rammed. That's on a Grand Prix scale, if not more.
Well, I mean, anything outside of a MotoGP or a Grand Prix, that is a massive crowd at Paul Ricard. Now, of course, we're at the end of October. Normally, when the circuit is used for Formula One, it's in the middle of June or end of June or early July. And most people at that time have only got one thing in mind, and that's to get a suntan on the beach.
Exactly, but also the Grand Prix here is catering for Formula One fans. Here,
correct,
you've got race fans, you've got rally fans, you've got esports fans, you've got karting fans, you've got drifting fans.
So there's the kart
track, yeah, absolutely. And the drifting is always a popular part which attracts people.
And the next thing, sorry.
No, only to say, John, that the podium is ready. So there you can see our athletes making their way for the United Kingdom. Sam Neary and Ian Loggy for Germany. Fabian Schiller and Valentin Pierberg cursing the safety car intervention. They will go to the second step for the silver medals. They bring their flags with them. And then up to the top of the podium will come the gold medalists, and a great reception, I'm sure, because the GT Cup at the FIA Motorsport Games of 2022 is won by France as up step Eric Debard and Simon Gachet. Big cheer for the French drivers who take centre stage. They stand on the top step, the French flag displayed on the screen below. And as Germany steps forward, as the United Kingdom steps forward, gold medal in GT Cup at the FIA Motorsport Games to France.
And Felipe Massa is there to award the prizes.
So the medals are ready. Felipe Massa, with an FIA involvement, of course, these days, will now step forward and present Ian Loggy with the bronze medal for the United Kingdom. Felipe Massa, the president of the FIA Drivers' Commission. Sam Neary, brought into the United Kingdom squad at the 11th hour. He takes his bronze medal. Silver for Germany, so near and yet so far. They won both qualifying races, but that safety car just went against. Valentin Pierberg and there Fabian Schiller, who take the silver medals. But it's gold for France, for Eric Debard, there receiving his medal from Felipe Massa, and for Simon Gachet, the first gold medal to the weekend. Go to France. So a very popular victor of the GT Cup. And now the national anthem for the winning nation. Renditions of the national anthem I can remember in France. Félicitations to Eric Debard and to Simon Gachet. The gold medalists celebrate. The United Kingdom, Germany and France in the reverse order, 3, 2 and 1. Bronze to the United Kingdom, silver for Germany, gold for France at the end of the GT Cup. And a very happy Eric Debard and Simon Gachet celebrate a well-deserved win.
Yes, indeed. They worked very hard through the qualifying events, and one might say fortunate the safety car was deployed, but nevertheless it's what the record book shows. There are the totals of the medal award.
So it is a gold for France, it is a silver for Germany, and it's a bronze for the United Kingdom. That medal table is going to change, of course, over the course of the weekend, and we'll be able to hear from more of our drivers shortly. So, great action from the GT Cup, and to get the reaction of more of the drivers, let's join Louise Beckett.
So our first medals of the FIA Motorsport Games have been awarded, and you couldn't have asked for better, could you? The host nation taking the gold. Darren, that was close though.
Well, we sort of knew the top four. We had a good idea after both of the qualifying races, but the order, I wasn't expecting that, and it obviously fell into the hands of France at the end with that safety car. Germany was coming, and they were coming strong, and you thought by the end that last lap was the fireworks were really going to come on at that point. But with that safety car in the end, it just sort of put the race firmly in France's hand. But a great first race, and well deserved both to France and Germany. They've been the class act throughout the races in the GT Cup so far.
And this crowd were relishing in the national anthem playing, the home crowd, the champagne spraying.
It's been wonderful, you know, the whole reaction, the interaction of the crowd as well. When the car pulled up here and the drivers jumped out, and you know, the first win of the weekend of the games to be a French win is fantastic for the local crowd.
Thanks very much. We've got drifting next, and you're looking forward to that one, aren't you?
I cannot wait. I might leave you and head over there myself just to see it. It's the final, so yeah, really excited. And now we both have a better understanding of how the rules work. It'll be much more interesting to understand the sort of the intricacy of each of those events. So looking forward to the finals.
Thanks very much. So that's GT Cup sorted. Our medals are underway. Now we're going to head over to the drifting live action.
So, hello and welcome once again to the FIA Motorsport Games Drifting Cup 2022. We are already in the final runs, we are already in the top 16, and here we see the track layout. Really fast initiation with outside zone 1, then onto outside zone 2, then a deceleration zone onto inside clip 1, and then a long back coming corner of outside zone 3. So that's the zones where the drivers should be, and where the lead cars should be, as we are also already on to the tandem runs. We are already in top 16, so we will have a lot of great battles coming up. 30 nations were participating, 28 made it into the finals, and right now we have still 16 countries left in this Drifting Cup competition, and we are moving on quite fastly. A lot of spectators also here on the grandstands, and the next battle coming up will be United Kingdom against Estonia. So Martin Richards against Kevin Pesur, and they are on the starting line. So two drivers, each driver gets one lead run and one chase run. So right now Martin Richards will be in the lead positions. After the run they will switch that, and then Kevin Pesur from Estonia will move on to be the lead car. So really interesting battle, and it should be really quite close battle, because Martin Richards was second in qualifying. He is a Great Britain champion former, and Kevin Pesur is the Estonian champion and Baltic champion as well. So quite close competition right now, and we can start.
On va demander au public qui est massé ici en bas de la butte de bien vouloir monter dans les zones prévues pour vous du côté du public, sans quoi on ne pourra effectivement pas lancer la suite de ce plateau. Donc on va vous demander de sortir de cette zone, s'il vous plaît, sans quoi vous allez priver, je pense, de nombreux spectateurs de la suite de ce spectacle. Ça serait dommage que l'on se fasse huer pour tout ceci. Voilà, merci à vous. On vous demande de monter ou de sortir de cette zone. Donc s'il vous plaît, montez et vous mettez à l'abri tout simplement. Sans quoi on ne peut pas lancer la suite, bien sûr, de ce top 8. Pour des raisons évidentes, vous le comprendrez, de sécurité. Le sport automobile est assez dangereux comme ça. Et en plus, sur les hauteurs, vous y verrez beaucoup mieux en étant à cet endroit-là. Merci de votre compréhension.
So yeah, security first, that's what is important in motorsport. The drivers will be warming up, it seems, the tires once again, because it's really important to have good traction and drifting, to have good sideways traction. And let's check out if we need some tire warming up once again or not. We will see that because of this little break, but it seems like the drivers are okay with that, with the small pause. Yeah, the drivers are ready. So Martin Richards representing the United Kingdom against Kevin Pesur representing Estonia. Both are ready to go, and this will be the first part of their battle. The green light is on, and it's go. It's showtime. Martin Richards out front. He has to try to put up a good lead run. Kevin Pesur with a really close proximity right now during the first two corners, the first two zones. Right now, here's the inner clip. Everything went smoothly here, and right now we see the Estonian driver putting on some aggression or side-by-side action, really close, almost touching there, and over the finish line. What an aggressive run there by Kevin Pesur, but yeah, Martin Richards with a really solid line in his lead. So we will see the replay here once again, and yeah, amazing. Drifting is such a show.
Ah, quelle belle partie de tourniquet nous avons vécu là avec l'Estonien qui a mis vraiment la pression sur Martin Richards juste devant en leader. La pression jusqu'au bout. On ne sait jamais, pour le faire pourquoi pas partir à la faute, mais ça n'a pas été le cas. C'était limite si on se touche, limite si on sort un petit peu du parcours autorisé. Mais bref, on en termine et on va pouvoir apprécier ensemble la prochaine manche que ces garçons vont nous proposer, avec certainement du spectacle à la clé, chers amis. On va changer forcément les positions entre notamment le leader et son chasseur. Voilà qui est fait. Position échangée. La chose change littéralement entre l'Estonien et l'Anglais. Kevin Pesur, Martin Richards, voici la belle, chers amis, que nous pouvons proposer avec une place du côté est valable, bien sûr, pour l'accession dans le top 8. Ça va partir dans quelques instants. Alors, on va demander bien sûr au public de bien vouloir bouger, parce que dans quelques instants, cela va partir du côté de la prochaine manche que l'on est en train de retarder quelque peu. C'est fort dommage, là, ils étaient un petit peu chauds là du côté des garçons, dans le temps que tout ce moment eh bien, se mette en place. Restez bien sûr tout simplement à vos positions avec nous, parce que les choses sérieuses vont un petit peu augmenter de rythme et de cadence dans quelques instants. On est dans le top 8, les phases finales bien sûr approchent à grands pas, le podium tout autant, donc placez-vous dans des endroits un petit peu plus sûrs. Messieurs, dames, placez-vous sur les hauteurs et non pas de rester en statique comme ça sur le chemin.
So of course, from one point, it's really nice that we have so much spectators coming up here to watch drifting, but yeah, please stay behind the fence. We would like to have a really safe competition, nice, loud, aggressive on the track, but really a nice competition on track, and safety off track, and also safety on track. So safety first. As we are waiting for the second part of this battle, Martin Richards, of course, former Great Britain champion in drifting, Kevin Pesur, the champion in Estonia and in the Baltic states. So a really young driver, but already with some championships. I think 3-time Estonian champion he is with his BMW M2, only 23 years old. Martin Richards with a little bit more experience. Driving this beautiful Nissan Skyline R32, and both drivers are ready, so the second part comes up and only one of them will advance on to top 8. So the green light is on. Let's go. Kevin Pesur, Estonia out front. Martin Richards will try to keep up Of course, the M2 of Pesur usually is a little bit faster, and here we see shallow angle at some points while chasing from Martin Richards and Kevin Pesur from Estonia going to the outside zone. Martin Richards is there side by side with a little bit shallow line, but good action, good spirit from both drivers, and we saw that they both gave everything. They went on to do a maximum run right there here, and let's wait for the replay and of course then for the score from the judges.
Alors on a assisté à une belle passe d'armes avec Martin Richards qui a essayé de rendre l'appareil au pilote estonien, lui dire bah écoute, tu m'as fait ça tout à l'heure, je vais te la faire aussi au passage, notamment là-haut, tout là-haut dans la parabolique. On a essayé de lui mettre la pression jusqu'au bout. Est-ce que cela va payer? Est-ce que cela va scorer pour les juges notamment? Est-ce qu'on a fait bonne impression? Résultat dans quelques instants, chers amis, alors que les deux voitures sont immobilisées, les deux pilotes bien sûr toujours à bord de leur monture qui attendent dans tous les cas les résultats des juges. Cela va tomber dans quelques instants. Qui va décrocher l'accession désormais dans le top 8 et on s'approche gentiment des phases finales? Résultat dans quelques instants. On a chaud à bord des montures, plusieurs centaines de chevaux pour ces voitures-là. Attention, résultat des juges dans quelques instants.
And the results are coming in, and it's one more time between the two drivers, so they will be battling once again. So I'll give it to David, one of the judges, and he'll explain why.
Okay, as here we need to, in battles, compare lead to lead, chase to chase. And if we look on the lead runs, Martin Richards was just better in his lead run. He was like more fulfilling the zones. He was not leaving the outer zone 1 too early as Kevin, as the same for outer zone 2. He was like having like nicer and smoother angle. He was not stalling a bit at that upper hill part. But if we look on the chase run, the Estonian driver was capable of being more aggressive, getting more proximity toward Martin Richards. So we would like to see it one more time if the drivers can provide Kevin better lead and Martin Richards better chase.
Thank you, David, and we are moving on to the next battles, but of course we will explain this a little bit in French as well.
Voilà, nous allons voir bien évidemment, nous retrouverons ces deux garçons-là pour une troisième manche supplémentaire, chacun ayant fait sa petite faute à un moment ou à un autre, a été meilleur par moment et par autre. Eh bien nous les retrouverons pour bien évidemment défendre ses chances dans une troisième manche tout à l'heure entre l'Estonien et notamment bien évidemment l'Anglais pour forcément remplir ensemble ce top 8. Artus, attention parce que nous avons là bien évidemment la suite du programme avec de nouveaux concurrents qui vont s'élancer.
And the next battle coming up, Colin Kjorten from Romania against Marko Zakuril from Czech Republic. Kjorten out front and Zakuril chasing two really good aggressive drivers, and we see it once again from the first two corners. Then they come out, of course, to the last corner in really close proximity. Marko Zakuril trying to be as close as possible, and right now side by side action. Always a little bit of a tap there as well. Great car control by both drivers, by Kjorten and of course by Zakuril. So amazing run, and the runs are getting just better and better and better with each, of course, round coming on from top 32 to top 16, and right now we're battling for a place in top 8. Wow, amazing.
Ah, cette bataille pour ce top 8 est en train de donner toutes ses promesses avec le pilote de la République tchèque qui face au Roumain vraiment fait le forcing et ça s'est même touché du côté de la parabolique. Voilà un petit coup que je te mets par ici par là pour essayer d'impressionner. Dans tous les cas, est-ce que ça va impressionner les juges? Nous verrons ça tout à l'heure. Deuxième manche, on échange les positions. Est-ce que cela va se toucher dans tous les cas dans quelques instants pour cette deuxième manche? Nous verrons ça bien évidemment entre la Roumanie et la République tchèque. C'est chaud. La voiture qui porte quelques stigmates au passage. On a quelque peu rayé la portière. Rien de grave, on vous rassure. Voici la belle entre Zakuril et Kjorten, entre la République tchèque et la Roumanie. La belle bien évidemment peut-être à nouveau portière contre portière. Ça va partir dans quelques instants.
And we are moving on to the second part. Of course, in drifting, you have to be as close as possible, trying not to touch the front car, but if it's a slight tap or slight touch and the front car isn't unsettled because of that, then it's allowed, and the judges don't say bad things about that or give you much deduction in points. So that was the case, I think, in the first run. Right now they have switched positions. Marko Zakuril from Czech Republic out front and Kalin Kjorten from Romania will try to chase. Really nice battle between the two. A big of a distance right now from first corners, fast to outer zones there by Marko Zakuril. Right now coming through the inner clip, and Kalin Kjorten has come back with a bit more inside line, cutting the track, but still one car length between them. More shallow line there by Kalin Kjorten, and Zakuril, I think, with a good lead run there. I think, it was a little bit better the first run, but right now we'll have to see the replay. I think Zakuril did everything right. Kalin Kjorten with a little bit of hesitating at some points.
Ah là, chers amis, une séance de drift qui tient toutes ses promesses. On se rend coup pour coup du côté de ce parcours. Ah, il y a vraiment de l'engagement, de la pression, avec beaucoup vraiment de sympathie. On le sent entre pilotes, mais ça ne se fait pas de cadeau. Ça ferme les portes, ça les ouvre par moments. Bref, du grand spectacle. Alors maintenant, les pilotes, bien sûr, qui se sont positionnés en attendant que les juges donnent leur avis, leur aval. Qui va décrocher la timbale pour partir en direction du top 8 et se rapprocher forcément. Attention, c'est Marko Zakuril de la République tchèque qui décroche la timbale. Félicitations à Kalin du côté de la voiture aux couleurs de la Roumanie qui se sera bien défendu jusqu'au bout. Ça a été chaud entre ces deux garçons avec beaucoup de sportivité bien évidemment, mais très chaud jusqu'au bout. Ça s'est touché par moments. Bref, du très grand spectacle que nous vous proposons cet après-midi, alors que là-bas déjà tout au bout on débute la chauffe de pneus. Cela veut dire bien évidemment que nous allons accueillir la prochaine manche qui va être peut-être brûlante et dans tous les cas cramante peut-être du côté des pneus, que nous allons suivre dans un instant, le Koweït notamment et les Netherlands que nous allons accueillir avec grand plaisir, grand intérêt. Prochaine manche pour l'accession dans le top 8.
So yeah, Marko Zakuril from Czech Republic got the win and advanced on to top A. Right now we're moving on to the next battle. Ali Makseed representing Kuwait and Rikon Gotem from the Netherlands on their top 16 battle. Ali Makseed, of course, automatically went into top 16 with a good qualifying result, but right now he has to fight against another competitor. Really fast start there by Ali Makseed. Good transition, filling out both outer zones right now, coming through the inner clip. Rikon Gotem has got some proximity back, but still a little bit of struggling to get as close as possible to Makseed. Makseed with a great lead run, filling out all the outer zones. Rick van Gotem, 1-2 car length behind, so has to do better that for the next battles if he advances on. Right now, of course, they will be switching positions, and Rick van Gotem from the Netherlands will lead, and of course, Ali Makseed will be in the chase position.
Une manche que nous venons de vivre peut-être moins engagée sur le plan, on va dire, du spectacle et de la performance engageante des concurrents, mais tout aussi sympathique à suivre. On sentait une manche un peu plus tactique, où chacun avait sa trajectoire. Dans tous les cas, entre le leader et son chasseur, le jeu est lancé. À voir dans la prochaine manche, on va inverser, vous le savez, chers amis, les positions. Le chasseur devient leader et nous allons apprécier dans quelques instants tout ceci entre ces deux garçons, Rick van Gotem et Ali Machid, qui sont sur le départ.
And we are moving on to the second part of this battle between Netherlands and Kuwait. Rick van Gotem out front in the lead position. Ali Makseed will be chasing. Let's see how close he will go, how aggressive he will try to chase, and he is almost there side by side on the first corners. Going off track right now during the chase, Ali Makseed, so with some big mistakes there. That's really not usual for him, but right now he is close, he's getting closer, and really good action at the end, but the beginning of Ali Makseed's chase run wasn't as great as we wanted to see. Solid lead run there by Rick van Gotem, and we will see it once again in the replay, but a little bit of mistakes there, chasing from Ali Makseed.
Ah, c'était portière contre portière, on était vraiment dans une très très belle symphonie et chorégraphie. Notre ami Coétien qui s'est même permis au passage de déplacer quelques cônes pour dire tiens, je vais le placer peut-être un petit peu ailleurs pour mes camarades. Dans tous les cas, c'était une très très belle manche, un petit peu plus engagée que la première. Nous verrons bien ce qu'en pensent les juges dans quelques instants. Les deux concurrents qui viennent de s'immobiliser. On attend bien évidemment que les juges donnent leur appréciation et leur jugement dans quelques instants. Qui va prendre part au top 8 dans quelques instants avec l'accession du côté également des phases finales et du podium qui se dessinera ensemble tout à l'heure. Alors que nous avons ici des vues du public venus extrêmement nombreux sur ce circuit Paul Ricard pour ces FIA Motorsport Games. Plus de 15 disciplines représentées, plus de 70 pays et de 450 également participants.
So we are waiting for the results to come in, and after that we will go on to the judges. So just wait a sec. As they are preparing the results. Okay, and here we got them. David Kala says nothing at the moment. Let's wait for the result from the three judges. And it's Ali Maxid. Ali Maxid gets the win, and I give the word to David to explain.
Unfortunately, we did not see it on the graphics, but we needed to decide for our Ali Maxid. Everything goes to the place at outer zone 2 when Rink van Gotem was leading. As we are saying, we are having like very precise deceleration zone on this track. This is very crucial for the battles because without good lead there is no good chase. And unfortunately, the Rick was braking before our zone 2 with his handbrake, which is like affecting very crucially the chaser. So the chaser needed to decelerate in place where he was not expecting that, and that pushed him out of the track, which was 4 wheels. But we've been blaming the leader for that mistake. That's why Ali Maxid is going through.
Voilà pour les explications avec Ali Maxid, dans tous les cas le Coétien qui décroche sa timbale et sa position pour le top 8, accession pour lui bien évidemment, alors que nous enchaînons tout de suite sans plus tarder avec la prochaine manche. Nous allons passer du top 16 au top 8 ensemble à l'issue des 2 manches avec les 2 prochains concurrents que nous allons bien sûr accueillir sur la ligne de départ de ces FIA Motorsport Games avec les prochains bien évidemment à suivre. On est prêt dans tous les cas sur ce départ. Et Georges Lagos de la Grèce sera le chasseur, et le chasseur notamment d'un pilote français, Jason Bannett, que nous retrouvons avec grand plaisir. Du côté du public français, on va bien sûr applaudir très fort et encourager Jason pour forcément l'accession dans le top 8, en étant un petit peu chauvin du côté forcément des fans français. Jason qui est leader et qui défend sa position, chacun des quilles. Des quilles, une ou deux par tête bien sûr. Et on enchaîne avec là-bas, la parabolique, Jason qui est parti loin, mais le grec qui est dans tous les cas du côté de Georges Lagos n'a rien perdu de son talent, avec une partie d'aile qui est en train de faire la malle du côté du pilote grec, et le public a raison bien sûr d'applaudir dans cette première manche. Franco-grec dans tous les cas. Qui a pris l'avantage? Nous le verrons d'ici quelques instants, le temps que les pilotes repositionnent leur monture à nouveau sur la grille de départ. Et on va bien sûr inverser la donne.
So let's take a look at the replay right now between this nice battle between Jason Bonnet representing France and of course George Lagos representing Greece. Because there were some kind of interesting moments at some times, especially I think at the beginning of the track. And of course, we are really happy for having such a big crowd here at the FIA Motorsport Games Drifting Cup 2022 at Circuit Paul Ricard. And somehow I didn't see the replay. But it seems that we are moving on to the second part of this battle. Okay, let's go.
Allez, Jason Bennett dans la voiture porte quelques stigmates de manche précédente, un petit peu trop proche de la sortie du terrain. Voilà, c'est le grec qui, dans tous les cas, pour George Lagos, en tant que leader et devant, Jason Bennett qui va essayer effectivement de chorégraphier au mieux et de mettre peut-être la pression sur le grec pour le pousser à la faute. On se touche quasiment dans la parabolique. Oh là 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 là, chers amis, Jason qui nous a mis de l'engagement dans cette manche. On s'immobilise pour le pilote grec. Jason qui arrive à son tour et s'immobilise avec des bouts d'ailes qui commencent du côté du pilote grec à partir. À force effectivement de toucher quelques quilles et d'aller un petit peu au-delà de la limite autorisée. Ah, c'était une manche très engagée de la part des deux pilotes. On s'est rendu coup pour l'accession dans ce top 8. Alors, qui va décrocher ce top 8 entre la Grèce et la France? Les juges qui sont en train d'en discuter, Jason Bennett, George Lagos. Grèce, France, France, Grèce. Nos trois juges qui vont donner dans quelques instants leur feu vert pour l'un ou l'autre des pilotes pour décrocher le top 8. Est-ce que ce sera Jason Bennett ou George Lagos? Réponse dans quelques instants. La décision se fait attendre. Sous l'œil bien sûr du public français et des fans venus en masse du côté de Jason Bennett. Va-t-il décrocher son top 8? Et non, c'est George Lagos pour la Grèce qui est directement qualifié pour le top 8. Jason Bennett qui se sera bien abattu jusqu'au bout et que le public bien sûr français peut bien évidemment applaudir dans son dernier tour d'honneur.
And we give the word there for our judge David to explain what happened here between Greece and France.
Like it was said before, without good lead there is no possible good chase. Unfortunately, Jason was not showing us the style which he was showing us all weekend when he came to this track. Like everybody was amazed how aggressive he can be running here. But unfortunately he was treating the outer zone 2 as a front clip. He was doing the transition from outer zone 1 to outer zone 2 just too late. And as a chaser you just cannot predict that, and that pushed the chaser completely out of the line and messed it for him. So because of that huge mistake, we needed to give it to the driver from the Greece.
Alors pour l'explication, effectivement, chaque pilote ayant fait quelques lots d'erreurs, il y en avait un petit peu plus malheureusement du côté de Jason pour cette manche. Malheureusement, quelques erreurs de plus, ce qui fait que dans tous les cas derrière, eh bien, c'est le pilote grec qui décroche quant à lui le top 8. C'est fort malheureux, mais c'est malheureusement la loi du sport et la loi des juges effectivement qui sont là pour l'intégrité bien évidemment de l'intégralité également de ce plateau que nous suivons avec grand intérêt. Là, à présent, c'est une prochaine manche que nous allons vous proposer.
So we are going on to the one more time, the last top 16 battle between United Kingdom and Estonia. So Martin Richards out front against the chaser Kevin Pesur. Let's see if they can do better than before. And good initiation there by Martin Richards. Kevin Pesur really close proximity there at that point. One more. Oh, that's a little bit of a mistake, I think, from Pesur going on too much on the inside zone, but he's still really aggressive on the chase. So, only centimeters between the cars, and what a show there by Martin Richards and Kevin Pesur. I think he has some small mistakes by Pesur at the beginning, but after that, really aggressive, really side by side. That's what we want to see in drifting.
Un run également très agressif où les deux pilotes ont vraiment tout tenté en utilisant toute la largeur de la piste et même au passage le pilote estonien qui à conserver une quille sous sa voiture. Ça pourra servir au passage. Ah, ça a été très engagé, on le voit nous sur les images en replay, je peux vous dire que c'est assez impressionnant. On a perdu des bouts de carrosserie du côté de l'Estonie, le pare-choc arrière. On a quelques séquelles. On aura peut-être un petit peu de travail du côté du paddock pour essayer de remettre tout ça un petit peu en état. Mais dans tous les cas, c'était très engagé de la part des deux pilotes que nous allons forcément retrouver pour la deuxième manche, où nous allons bien sûr échanger nos positions. Et toujours du public, un large public que nous retrouvons ici massé sur cette butte. Et ce circuit Paul Ricard qui accueille bien sûr cette deuxième édition des FIA Motorsport Games. Plus de 16 disciplines représentées tout au long de ces journées que nous passons ensemble. 72 pays, plus de 450 participants. Kevin Pézur, leader, Martin Richards sera le chasseur au départ pour cette belle et cette deuxième manche pour décrocher le top 8 pour ces deux pilotes.
And we are moving on to the second part of this one more time battle. Kevin Pesser from Estonia will be leading. Martin Richards from the United Kingdom will be chasing. Three amazing runs we have seen from both of them already, and right now they are trying to get a winner in this pair. The winner will move on to top 8 and will be driving against Czech Republic Marko Zakoril. So really important run right there right now. Both drivers know how much they are willing to risk to get the win. So Pesser with a big Scandinavian flick at the initiation, fills out outer zone 1, outer zone 2 as well. Martin Richards is there side by side. A little bit of a mistake there by Richards, it seems like that. But maybe it was something what the lead car was doing. But still, Richards also really close.
Wanted to have the proximity which he did not have the previous run, but unfortunately around the inner clip he just uses too small angle, and that pushes him into the position where he did not want it to be, and he needed to really slow down, loses the proximity, and then it was very hard to get it back. So because of that one mistake around the inner clip, we choose Kevin to go through.
Okay, thank you, David, for the explanation. Right now, yeah, it's not a break. We are just painting the lines of the zones back, and we will move on with the competition right away. So don't go anywhere. The best battles are just to come.
Voilà, le temps de faire un petit peu de brin de toilette, de cleaner la piste, de retracer les lignes de ces fameuses zones sur lesquelles les pilotes doivent mettre leur pneumatique arrière ou avant, suivant que vous soyez à l'extérieur ou à l'intérieur du virage. Le temps de cleaner tout ceci, de retracer les lignes. On va se retrouver dans quelques instants. Petite pause musicale. On va se reposer quelques instants et vous retrouver en forme pour bien sûr le top 8 et puis l'approche forcément ensemble des phases finale. À tout de suite.
So it seems like the track is almost ready. All the marshals and stewards are back to their posts, and we are ready for the top 8 battles. I think every of these battles could be a top 4 or even a final run. We will start with Poland against Georgia, Jakub Przygonski against of course Nodari Kodua. Then the next one up will be Benediktas Čirba against Kristaps Blushin, all Baltic battle there. Then we have Kevin Pesser from Estonia against Marko Zakuril from Czech Republic. Then we move on to Kuwait against Greece, so Ali Maksid against George Lagos. 8 amazing drivers. Would love to see everybody of them going on and moving on to top 4 and even to the finals for the battle for gold medals and bronze medals, but just 4 of them will move on to the semi-finals, and just 2 of them of course to the finals. But yeah, the great battles are coming up. Top 8 right now at FIA Motorsport Games Drifting Cup 2022.
Dans un instant, chers amis, début de ce top 8, ce qui va nous rapprocher forcément ensemble des prochaines demi-finales. Les choses sérieuses vont vraiment débuter dans quelques instants, demi-finale à suivre, et forcément nous enchaînerons avec la petite finale et la finale, bien évidemment, avec celles et surtout ceux qui vont décrocher dans tous les cas les différentes médailles. Bronze, argent et or, mais pour l'heure on va se consacrer à ce top 8. Direction dans quelques instants les premiers tickets d'entrée pour partir directement en demi-finale. Voilà un petit peu la donne que nous vous proposons cet après-midi. Voilà le jeu auquel ces garçons vont être proposés dans quelques instants dans ces FIA Motorsport Games. Dernière ligne droite vraiment pour ces drifters dans quelques instants. Vous avez également du côté des différents sites internet, également réseaux sociaux, bien évidemment l'intégralité du programme, tout ce qu'il faut savoir, les différents résultats et surtout où voir bien évidemment l'intégralité et parmi les plus de 15 disciplines sportives. Donc vous pouvez bien sûr apprécier le spectacle. Nous avons du karting, du rallye bien évidemment, du circuit avec différentes formules qui sont proposées. Et voici les premiers prétendants que nous voyons approcher de la ligne de départ. On est là et on va partir pour le top 8 dans quelques instants.
So we have the 3-time Polish champion Jakub Przygonski going against the 4-time Georgian champion Nodari Kodua. So both drivers with experience, and of course Jakub Przygonski competing in other disciplines as well, has been a Dakar Rally competitor for a lot of years right now, and but still his heart is at drifting, and he's still drifting at these great events like this, of course, FIA Motorsport Games Drifting Cup. So Poland against Georgia, that's the first top 8 battle. Przygonski and Poland, of course, the winners of qualifying yesterday against Kodua, who was 8th in qualifying. So yeah, can't wait for that, and the green light is on. So the first top 8 battle is on. Przygonski against Kodua Nodari. Good initiation there, filling out outside zone 1, filling out outside zone 2, and Kodua Nodari has a little bit of corrections to do there, but he comes back and tries to be as close as possible. Przygonski with a good outside line. We see that Nodua is really close, just centimeters away without touching, and a great first top 8 battle, and I think this sets the scene for the next top 8 battles as well. So yeah, I'm excited. I think you can hear that in my voice, so let's see the replay.
Avec le replay que nous allons vivre dans quelques instants du côté bien sûr des réseaux sociaux, des live streaming, bien évidemment, avec le Polonais en tant que leader hein, qui a pris les devants, et c'est fort logique qu'il va changer de position d'ici quelques instants. Manche assez engagée dans ce top 8 pour forcément d'ici quelques instants les premières places pour la demi-finale. Ce pilote que l'on a vu évoluer dans plusieurs disciplines, dont forcément également les pistes du Dakar et autres. Et on en termine On va les retrouver bien sûr sur la ligne de départ pour la deuxième manche. Là aussi, même chose du côté de ces battles, on va changer de position. Le leader devient chasseur. Et dans quelques instants, le départ de cette deuxième manche pour ces deux garçons, pour Nodari et Pisgowski. Et bien sûr, leur monture entre la Géorgie et la Pologne.
So both drivers are ready for the second part of this first top 8 battle. Nodari Kodua out front, Jakub Przygoński chasing, so Georgia out front and Poland will be chasing this second run. We see a really aggressive initiation there by Nodua Kodari. Good outside zone there, and now to the inner side, inner clip, losing some proximity there by Jakub Przygoński at some point, and Kodua Nodari is on the outside line, and Przygoński is catching up, but still half a car length between them, so yeah, maybe not the most aggressive chase, but we remember the judges compare lead run against lead run and chase run against chase run, so I'm not quite sure about the result, but let's see the replay once again. So yeah, interesting fight going on.
Le Géorgien qui aura tenu bon derrière face bien évidemment aux Polonais qui mettaient la pression jusqu'au bout, jusqu'au dernier mètre, jusqu'au dernier centimètre de la sortie de la dernière zone. On attend bien sûr les juges pour commencer à compléter les premières cases du côté du premier nom qui va partir directement en demi-finale. Est-ce que nous aurons un Polonais ou un Géorgien? Réponse dans quelques instants. Le premier nom qui va compléter les premières demi-finales que nous aurons le plaisir d'apprécier tout à l'heure. Mais pour l'heure, les juges sont en train de comptabiliser les différents points suivant les différentes notes de proximité, d'artistique, de vitesse et autres. Quel est le pilote qui aura rempli toutes les cases au mieux? Nous allons le savoir dans quelques instants.
So the judges are looking at different replays right now, because as I said, it's not a straightforward result, and we will see a replay here once again as well. The lead run of Przygoński with Kodua chasing, and yeah, the chase, as we saw, was really great here. We see some left foot braking just to settle the car in the right place and be as close as possible. So yeah, some discussions going on between the judges, and it's really important, like, to see every detail, just to have yeah, everything on point, and that the judges also can explain their decisions as well. So we will get to that a little bit later when we have the result. But still, yeah, two great drivers, three-time Polish champion Jakub Przygoński against four-time Georgian champion Nodari Kodua, and we are waiting for the result. Only one of them will move on to the semi-finals and will have the ability to chase for the medals, gold, silver or bronze. I think everybody will be happy with at least one of these. So the next battles up coming are also really amazing. So yeah, it's been a really great week, I think, for everybody here at the FIA Motorsport Games 2022. Paul Ricard, this circuit is, or this complex is really amazing, with a lot of action going on, a lot of different disciplines. I think in total we have 16 this year at the FIA Motorsport Games. So it's nice to be a part, and it's nice that drifting is a part here as well, as it was in the first FIA Motorsport Games back in 2019. And it seems like the results are coming in. We see the graphics right now, and it's Jakub Przygoński gets the win, but Robin Ishida was giving one more time. So let's quickly move to David for a quick explanation of this result.
Sorry that it took us that long. We needed to see both runs a couple of times to find small details in between those runs. If we look on the lead runs, Kuba was doing everything what we said on the briefing. He was like fulfilling all the zones. His fluidity was close to perfect. And he was having like small bubble at the last corner. He can have slightly more angle in the last corner, but that was basically it for his lead run. Noto, on the other hand, when he was chasing, he put it wheel off at inner clip, which he was not pushed to because Kuba was on the correct line, and then he was like really big cutting at the last corner. When we look on the second run, then Noto had like really hard flick on the initiation, but that's fine. We were continuing, then he was fulfilling our zone 1 and our zone 2. At inner clip, he was getting to the curb before inner clip, and then he put it wheel off at the inner clip. So that means that the inside clipping point is not on the edge of the track. So he was like way off the inner clip towards the inside. That is very hard to follow because your leader is not on correct line, and that made the separation for the chaser behind him. He then cut it the same way as Noto was cutting before. So if we look on the chase to chase, for us it was very even. If we look on the lead to lead, it was slightly better for Kuba Przegonski. That's why me and Vernon put it for Kuba, but Robbie said it was not enough, so that's why he put it one more time.
Voilà, pas facile pour les juges de donner leurs notes et appréciations. On a pu les voir juste à côté de nous en train de revoir à plusieurs reprises les vidéos pour voir qui a défauté à quel endroit. Ça se joue à pas grand chose, des fautes infimes pour l'un et pour l'autre. Et voilà le résultat que vous avez pu bien sûr entendre tout à l'heure, alors que là nous avons les prochains, Benediktas Sirba, le représentant de la Lituanie, et Kristas Blus pour Latvia, qui vont dans tous les cas être sur ligne de départ entre leader et chasseur.
And we come up to a Baltic fight right now. Benediktas Sirba from Lithuania against Kristas Blus from Latvia. We see two visually similar cars with different concepts, and here we see the first zones, filling them out correctly there by Sirba. Kristas Blus is coming close and is really close and will try to keep up with Sirba, and there is a little bit of a separation between the two cars. Sirba going off the track, I think, at some point. We don't know if it was before the starting line or after the starting line, but we saw that the speed of Sirba was really, really high, and Kristas Blus couldn't get as close as he usually goes to other competitors. Yeah, interesting run there, and we will see, of course, the second part when Kristas Blus will be out front and Sirba will be chasing.
Run intéressant où on va même titiller les limites du terrain du côté notamment du leader lituanien. Ça s'est joué un petit peu au-delà des limites autorisées. On a pu le voir notamment au fin fond de la parabolique là-bas. On est allé au-delà du bitume. On avait la pression, on avait vraiment la pression, il fallait rester devant, contenir cette pression au mieux. Deuxième manche, Blus sera leader et Sirba sera le chasseur. On a inversé bien sûr les positions pour cette deuxième manche et l'accession directement valable et le ticket pour la demi-finale.
So we are on to the second part. Right now, Kristas Blus representing Latvia will be on the lead, and Benediktas Sirba from Lithuania will be chasing. And we are ready for the second part. Really two fast and aggressive drivers, so the second part I think will be one to watch. So let's go, green light, Blus out front. Sirba tries to follow as close as possible there through the outer zone 1, through outer zone 2. And we see Sirba is really aggressive right now on the chase run. Kristas Blus right now moving on to the outer zone. And Sirba is really, really close, side-by-side action, adjusting the angle at some points and over the finish line. What a run there by the Baltic drivers, Kristas Blus and Benediktas Sirba, Latvia against Lithuania. It's a nice sight how close they were at the end of the last corner.
Ah, on n'a rien lâché de la part des deux pilotes, on s'est rendu pour coup, portière contre portière. On était à quelques centimètres l'un de l'autre, ça a failli toucher par moment là-bas tout au bout de la parabolique, mais ça ne s'est pas touché à quelques centimètres pour ces garçons. Ah, vraiment, il y a de l'engagement. La voiture de Blues qui porte quelques stigmates à l'arrière droit. Et c'est Christophe Blues qui décroche son ticket pour la demi-finale tout à l'heure.
So it's Kristaps Bluš and Latvia who advance on to the semi-finals, and quickly to David to explain this decision.
Like, a lot of people are saying that drifting is one mistake sport, and now we definitely saw it. Like, Benedictas showed us like really good lead, but unfortunately just a couple meters before the finish line he put it 2 wheels off the track, and he just like scrapped all that perfect run he had in the first run. Then Kristaps knew that when he's coming into the second run, he's having big advantage, and he was just playing it how he needed. He fulfilled everything, being where he needs to be, and went through.
So thank you, David, for the explanation. That's what I think also we saw in the first run, that Cirba was out of the track in the last meters of the corner. So that's unfortunate for him, but anyway, Kristaps Bluš and Latvia advance on to the semi-finals, and we are of course moving on to the next battles, the other side of the top 8 bracket, and yeah, there will we have 2 interesting battles coming ahead.
Ah, des décisions par moments pas faciles à prendre pour les juges. Ça se joue très souvent à pas grand chose. Allez, prochaine manche, on va partir du côté de l'Estonie et de la République tchèque avec les 2 prochains garçons que nous allons retrouver sur la ligne de départ. Kevin Pézur pour l'Estonie, Marco Zakoril de la République tchèque sera chasseur de l'Estonien dans quelques instants pour cette première manche. Direction les demi-finales.
An interesting battle here. 2 BMW M2s, Estonia against Czech Republic, Kevin Pesser against Marko Zakoril, and the first run of them is on. Pesser out front, so Estonia in the lead. Zakoril will be chasing. Good initiation there by both drivers. Zakoril with some small mistakes there. I think it was self-inflicted, but that's of course for the judges to decide. Right now to the outside zone of corner number 3 or corner number 4, and over the line, and yeah, with some big proximity at that point. The cars were far away, but I think the first mistake came after outside zone 1, after outside zone 2. Then Marko Zakoril, I think, wasn't in the right place where he should have been. Let's see that in the replay.
Beaucoup d'engagement ici pour ces pilotes, hein. On les voit très proches. Ça a failli par 2 fois se toucher, ça n'est pas arrivé. Ils ont beaucoup de dextérité et de finesse dans le pilotage. Dans tous les cas, un top 8 qui a tenu toutes ses promesses, avec dans quelques instants la deuxième manche. On se rapproche pour l'un ou l'autre de ces pilotes d'une place valable pour les prochaines demi-finales. Le temps de les retrouver sur la grille de départ qui sera inversée bien sûr pour eux. Le chasseur devenant leader, ce sera dans quelques instants, toujours avec énormément de public ici sur les buts du Paul Ricard, à quelques mètres de sa célèbre piste et du double droit notamment du Bossé, juste après la courbe de signe. On retrouve tout ce beau monde massé ici en sécurité sur la butte pour profiter bien sûr du spectacle et de cette deuxième manche.
We are ready for the second part of this great battle between Marko Zakoril from Czech Republic against Kevin Pesser from Estonia. Now they have switched places. Zakoril will be out front in the lead position. Pesser will be chasing, and the light is green already. And we are moving on to the first corner. Aggressive initiation there, but not filling out completely. And that's a big mistake there by Marko Zakoril. It seems like he doesn't like the first 2 corners at all. Right now going on to the long outside zone. Kevin Pesser is right by his side, and he here we see a great drone shot as well, just centimeters away. Marco Zacuril and Kevin Pesur, nice show there, but yeah, we will see in the replay that Marco Zacuril didn't fill out the first outer zone and didn't go to the outer zone 2. It seems like he went off track as well, so let's check this out.
Et le public de connaisseurs a raison d'avoir applaudi bien évidemment ces deux garçons qui nous auront offert du très très beau spectacle, énormément d'engagement, avec beaucoup de respect entre ces deux garçons. Ça, c'est limite si ça se touche, mais c'est dans vraiment le respect. Il y a beaucoup d'engagement et de vitesse. Alors, qui de la République tchèque ou de l'Estonie sera en demi-finale? Qui va décrocher son titre? Son petit ticket? Les juges vont donner dans quelques instants leur validation pour Kevin.
So yeah, everything all right with the graphics. Kevin Pesur, Estonia, is the winner, and he advances on to semi-finals. So everything, yeah, two big mistakes by Zacuril in the chase and also in the lead. So logical decision there, and we are moving on to the last top 8 battle. That will be Ali Maksid representing Kuwait against George Lagos representing Greece. Nissan against BMW, also an interesting battle here. And yeah, it's the last top 8 battle, and then we will have all the 4 semi-finalists who will fight to get into the final, and of course the losers of these semi-final battles will fight for the bronze medal. So everything is still up for all the drivers right now involved, and the light switches to green. Ali Maksid out front, George Lagos chasing, and really aggressive initiation there by Ali Maksid, losing a little bit of angle there. Yeah, then putting one wheel outside of the track, the inner side, going on to the outside zone. Quite a distance between the two cars. George Lagos tries to come closer, cutting the track a bit, but still a few car lengths between the two cars. But yeah, I think there was quite a messy start, for Ali Maksid at his lead run. George Lagos had to adapt to that. So let's see once again. Slowing down, yeah, losing some angle at some points here again. So George Lagos, yeah, with some adaptations for that, and yeah, we will see, of course, them switching positions and move on.
Voilà, et l'accession du côté de ces demi-finales sous l'œil avisé ici du côté de la tour des juges, avec la présence notamment de Pedro Lamy avec nous, pilote bien sûr bien connu et qui apprécie ce Paul Ricard, et puis de Calero Van Pera qui est également présent avec nous ici du côté de la cabine des juges, nouveau champion du monde, si on peut vous le rappeler bien sûr, du côté du World Rally Car, du championnat du monde des rallyes, qui apprécie également bien sûr ce spectacle. Allez, prochaine manche que nous allons apprécier dans quelques instants, ça sera la belle bien évidemment pour ces deux pilotes, et l'accession bien sûr du côté de la demi-finale avec George Lagos pour la Grèce et Ali Maksid qui a bien œuvré tout à l'heure pour bien évidemment le Koweït, et c'est parti pour eux.
And the second part, George Lagos out front, Ali Maksid chasing. Let's see what they can show us right now. Ali Maksid with really aggressive chase run through the first through few sections. Really wide going off track there. Ali Maksid, George Lagos, and there's a crash. There's a crash between the two drivers. That's why the front suspension of Ali Maksid's car is broken, and he understands that a little bit late. But yeah, big drama right now in the last run of this top 8. Oh, yeah, it's difficult to say. I think that George Lagos went off the track before the long right-hander, and that's why there was this contact. And yeah, the front right suspension of Ali Maksid's car is broken, and yeah, that's now a question what will follow. But yeah, the judges will have a look at the replays. Wow.
Ah bien là, chers amis, c'est la dépanneuse malheureusement pour Ali Makchid, le Koweïtien malheureux, qui nous avait tout à l'heure offert vraiment un très très beau spectacle avec énormément d'engagement pour ce pilote. Malheureusement, ça ne sera pas passé jusqu'au bout et on va en rester là forcément, et pas de demi-finale pour lui. Il doit être bien malheureux et on compatit bien évidemment à cette malheureuse désillusion. Il y a de l'engagement, il y a eu de l'engagement avec ces deux pilotes. Ah voilà, et puis cette touchette là malheureusement qui sur le plan de la mécanique va laisser le pauvre Koweïtien sur le bord de la route dans cette fin de parabolique. Alors là il va falloir, je pense, ou la dépanneuse ou des hommes costauds pour enlever le malheureux Koweïtien de cette fâcheuse posture. Voilà la dépanneuse qui fait son apparition pour rapporter Ali Makchid malheureusement dans son team. Et pouvoir à nouveau remettre une piste claire avant d'accueillir les prochaines manches dans ce top 8 pour compléter ensemble. Il reste encore quelques cases à compléter pour faire l'apparition bien sûr tout à l'heure des demi-finales ensemble. Si vous avez bien sûr flashé les fameux flashcodes de ce FIA Motorsport Games, vous pouvez retrouver toutes les disciplines. Elles sont plus de 15 au programme de ces journées de compétition, avec plus de 72 pays représentés, avec également plus de 450 concurrents et pilotes, filles et garçons, puisque nous avons également des demoiselles en karting et autres disciplines qui sont également présentes tout au long de ces journées de compétition. Ça sera la fin du drift, bien évidemment.
So Ali Makchid is the winner, and of course it's a controversial battle, but we will see why that happened, and we hear from David.
Yeah, everything goes, not completely everything. Let's see the first run. In the first run, unfortunately, starting number 36, George Lagos, had 2 wheels off at outer zone 2, so that was already incomplete for him in the first run. From Ali Makchid, he was having like wheel on really on the edge, but overall it was good lead. Then we are going to the second run, and George Lagos overshoots the car just before, just after the inner clip. He over rotates, slows down there a lot, and there was like no place for the chaser where to go. So when he transitioned back, there was already the chaser, and he hit the chaser on the front wheel, which was broken afterwards. So for that contact was blamed number 36, but he was basically incompleted even before the contact itself. So overall, Ali Makchid is going through.
Et malheureusement le pauvre Ali Makchid qui a eu ce contact dont il n'est pas forcément à l'origine. C'est le pilote grec qui lui a coupé la route malheureusement, hein, c'est le sport. Alors maintenant, est-ce que on va pouvoir réparer surtout pour Ali Makchid pour partir du côté des demi-finales? Le pilote qui regarde un petit peu quel mal souffre sa monture pour peut-être directement par téléphone commencer à donner quelques informations à son équipe, peut-être pour les premières réparations. Est-ce qu'on aura le temps nécessaire pour la réparation? Peut-être, a priori on n'a pas l'air anxieux du côté du pilote. Voilà, on est déjà au téléphone pour bien évidemment donner les informations à son team. Ali Makchid qui dans tous les cas, le Koweïtien, est qualifié lui du côté des demi-finales. Voilà un petit peu pour ce tableau bien évidemment que nous pouvons apprécier du côté des réseaux sociaux et des live streams. Ce tableau qui se complète. On prendra dans quelques instants la direction des demi-finales avec dans tous les cas Crispas Plus et Ali Makchid qui iront en direction notamment de ces demi-finales. Jakub Priskonski et Kevin Pézur également. Les voilà qui apparaissent sur nos écrans. Ce seront les 4 bien évidemment qui vont se bagarrer forcément pour à la fois, bien évidemment, accéder aux phases finales que nous allons apprécier dans quelques instants, chers amis.
So we see the bracket of all the drivers, and of course the 4 drivers that made it into the semi-finals, made it into top 4. We will have Jakub Przygonski, the winner of qualifying, going against Kristaps Bluš. So Poland against Latvia on one side of the top 4. On the other side of the top 4, we have Estonia with Kevin Pesser against Kuwait with Ali Maksid. So 2 amazing semi-finals coming up. Let's hope that Ali Maksid and his team can repair the car. The front right suspension, of course, is broken, but let's hope that they have the spare parts with them and that they can repair the car in time. Right now, of course, we are also repainting the zones on the track, and we are coming up with the biggest, greatest battles at this FIA Motorsport Games Drifting Cup 2022. So stay tuned. We are still here. We are waiting for the big battles. Who will get into the final? Who will have to fight for 3rd place? That's all open, and yeah, it will be a great show, that's for sure. So stay tuned with us, and we will have the battles coming up in just a few minutes.
Voilà, le temps de quitter la piste. Nous retrouverons bien sûr nos 4 protagonistes pour forcément seulement 3 places sur le podium. Ce sera dans quelques instants à suivre et à vivre ensemble. Le temps d'une pause, bien évidemment, pause musicale, et on se retrouve très vite pour vivre ensemble ces demi-finales.
Okay, so we are ready for the top 4 battles for the semi-finals at FIA Motorsport Games Drifting Cup 2022. The first battle will be Jakub Przygoński from Poland against Krzysztof Blusz from Latvia. So 2 European drivers battling it out. They have competed in the same competitions at some point, so they know each other, I think, very well, and it will be an interesting and aggressive battle, that's for sure. Jakub Przygoński, 3-time Polish champion, and Krzysztof Blusz, 2-time Eastern Europe champion, of course, and as well 5th place in Formula Drift a few years ago. And the battle is on. Jakub Przygoński, Poland out front, Krzysztof Blusz chasing. Let's see what will happen in this battle. A really good initiation by both drivers. Krzysztof Blusz really close to Jakub Przygoński. Now they are moving on through the inner clip, going to the long back coming corner, and Krzysztof Blusz on the side, already on the side of Jakub Przygoński, and they are side by side through the whole course, through the whole last run, last turn, and yeah, great lead, great chase by both drivers, and I think, yeah, the spectators love this as well.
Ah, la première, bien évidemment, des demi-finales qui promet, qui, dans tous les cas, dans tout son intérêt, ça se chiffonne, ça se bagarre, ça se bastonne comme on aime bien, dans tous les cas, avec beaucoup de respect, on le sent avec et entre ces pilotes, mais ça se rend coup pour coup, et ça devrait se rendre coup pour coup, dans tous les cas, dans la prochaine manche de cette première demi-finale. Nous en aurons bien sûr une deuxième tout à l'heure à vous faire vivre, le tout en 2 manches. Et on va départager bien évidemment, et nous donnerons le premier nom dans tous les cas du finaliste d'ici quelques instants à l'issue de cette deuxième manche. Latvia, Poland, tel est le programme que nous vous proposons. Deuxième manche entre Krzysztof Blusz et Jakub Przygoński. Cela va partir dans quelques instants pour une place en finale.
And the second part of this first semi-final is on the run. Krzysztof Blusz out front, Jakub Przygoński will be chasing. Aggressive initiation there by Krzysztof Blusz. Jakub Przygoński also right behind him. Right now coming up to a really important part of the track, of course. Really close, really good on the outside zone. Przygoński half a car length behind, and they are over the line. Amazing battle here, Latvia against Poland, Krzysztof Blusz against Jakub Przygoński, and yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one for the judges right now. Let's see the replay.
Ah, les deux garçons ont fait le job, comme on dit, ont fait le travail. Ils auront tout donné dans tous les cas pour l'accession avec ce ticket valable, le ticket d'or pour aller en finale. Dans quelques instants, nous aurons le premier nom, le premier finaliste, celui qui va compléter cette finale que nous apprécierons bien sûr ensemble d'ici quelques instants, avec toujours énormément de monde. Les deux concurrents, les deux protagonistes pour l'accession dans cette finale qui sont bien sûr immobilisés dans l'attente de l'aveu bien sûr des juges d'ici quelques instants. Quel nom va compléter notre grille de cette finale dans quelques instants? Nous le verrons bien sûr d'ici quelques instants. Le temps de revoir du côté du live stream quelques belles images où là aussi il y a eu énormément d'engagement dans ce tout dernier run. Les juges qui regardent à nouveau les vidéos, attention, Jakub Przygoński, Krzysztof Blusz. Et c'est Krzysztof Blusz qui, dans tous les cas, décroche, chers amis, son ticket pour la finale. Avec David qui va bien sûr nous expliquer d'ici quelques instants. Tout ceci de main de maître avec son équipe de juges. Nous avons déjà un nom pour cette finale de tout à l'heure.
And we go, I think, to David for some explanation on this run, on the semi-final.
Yeah, when we look on both runs, in the first run, Kuba Przygoński slowed a little bit after the acceleration zone, slowed again at the beginning of outer zone 3. So those were like 2 small mistakes. He can be slightly better in the angle, But Kristaps Blush, he was like on him all the time. He was like capable of reading him very, very good. When they went into the second run, there was also some differences in speed from Kristaps, but it was not affecting the chaser that much because he was not that close, he was not that mimicking the transitions, also not the angle, and he was diving a lot in outer zone 3. So mainly from the great chase in the first run, Kristaps is going through.
Voilà les explications de David, notre responsable des juges. Tout ceci se joue très souvent à pas grand chose et du coup, eh bien, c'est le concurrent de Latvia qui remporte pour pas grand chose, pour quelques points seulement. C'est une affaire d'angle, une affaire de vitesse, une affaire de style. Dans tous les cas, il faut respecter au maximum ces chorégraphies et dans tous les cas, ça se joue, sachez-le, à très peu de points d'écart. Prochaine demi-finale que nous allons bien sûr apprécier ensemble dans quelques instants. Nous avons déjà un nom pour partir en finale tout à l'heure. Quel sera le deuxième nom qui va compléter bien sûr le tableau d'honneur de cette finale que nous vivrons ensemble, bien évidemment. Réponse d'ici quelques instants. Le temps d'accueillir les protagonistes de cette deuxième demi-finale avec nous ici sur l'aire de départ. Des demi-finales qu'apprécie Calero Venpera, rappelons-le, avec nous ici du côté de la tour des juges, nouveau et tout jeune champion du monde des rallyes pour cette saison 2022 et qui apprécie bien sûr le spectacle, lui qui a roulé en drift du côté de sa nation de cœur cette saison pour s'essayer à cette discipline véritable touche-à-tout. Et bien dans quelques instants, la deuxième demi-finale que nous allons pouvoir vous proposer avec la grille de départ.
So right now we are waiting for Ali Makseed. He has 10 minutes to repair his car because of the crash before. He wasn't at fault at the crash, that's why he has these 10 minutes to repair the car, and let's hope that he can do it. We want the second semi-final where he has to go against Kevin Pesser from Estonia. So we would love to see this battle not ending without a battle itself. So let's hope that Ali Makseed and his team can repair the car, and of course he will be on the start against Estonia, Kevin Pesser. So we want this Kuwait against Estonia battle. One of them will go on to the final to battle Kristaps Blush from Latvia, and of course for the bronze medal there will be a battle with Kuba Przygonski from Poland. So yeah, I think amazing battles ahead of us. We still need this one semi-final, and then we are starting the battles for the bronze and the gold and silver medals. So great battles ahead. Don't go nowhere. Stay here on the track, and of course follow us here on the live stream. Beautiful event, FIA Motorsport Games 2022 here, and also of course with our Drifting Cup.
Voilà, Artus qui précise à nos internautes bien sûr du live stream en anglais qu'on a 10 minutes un petit peu de laps de temps pour une réparation notamment du Koweïtien. Tout à l'heure à l'imachine on a pu le voir avec une roue qui se faisait la malle, donc les juges lui autorisent, et c'est dans le règlement, 10 minutes supplémentaires pour réparer notamment sa machine endolorie, la roue qui se faisait la malle. Donc on va bien sûr les retrouver du côté de cette deuxième demi-finale d'ici quelques instants, ici même sur ce parcours avec ces multitudes de zones qu'il faut bien sûr franchir avec grand intérêt, surtout correctement du côté forcément de ces manches de drift, avec dans un instant la deuxième demi-finale que nous allons bien sûr apprécier ensemble, avant forcément tout à l'heure la finale et puis la petite finale que nous aurons également ensemble pour l'attribution de la médaille de bronze. On se retrouve donc très vite avec la suite de ce plateau et la deuxième demi-finale. À tout de suite.
And here we have some highlights going on, showing this battle, the semi-final between Jakub Przygonski and Kristaps Blush. And we have still a few minutes left for Ali Makseed, as we are getting some information from the organizers. So of course Ali McSeed had this 10 minutes and he also uses his competition timeout, but let's go to David, he will explain it a little bit closer.
So we are now having a little bit break and explanation of the rules. We had contacts in previous run between Ali McSeed and George Lagos. In that we blamed as the one who caused the collision George Lagos. That gives Ali McSeed 10 minutes to repair. Those 10 minutes started immediately when he went into the paddock and somebody touched the car and they started with the repairs. Those 10 minutes are that if the gap in between the battles would be shorter than 10 minutes, that he's having like those 10 minutes for sure to repair. Those 10 minutes are gone, but now he needs to be on the start and he was not calling competition timeout till this moment. So he can now call 5 minutes as a competition timeout. Each driver is having once a competition timeout of 5 minutes. So he will now use it. Hopefully he will be capable of repairing his car.
Voilà pour l'explication de David concernant ces 10 minutes autorisées pour Ali McSeed pour la réparation de sa monture tout à l'heure pour le pilote koweïtien malheureux de la Manche que vous aviez certainement apprécié, large public tout à l'heure. Réparation, espérons-le, effectuée assez rapidement pour lui et surtout son équipe. On a pu apprécier Jakub Pierowski et Kevin Pézur tout à l'heure dans la première demi-finale. Et la deuxième demi-finale avec Christlus Blues et Ali McSeed. 6 réparations bien sûr effectuées dans les temps, donc ça doit mécaniquer énormément et assez vite du côté de l'équipe d'Ali McSeed pour tenter de remettre la voiture et cette monture sur ses 4 roues un peu plus normales. Il en manquait une au passage, donc autant mettre les 4 pour tenter là aussi d'accéder, pourquoi pas pour lui, c'est tout le mal qu'on lui fait après cette mésaventure du côté d'une éventuelle finale tout à l'heure pour aller rejoindre notamment Kristaps Blues qui est déjà lui qualifié et qui a déjà son nom du côté du tableau de cette finale. Jakub Piskorski sera lui qualifié dans tous les cas pour la petite finale pour notamment se battre du côté de la 3e place. On le retrouvera bien sûr avec grand plaisir tout à l'heure pour cette petite finale et l'accession du côté de cette 3e place. Sachez que si vous voulez vivre également d'autres disciplines que le drift, puisque les FIA Motorsport Games vont se poursuivre également demain, et c'est tout le mal que nous vous souhaitons pour bien évidemment profiter à nouveau et encore d'une journée pleine de spectacles pour la journée de demain dimanche. Vous avez les sites internet bien évidemment et autres applications qui vous permettent de tout savoir sur le programme, sur les différents résultats au fur et à mesure. Parmi et le choix est vaste, vous en conviendrez, des plus de 15 disciplines sportives qui regroupent bien évidemment ces FIA Motorsport Games pour cette édition 2022 ici entre Marseille et le circuit Paul Ricard et puis la Sainte-Baume notamment pour les différentes manches rallystiques et autres.
So here we see on the screen once again the full bracket, starting from top 32 through top 16, then to top 8, then to top 4. And right now we have, of course, one side of the top 4 completed. We see Kristaps Bluš from Latvia is in the final. Jakub Rygonski from Poland will be fighting for 3rd place. But we still need the second part or the second side of the top 4. Kevin Pesser against Ali McSeed. As David, the judge, was explaining before, of course, we are hoping that Ali McSeed from Kuwait can repair his car to fight against Kevin Pesser from Estonia. And yeah, that it's a fair fight, not because of this crash, not because of the crash that Ali McSeed can't advance on. So let's hope that his team is ready and has repaired the car. Of course, it's a big task to do it in 15 minutes, that's for sure. And yeah, teams can do that. Let's hope that this team also can, and let's hope that the damage wasn't as big as it maybe was shown at the beginning. So Ali McSeed right now repairing his car, and his team is repairing his car, while Kevin Pesser, yeah, is maybe just chilling and relaxing before this battle, but I don't think he's so chilled right now, because it's a big task, of course, going against Ali Maxid and, of course, fighting for the medals here at FIA Motorsport Games Drifting Cup. So here we see some highlights as well on the live stream, and for the spectators right now here, I think we have still a few minutes, a minute or two left on the clock, and we should know very soon if Ali Maxid has succeeded and has repaired his car or not. So we will know that in just a few moments.
Et c'est vrai, mon cher Artus, que nous aimerions être aux côtés de l'équipe d'Ali Maxid pour les aider tout simplement à la tâche, du côté de l'équipe coétienne, pour les aider à réparer au plus vite, afin forcément de le retrouver dans quelques instants sur cette ligne de départ dans cette deuxième demi-finale.
And so we got the information that the car is repaired for Ali Maxid. They are changing right now the tires and coming onto the start line. So that's a big relief, and we are really happy that we will have this second semi-final, and Kevin Pesser will have to fight against Ali Maxid, Estonia against Kuwait. Really a nice battle ahead of us, and then we will see who advances on to the final and who will fight for third place. So right now, enjoy the sun here at the track, enjoy the highlights on the live stream, and we'll be back on the starting line in, it seems like, under a minute.
Voilà, l'information du côté de la direction de course, c'est que tout simplement l'équipe d'Ali Maxid a réussi pour l'équipage, pour le pilote koweïtien de réparer sa voiture. Donc on devrait les voir logiquement d'ici quelques instants à l'échauffement des montures et des pneumatiques, et de retrouver forcément cette deuxième demi-finale dans quelques instants, après cette réparation de fortune ou non. C'est vrai que la voiture a porté des stigmates tout à l'heure. On s'est dit, est-ce que cela pourra être réparé jusqu'à la demi-finale? Et c'est fait pour l'équipe d'Ali Maxid, qui a vraiment géré de main de maître pour permettre à son pilote de représenter dans tous les cas le Koweït et d'être dans la deuxième demi-finale, que nous allons bien sûr apprécier d'ici un instant, où les pilotes vont être en approche de la ligne de départ, aux couleurs de ce FIA Motorsport Games pour cette édition 2022, et de reprendre part donc à cette deuxième demi-finale avec, dans quelques instants, eh bien, le deuxième ticket valable pour une place en direction de la finale, alors que la petite finale est en train également, bien évidemment, de se dessiner. On revoit le tableau avec le premier des finalistes, Kristaps Blues, et du côté de la petite finale, Jakub Pikowski, qui avait réalisé pour le pilote polonais les meilleurs résultats hier du côté de la séance de qualification. Et bien, est le premier nom à apparaître dans la petite finale pour la bagarre, forcément, du côté de la troisième place.
And it seems that we see Ali Maxid's car. He is ready to go and warm up his tires. I assume Kevin Pesser is there somewhere as well. So that will be the second semi-final for this FIA Motorsport Games Drifting Cup. And I can't wait. I can't wait for the semi-final, and of course for the battles for the medals, the battle for third place, and the big final. So here we see Kevin Pesser is also coming, so Jakub Pirzgonski is ready for his battle for the third place as well. So he's waiting there at the pre-grid as well. And right now we are warming up the tires. That's of course a big important thing. And here we see of course the place where they warm up their tires to get them sticky, grippy, and that they have also, good grip going sideways, trying of course to be faster than your opponent. And here we see Kevin Pesser is done with his tire warm-up, and Ali Maxid is getting ready there as well. Let's hope that the car is fine, and we will have a nice battle for third place. Big crowds here all day long. And And the nice thing for the crowd is they can watch drifting, and if they turn their heads on the other side, they can see the GP track as well. So good spot for you, everybody who came here. And both drivers are on the starting line, so the second semi-final is ready. Ali Maksid and his team, great job getting the car ready after such a big hit in his previous battle. And Kevin Pesur, yeah, he will be a little bit more relaxed during this last 10-15 minutes, but still he has a job to do, and he will represent Estonia with his whole heart, as of course Ali Maksid will be representing Kuwait. And it's on, the second semi-final is on. Ali Maksid with a big initiation there. Kevin Pesur trying to be as close as possible, and he is there side by side, and a mistake there by Kevin Pesur. He overtakes the car and spins unfortunately out. Ali Maksid right now with a big good and fast lead run, almost going off track at the end, but still somehow manages to keep it together. Of course, the judges will look at the first two zones to see if it was a fault by Maksid, the lead car, or not, because we have seen that in a few previous races and runs, of course, here. So that will be a crucial moment there as we are going on to the replay.
Et malheureusement dans cette deuxième demi-finale, Kevin Pesur qui, pour le pilote estonien, touche eh bien l'arrière de la monture d'Ali Maksid, notamment pour le pilote koweïtien, et qui malheureusement part en tête à queue et à la faute. On est rentré en contact, ce qui jette la voiture du pilote estonien et malheureusement laisse le champ libre à Ali Maksid pour aller rejoindre la ligne d'arrivée du côté du Koweït. La deuxième manche dans quelques instants, le temps que ces pilotes bien sûr reviennent du côté de la ligne de départ, se positionnent à nouveau. On inverse bien sûr les positions, vous le savez, depuis le début. Et on va bien sûr les retrouver dans quelques instants sur la ligne de départ. Alors qu'on le voit, Ali Maksid envoie un petit SMS au volant. On vous rassure, il va poser son téléphone dans quelques instants. Avant de retrouver bien sûr la suite.
And Kevin Pesur has requested the 5-minute competition timeout, so it seems like he had a little touch with Ali Maksid, and they're checking the car if everything is all right before the second part of this semi-final. So 5-minute competition timeout right now for Kevin Pesur to check the car and to be back on the starting line where he will have the lead run and Ali Maksid will chase.
Voilà, 5 minutes autorisées par la direction de course et les juges pour que le concurrent, bien évidemment, puisse faire un petit check du côté de sa monture avec son équipe technique. Du côté de Kevin Polland, notamment après ce choc contre la voiture du Koweïtien. Dans 5 minutes, le temps, bien sûr, de checker la mécanique du côté de l'équipe de l'Estonie et de retrouver bien sûr tout ce beau monde sur la ligne de départ pour la deuxième manche dans 5 petites minutes.
So as we said before, just a few minutes while Kevin's car is checked and maybe repaired if something is needed, and we'll be back in just a few moments with the second part of this semi-final. Yeah, there was a crash there between Pesur and Maksid, so that's why they requested this 5-minute competition timeout. As we explained before, every competitor gets one this competition timeout per event, and we have seen a few drivers have already used that, and this is the case as well for Kevin Pesur from Estonia right now.
Et là, nous avons bien évidemment Animachid, le pilote koweïtien, qui attend bien évidemment son demi-finaliste dans la zone de chauffe, en position pour bien évidemment.
We're going to leave the drifting action for a while, but we'll be back with them later for their final. Now, Darren, we actually haven't had a chance to talk about the GT Cup race, the first medal race of the Motorsport Games, and it was quite an interesting one. It didn't finish how we expected it to, but great all the same.
I think the top four was what I was expecting, but not in that order. You know, Germany effectively dominated both the qualifying races, but they changed the strategy around. So they started with basically their bronze driver and then flipped to the faster driver. But it meant that if there's anything coming like the safety car late in the race, the fast drivers has got to have already taken the lead at that point, and that just didn't happen. He was maybe 1 or 2 laps away. It was going to be a spectacular last lap, I'm sure, if the safety car didn't come out. But fair play to France, right strategy. It worked in their favour with that safety car. And in terms of, you know, the first medals of the weekend, it's gone to the local country, the hosting country. Couldn't have been really any better for them, and it was lovely to see the local crowd supporting their home nation.
And nobody could predict a collision and a wheel coming off.
You can't, but I mean that's the thing. It's a risk. It's a 50-50 when you decide the starting order of your drivers. If the safety car came out before the pit stops and you've got your faster driver in the car at that point, then all of the good work he could be doing will just diminish. So, you know, it's one of those things, you know, either way, it just didn't fall the way for Germany. And then obviously the UK, they had a great race, both Ian Loggie and Sam Neary, they did a great job. Both of them, Sam never been to this place before, and Ian obviously had a couple of laps under his belt, but speaking to the team after, they were on the back foot, but to come through and grab a podium for the UK team was a great testament to just adjusting to the fact that they had that curveball with Chris falling poorly before the weekend.
They took the bronze. Now we can hear cars starting to go out on track. It is KCMG F4 qualifying race time. Now this is going to be a good one. We know that Kimi Antonelli is strong, to say the least.
I mean, he's topped every session, you know, both practice sessions and qualifying. And if you look at his season this year, there's no surprise. You know, he's been the real factor in F4 this season. So he's just carrying on that. And to be fair to the others, I think if he gets a good start, they're not going to see him. But if he doesn't get a good start, the pack behind is very, very close.
You made a really good point that they are so close for the rest of the field.
I mean, Antonelli's got like nearly a 7/10 advantage in qualifying over P2, Charlie Wirtz. But then from P2 to P18, it's 2 seconds, the gap. And, you know, they're all like just a tenth there, a little tenth back. And once they're in the pack racing with the tow going on, it'd be really interesting to see how that plays out. And in actual fact, if they're not going to work together. But if they are working together, they might be able to keep with the pace of Antonelli just because of the tow that they'll be able to create. They haven't had that benefit yet through the practice sessions and the qualifying. So I'd say if I was a betting man, I'd put it on Italy for this race, but anything can happen.
Of course. And we've mentioned Wirtz, the name Wirtz in there, but there's also a couple of other famous names and sons of famous drivers. We've got Pablo Sarrazin and Alistair Young. So it's nice to see those names coming through, or does it make you feel really old?
A bit of both, really. But yeah, it's great. I mean, I was a teammate with Stefan Sarrazin in Aston Martin Racing. You know, he's a very strong player with the team in the early days. And he's probably actually the guy that would be suited to this competition. You know, he has so much background in different types of racing, from single-seaters, sports cars to rally and everything else. And I'm looking down, I'm seeing that his son's got all of those attributes as well. So it'd be great to see how those guys come through to the race. But yeah, it's nice to see, you know, next generation of race driver coming through the family sort of tree, basically.
Yeah. So what do you think? How do you think this is going to play out over the next hour?
Well, I mean, like we say, Antonelli's it's his to lose, I think. You know, if he just gets a good start, but I'm guessing he's used to doing the starts now with so many F4 races under his belt. So I really think it's going to be the other podium positions that we're going to be seeing the big fight for. But you know, hopefully he can't get away too far and they keep him on his toes and push him to the flag. You know, if he's going to win gold, he needs to work hard for it, and it needs to be deserving.
Yeah, he really does need to work hard for it, but they're just about to go out on track and we will find out who wins.
The first race of the weekend for the KCMG Formula 4 Cup is coming up. The qualifying race is about to get underway here at the Paul Ricard circuit, the single-seater track element of the FIA Motorsport Games. David Addison and John Watson trackside, and a grid full of young Formula 1 hopefuls are about to head on track, which include the Brazilian champion Pedro Clero, the Danish champion Julius Dinesen, and the Italian and German champion Kimi Antonelli, and he very much is the man to beat. He got himself in a bit of strife at the end of qualifying, tangled with a car right at the very end, but the stewards had a look at it and decided that actually it was one of those things, so no real blame apportioned to either party. Kimi Antonelli then starting on pole position on this one-by-one staggered grid. This qualifying race, 20 minutes in length, it determines the grid for the main race on which the medals are awarded. They're all in the same car. They are KCMG funded chassis with Abarth 1400cc turbocharged hybrid engines. They all run on Pirelli rubber. They're all run by one team, by High-Tech GP as well. So it's the same car, same team. Everybody has the same equipment going into this race. It means, John Watson, that talent will out.
Well, I've been waiting all weekend to see this race get underway. This is the future in terms of single-seater racing for maybe the next decade or even beyond that. And already we've got some outstanding names. I mean, first of all, Andrea Kimi Antonelli just won the Italian championship last weekend. You've got the son of, you've got Charlie Wirtz, the son of, not Franz Wirtz, that's his grandfather.
That's right. Alex Wirtz, his
Alex
dad.
Wirtz, yeah. Indeed. And a couple of others, Alistair Young and Pablo Sarrazin.
Pablo Sarrazin, yeah.
But this is representing what will be down the road in 5, 10, 15, even maybe 20 years' time. And all in the same car, same chassis. It's down to talent. And I just hope that that talent doesn't carry them away going into turn one. It's a big field, and I'm sure nobody's going to concede an inch, but sometimes it's better to give up than it is to end up in the barrier.
Especially as this race sorts out the grid for the main race. This isn't the race to win necessarily, it's the race to keep out of trouble. However, we'll find out exactly what happens very shortly. Eduardo Liberati, who races for KCMG in GT racing, is down on the grid, and also down there. Microphone in hand is Gemma Scott.
Well, I'm down here on the grid now, joined by KCMG representative and driver, Eduardo Liberati. Eduardo, you won the GT3 championship in Italy this year, but you've raced in these particular cars in the past in Formula 4 in Italy.
Yes, I did. I was 15, so it's back in 2008. And that's how I started my career, and that's basically how all these guys are starting their career. So it's really emotional also for me to help KCMG in this project. I also drove these particular cars. I did the shakedown for a little bit of development of these cars. So it's a really emotional moment for me as well.
I mean, it's wonderful. KCMG have provided every single one of these cars. So many nations here taking part and all coming together. And for these drivers, like you say, the majority of the grid are under 20 years old. So they really are on the very early steps of their racing career and all aiming to get towards Formula 1.
Yeah, sure. The Formula 4 is the first step to Formula 1, and then for sure it's you're starting at 15, so most of them are between 15 and 17. And the particular thing about the motorsport games is that you're representing your nation, which usually doesn't happen because you're representing yourself or a team. But this time you have your nation written on your car, so it's a special moment, like you're representing your nation in World Cup soccer or whatever, and that's particular in motorsport because usually we don't have it. So that's a very special race weekend.
Yeah, I mean, watching the opening ceremony, watching some of these young guys come out and the stars in their eyes as they approached the stage and saw the audiences before them was really special. And we've got some really strong talent here. I mean, our Italian driver down the front here is incredibly quick, and he's hard to beat. Wirtz behind him there is putting in a good fight, but he's struggling to get there.
Yeah, I mean, Antonelli, he just won Italian Formula 4 and German Formula 4, so he has a strong background from this year. It was his first year in Formula 4, so for sure he's the guy to beat, and we already expected. But we have a strong grid as well of other guys competing in French F4, in Italian F4, Spanish F4. So we have strong guys here on the grid, and let's see how it goes.
And further back, who would you say we need to keep our eyes on?
For this race, I think Antonelli is the guy to beat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So there for Belgium, you can see the car of Laurens Lesetua, who is another graduate of the karting scene, like just about everybody on this grid. And the Belgian entry, starting on the 8th rank on this 1x1 staggered grid. The lights counting down as we're into the final 5 minutes on the grid. The lead car has just blasted around, ready to park itself where it might be needed should an intervention be necessary. The grid walk comes to an end, and gradually the grid will clear and the drivers left to their own devices. Again, to make the point, this does not win medals. This sorts out the grid for the main race. So this is the race where you keep out of trouble.
We said every time I go on air, think about turn one, think about the checkered flag. The two things are not one on turn one, it's one when the race is finished. So every one of these competitors, and many of them are very young, some of them are still, let's call it by adult standards, adolescents. But when they get testosterone gets going, the red mist comes down, sometimes judgment seems to disappear. And I just hope that we have a clean start. And it's a 20-minute race. I hope it's a clean race. And let's hope that it's a win about talent, not about maybe circumstances. We saw a finish to the GT Cup, and that was a safety car finish. Hopefully, we're not going to see a safety car finish, but it's in the hands of every one of these competitors, these nations, to ensure that they race hard, race clean, race fair, but avoid contact.
Looking there at the Serbian entry of Filip Jenic, who has been racing in the Spanish F4 Championship this year. He's had a second place as his best result. Did have a race win in the Spanish Championship last year. Very quick karter in his youth. And Filip Jenic will line up 6th on the grid. There you can see the Danish car, Julius Dinesen, who is this year's Danish champion. But before we go any further down the grid, let us hear from a Formula 1 star of the past. Felipe Massa, driver's representative, is here.
It's always nice to see who you bump into on a grid. Felipe Massa here supporting a lot of the junior drivers over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's nice to be here, to give some motivation, for them. It's a very important race. How motivated they are, to try to get the trophy for the country, for their home country. And I think it's always nice to push them, Really a pleasure to be here in the FIA Motorsport Games.
And there's some very famous names on this grid with famous fathers.
Yes, very famous names. Future drivers, that maybe can be in the Formula 1 in the short future. So let's support all of them.
Thank you very much, Felipe.
Felipe Massa, of course, former Ferrari Grand Prix racer, Sauber Grand Prix racer, and these days the FIA driver's representative. He's been presenting medals on the podium, and there you see is the Portuguese entry. Manuel Espirito Santo driving for Portugal, and he is 5th on the grid. He's another driver out of the Spanish Championship, in which he's currently 10th for the Teo Massa Motorsport team. That finishes in 2 weeks' time at Barcelona. We've talked about the famous names. You've got Alistair Young, whose dad Alex Young was a Grand Prix racer. There's Charlie Wirtz, Alexander Wirtz's son, and as we've been saying as well, Pablo Sarrazin, Stéphane Sarrazin's son, who's a regular in the French F4 Championship, so he knows the circuit. There's Alistair Young, the Malaysian athlete, who lines up towards the rear of the grid. He's another regular single-seater racer, having done F4 and F3, but spends a lot of his time these days either as a mechanic or as a sim racer, as he tries to get the funding to participate more regularly. And it is going to be Alistair Young starting for Malaysia from 14th on the grid. There you can see number 22, the Austrian entry of Charlie Wirtz, son of Alexander Wirtz, grandson of great rallycrosser Franz Wirtz. And he had a spin in the qualifying session, but one to watch, I think, and a good start. If he can take the battle to Kimi Antonelli, it's going to be fascinating to see how those two squabble for the duration of the race. Charlie Wirtz, who has already won this year's UAE Formula 4 Championship, the United Arab Emirates Series at the start of the season, and has been a front runner in the Italian Championship, won by that man Kimi Antonelli that out-qualified him earlier on in the day. So the grid now is being cleared. They'll have, of course, one formation lap before the cars are released. A very, very busy Paul Ricard circuit, not only in terms of the numbers of athletes here and disciplines being fought out, but also fans trackside. The 15-second board is there. And very shortly, John, time to get some warmth into the tyres.
Exactly. The very thing I was going to say, crucial on this parade lap is to try and get as much temperature as you possibly can. The Pirelli tyre they're using is a very, what I would call, durable compound. It's not one of those sort of treacle and melting sugar type compounds that will stick to the tarmac. You've got to get energy into the tyre, you've got to get temperature into the tyre. The other thing about temperature is it equates to tyre pressures. So there's always this balancing act of getting what is your static tyre pressure. And then you've got to get your brakes up to temperature likewise. So there's so many things they've got to consider on this outlap. Do you want to go quickly enough to get those temperatures up and then have to come and sit in the grid and wait for the tail of the field to join onto the grid, or do you take it more slowly and risk not getting that tyre temperature to the best you can achieve by going that little bit more quickly?
Kimi Antonelli for Italy starts on pole position with Austrian Charlie Wirtz lining up alongside. Third on the grid is Germany, and that is Valentin Klus. And then the Brazilian champion, Pedro Claro, will line up fourth on this grid ahead of Portugal's Manuel Espirito Santo. And for Serbia, Filip Jenic starting sixth. Seventh is the Swiss driver Dario Cabanela, and eighth for Belgium is Laurence Lecertois. On the fifth row, Georgia, represented by Sandro Tavakilazzi, and then for 10th, the Australian driver Costa Taparis. 11th is where you find Spanish driver Bruno Ventos del Pino, and 12th on the grid for France, Pablo Sarrazin. 13th is the Korean driver Michael Shin, a regular in the British Championship, and Malaysian Alistair Jung is with him on the 8th row, a long way back actually, Jonas Dinesen, the Danish driver. And there, in drama already, is the Chilean car of Maria Jose Perez de Rodriguez. After Michael Shin and Alistair Jung, you've got Julius Dinesen, as I say, on the 8th row, and Ethan Ho for Chinese Taipei starting 16th. 17th, the Indian driver Ruhan Alva, and for Hungary, Zeno Kovacs next. 19th on the grid, the Mozambique representative Guilherme Rocha, and the Uzbekistan driver Ismail Ahmed next ahead of Jasper Tong, and if he's there, Maria Jose Perez Rodriguez for Chile, Valentino Mini for Panama, and Alexander Partishev for Ukraine round out the grid. But it looks as though Chile ain't going to be starting, or if the car does, it will be from the pit lane.
Yes, it's certainly a problem on the grid. Might be something that can be addressed quickly, but there's a slot in the pit wall to bring a car that doesn't get underway into the pit lane, and the team can get back and get that car operational and hopefully get it down to the pit lane exit, wait for the race to get underway, and then when the lights go out, wait until the field has passed before you can then join in. But it's a bit of a handicap. But mind you, the Chilean car was starting back on the 11th row of the grid, and some might say, actually, you know what, starting from the pit lane, 12 rows of cars, 24 cars into turn one, not necessarily the worst place to start.
Well, true, keep out of trouble. It's going to take a couple of laps to get things up to temperature. Of course, they were qualifying late morning. They're racing early evening. We are just after 5:30 local time, so the temperatures are starting to drop. It's still a very pleasant day here in the south of France, as Kimi Antonelli then brings the field up to the grid. He's part of the Mercedes Formula 1 Junior program. He started in karts. Last year, he was in Italian F4. There is the Chilean car still trying to be started, but it looks like bodywork, engine cover off so they can peer in, and big shame that it's happening now. The only consolation is that it's not the main race where you need a good result for medals. But anyway, we'll keep an eye to whether Maria Jose Perez can get into the race. The rest of the field starting now to creep into place on this one-by-one staggered formation. And the car of Kimi Antonelli, which will be on the inside for turn one. Lots of the fans peering down from the balcony then on top of the pits to see the car slotting into place. Everybody, as we say, with the same car, run by the same team, on the same tyres. So it really is the ultimate arrive and drive track category here at the FIA Motorsport Games. The back of the grid, which is going to be Panama and Ukraine, slot into position. Then we'll have a green flag to say that everybody is back from the formation lap. There it is. The drivers now will look towards the lighting gantry. 5 red lights will come on. When they go out, the race will get underway. Kimi Antonelli then, having taken pole position for Italy, starts on pole position. Charlie Wirtz for Austria with him at the front of the grid. 4 red lights, 5 red lights, lights out, blast off now. Good getaway by Wirtz, good getaway also there by Valentin Klus, the German driver. 1 or 2 slow away, but as they go down towards turn 1, Italy it is that steals an advantage. 2 cars left on the grid. Wirtz to the inside for Austria, but Antonelli nails the start and he leads.
And just looking down the inside, and there are 3 cars. Oh, they're a problem on the grid. Fortunately, some are cutting across the inside from turn 1. Well, half the field seems that somebody's off on the barrier between turns 1 and turn 2. So I think more or less immediately we're going to have to see a full course yellow bodywork already being pinged.
And broken suspension and a tyre.
That's Charlie Wirtz.
So mayhem breaks out going through the chicane, and yet Wirtz in strife then as the cars battle their way up towards Saint-Baume for the first time. I said this was the race to keep out of trouble. They weren't listening, were they?
I said it as well, and they weren't listening to me either.
Well, those that were delayed on the grid, Belgium and Georgia, and I think also Hong Kong, China. Chile hasn't yet got into the race either as the cars come along the Mistral for the first time. So Kimi Antonelli it is that's managed to make a break while everybody else has been squabbling behind and tripping over themselves. Up towards the chicane they come for the first time. One up the escape road, goes straight on, misses the braking point, but he's going to have to slow, otherwise he'll gain an advantage there. The Serbian car of Filip Jenic bouncing over the curb, and there's the one I think that went straight on. Is that Wirtz with his punctured tyre?
Well, and whoever it is, he's having to crawl back to the pit lane. And that's his race over damaged front wing because they come through scene. So a bit of a wild start. Oh, it is, look indeed. So you can see that that was Portugal's wing that was flapping around.
Oh, I thought it was Germany. I thought it was Valentin Klus for Germany, but we'll double check in a moment when the cars come towards us, because as the field turns through, another one with damage there going through is Australia's Costa Taparis. So there are going to be quite a few with not only damaged cars, but damaged chances in the main race, because they're all compromised on the grid for the main race on which the medals are to be awarded. There, look, with the nose hanging off the car and diving into the pit lane comes number 11. So that is Valentin Klus, the German entry, and he was 3rd on the grid. So that's another of the front runners eliminated by the zealotry on the first lap. Leader comes through them. So 20 minutes this race, remember, over the timing line goes Kimi Antonelli, who leads the way by nearly 4 seconds from Portugal's Manuel Espirito Santo. Pedro Claro, the Brazilian, is 3rd.
So contact coming down side by side into turn 1. Oh, and dear me, again. I mean, this is what you get with young single-seater racing. There's no quarter given. And I don't know what the steward or the director is going to say about that, whether they gained an advantage, whether they'll have to drop back, I don't know.
Well, there with damage is Valentin Klus, so he needs a new nose section. There is Charlie Wirtz, who's got an absolutely destroyed rear tyre, and possibly worse, and another big dive there up on the inside. That was number 14, the Ukraine driver Alexander Partyshev, who is coming up from the very back of the grid. Now Partyshev from 24th on the grid was 14th at the end of the first lap. He's absolutely on a charge right now. The order is Italy, Portugal, Brazil, then it is Spain, Switzerland 5th, 6th, Serbia.
So they're now beginning to stretch out a little bit. They're not quite the side-by-side as they were on the opening lap, coming up into the chicane, albeit towards the tail of the field. 1 or 2 are, but they're beginning to sort themselves out. And once that testosterone level begins to sort of subside after that frantic opening lap, maybe a little bit of brain power can actually take over from that surge of adrenaline.
You just saw Charlie Wirtz walking away with his distinctive Austrian Remus overalls. He sadly is out of the race, and he's going to be near the back of the grid for tomorrow. Was there trying to squabble back onto the racetrack. Filip Jenic, the Serbian driver, got hung out to dry, didn't he? And then couldn't really get back on the line. So there's still a squabbling. Costa Taparis comes up to have a go at him, can't find a way through. But if you finish this race, you're going to finish it relatively well, I would have thought, because the danger is that so many are tripping over themselves. The finishing order compared to the grid is going to be very jumbled behind Kimi Antonelli, who has been able just to drive off already into the distance.
Yeah, he had the advantage of getting the best start, got into turn 1, clear of the rest of the field, and from second place back. It was a case of mayhem on the opening lap, and 2 of the front runners, Austria and Germany, getting tagged. So there is the advantage visual. It must be nearly 5 seconds, well, 4.2 to be accurate. So Antonelli has got this race in his pocket. The only thing that may change it is if we go back to a full course yellow, then a safety car towards the end, and then go green for the open the last lap or two. But I think right now it looks like it's Antonelli's to lose.
So the cars all bunching up behind. Now that was the incident had already happened there to dislodge Valentin Kussi's wing and to give the puncture to Charlie Wirtz. That's why he was limping into the pit lane, but they'd already tangled coming into the corner. Another one skipping across the centre of the run down towards the Virage du Camp. There'd been another car off in the background earlier on in the lap as well. 3 of them were stranded on the grid. So it was a really frantic first few corners. But out front is Kimi Antonelli. 4.2 seconds clear of anybody else. Antonelli then coming now up towards the chicane on the Mistral and just being able to, as I say, drive clear of everybody else, keep out of trouble. And it's probably unlikely he'll see another car in the race now, because unless it's somebody out of the pits, then he's not going to catch any traffic, and he's pulling away from the rest all the while.
Yeah, and more or less from the exit of the chicane up to Scene, he's almost got that straight in terms of distance between himself and the second place Espirito Santo. There is the second place car amongst the gaggle, and another one making its way through. Was that a self-induced over-braking?
Yeah.
But he's got to let the cars that are coming through the chicane regain their position. More or less, I think he may have achieved that.
So there, Australia versus India. That is Costa Taparis versus the Indian athlete Ruhan Alva. And Alva is under attack as well there from Denmark. Julius Dinesen goes through on the inside. So good past that, but Alva ran wide.
Yeah, well, he just opened the door and Denmark said, I'll have that. Thank you very much, and made the pass. So different lines in Le Bousset. We've seen it throughout the weekend. People like to go high and then swoop down late. Others come in lower and sort of hug the circumference on the inside of the corner.
So the field here turning down towards the Virage du Pont, then heading up towards the timing line once more. There, number 24, the Malaysian driver, that's Alistair Young, up to 11th. So he's another one that's gained ground as Antonelli goes through now 5 seconds clear. It won't surprise you to learn he's done the fastest lap of the race. But for second place, Portugal, Brazil, Switzerland, absolutely together. The Swiss athlete, which is Dario Cabanela, has got better and better over the course of the weekend. 5th then as they went through for Spain that time around was Bruno Del Pinto. And also you've got Michael Shin for Korea, who's been racing in the British Championship, in the mix as well. Serbia ahead of Australia, ahead of Denmark here. Julius Dinesen, the Danish champion, makes a move on the inside, up the curb, but he's gone through.
He did. He took a lot of the curb to achieve it. And again, whether we're going to see any track limit penalties being handed out, we don't know, but that certainly was a move where probably only a part of the left-hand side of the car was actually on the racetrack itself.
Onto the Mistral straight they come then as the race approaches half distance. This 20-minute dash for grid positions for the main race. These Formula 4 single-seaters, this qualifying race to determine the grid for tomorrow's main race, the usual format in the FIA Motorsport Games for the single-seaters. As into the chicane they pour them. Australian Costa Taparis still hunting for more places, delayed on the opening lap of the race, keeping Ruhan Alva at bay. Challenge being made here, look, because you've got there on the outside line Switzerland, on the inside line is Brazil. So this is for 3rd place as they turn through Senior, and it is Swiss driver Cabanela that gets forced out wide. Dario Cabanela wide out of Senior, but then he gets the inside at Le Bousset. The door opens for him and through he goes, but Brazil fights back on the inside.
Always dangerous trying to get up the inside of the late part of Bousset, because the car that's on the high side is going to drop down to make its very late apex, and that was almost a collision between Switzerland and the Brazil car. And you have to be very aware, good spatial awareness, that in that particular corner there's a variety of options drivers can take, and don't close down somebody who's put themselves in a position when it's almost too late, or it is too late.
To the timing line they come then with 11 minutes on the clock. Kimi Antonelli has gone through and leads by, you can see the margin, a huge one over Portugal. Manuel Espirito Santo, 6 seconds now the margin. Dario Cabanela 3rd for Switzerland, 4th Pedro Claro, the Brazilian champion, and a big effort being made there. Look, Julius Dinesen for Denmark up on the inside line, breaks late, goes ahead of Serbia. Filip Jenic drops back.
Yeah, the good pass was a bit of a stretch because he was being forced out to the left, but stood his ground, got him alongside. Serbia's coming back, and now down the hill into the chicane. Maybe Serbia is going to have the advantage because They are on the inside. Yeah, it's got the place back again. This is what single-seater, junior single-seater racing is all about.
But people say you can't overtake in slicks and wing single-seaters. You can in the right cars on the right venue. And there, being run out wide, is India. That was Rohan Alva, and he's about to drop another place because on the inside line goes Valentino Mini for Panama, number 77. And wheel to wheel, they turn onto the Mistral with Mini being run out wide over the curb. Their turbocharged engines, remember, now the power kicks in as they make the run along the straight. 3 wide there.
Yeah, it's getting very and off the track momentarily on the inside. Be careful under braking because you're going to be in the dirty bit of the racetrack. When you get on the brakes, you're not going to have the grip that you would have had on the racing line, and we just avoid watching. Well, they all managed to get in and get through amazingly without any contact.
So in the middle of all of that was Malaysia, Alistair Young, and he now comes onto the Mistral straight up towards Senior as the race trips into the second part now. So out of that shuffling, you've got Michael Shin for career up into 6th, Julius Dinesen 7th, more side-by-side there because Alexander Pardyshev for Ukraine is on the outside line of Alistair Young. And Young goes through, Pardyshev gets run out wide, so Rohan Alva for India goes through, Pardyshev switches lines, comes back on the inside, retakes the place.
Yeah, I mean, I think this particular corner, La Marseille, is going to be one of the favourites around the racetrack, but basically, any part of the racetrack where there's a corner, there's going to be somebody in one of these cars who's going to make a move, take a pop, and try and just by maybe more good luck than judgment get through.
And it's a long, long line of cars as well, which underlines, A, how competitive the drivers are, how evenly matched they are, and how a one-make category works. A challenge there, look, because Costa Taparis gets up on the inside of Serbia. Australia versus Serbia coming out of the Virage Dupont, but Filip Jenic for Serbia goes back ahead, got the drive off the corner, and Serbia hangs onto the place as they come through. That's for 8th. 10th is Panama. Look, Valentino Mini right with them. 77, the Panamanian car goes to the outside line, can't find a way through. Now goes to the inside. Still no way through.
And Australia just about got the nose in front of Panama. So here we go down the hill again, into the braking zone, into the chicane. And whether Panama is going to be sufficiently close, it doesn't look to me as if they've got an opportunity on this occasion. But there'll be many others. The next one will be braking into the chicane.
Indeed so. And there, a big dive by Australia. Costa Taparis on the inside of Filip Jenic. They touch. Jenic gets airborne. Crash lands back to earth. But that's done. Definitely damage to the Serbian entry. It's got no real pickup coming out of the corner, and I fear that Jenic is bound for the pit lane. He does now start to increase his pace, but not significantly.
Yeah, a bit of bodywork came off, but whether there's any damage to the suspension, the car went up on 2 wheels, banged down again.
So Costa Taparis, the Australian, was involved in that. You can see the damage on the front of his car as well. He's still busy battling with Panama. Valentino Mini, number 77, the driver, as he tries to swing through the chicane. Taparis for Australia is back ahead. Now, all of this is the battle for 8th place, but again, it could be that post-race there is a penalty that heads the Australian driver's way. We'll wait and see.
So here, the swarm of bees that comprises Formula 4, the midfield battle. And almost by the corner, there's changes taking place. So down into Le Bousset, who's going to go high, who's going to take the chance running down low. Well, there we can see just on the exit, 2 cars, 1 low, 1 high, but no change of position.
So Costa Taparis then still hanging onto the place ahead of Valentino Mini. He's dropped back from the pack ahead, but he's hanging onto the position. This was what happened then between Australia and Serbia. It was a bold dive. And the contact was out of the corner, wasn't it, as they interlock wheels?
Yeah, it was just interlocking wheels, and of course the car stuck in the middle, and then another car coming down the right-hand side. So essentially it was one of those usual situations. It was avoidable, but hey guys, we're racing.
Exactly right. Australia, of course, lucky to get away with that, because it could have done damage to the suspension of that car as the field pours through. There, going through his career, Michael Shin. Number 7 is the Danish athlete Julius Dinesen. Then Australia, Costa Taparis only just ahead now of Valentino Mini for Panama and Alexander Pardyshev for Ukraine in 10th place. And a challenge there. Belgium gaining ground. Lucas Lecertua through on the inside line after a badly delayed start.
Yeah, got through easily and cleanly, so he can move forward or think about moving forward. As we look at 7 seconds, the advantage is first to second, then it's only 0.8 of a second from second to third. So that's a battle that's going on for those 2 final podium steps for the silver or the bronze award.
We've got Ukraine's Alexander Pardyshev being looked at for track limits. We've got that incident between Taparis and Jenic, who's headed into the pit lane, incidentally, being looked at as well. So the officials are being kept honest in this, with 6 minutes of the race to go. And Kimi Antonelli, remember him, still miles clear of anybody else. There he is, way out in front.
Still got the fastest race lap as well on lap 4. But his last lap was, well, it was about a second, just over a second down. So he's in a cruise mode with just 5.5 minutes remaining.
Rest of the field comes pouring out of the chicane on the Mistral then, with Valentino Mini attacking the car of Costa Taparis on the inside line. Panama versus Australia. Panama goes through, so Valentino Mini gets the position. Finally, he's gone 8th. Panama ahead of Australia, chipping his way forward. And look, for Ukraine, Alexander Partishev is right there as well. He might be exceeding track limits on occasions, but he's another rapid racer.
Great to see this kind of racing. I know sometimes it's exposed up the inside. He's brave, I have to say. Absolutely. He made that opportunity for himself. There was only about a car's width, and he put his car into that space and got away with it.
Come back to an earlier sentence. People say you can't overtake in slicks and wings single-seaters. Oh, yes, you can. That is Filip Jenic out of the race after his damage, and more bodywork flies.
Rear wing.
That's the front wing of Costa Taparis' car.
Yes.
Remember, he damaged that when he hit Jenic for Serbia. Now it's car adrift, so Taparis is going to go backwards.
He's going to go backwards with a handful of understeer all the way around the racetrack. So that's going to be lying on the racetrack. Will that be in a place that's going to be considered hazardous or not? 4.5 minutes of the race remaining.
Indeed so, and the driving standards flag you can see is being offered to the Belgian entry, Lucas Lecertois. As there, Ruhan Alva for India is ahead of Lecertois as they come out of turn 2. Next in that queue behind them is Ethan Ho for Chinese Taipei. So Belgium on the attack, India at the head of the queue. Chinese Taipei comes up to the outside, and Costa Taparis with an evil handling car. The Australian keeps Malaysia at bay for now. Alistair Young looking for a way past as they wriggle their way out of the chicane. Nose to tail, those two.
Yeah, but Australia's going to be so slow in all the corners around, the 15 turns around Paul Ricard, and all he can do is just hang on and brave it out. 3.5 minutes to go. He's about to be overtaken, runs way, way wide out of turn 7 onto the Mistral straight.
So 2 of the front runners, Filip Jenic for Serbia, Charlie Wirtz for Austria out of the race. There, being squeezed off the racetrack, Lucas Lecertois, he fights back. Young for Malaysia on the outside of Taparis from Australia, who breaks as late as he dares into the chicane and hangs onto the place. Another battle pack building up nicely behind, with 3-4 cars now running as one.
Well, Australia's still hanging in there. It makes you wonder just how efficient the front wing in these cars is, if he can run, still maintain his position, or he's being under a big challenge.
To the inside line there is Belgium, and Lucas Lecertois goes through, goes ahead of India, so that puts Belgium 12th. As out wide goes Australia. Costa Taparis loses the place finally there to Alistair Young, who's gone through on the inside. So that's Malaysia up ahead of Australia. And 3 minutes and counting on the clock as they come out of Le Beausset. And more damage, more drama. That was Belgium going off the racetrack. Lucas Lecertois has picked up a little bit of damage, but he's still there, still fighting, and they're absolutely wheel to wheel.
I mean, he was way, way off the corner on the exit of Le Beausset, but came back on again with the same enthusiasm as he went off.
Absolutely right, as the cars here scrabble their way back down through the approach to the Virage Dupont, and 3 wide into the braking zone. Is that going to work? Amazingly, it seems to. India forced out wide, through on the inside line. There goes Chinese Taipei, and there's contact coming out of the corner, 1 in the wall. And that's Chinese Taipei. That is Ethan Ho, who got turned around. I thought he just gained the place. 2 minutes on the clock. That, I would think, is going to be certainly a yellow flag coming out of the corner because of the danger zone, but it could end up, sadly, being another race that ends under the safety car. As there, look side by side. India just gets back ahead of Georgia. Sandro Tevak-Kaladze falls back. He was another one delayed at the start.
So wherever you look, it's just going nuts. Australia's still running. Managing to, I don't know how he's managed to drive the car. I don't know how effective the front wing is, because if he can run at this pace, well, maybe it's there more for decorative reasons and for sponsorship reasons than it is a serious aerodynamic device. But you can see coming through turn 6 how much understeer he's got. Nevertheless, hanging in, doing a good job to Paris, running in 11th place, having lost that 10th place to Alistair, not Alex, Alex is the dad, Alistair Young.
Safety car, as expected, and it's going to be a race that finishes under the safety car now. So safety car deployed, and with less than a lap time left in the race, just like the GT Cup earlier on, it's going to be a safety car finish. Real shame that. So the safety car deployed, and that means that after a race where he's been on his own, Kimi Antonelli is going to end up with the cars catching up to him right at the very end. Actually, is he going to squeeze another lap out of it? It's a pointless last lap, even if he does. I mean, in a way, it'd be easier just to put the checkered flag out this time. You've got the car slowed down. put the flag out, because you're not going to change the result by letting them drive around for another lap. But anyway, better brains than mine are in race control. So the safety car has been called for. Everybody therefore slows right down, and just over half a minute remains to the end of the race. It's all for that car you can see of Ethan Ho that is a retirement. And so through they come, but the safety car will bring them round for one lap, and then the checkered flag will be shown. So Kimi Antonelli wins the Formula 4 Cup qualifying race. The safety car now sets off, but as I say, this is a very, very pointless lap because the order can't change. So the field goes through with the order being Italy, Portugal and Switzerland. And then you've got Brazil in 4th place. But all these finishing positions sort out the grid for tomorrow. Right, let's try and piece it all together, because it was a real old scrum. Up the inside went Chinese Taipei against India. Got ahead. Is it another interlocking wheel situation? Yeah. It is, and that's turned him around.
Yeah, the interlocking wheel was inevitable. They were so close together on the exit of the final turn. And again, it's the dive down the inside. And then they get together and then spits off. There you can see. And all of a sudden goes off at 90 degrees to the racetrack and reverses it into the wall. Maybe got a little bit of whiplash. I saw when he got out of the car holding his wrist and wondering, is that something that's going to be a problem, or is it just a little sort of a strain that it'll vanish overnight?
Well, there is a very frustrated Ethan Ho, the Chinese Taipei racer, having to watch the cars come across the line now without him. He's raced quite a lot in single-seaters in America. The 17-year-old, he was the runner-up 2 years ago in the Skip Barber race series, and okay, was getting stuck in. But again, we talked about it before the race. This wasn't the race to get stuck in. That's tomorrow's race, and for some, it's bitten and bitten badly, hasn't it?
It's inevitable. I mean, everybody knows, they're all spoken to, they're all told what they've got to do. This is a race to a race, but you know, just think about what's more important. Today's has an importance, but tomorrow is when you're going to win your medals.
So the cars coming out of the chicane on the Mistral. When they were racing, largely, it was good racing, it was hard racing, it was exactly what we wanted to see, and what you were predicting, what you were looking forward to.
It's what you get with junior single-seater racing. A bunch of young competitors, 15 to 17, and, you know, they're so pumped up with adrenaline, testosterone, and red mist, and this is what you get when you're young. We all have had it, we've all been guilty of it, and eventually it drains away and you learn more about control and when to move and when not to move, and when an opportunity arises, is it going to be a closing gap, or is it something you want to decide to avoid and then wait for another opportunity?
So the cars make their way out of Le Beausset, and Kimi Antonelli then will take the win in this qualifying race for the KCMG F4 Cup. And the safety car brings them around for, as I say, what has been a largely pointless lap, because the order hasn't been able to change because they can't go racing. But rather than put the checkered flag out a lap early, or a few seconds early, it's been decided to run them round behind the safety car. So Kimi Antonelli will win and therefore take another pole position. This time it'll be the important one for the main race. And as the cars come then now out of the Virage du Pont, the safety car stays out, brings them across the line. So the clock has hit 0. Up towards the line they come. And the observer in the safety car pointing at the checkered flag, which is shown. And so the qualifying race finishes with the safety car leading them across the line. Kimi Antonelli is the winner for Italy from Manuel Espirito Santo for Portugal, who's driven well actually all day. He hasn't been one of the stars necessarily of the Spanish Championship, but he's looked pretty pacey here. And a second place on the grid for the main race tomorrow is pretty impressive. And third for Switzerland, Dario Cabanela, who was only 7th on the grid. He's somebody else. I know he benefited a bit by incidents ahead, but even so, he kept out of trouble and raced well, gained ground. So Dario Cabanela also coming through strongly. But the winner of the qualifying race is Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the Italian athlete, and he wins in the end by, for what it's worth, 0.8 of a second, but that doesn't really tell you the whole story of that qualifying race.
Everybody else behind, it was a matter of sorting yourselves out on the run into turn 1. And the driver that managed to do that best of all was the Portugal entry, Manuel Espirito Santo. If there hadn't been all that melee that went on the opening lap, maybe he wouldn't have finished second. But the key is he kept out of trouble and he got himself up into a position where he finished second. That, for me, is more important.
Let's look at the results of the qualifying race for the KCMG F4 Cup. Italy takes the win from Portugal with Switzerland third. Fourth, Brazil ahead of Spain, and then Korea in sixth place. Denmark seventh from Panama, Ukraine ninth, and Malaysia 10th. Belgium 11th. Australia faded because of the damage to 12th ahead of Hungary. India dropped back. Georgia 15th after a bad start. Kimi Antonelli then the winner for Italy. Manuel Espirito Santo second for Portugal, and Dario Cabanela in third. Fourth, the Brazilian driver Pedro Claro ahead of the Spanish entry of Bruno Del Pino. Then Michael Shin, the Korean, in sixth ahead of Julius Dinesen, Valentino Mini, Alexander Partishev and Alistair Young to round out the top 10. And those that we lost, Austria, Serbia and Chinese Taipei, with Chile joining in but being a lap down after that delay starting from the pits. Not a great race, sadly, for France on home soil. Pablo Sarrazin only in 17th, and that gives him quite a bit of work to do tomorrow. So a good win for Kimi Antonelli. It wasn't really in much doubt if you have been following F4, both the German and the Italian championships, because he's won both this year. And he comes from good racing stock. His father, Marco Antonelli, a very successful team owner. And Jan Kimi already signed to the Mercedes F1 Junior program, repaying that faith here this weekend as he scores honours in the qualifying race for Italy. Gives us a really jumbled grid for tomorrow, and watching the likes of Charlie Wurz and to a degree as well Philipp Jenic trying to get through the pack will be interesting.
Yeah, Valentin Klaus likewise in the German entry down in 20th place, or classified 20. So a lot of potential winners are well and truly out of position. And in reality, their opportunity to get through to the front of the field is going to be restricted by just simply the duration of the race.
So as the cars make their way to the pit lane, being brought round by the safety car, a win for Kimi Antonelli in this F4 qualifying race. Let's look at the highlights of that race. Most of the field blasted away, but there were some stragglers that were stranded on the grid. They got away late, and for Chile, the car didn't get away from the pit lane until a lap into the race. The cars turned their way down through turn 1, and drama as France had problems straight off. Pablo Sarrazin in strife, as also did Austria. Charlie Wurz getting collected by Valentin Klus of Germany, and that did a tyre, and so Wurz ended up heading to the pit lane and retirement. Klus to the pit lane, and a new nose cone needed. Good battle between Brazil and Switzerland. Pedro Claro going wide, and Dario Cabanela fighting his way through on the inside line. And then Costa Taparis trying to find a way past Philipp Jenic for Serbia, who was launched into the air. That was the Serbian athlete out of the race, and the damage for Taparis caused him to fall to 12th place. They've been squabbling quite a lot even before that incident, as the field then battled their way up to the end of 20 minutes of racing. But this was what brought out a safety car late race, as Chinese Taipei's Ethan Ho tangled with Indian driver Ruhan Alva and put himself in the wall. It meant, therefore, that the safety car was deployed, and the last lap ended behind the safety car, but it made no alteration to the order. A win for Kimi Antonelli, with the rest of the pack having finally caught up to him. He'd been away a dot in the distance for the bulk of the race. So as the sun sets here early evening at Paul Ricard, it is just after 6 o'clock local time. They've got time now to go away, have a think about that, and to look at data ready for tomorrow and come back, in some cases, hopefully stronger and better.
Well, think about it. That's pretty important to think about. If any of these competitors review what we've just been commentating on, hopefully they might realize and learn that all the instincts that they've got, which is they're coming out of every pore in their body, sometimes that needs to be just more gently considered.
Well, certainly Kimi Antonelli looking very good, and with not just track activity, but the off-track disciplines as well. We've got now France with 2 gold medals, Belgium with 1 gold and a bronze. The Netherlands has got 1 gold and 2 silvers achieved by Spain. A silver and a bronze for Sweden, a silver for Germany. The Czech Republic has got a bronze, and so also has the United Kingdom, and that medal table starting to build now as more and more disciplines are completed.
Indeed, one assumes there was no Italy on that table as yet, but they probably will be there, one would assume, after this race tomorrow, if Antonelli performs as he did in this, what you might describe as a qualifying race. So look to see where his future is going to be. I suspect it's very bright.
Yes, indeed. Very much a single-seater career beckons for Kimi Antonelli. But yeah, that medals table, it'll change and change again over the course of the weekend. Some great views from up on high. Although Paul Ricard is a very flat circuit itself, it's got a little bit of rise and fall, but not much. But you actually forget that you're sort of on top of a table here. Any direction out of the circuit, there's a big, big drop downhill. Very popular part of the world with cyclists. Not very popular with the motorists that are stuck behind them coming up a hill. But you can see the road out of the circuit, the airstrip between the car park and the main road there. And some of the fans have decided that that's it. We've seen the racing for today. We don't want to stay for qualifying, which is next. We're going to go and come back tomorrow for even more action.
But that's the very reason why cars are fitted with horns, to hoot them at the cyclists.
The FIA road safety campaign promoted by John Watson, everybody. So the Formula 4 drivers will be back tomorrow, and it's going to be another really interesting race. You've had some good single-seater battling in that. We look forward to even more when the pressure is on for the main race. It'll start at 9:25 tomorrow, so it's the breakfast race for the F4 Cup tomorrow. Join us for that. It'll be a cracker.
Well, that's decided the KCMG F4 grid. But Darren, that's what it's all about, isn't it? That was a qualifying race. You've got to try and... how do you control and contain these young drivers?
I mean, that's always going to be the case with a race like that, you know, short and sweet. And they, you know, it's in for qualifying. So they've got to make hay where they can. And there's going to be little risky moves they've got to take. But the ones with a bit more experience, they just sort of weigh it up a fraction longer and just make sure when they do make the move, it's going to work. And sometimes you can see that doesn't always happen. So plenty of accidents during that race. But Antonelli, again, showed why he's won so many races this year in F4. And he got into that first corner and no one had a chance after that. Felt very sorry for Charlie Wirtz. He got collected early on in the race, and he's got a lot of work to do tomorrow from the back of the grid.
You made a really good point when we were watching that race about young drivers trying different things and, you know, knowing where they can make that opportunity or take that opportunity and the cause and effect.
Yeah, effectively, when they're when they're that sort of age, they've probably a lot of them have got a lot of karting experience behind them, and you can be more robust in a car than you can in a junior Formula single-seater. Anytime you have any interlocking of wheels, like we saw with Serbia, the car's going to end up off the road, and again you've got to protect your front wing. So that robust karting style, it just doesn't work, but most of them have come through that, and they've got to have time now to adapt to having single seaters and having the front wing to look after, and you know that interlocking being more of a problem, and it just takes time, and they get that experience. They're all going to learn something from that first race, and hopefully tomorrow it might be a bit cleaner. But I don't know. It's the final. You've got to, there's some medals at stake for the nation. So let's see what happens in tomorrow's race. But I thought that was probably what was going to happen in terms of when you look at the grid and how close everything was between P2 and P18. They're all going to be tripping over each other, especially with the slipstream coming up to the chicane. So, it's exciting to watch, though.
How easy is it going to be for the back runners to get through the field?
Well, some of that will be attrition. Going on what we saw today, there will be opportunity for the guys who haven't had the best of luck in this qualifying race to make up some big, big places. But it will be very difficult to come from the back of the grid right the way through to a podium spot when you think about the length of the race. That's the biggest problem. It may be helpful for some of them if there's a safety car just to close the gap up and give them a second chance of being able to make some big moves as the race goes on. But, with a single-seater, junior single-seater race, they're always very short races, and most of it's done in qualifying. You need to be up the front and try and stay out of trouble, really.
Well, talking about qualifying, it's touring car next, so hopefully they will keep it clean, and we'll see who gets pole in qualifying of touring cars.
We're 2 minutes away from the green flag waving to get qualifying for the Touring Car Cup for the FIA Motorsport Games underway. They have had their 2 free practice sessions, and all of these TCR spec cars, again, representing different nations, are good to go. 18 nations represented in the Touring Car Cup. And now, as we got to approaching 6 local time, sun is still just about shining. It's getting a little bit cooler, and now 30 minutes, quite a long qualifying session really. I doubt that you'll have people on track for all of that, but they'll probably get at least 2 runs based on the fact that these cars get 18 Pirelli tyres for the weekend. They're all good to go. David Anderson and John Watson are good to go as well trackside.
Indeed they are, and how you use your tyres will be fundamental and key to getting the best time available, and whether you want to do, well, 1, 2, 3 or 4 runs. But once you've reached the peak of the tyre performance, then anything thereafter probably is not going to be of a great assistance. And from my knowledge and experience in touring cars, the earlier you get that lap in on a fresh set of Pirelli rubber, the more likely you are to get the best time of that 30-minute session.
Tom Coronel representing the Netherlands, Andreas Bachmann representing Sweden. And Tom Coronel should be there or thereabouts up near the front of the grid. I'm not necessarily banking on him being on pole position, but I would have thought that he should be within the top 3. What do you reckon?
Oh, yes, always. Always. My generation, isn't it?
Well, there is that, yes. And even if he's not, he'll at length explain why he's not.
He wouldn't own up to that, for sure. Anyway, he's one of the older school of very competitive touring car drivers, still making a very good living, and more importantly, enjoying themselves.
True, true. Gabriel Dos Quiños is ready to go for Switzerland. Gabriel Müller Agrelo Dos Quiños, to give him his full title, but the Volcano Motorsport Cupra for Switzerland now makes his way down the pit lane. The lights have gone green. Interesting that quite a few set off straight away, eager to get track position, including for France, Teddy Claret, who knows his way around here, and he was really spectacular in the second pre-practice session that we saw early on in the day.
It's interesting that there's a bit of a mad rush to get onto the racetrack, because inevitably they're all going to trip over one another. So I don't know whether they believe the conditions now on track are going to be better than they will be in 29 minutes and 27 seconds. My view would be maybe, okay, the light's going to go, maybe the track temperature will drop, but if you're going to go out on track with the bulk of the field out at the same time, and you're on a fresh set of rubber, you're not going to gain the best opportunities to find that single clear lap. And there you can see just turning in, the Audi didn't really like that turn in and had to turn away from the apex.
That was the Swedish car, Swedish entry, Andreas Bachmann. Tom Coronel for the Netherlands, making sure his DHL sponsorship is still prominent on the car, but the majority purely in national colours. Teddy Claret then, getting the tyres up to temperature. It's a Pirelli tyre, which for many of them is new.
Yeah, it's a big problem because the tyre technology between manufacturers, the philosophy is quite different. So if you're running on a different manufactured tyre in your own individual domestic championship, and then you come here and you put on a set of Pirellis, you may have to make some basic, if not fundamental, changes to shock absorbers, but more like springing roll bars, just to get the best from the tyre. And that's something that only experience will teach you.
Riding on board with the Ukraine athlete, Pavlo Chabanov, with his Volcano Motorsport Run Audi, the RS3, coming onto the Mistral, and everybody trying to decide whether they want clear track space or try and get a tow, which might work out best. But at the end of, not this lap, but the next, we'll start to see what the grid may look like. Now, those that were quick in free practice, for Belgium, Gilles Magnus, number 16, and for the Republic of Ireland, for ERA, Jack Young, even though he's a Northern Irishman, he's representing ERA. Northern Irishman Chris Smiley is representing the UK.
Says a lot about politics, doesn't it?
Generational thing, I'm sure. Up towards the timing line they come. First flying lap about to commence. We were seeing times in this morning's session be better than yesterday's, so a 2:11 is good. Now, when they were out on track, it was early afternoon, so we're looking at cooler temperatures now, which might help.
It'll help the motor. It maybe take a little bit longer to get tyre temperatures up. I know it's boring to talk about tyre temperatures, tyre pressures, but it's fundamental. Here's the field having done an out lap, flooding back into the pit lane. And that might have just been an exploratory lap, and then they might go on to something a little bit more fresh in terms of the rubber.
I suspect what they'll do is a tyre cross. So they've warmed up the fronts. They'll now put the backs on the front and get those up to temperature as well. So it's a regular thing. Do the tyre cross at the end of a lap and rear-wheel drive cars don't have to do it so much, but the front-wheel drive cars do. You can see the tyres there being swapped over. So it's a tyre cross, and then they'll go back. And in theory, all 4 corners ought to be at a similar temperature.
Amazing, amazing. The things I learned working with you, David. You know, I mean, in the world I come from, you know, I just swap front to rear. There are obviously different sizes front to rear in the world I come from anyway.
Must be.
So that's probably the reason.
There you go, backs to front, fronts to back. There you go. You thought I was making it up, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I know that you knew all this stuff, but I've actually never seen it in practice, so I've learned something as well. It just goes to show you're never too old to learn.
Well, there you go. Now, Gilles Magnus for Belgium is going to be our first gun because he's doing absolute best in sectors then. So the number 16 Belgian Audi. There is Gabriel Quinos for Switzerland, ready to go back out again now that he's got his boots on the right feet, as it were. The Cupra Leon Competition TCR. All the cars homologated with that TCR tag at the end. Back out on track goes Brazil. That's Rafael Reis de Sa. And for behind him, Latvia, Valtris Zviedris goes out as well, the Baltic champion.
Gilles Magnus this morning set the fastest lap, the only driver to get into a 2-minute 11-second lap, 2:11.942. So that'll be the benchmark time that the entire field will be looking at. Wait to see what Magnus does when he comes up to the completion of his first. Claret coming onto straight currently. That car is in 6th position, but is yet to record a competitive time. So we're beginning to see Magnus has done a 2:12.4, Claret a 2:13.5.
And there's more to come from both, I suspect, as they're wriggling through the traffic, getting past the Italian driver Giacomo Gamandi. With the Lima Racing entered Cupra, goes Teddy Claret. So there's local knowledge here. He was racing here only a couple of weeks ago. He's a rapid driver, is Teddy Claret, double French Tourism champion. Comes down through the chicane, and just like we saw in free practice, he's ever so spectacular.
Doesn't mind what the back of the Peugeot was doing. No. He's only looking forward, and when the car gets a little bit wayward, he just plants the throttle, drags it out of that moment of oversteer that's about to engulf the whole Peugeot, bounces over the curb onto the straight through turn 7. Now focuses on trying to drag the maximum performance. They should really be focusing about reducing the slip angle coming through turn 7, because that will scrub a little bit of the speed potential out of the Peugeot as it comes into the braking zone. Nose dips down, the rear wheels get airy, fairy and light. Inside wheel dragged up in the air like a dog having a you-know-what up against a tree. Oh, nice line, Italy, very nice line, Italy.
It's not the right line, but it's a nice line. Giacomo Gamandi back on track then. Almost the sort of Oregon colours that, but very spectacularly coloured. It's not very Italian, but it's certainly distinctive as the field comes streaming past, including Aaron Cameron, the Australian, Andreas Backman there, the Swedish driver. They're in nice shape, those booted Audis, aren't they?
Yeah, they look great. Yeah, Backman is currently fastest in Sector 1, purple Sector 1 time, so if he can get this all together, personal best middle sector, so he is certainly en route to see a move towards the top of the grid. Is still Gilles Magnus, who's got that position. Tom Coronel has now popped up into 2nd place with Clarinet and Lopez Bonatin in 4th place.
Yes, Lopez is the Venezuelan entry. Sergio Lopez with his Audi, as here Andreas Backman is about to head up towards the pit lane. So a lap that started very, very well is aborted. Now, I wonder whether it is time for him to, if he didn't come in at the start, to do a tyre cross. But anyway, he's down the pit road. Gilles Magnus is back in as well. So Tom Coronel staying out. He is the next one to challenge. Teddy Claret is in the pits as well. He's 3rd fastest for France. Aaron Cameron for Australia is up to 4th quickest now. But we've only got 6 times, the slowest of which is currently Venezuela. There is Claret, who arrives at the family team.
So arrives in a bit of a rush, and team dragged the car back. So the car goes up on the jacks, the wheel brace. Are they not permitted to use air guns in TCR? What's that? I mean, that would be a cost-saving consideration, that's for sure. So the mechanic has got to do it manually, and that takes a little bit longer. There is, I think, it's just sort of like a DeWalt drill there with a bit on the end of it, which is to undo that. There we go.
Yeah.
So it's a concession to modernity with you know, almost like a domestic air drill.
So another tyre cross completed. Teddy Claret's Peugeot 308 will drop down.
Jack Young for Ireland, man on the move. Currently no time but fastest overall Sector 1, personal best Sector 2. So there is the Irish entry. The Honda, having to make a little bit of a correction as he entered Bussent. He didn't even get into the corner before already the back end was about to go wayward. So what can he do in this final sector? Good, clean exit, maintains the pace.
Now, he was very quick in free practice 2, but was in strife a little bit for exceeding track limits. So let's see what he can do here. He's got to keep it within the white lines, really, hasn't he?
Yeah. So an improvement for 26. That's the Spanish entry, Carlos Gomez. So he's made some progress to 13.3. So where is Jack Young going to end up? It's going to elevate him somewhere up into the top 6, I suspect, and maybe into the top 3 when he completes his lap.
Over the timing line goes Jack Young, and that puts him quickest. Then the Irish driver goes to the top on a 2:12.419 by 73 thousandths. Then he's quicker than Gilles Magnus as the cars head into turn 1.
Whoa.
Way up the curb, wasn't he?
The cars are very stiffly sprung on roll bars, so riding the curb, the cars sort of getting airborne. Familiar sight, I suspect, with touring cars, so don't get overexcited, John. There's going to be plenty more of it.
Well, Jack Young with a wheel cocked in the air comes down through the Virage du Camp, back onto the path through Saint-Baume. You can see the drivers that are confident in the cars, but the amount of curb that they use here, nice low flat curbs. On the inside it's less of an issue, but of course the race director is concerned that people don't abuse them and gain an advantage, and he's done a very, very good job in that first sector, demonstrably quicker than anybody else.
I'm breathless, 4 tenths up over everybody else. Purple by 4 tenths in Sector 1. The man's a genius.
He's a very, very impressive driver in front-wheel drive machinery is Jack Young, Clio champion. He's won here in the Clio International Cup sporting the French Grand Prix. He accelerates now back onto the Mistral Straight. Been a race winner in TCR Europe this season and comes there having lost a bit of time in the middle sector, but he's 2 tenths down in Sector 2, but was 4 tenths up in the first, so potentially should be able to string it all together nicely to go quicker again. Way off the road is Andy Yan.
Yeah, that doesn't help, as that's Hong Kong running way, way wide with us. Jack Young just up ahead. So the focus went on to the car running wide. So here is the current fastest car so far in qualifying. And the traffic directly ahead of him should not come into play. It's not like a hypersensitive, highly aerodynamic single-seater race car that if you get within 500 yards of it, there'll be an aerodynamic, and he's going in the pit lane.
So pit lane beckons as we wait to see who the next improver is going to be. There are still 1 or 2 that haven't done a time, including, for example, Italy and Argentina and UK and Sweden and Switzerland. There, Belgium, Gilles Magnus is still second. And we'll see what he can do on this lap, but I would suspect that the traffic is going to go against him.
It's not best placed, so this is down the far end of the racetrack. I don't know how far ahead of him the traffic is. It's probably not going to affect it too much. It just depends who that traffic is and how quickly Magnus is going to catch it. Is it a car going slowly, or is it a car on a lap? Looks to me like it's a car. It's another Audi. So down into the chicane.
It's Sweden, I think, isn't it? Andreas Backman, who is ahead of him. So it should be a quick car because Beckman needs a time. He's not yet got a lap time to his name, and he needs one. So it is Ireland from Belgium, from Hong Kong. Andy Yan, TCR Asia champion, is currently third, Hong Kong, China, and therefore doing a very good job ahead of the Netherlands, then Spain, and then France. That's the top 6. Magnus, absolute best middle sector.
Yes, a stunning time, 4 tenths of a second up in that middle sector. So that will see Magnus probably elevate himself up to provisionally quickest overall in the Audi.
Stepped over the curb a little bit, didn't he, there? Lifts a wheel through Le Beausset, dabs the brakes, gets the car turned in. It's a funny corner, that, isn't it? It's got sort of 2 different approaches to it. And Gilles Magnus then with the nose dipping as he hits the brakes, turns now up towards Toulon. Then onto the Virage de la Tour, up towards the completion of a lap. Session not quite at the halfway point. Look, all 4 wheels on the curb. Shortens the lap a little bit. Comes down to the Virage du Pont. Look at the effort that's being put in as the car sort of hurls itself back into view. The time to beat is a 2:12.419 set by Ireland, set by Jack Young. So Belgium for pole position, possibly breaks the beam, goes quickest of all. Gilles Magnus for Belgium, fastest of anybody.
Yep, so 4 tenths of a second, round figures, 4 tenths of a second. Now ahead of Jack Young. And it's almost as if watching these cars, the driver's ahead of the car can't keep up with the inputs the driver's putting in through the steering. So it's sort of ragging the car around as we wait for Tom Coronel to come across, drop down to 5th place, Backman up to 3rd place in the Swedish Audi. So good lap from that particular driver-car combination. Tom Coronel now up to 2nd place. So Audi's looking strong right now. 1st and 2nd quickest. First Honda is Jack Young in 3rd place.
Yeah, and he's just gone back out after his pit stop. Andreas Backman's Audi 4th for Sweden. Tom Coronel, I think, may have backed off after that. Andy Jan's Honda is down to 5th, Hong Kong, China. And Isidro Callejas, the Spanish driver, is 6th.
So Tom Coronel, 2 minutes 12.280, just a 10th of a second quicker. But has Magnus had a time deleted?
Must have had, because he's dropped to 3rd. So Tom Coronel is now put onto pole position from Jack Young. And Gilles Magnus' last lap taken away, presumably for track limit offences. We're not getting that message on our screens, but it's the only answer, isn't it, as to why he would suddenly lose the time and drop back to 3rd.
That's the bit. Well, look, he's again in that middle sector. This Magnus, this Audi with Magnus behind the wheel, for some reason, is really, really able to nail it in the middle sector. And again, he's gone fastest by over 0.3 of a second. He got a personal best in Sector 1. Just have to be aware not to overrun track limits. You don't need to delete more and more times.
Comes up then towards the exit of Le Beausset now. We've just had, so Tom Coronel's last lap ultimately becoming the best at 2:12.280. Magnus then now comes towards the Virage de la Tour and again puts all 4 wheels up onto the curb.
I think that's where he's getting himself pinged for track limits, because he's in the pit lane anyway. But he had 4 wheels technically off the racetrack.
But he needed that lap in a sense.
Yeah.
Personal best and an absolute, and yet he bails. Unless the theory is that the road is getting quicker, and so he wants to do his ultimate time right at the very end. But into the pit lane comes Gilles Magnus, who we've seen a lot of this year in Fanatec GT. So the cars into the second half of this qualifying session, and still there are a couple, namely Argentina and Switzerland, that have not got a lap time. I suspect that is possibly to do with track limit offences and laps being taken away, because by now you would have expected at least one run to have got a banker lap in.
Well, as clock's ticking down, 14 minutes of the session remaining. It's a long lap in terms of lap time. It's 2 minutes, almost 2.25 minutes per lap, and you can't afford to sit around and wait. What was all that about? Runs way, way wide coming through turn 2.
That was Switzerland. That was Gabriel Los Guiños, just ahead of Hong Kong China's Andy Jan, who is still 5th in the times. Now there is Gilles Magnus, new set of tyres, and as soon as it's clear for him to be released, then he will be dispatched down the pit lane then. So the Belgian entry from the ComTU stable accelerates back towards the circuit. Andreas Backman likewise. And there for Ukraine, going past the pair of them at proper race pace, is Pavlo Chabanov.
Trio of Audis. So Tom Coronel still provisionally on pole position. Just a 10th of a second advantage over Jack Young, but we wait to see what Magnus is going to do, having had a time deleted. So 13 minutes remaining.
Aaron Cameron, the Australian driver, goes through there. Behind him is Sergio Lopez for Venezuela. Now Lopez is currently 11th, the Venezuelan driver coming up towards Le Beausset now, another of the Audis. So a regular in the Spanish and European and Italian championship, Sergio Lopez. Very experienced TCR campaigner over the last 2 or 3 seasons. But the UK, if you're wondering, Chris Smiley has just come into the pit lane. He's 14th, having never raced here before. So Chris Smiley 14th, but there's more to come from him. Tomorrow they get both their races. There is the 25-minute plus a lap qualifying race, which sorts out the grid for the main race, 30 minutes plus a lap.
So 12 minutes to go, waiting to see whether any of the top 6 are going to make a move. They've currently got second all the way down to 8th place. Well, second, 7th place in the pits, 9th place in the pits. Second down to 8th have all been knocked down a position since Tom Coronel set that provisional time. Well, it's about 5 minutes now ago.
Back onto the Mistral straight comes there Gilles Magnus. He's building up once the tyres are at operating temperature for another go for pole position. There is Isidro Callejas, the Spanish at the 6th fastest. He's a second away, just over, from pole position, and his Cupra could yet be higher up come the very end of the session. Spain has put a huge amount of effort into the FIA Motorsport Games. I think I'm right in saying it's the only nation out of the 72 that we've got with a representative in every category.
Very good effort by Spain. Whoa.
Big bite of curb for Calles. Gets away with that and accelerates then now through Virage de la Tour up towards the Virage du Pont. Doesn't take anything like as much curb through that section as Gilles Magnus has as we nudge towards the final 10 minutes of qualifying here.
So waiting to see what Jack Young, Magnus, Bachmann, Jan and Gomez to round out the top 6 are going to be able to respond to. Tom Coronel.
Back out there goes Travis Hill, the Canadian driver. Big flash of the lights from Gilles Magnus to say to Andreas Bachmann, get out of my way, but he's not yet caught him. So Gilles Magnus onto a flying lap now. And for Spain, Isidro Calles has now gone 3rd. So it is Holland, Ireland, Spain, Belgium, Sweden, Hong Kong, China. That's the top 6.
And Argentina up into 7th position. So Montenegro, and that's position. So changes going on. So still Coronel in control, running wide down Canada. As Magnus gets through, that'll not have helped his cause. He'll be aware and be watching where that car was going to go, where it was going to come back.
Now that's Jack Young,
yeah, Jack
second
Young
in the times. He's 0.139 of a second away from pole position. And he's having another push. He's just done a personal best, as you can see, in the middle sector. Greens are good, purples are even better still.
Yeah, but half a second down in sector 1 against what was his previous best. So that's a lot of time to try and claw back. Unlikely it's going to happen on this lap, but let's be positive and hope there's something of an improvement. Currently second, a 10th and a bit down from the time set by Tom Coronel.
So Jack Young now
quickest
goes through, fastest of anybody, 2:11.975, 0.3 of a second quicker than Tom Coronel. Gilles Magnus, though, has just done an absolute best in the middle sector. There he is. So track limit dramas allowing Jack Young for pole position. What about Magnus? He lifts a wheel there, going through Le Beausset. He sees it sits itself back down onto the ground. Little puff of tar smoke coming out of that right rear corner. So now, last few corners of the lap. We're into the final 10 minutes. This is when it really starts to get very, very important indeed.
Well, if this is a fresh set of Pirelli rubber on the Audi, then this lap, and again, he takes awful risks by putting the car almost literally 4 wheels off the racetrack.
So the adaptation from GT to TCR machinery for Gilles Magnus continues as he accelerates up towards the timing line. He will come through now to break the beam, and is this going to be good enough to put him onto the front row of the grid? Is it going to be for pole position? It is! Gilles Magnus for Belgium, fastest again by 0.144 of a second, a 2:11.831. So a very good effort that for Gilles Magnus. So it is now Belgium, Ireland, the Netherlands, Sweden, Hong Kong, China, Spain, the top 6.
So Tom Coronel, personal best, sector 1. So the Dutchman loses in that middle sector by 0.4 of a second. Net, well, he'll not be overly happy with that. Maybe hopes he can reclaim some of that time in this final sector down into Beausset. Takes that very tight entry, then lets the car run up high, and then cuts down to make a very late apex and then exit from Le Beausset and then into the 3rd sector. And what has he got left?
Still, Switzerland does not have a lap time. Gabriel Dos Quinhos, who's been out there seemingly for the bulk of the session, keeps on losing lap times. One fears for track limit abuses as Tom Coronel pushes on. He's done a personal best in sector 1, but he's dropped a couple of tenths in sector 2. Can this put him onto the front row of the grid? Accelerating now out of the Virage du Pont. Coronel heading up towards the timing line. He's currently 3rd. He's up towards the timing beam. He will break the beam and he will stay 3rd fastest. 2:12.495, a little bit slower.
Yeah, the third sector of the circuit, way off what he needed, 0.6 of a second. So how much has he got left in terms of tire performance as we see Sweden go back out? So Bachmann, who is currently 4th quickest, 2nd row of the grid alongside Tom Coronel, needs to find, a bunch of time, he needs to find 0.6 of a second to even challenge Gilles Magnus, but he only needs about, well, a couple of tenths to find a way to get close to improving one position with Tom Coronel.
This is Teddy Claret, the ever so spectacular Teddy Claret. I like the white and the blue wheels as well, front and rear. They've done a really nice job with that colour scheme, the French tricolor on the car, as Teddy Claret is currently 8th for France. I would have expected him to be quicker than that, I've got to say, or higher up the order than that. He's on a 2:13.5, so he's about 1.3 seconds off the ultimate pace. But let's see, before the end of the session, whether he can retaliate. Coming then now on this lap with 2 personal bests up towards the Virage du Pont. So he needs to be in the 12s, ideally in the 11s, but he's got to haul himself up the order somehow. He's got Aaron Cameron, the Australian driver, behind him. 8th, Teddy Claret at the start of the lap. He will break the timing beam now and goes up to 5th, so a good run for him, and he just missed out on a 12. It was a 2:13.070.
If he hadn't hopped over the curb at the final turn, maybe he would have been into the 12s, but he was aggressive on the exit, or sorry, the entry into the final turn. Tom Coronel, so personal best sector 1, again loses time in that middle sector, so little prospect of seeing any further step forward. He's about just under 3/10 of a second away from getting onto the provisional front row of the grid with just over 5.5 minutes to go.
So Tom Coronel again, quick in sector 1, but down in sector 2, and 3rd fastest in the times. I don't think this is going to be an improvement. No, he's pitting anyway, isn't he? So he's bailed, and Gilles Magnus there is going to go out and have another go, even though he's the fastest. Look, there's a whole last wave of cars coming down the pit lane. But with only 5 minutes to go, you've got to be really sure that you're going to get the tyres up to temperature quick enough, because it is a long lap, as we've been saying, over 2 minutes, over 2 minutes and 10 even, for a decent lap. Still, no lap time for Switzerland. So Gabriel Dos Guiños, who's been out there certainly for 5 laps, has still yet to record a lap time because they keep disappearing off the screen.
So the team are holding back Magnus. There's under 5 minutes now remaining. I wonder whether they feel, can they roll the dice? They've got a 10th and a bit of an advantage over the Team Ireland entry of Jack Young. So Jack Young is, well, his last lap was a 2:21, so clearly not a lap of any significance. So he will no doubt continue on.
So there is Dos Guiños, goes over the line, and Switzerland still needing a lap. Let's see whether this is going to be the one. Let's have a look at the lap as well and see whether he is off the road a lot. He's up on the 2 wheels there. 2 wheels over the curb on the outside. That's fair game, that's all right. So this, with only 4 minutes to go, is a really important effort by Switzerland, by Gabriel Dos Guiños, because he has not got a single lap time credited to his name. He's raced in the South American TCR Championship, and the Swiss representative there getting a bit crossed up down at the Virage du Camp, but he's just got to get a lap in, simple as.
Yes, so he hasn't got anything to measure himself against, nobody around him. His best time in Sector 1 is down on what he had previously done, although he never completed a full lap, so one wonders what the ultimate performance for the Swiss entry is going to be. And, well, Gilles Magnus, the car, still in the pits, still the clock counting down. I think they're prepared to go out if they are challenged, but if they're not going to be challenged, they're not going to go out. They can save the Pirelli rubber for tomorrow.
But if they are challenged and he has to go out, he's going to run out of time to do an out lap and a flying lap, because the tyres won't be up to temperature. So I think he's pretty much done.
I mean, that's the point they're at now. They've got to decide, are they going to go out now?
Yeah.
How much longer can they hang back in the pits?
There's Switzerland, that is Dos Guiños then coming up through Senior. That looks okay, straddles the white line there. 1 or 2 backing out of this lap because they feel they've done enough and the session is at an end for their tyres. So Gabriel Dos Guiños comes now up through the exit of Le Beausset on towards Toulon. And so the Swiss representative, the Swiss athlete in the Cupra, comes now to the Virage de la Tour, this snaking section, the last few corners. I've got to say, this has looked a decent enough lap in terms of keeping away from curbing, and fingers crossed it's going to finally give him a time. Gilles Magnus has gone back out again, I think I'm right in saying, as over the timing line now comes Switzerland, comes Gabriel Dos Guiños, and let's see whether this finally gives him a time. It does. He goes 10th quickest. Will it stay there? So 10th for Dos Guiños, and there is Jack Young. So 2 minutes to go. Jack Young on a flying lap now, but this is what happened to him down at the chicane. Good save, John.
Excellent save. I thought maybe he was taking part in the drifting competition. That was a pretty impressive save from the Ulsterman in the Honda representing Ireland. And just carrying a little bit too much speed, trying to slow the car down. Dirt tracked it in to the chicane. Didn't do any particular damage to the tyres, but the tyre doesn't really like that level of abuse. And hopefully he will recover and make another lap before checkered flag. Only a minute and a half to go before the flag is out. So there he is. He'll get round and start one final lap. And hope that he might be able to challenge Gilles Magnus for that pole position.
Indeed. So Tom Coronel has not given up yet either. He's staying out to the very end. So as the sun sets, the touring car qualifying coming to an end with Gilles Magnus for Belgium, one of the fancied runners on pole position. Tom Coronel giving this set of Pirellis a good workover. He knows exactly where the curbing is at that part of the circuit. Wheel lifted as he hits the brakes down into the Virage du Camp, back onto the power up towards Saint-Baume. Now, many of these corners, of course, named after local towns and villages, and he hops and skips and slides his way out of the corner.
I think he's physically trying to shorten the circuit, the amount of curbing he's been using, certainly at the far end of the racetrack, but he's got so much knowledge, so much experience, and there's nothing that he's going to learn. He's been on the job for about the last 30 years.
Single-seater champion, touring car champion, GT racer, Instagram hero. Good character is Tom Coronel, as is his brother Tim, and comes out of the chicane. Tom Romeo Coronel onto the Mistral straight, and in terms of sectors, not looking exciting.
I thought you were going to say he's what you'd call in Holland a good eggnog.
I like the idea. Tom Coronel, then, he's improved slightly in the second sector, but I don't think it's going to be a significant effort to get himself up the order. Jack Young has pitted. That's his session done. The flag is imminent because we are just 3 to 1 seconds away, and the flag goes out then to end the Touring Car Cup qualifying. So qualifying done. Tom Coronel may not even finish the lap, actually, because if he was a little bit down in one sector, the team will give an idea to him of whether it's worth persevering.
I would just drive in the pits.
Yeah. So here he comes. Makes his way down towards the Virage du Pont, what he is going to stay out there for. And down in Sector 1, up in Sector 2, the net result. The idea is to get himself onto the front row of the grid. It won't be easy, but he's about to break the timing beam, and as he does so, Tom Coronel's session ends with him being on second fastest, goes ahead of Jack Young.
Well, I'm glad he took my advice and stayed out.
I remember you saying it. He was an absolute best in the last sector as well.
Yeah, no,
so
I mean,
down, personal best, absolute best, 2:11.966. Well, that bodes well, I reckon, for a very, very competitive Touring Car Cup tomorrow. There's the qualifying race and the main race. This is for France, Teddy Claret, who was up in the first sector but down in the second, so he's still pushing, but whether it's going to be a representative lap, we'll have to wait and see.
Big Peugeot fan. I love the 307s, the 3007s, if you have the grown-up version for families. 308s.
Well, Teddy Claret has had this car by the scruff of its neck all day. It deserves a rest at the end of it. He's one of the most aggressive and spectacular drivers. We've had him oh so sideways in free practice. It's been a bit more controlled for qualifying. Is the lap going to be an improvement as he comes up towards the line? 7th at the start of the lap. He will break the beam now, stays 7th, and the lap time that he does was quicker, but didn't improve his grid position. So it is Gilles Magnus for Belgium, who is the fastest. Netherlands second, courtesy of Tom Coronel, and Jack Young for Ireland third. Sweden fourth, then Spain fifth, and it is Argentina rounding out the top 6. So Gilles Magnus then is going to start the qualifying race for the Touring Car Cup from pole position for Belgium, and they are going to hit the track tomorrow morning for more great action. See you then.
That's the grid sorted for touring cars, and you can watch the main race tomorrow at 2:30. Now, earlier on today, we had the karting endurance. This is a 4-hour race. There's 4 competitors in each team, and one of those competitors must be a female. 4 hours, and the last lap was really exciting stuff, taking it right down to the wire.
minute to go. Less than a lap to go for the Belgian team on its way to write another chapter of a long history of glory, the first ever in Le Castellet Paul Ricard for the FIA Motorsport Games. After 2 silver medals back in 2019, this will be the first win, or maybe a couple of more to come.
Belgium have gone on to their final lap. It is a fabulous opportunity and a fabulous moment. This is where the team are getting ready to celebrate. Belgium had already had 2 medals at the FIA Motorsport Games in 2019. Both of them were silvers. This is their first gold medal. They cannot be caught now. Spain have gone on to the last lap, a lap adrift. It is going to be a historic moment for the 4 drivers. They have been exceptional. Maxime Drian, Antoine Mollet, Sita van Meert and Jeremy Pecklers. It is going to be a historic moment as the time ticks down to 0. They will come off the final couple of corners. It's been a historic day. The first ever FIA Motorsport Games karting endurance 4-hour final, and it's Belgium. Team Belgium wins at Paul Ricard. It's a gold medal for Team Belgium in fantastic style as Georgia sweeps 4th place from underneath UK on the final lap. Bitter disappointment for UK, but they've all come home. Spain will take the silver medal. Czech Republic will take the bronze. And the Bahamas team are making the biggest noise of all. They've done it. They've made it. After all the years of hard work, this motorsport program is just getting started in the Caribbean. What an amazing, amazing effort.
A great performance from Belgium there. Really celebrating, taking that win and listening to their national anthem, spraying the champagne and full celebrations. You may recognise one of those drivers, because he was actually playing for Belgium in the 2019 games. But I need to tell you about this story about the karting endurance. Can I ask you all just to step a bit closer for me, because I can't leave where I am. That's okay, I'm tied in. So, Henry Baudet, you fell in love with the Bahamas when you went out there with Formula Kart Stars.
That's correct, yes.
Now, you've got to tell me about this story, because it's such a great story for the Games and exactly what the ethos of the Games about for the Bahamas team.
So, I was taken out to the Bahamas in 2012 as part of the Bahamas Speed Week revival with Formula Kart Stars to reintroduce go-karting into the Bahamas. Of course, the first ever World Karting Championship was held in Nassau, which is why every kart has a Nassau panel on it. In 2013, I was myself and my colleague and fellow teacher Craig Camilleri were asked to write an educational go-karting course combining stealth learning, English, maths, finance, public speaking, teamwork, and motor racing and go-karting. We've taught 250 children since then from largely underprivileged backgrounds. We have done that until 2019. Then, of course, we had Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas. Then COVID hit. That destroyed all our equipment. We don't have a kart circuit, so we've trained our drivers in car parks with traffic cones. We have 2 go-karts in the entire country. They have driven karts once in the last 3 years. They've never driven on a kart circuit before. We took them, they flew into London last weekend. We took them to Daytona Sandown Park for 20 minutes in the pouring rain.
Brilliant.
October weather in the UK is fantastic. And then we brought them to the Motorsport Games to compete on a global stage.
Fantastic. I'll just get a word from Raimondo. I mean, for you guys, this is just such an amazing experience. I love the story and I love that you're here.
Yeah, so this experience right now for me and the team is like great. Because like once you get on the track, it's adrenaline. You gotta like fight and push to do better and better and better. Even though we didn't want,
Yeah. You're here.
Hard. We did it.
And you're representing your country. Well done, Team Bahamas. We're really pleased to have you here. Now, we've seen some drifting throughout the day. Now we've got the drifting finals.
We are
are waiting for the light to turn green, and it's on. The second part of the semi-final, Kevin Pesser out front has to deliver right now on his lead run. Good initiation by him, goes on to outside zone 2 as well, but we see Ali Maksid is playing no games. He's really aggressive right now through the whole course, and right now, oh, that's a big mistake there by Ali Maksid, straightening out for just a moment. Kevin Pesser on the outside line, doing everything very well on his lead run, but yeah, some mistake there, maybe some misshift or something like that for Ali Maksid. We saw him straightening out, losing some angle, and yeah, really dramatic events in this second semi-final.
Voilà, plaisir de retrouver ces deux pilotes entre l'Estonie et le Koweït. Le Koweïtien très agressif hein, sur le pilote estonien, parti devant, leader. Ali Maksid en chasseur derrière, qui dans la parabolique a dû quelque peu freiner et lever le pied. À présent, on va les retrouver bien sûr tout là-bas du côté de la ligne de départ. On va échanger les positions dans cette deuxième demi-finale. Dernier run pour départager ces deux garçons. Et l'accession directement du côté de la finale qui, de l'Estonie et du Koweït, va pouvoir décrocher son ticket valable pour la demi-finale. Pour la finale, autant pour moi, dans quelques instants. Alors, les juges. Et c'est Ali Maksid pour le Koweït qui remporte la mise.
So we need to explain also the last battle. There was like a lot of waiting. There was like firstly 5 minutes from one driver. Then we had the first run. In the first run, there was a contact between the drivers. And as you can see, there on the track is the pink cone. And the pink cone is showing the end of the deceleration zone. And we can see that the S13, when it was coming towards the end of the deceleration zone, it was still slowing down, but after the cone, he was back on the throttle. But the Kevin, when he was coming out of the outer zone 1, he was like cutting a lot. That pushes him like into the wrong line and basically slingshotted him into the leader in front of him. So we blamed the mistake on the chaser in this position. Then we had the second run after the waiting for repair on side of Kevin Pesser. And we saw like big mistake from the chaser in outer zone 3, but that was not incomplete mistake like the spin from the first run, and that helped Ali Maksid to continue in the competition.
I think I'm hearing some voices, some sounds there from the paddock, yes, and the tires are getting warmed up. It's the battle for bronze medal, it's the battle for third place. Jakub Przygonski from Poland against Kevin Pesser from Estonia.
Voilà, avec les protagonistes, notamment de la première place qui se prépare à entrer en piste.
It looks like Kevin Pesser isn't happy that he's fighting for third place. He wanted to be in the final maybe, but of course everybody wants to be in the final.
Alors, on avait vu au loin notamment Ali Maksid s'échauffer. Il nous avait fait faux bond quelque peu. Voilà donc ces deux garçons, Kevin Pesser pour l'Estonie et Jakub Przygonski, que nous allons retrouver pour, dans tous les cas, les prochaines manches que nous allons vous proposer. Et cela va partir dans quelques instants.
And let's go, the fight for the bronze medal for third place. Jakub Przygoński from Poland in the lead, Kevin Pesser in the chase run. Really aggressive initiation by both drivers. Kevin Pesser will try to make up for the loss before. And right now we see aggressive approach by him. Really close, trying to get as close as possible. Some centimeters away, just has to back up, but still over the finish line. And oh, really dramatic first run there. Some cones flying around and really close action during the last corner. So I think Przygoński was with a great lead run as well. So Kevin Pesser had a great chase run, and let's see that in the replay.
Eh ben là, chers amis, pour une bataille pour la 3e place, c'est chaud. On se croirait directement en finale, tellement ces deux garçons ont envie d'une médaille de bronze dans ces FIA Motorsport Games. C'est important, cela peut compter également dans une carrière. C'est chaud, vraiment, entre Jakub Przygoński, bien évidemment, qui était leader hier après les qualifs et qui, pour l'instant, à l'issue de cette première manche, en termine lui aussi.
And we see the Latvian flag there in the crowd, so somebody is of course cheering there for Kristaps Blush, who will be coming up in the finals against Ali Maksid. But right now still we are in the battle for bronze medal, in the battle for third place, and Kevin Pesser will right now be in the lead position and Jakub Przygoński will be chasing. So a great crowd today here at Paul Ricard. And we are ready, it seems, for the second part of this battle. For third place, Pesser out front, and Kuba Przygoński will be chasing. So Estonia against Poland. Two great drifting nations as well, of course, with some good drivers competing in Europe as well. And it's 2 thumbs up, and the drivers are ready. Let's wait for the green signal, for the green light, and it's go, it's showtime. Battle for bronze, battle for third place. Pesser out front with a good flick there during the initiation. Jakub Przygoński tries to be as close as possible as well, and they are on to the inner clip. Everything all right there, some hesitation maybe from Jakub Przygoński, but right now he tries to come back, he tries to be as close as possible, and he is really close, almost touching at some point, and over the line. What a run there. Really similar to the run we saw before. I think, yeah, that's a tough one. Jakub Przygoński and Kevin Pesser, Poland against Estonia.
Voilà les deux protagonistes qui viennent d'en terminer avec leur deuxième run. Qui va décrocher dans tous les cas la 3e place du côté de la médaille de bronze? Nous le saurons dans quelques instants. Le temps aux juges bien évidemment de revoir les images, de revoir les vidéos, de passer peut-être à nouveau en arrière pour voir quelques détails et qu'ils n'auraient peut-être pas vu dans ce dernier passage, de revoir le premier également dans le premier run. Les deux pilotes sont certainement impatients à bord de leur monture pour savoir lequel des deux, entre la Pologne et l'Estonie, va pouvoir décrocher cette 3e place et médaille de bronze dans ces FIA Motorsport Games pour cette édition 2022. Réponse dans quelques instants du côté des juges qui vont bien sûr donner leur feu vert pour l'attribution de cette médaille de bronze. Nous allons voir du côté des live streaming les incrustes, alors que pour l'heure, ce sont quelques nappages de fumée qui remplissent le ciel du Castellet. Alors que de l'autre côté, vrombrissent dans tous les cas les monoplaces pour prendre part aux prochaines manches. Jakub Przygoński, Kevin Pesser, match Pologne-Estonie pour médaille de bronze pour Jakub Przygoński pour la Pologne. Mesdames et messieurs, la Pologne qui sera sur le podium à la 3e place avec la belle médaille de bronze. Vous avez bien sûr raison d'applaudir ici du côté du public. Peut-être que vous applaudissez également chez vous et vous avez raison avec ces garçons qui nous auront offert un très beau spectacle.
So the bronze medal goes to Poland, Jakub Przygoński, and quickly from the judges about this fight for bronze medal. David?
This battle was very, very close to each other. Both drivers were showing really nice skills. If we look on both lead to lead, and Kuba Przygoński lead, he was like really spot on in all the zones. He can have slightly more angle, especially in outer zone 3. If we look on Kevin Pessor's lead, he was leaving outer zone 1 slightly too early, and he was also going out of the outer zone 3 at the end of the big zone. If we look on the chase runs, there was big dive at inner clip by Kevin. He was cutting at outer zone 1, outer zone 3, and in the last corner there was also contact when he was trying to get into the same line like the leader. If we look on the chase of Kuba Psegonski, he was cutting at outer zone 3, he was having slightly smaller angle throughout the run, but he was capable of mimicking the angle and being on the same proximity like his opponent. So overall, Kuba Psegonski is getting the win.
Et à présent, chers amis, après ces explications, place désormais à la grande finale, après le top 30, le top 16, le top 8, les demi-finales. Et bien à présent, place à cette grande finale, juste après bien sûr la troisième place que nous venons de vivre. Match entre Ali Machid, le Koweïtien, et Christophe Blues. Le leader sera Ali Machid, le chasseur pour l'instant sera l'homme de Latvia, que nous retrouvons à la droite de l'écran pour ceux qui sont à la maison. Et c'est parti!
And it's the big final right now. Ali Maxid from Kuwait against Kristaps Lulus from Latvia. Really good initiation there, and Kristaps is right on this side of... that's a little bit of a too much angle, I think, for Maxid, and Kristaps Lulus tried to adapt that and did well, I think, and right now on to the last corner, and really close side-by-side action, and over the line. That's the first run of the big final. I think it was a great run with some interesting moments between them, and let's have a look at the replay.
Énorme moment pour cette finale que nous vivons ensemble, énormément d'engagement de la part de ces deux pilotes qui nous régalent vraiment de leur figure et de leur dextérité. C'est viril, mais c'est correct, c'est comme en rugby, avec ces deux garçons vraiment qui ne lâchent rien jusqu'au bout. Vous l'aurez compris, premier run, nous allons avoir la belle. Avec le deuxième run, on va échanger les places, les positions, avec toujours à la clé, bien évidemment, une médaille d'or, une médaille d'argent, forcément la deuxième place. Mais ce qui intéresse forcément ces deux garçons, c'est la médaille d'or qui va être bien sûr attribuée. Et d'ici quelques instants, le temps de les retrouver sur la ligne de départ. Et dans quelques instants, nous allons jouer, nous allons rouler forcément pour une médaille d'or pour l'un de ces deux pilotes, à vivre ensemble dans quelques instants. Le temps de quelques dernières images de cette foule massée ici pour apprécier bien sûr ce spectacle et de retrouver ces deux hommes. On a échangé les positions, le chasseur est devenu leader. Ce sont les derniers tours de roue de ce drift pour cette édition 2022 ici des FIA Motorsport Games. Dernier tour de roue avec les finalistes, avec forcément une place sur la plus haute marche du podium. C'est le deuxième run. Plus Maxid, attention, ça va partir.
So yeah, attention to the track, attention to the live stream. It's the big final, the second run. Kristaps Blush from Latvia out front, Ali Maxid from Kuwait will be chasing, and it's the green light and we go on racing again. Kristaps Blush initiation there on point, Ali Maxid trying to be as close as possible. A little bit of a mistake there, going off track. I think Kristaps at some point, Ali Maxid had to adapt to that, and right now going to the outer zone. A big of course distance between both drivers and over the line, but yes, something happened there after, I think, outside zone 2. We will have a look at the replay because that wasn't straightforward. I think both drivers had a mistake in the lead run, so it wasn't easy to follow as well. So that's one for the judge, but let's see the replay at the beginning.
Alors on regarde également avec attention le replay avec l'image kit qui est quasiment là, qui a failli partir même en tête à queue dès le premier virage, laissant Christopher Blues avec un petit peu d'écart. Est-ce que cela va compter, peser dans la balance dans cette finale pour ce deuxième run? Est-ce que les juges vont décider autrement pour l'accession forcément et la plus haute marche du podium qui est en train de se jouer, chers amis, devant nous? Christophe Blous attend bien évidemment le résultat dans sa voiture, tout comme Ali Machid. On revoit également du côté du live stream ces belles images avec ce premier virage qui a failli mal se terminer pour Ali Machid. Alors que le run semble à l'œil un peu meilleur hein, pour Christophe Blous, à confirmer bien sûr. Est-ce que les juges auront le même avis alors qu'il y a eu contact? Il y a eu contact effectivement dans ce premier pif-paf, léger contact dans ce premier pif-paf avant cette parabolique.
Yeah, and we saw the contact there. The question is who was at fault there, but yeah, we will see that in a minute. But yeah, really aggressive run there. Maybe, yeah, that's for the judges to explain. Let's have not too many words about that. We're here to commentate, to deliver you the news and the action, and yeah. Anyway, an interesting final between Christoph Blus from Latvia and Ali Maqseed from Kuwait. So it seems maybe the judges are still looking at some replays to see the first run when Maqseed was leading and the second run when Christoph Blus was leading. So yeah, the paddock is open for the spectators, so you can go there and have a look at the cars, have a look at the drivers, and afterwards at 6:45 or 18:45 we will love to see you at the award ceremony of Drifting Cup. That's at the main building, so a little bit of a walk or drive from here, but still at the main building there in the fan zone. There will be the prize-giving ceremony for the Drifting Cup, the best 3 drivers of today. We know the bronze medalist already, Jakub Przygonski, and we still don't know who will get gold and who will get silver. So we are waiting for the judges for the results, and of course afterwards we will go to them for some explanations. And it's one more time we go once again, so we will see them once again, and the judges want to do them better. Just quickly to David. David,
yeah, definitely we would like to see from both drivers better lead runs, because in first run we saw that Ali was having like way longer decel than he should have, and when they switched positions, Kristaps was having double deceleration, so he decelerated after the decel again. So that's huge mistakes from both drivers, and we are just sending them one more time to show us better.
Allez, one more time, la belle, chers amis, les juges ont envie de nous faire profiter, quelque part ils ont raison du spectacle. Nous aurons donc une 3e manche pour départager ces 2 pilotes, pour départager la plus haute marche du podium. Ça aussi, on va le vivre ensemble et c'est bien, on va pas se quitter comme ça. On va pas se quitter ainsi. La 3e marche, bien sûr, pour vous dans quelques instants, amis publics ici du côté du site, et bien sûr depuis chez vous du côté des différents réseaux sociaux avec le live stream que l'on vous propose bien sûr depuis ce matin pour ces phases finales. Attention parce que ça va partir dans quelques instants. Les pilotes que l'on va retrouver bien sûr du côté de l'aire de départ pour la dernière et 3e manche. Finalement, la belle, ça sera pour vous.
And we have some quick information there. Because of the contact in the second run, Ali Maqseed's car is broken again, unfortunately. So as he wasn't blamed for this contact, so Christoph Blus out front was in blame for the contact out front. So that's why Ali Maqseed right now gets these 10 minutes to repair his car. And yeah, so we have 10 minutes right now for Ali Maqseed to repair the car, and then he has to come back to the starting line. He hasn't the competition timeout anymore, so he don't get additional 5 minutes. We have 10 minutes up until the clock runs out for Ali Maqseed, and then we are going on to the one more time battle here in the final. So that's what we want to see, the one more time. So yeah, that will be in So we see that Ali Maxid is going through the paddock to the starting line. He will warm up his tires, and we should get the one more time of the final. Of course, yeah, the contact was unfortunate, of course, on the first run. On the second run, I would say better. But yeah, that's sometimes how it goes in drifting. After contacts, you can have the chance, if you're not at fault, to repair your car. And here we see both finalists once again. Both finalists, so Ali Maxid from Kuwait and Kristaps Blush from Latvia. Let's hope that they are ready. Let's hope that the cars are ready and we can have a nice, clean, one more time battle here for the gold medal for the first place at FIA Motorsport Games Drifting Cup. So that's a big one, that's a huge one, and they're both right now in the tire warming boxes. Everyone has their box, and we see that both are warming them up to get to the right temperature, to get to the right grip level, and to put up a show, a great spectacle for us, for the spectators here at Circuit Paul Ricard, and of course for all the live stream watchers all around the world. As I said before, 30 different nations competed at this event here at the Drifting Cup, and only 2 are of course right now in the final. It seems that Kristaps Blush is ready. He is going to the starting line, and he will be chasing the first run, and Ali Maxid is ready as well, and he will be leading the first run. They are here at the right zones, and it seems like everything is ready for a great one more time battle here in the final to get to know who gets the bronze, who gets the gold medal and who gets the silver medal, because we know already the bronze medal goes to Poland, goes to Jakub Przygonski. And we are ready. We are ready. Here we see once again both drivers. Ali Maxid, 27 years old is Ali Maxid, and Kristaps Blush, 42. Both really experienced, both with great results nationally and internationally. And let's go. The green light is on. The one more time battle is on. Ali Maxid once again in the lead. Good initiation there, a little bit missing out on outside zone 1. The outside zone 2 is great. Kristaps Blush really close on his chase run. And now to the outside zone 3. The long outside zone, and Kristaps Blush is there, side by side, right from the beginning, coming closer, and over the line. What a great run there by both drivers, Ali Maxid from Kuwait and Kristaps Blush from Latvia. Wow, that's what we want to see. This was a great final run, and of course they will switch places and go again.
Quelle finale nous venons de vivre, chers amis, du spectacle jusqu'au bout. On avait remis les compteurs à zéro pour, bien évidemment, cette finale, l'attribution de la médaille d'argent, mais surtout pour ces deux garçons, à la fois pour Kristaps Blush et Ali Maxid. Ce qui les intéresse forcément, c'est la plus jolie couleur, celle en or, la médaille d'or pour célébrer la première place. Et bien, dans quelques instants, alors que nous revoyons le replay du côté, c'était chaud, du côté du live streaming, si vous avez la chance sur votre smartphone de regarder tout ça, vous pourrez bien sûr certifier le degré d'intensité que l'ont pu mettre ces deux garçons dans cette finale. À présent, place aux juges qui vont bien évidemment regarder tout ceci avec beaucoup d'attention avant d'attaquer, bien évidemment,
and they have switched places right now. Kristaps Blush from Latvia in the lead position, Ali Maxid in the chase position, and let's hope for another great run in this final battle, and this one more time, of course, of this final battle of the Drifting Cup. The light is green and we go once again. Kristaps Blush right now, let's see what he can do on the initiation. Good initiation by him. Ali Maxid also really aggressive, side by side, and then we come on to the long corner, the outside zone. Ali Maxid is quite close, but can't keep up. 2 car lengths between them, and they are over the line. What a final here at the Drifting Cup, FIA Motorsport Games. Oh, yeah, speechless almost. Great drivers, great battles. Let's see the replay once again.
Très beau travail de ces deux garçons. On avait inversé bien sûr les rôles entre le chaser et le leader. Ils nous auront offert du spectacle jusqu'au bout dans cette finale. Ah, c'était chaud, hein, il y avait vraiment l'engagement, il y avait tout ce que l'on attend d'une finale de ce niveau. Eh bien, chers amis, on n'aura pas été déçus jusqu'au bout, jusqu'au dernier mètre, dernier centimètre qui ont séparé ces garçons de la ligne d'arrivée. Ils auront tout donné. Maintenant, les juges vont bien sûr regarder avec attention, eh bien, la vidéo. Attention, attention, attention. Et c'est Christian Blues qui remporte ce FIA Motorsport Games pour la partie drifting. Applaudissements, chers amis. Christian Blues qui sera bien sûr médaille d'or. Applaudissements pour Ali Machid qui prendra la deuxième place avec la médaille d'argent. Vous pouvez à nouveau, bien sûr, chers amis, applaudir ces deux concurrents pour cette très belle finale qu'ils viennent de nous offrir.
And we go on to David to explain the result.
Like, we need to say that we've been not that much happy with the first battle, but we've been very happy with the second one. The guys just cleaned it out, showed us like very, very good drifting. We really enjoyed it. But it goes mainly to the chase run of Ali Maxid, where he did big mistake at outer zone 2 when he shoots the car inside, and then he lost the proximity, and it was very hard to get it back afterwards. So thank you very much for the guys in the final. We really enjoyed the battle.
So thank you for the explanation. Kristaps Blush is the winner of FIA Motorsport Games Drifting Cup 2022. Latvia gets the win, and second place for Ali Maxid and Kuwait. Right now, all the spectators are allowed to come to the paddock, speak with the drivers, take a photo, check out the cars, and we will meet in 40 minutes at 6:45 or 18:45 at the prize-giving ceremony for Drifting Cup. That will be right beside the main building of Paul Ricard in the fan zone. So meet you all there. Great event, great 2 days. It was a pleasure working here, and what a great result for everybody, and I think this was a great competition, and drifting is here to stay with us.
Well, spectacular action as always with the drifting, and what a treat it's been so far here for the games. The sun may well be setting over here on the circuit of Paul Ricard in Marseille, but we are far from over. There's still activity down here in the pit lane as teams prepare for the action that will take place tomorrow on the circuit. But right now you are in for a treat as we hit a little bit more rally action. Rally 2, 4 and historic.
Sandbaum, the national park around Paul Ricard, is the venue for the Motorsport Games rally action. 2 full days out in the forests and in the mountains. And first into the stages on Friday morning was Georg Linnemey from Estonia with British co-driver James Morgan alongside him. Second into the stage, Team Turkey. This was how they decided to be into the stages on Friday. Team Turkey very much learning this new surface for them, because usually they would be off-road, and if they do tarmac, it tends to be very dusty tarmac. So the grip from the mountains, something that they were learning, but something that Team France already knew.
Et il ouvre à fond absolu derrière, 30 mètres. Droite à fond absolu court, 80 mètres. Freine en droite, un plus pour gauche, un moins vite tard. Freine en droite, un plus pour gauche, un moins vite tard au muret. 200 mètres.
It was clear from Martin Arzano that he knew the roads. The way he threw the car around both Friday and Saturday meant that he won almost every single stage in the Rally 2 category. It was a closer affair for the Rally 4 front-wheel drive machines. Roberto Daipra for Team Italy, taking eventually more stage wins than his main opponent, Team Spain. This, though, the big surprise, Team Turkey. Absolutely fantastic work from Ali Turkan to get himself up to third by the end of day 2. In second, though, and a man that took plenty of stage wins throughout Friday, less on Saturday, however, was Ortiz Palmero. went into the end of Friday still leading that category, but by Saturday morning had lost the lead to Team Italy, and the gap grew and grew. But it didn't mean he fell any further down. Team Italy having a great time in Rally 4 and also in the historic category, this beautiful Audi Quattro. Driven by Zippo and nearly winning every single stage. He was trumped a few times throughout Saturday by this man, Antonio Sainz. Great to see and to hear the historic category rumbling around the National Park of Saint-Baum, and Antonio Sainz managing to actually take a stage victory off Zippo this morning, but only one. He finishes the day in 3rd position. And for many that would mean the rally, because for most rallies, once the stages are finished, that is the classification. But we have our night stage action coming up for you. We did have night racing around the Circuit Paul Ricard last night as well. And this was one opportunity where Mathieu Arzeno did not score a stage win. That is ominous for our medal stage coming up in a few moments' time, because he hasn't really enjoyed this stage around Circuit Paul Ricard. This was his mistake. No danger of damaging the car, but danger of losing time. And to decide the medals, we will be on this stage tonight. It will be the top 3 from the stage in classification coming into this stage, and that is Team France, Team Estonia, and Team Spain. Team Spain fastest in Rally 2 last night. Team Estonia fastest in qualifying in the light. And in Rally 4, it will be Team Italy, who have managed to qualify. Unfortunately for Team Belgium, missing out. Zippo is absolutely flying in the Audi Quattro. It is the car to beat, really. As we go on board with Antonio Sainz, we'll be able to see that he wasn't necessarily particularly happy either with, number 1, the co-driver notes, and number 2, the direction of where he was trying to point this Porsche. The car's having to be set up very different on this racetrack to the bumpy roads. And there was just a little bit loose. And then he starts getting lost. Watch the co-driver. He starts pointing. Whether they had a problem with the intercom or whether simply he was a little confused by all of the various lines around the Paul Ricard circuit. Either way, Antonio Sainz will be one of our 3 in the historic category, which will start our track action this evening. Here is the wonderful drone shot overlooking this Paul Ricard circuit. We're getting ourselves ready for rally action. A track to be rebuilt, because it's not the same circuit as we use for the rest of the track action, and therefore some work to do. David Edison alongside me. We're looking forward to this because it's going to be a format that nobody in the world has ever seen.
Ben Constantiouris, you're absolutely right. It's a kind of rally stage. It's a kind of rally cross initiative, but without the change of surface. And it still puts the onus on the co-driver for making sure that they're calling the notes right. It makes absolutely sure that the driver is on his mettle. You've got effectively 3 different laps. It's a 3-driver shootout. So what you've got are the top 3 on the classification after all the special stages, then going head-to-head in a race, but with different lap configurations, joker lap sort of rallycross style.
Yes, and that's a very different thing, because looking at the entry list, there are plenty of rally drivers that do rallycross, but I don't think any of these particular drivers have much experience with door-to-door action, and we are going to see that door-to-door action this evening.
Yes, you're right. I have a feeling we talked about one driver last night. Was it Mathieu Arzeno, who's done a bit of circuit racing?
Yes.
But you're right. Very, very few will have much experience of not just being on the circuit, but with other cars around in close proximity. Fantastic looking down on the well-illuminated Paul Ricard circuit, and the rally teams that have been out and about. Of course, this is the base for the rally, but getting back in of late has been a bit difficult because there is so much traffic here, so many people have been here, they're all trying to get out. Makes getting into the circuit rather difficult right now. So the cars will, in due course, make their way towards the circuit, and then we'll have the historics going first. They are already, if you like, in the system. The top three at the end of the historic competition, Andrea Zinian, Zippo in the Audi Quattro for Italy. For the Czech Republic, it is Wojtek Staff, and then Antonio Sainz with the Porsche third. But it doesn't necessarily follow that if you are third at the end of the 13 special stages, you're not going to be a gold medalist.
If you're third out in the mountains, it doesn't mean the car will work at all around the circuit here. As we have seen from both Thursday, where we had qualifying on this circuit layout, and yesterday evening where we had this that night stage, in terms of the historics anyway, the form follows that the Audi is the fastest car. Wojciech Staff has been very strong in the Opel Kadett, and Antonio Sainz has been perennially third position. Big gaps, as you would expect in historic racing and rallying. Seems to be the way it is. So Zippo ended up winning the classification by 2 minutes and 47 seconds, and basically won every stage bar one, didn't he? Him slipped up this morning on the first stage of the loop, hadn't had enough coffee, which is unlike an Italian.
Yeah, that was the La Grande Corne 6.7 kilometre long stage at the start of the day, you're quite right, where the Porsche seemed to work in its absolute optimum. It made a great noise last night. Of course, Sainz, good rallying stock, good rallying name. This is brother of Carlos Senior.
This is brother of Carlos Senior, which I think was news to a few people. The evidence was on the Red Bull helmet, and actually the elder brother of Carlos, but both have been rallying since the 1980s, and obviously just two have taken different paths. What he feels about his brother?
Oh, it's a good question. Yes, I mean, Carlos Sainz Senior, of course, started off in circuit racing, which is where Junior has ended up. But Antonio Sainz, very much a rally man through and through. Both, of course, still competing to this day. Yeah, the Porsche, one feels, might be a better tarmac race car than the Audi Quattro.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with you. It just depends on whether, as we saw from that onboard, clearly Antonio got himself a little bit confused last night as to where the track was going. This is going to be more confusing altogether because they've got to do 3 separate routes on 3 separate laps.
But actually, there's a lot of mileage in this, because you know the circuit of Paul Ricard is about 5k if you do the whole thing. Now, all right, it's going to be a little bit shorter. I don't think they're going all the way down to Saint-Baume and the Virage du Camp. But you know, even if, let's say, it's 3.5 miles, 3 laps, you know, 12 miles, it's not a bad length of stage.
It's a good length of stage, isn't it? It is a proper stage. The confusing thing is, depending on where you start your, where you finish the classification of the rally, you will do a different amount, you will do a different lap at a different point. So lane A, the winner, will do ABC, BCA will be for second, and then CBA will be for third.
In terms of the medals scored thus far, France is currently ahead with 2 golds. Belgium has got a gold and a bronze. Latvia has got a gold, and the Netherlands likewise. Then you've got Spain with 2 medals, but they're 2 silvers. Sweden's got a silver and a bronze. There's a silver for Kuwait and for Germany, and bronze for the United Kingdom, for Poland and the Czech Republic. But so far so good for France, but 2 golds trumped 1 gold and 1 bronze. So the medal table is the organised, and we'll have that for the medal table to grow over the course of the weekend as more and more of the disciplines are decided. Of course, some only in action tomorrow, like GT Sprint. Others have been busy Friday, Saturday, now completed. And as we get ready for rallying, of course, another key element of the FIA Motorsport Games is the karting aspect. We've got karting juniors and karting senior, and there's karting endurance, but the sprint class for the seniors has been particularly busy, and some great racing was seen earlier on in the day.
And is one to keep an eye on for qualifying heat 2 of the senior sprint category.
So it's time to go racing for the second time in Sprint Senior and the 5th time today on the karting circuit here at Paul Ricard in the second FIA Motorsport Games. It's Belgium and Spain on the front row, then Sweden and Denmark on the second, Hungary and Israel on the third, from Chile and Sri Lanka, Germany and Hong Kong, China. Then it is Austria and Estonia, from Poland and Slovakia. Then we have Venezuela alongside Brazil, India alongside Barbados. Then it is Ukraine alongside Indonesia. We have Lithuania beside Malta, Portugal beside Nigeria, Costa Rica beside Mozambique, then Australia, Panama, Chinese Taipei and Kuwait. It's going to be a fabulous battle for all of the contenders. But for Belgium on pole position, Eddie Goldstein has another tough mission. Can he keep Nacho Tunion of Spain and, of course, our race 1 winner from earlier, Joel Bergström of Sweden, at bay? Time to find out.
Time to find out once the drivers put enough temperatures into the tires. Always easier said than done. And those compounds being harder than usual take more time, more laps to function properly, even though these are the same tires that they've been using since qualifying as part of the regulation. They have 2 sets of tires for quali and the qualifying heat, and one for the final, if I'm not mistaken. These are MG red tires that those drivers get to compete with for the Motorsport Games. Let's see if we'll be able to go on the first attempt, because for the past the previous qualifying heats we had extra formation laps, and it's due to the fact that the formation of the grid wasn't deemed good enough by the officials onto the track and our race director Pasquale. So let's see if on the first attempt this will be one go already, as the pole sitter Eddie Goldstein needs, as always, to pace everybody down. Is on the left side of the picture.
Belgium and Spain on the front row, Sweden and Denmark on the second, from Hungary, Israel, Chile and Sri Lanka. Let's go racing for the second time in Sprint Senior. In qualifying heat 2 we have a false start. False start. We will go around one more time. So the field not quite in the correct positions off the line this time. So they will go around for another exploration lap. 964 meters, not a lot of time, even in 2 laps, to get the field up to a decent formation.
Yeah, it's quite a tricky one, isn't it? Considering that this is certainly one of the shortest tracks that the OK and OKJ category, so to speak, have been competing for the past few seasons. Usually this is between 1,200 and 1,400 meters, even more in the FIA Karting Championships, even though for the IMX 30 International Series as well, this is part of CIK homologation to have a certain length, but as part of the Motorsport Games, an exception was being made, and I gotta say, you know, we're lucky enough to discover what is a lovely location and a lovely little track with very good facilities, so it gives us and the drivers plenty of pleasure.
For the second time today, it is the Sprint Senior qualifying heat. It's going to be Belgium and Spain on the front row, from Sweden and Denmark, Hungary and Israel. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez with you once again as we go to battle here at Paul Ricard. Here we go. Up to the first turn. No problems at all for Goldstein and Bergström. There's not further back and spinning into the middle of the pack. Oh, what a disaster for the 201 spinning around. That's Oscar Wirtz. He ended up getting tipped around, and there's nowhere for anyone to go, including the Israeli talent, Ariel Elkin. Big disaster for him. He's already had a nightmare in the first heat, and now it's all come unstuck for him at turn 1. Disaster for Wirtz, disaster for Elkin. Austria and Israel are already out of contention, and there is Oscar Wirtz walking away. It's game over for Austria. Devastating. And here's the big battle further back. That looks like an overtaking move in the middle of the pack there. Drivers trying to back their way through on the opening tour. 16 laps of the circuit, of course. But Goldstein has been able to maintain his lead at the front. So it's Belgium in front of Sweden, then Spain, Hungary, Sri Lanka and Chile in front of the Indian talent, Karl Kumaran.
Yeah, talking about the recovery, up to 10th place from 17 to 7 in 1 lap. Brilliant recovery indeed for India, and quite a disappointment for Oscar Wirtz indeed after what happened. By the look of it, I think he crossed. He went crossing the opening corner and lose complete control of the car. He went spinning sideways, and Elkin had nowhere else to go. So quite an unfortunate turn of event for those 2 young drivers having to retire, or at least they're still with us, but at the back end of the grid. As we're back with the lead at 2:14, as we're going to see a replay actually of what happened.
Yeah, watch Wirtz in about the middle of the pack. He gets nudged sideways by another competitor. He's already committing to his line, and he can't stop the kart by that point. So the kart has already spewed off to the right. he's got nowhere to go. You can't really have a go of Wirtz for that one because he was completely out of control by that point. Someone had already forced him to go right side. Poor Elkin is an innocent victim as well. So both Austria and Israel, victims of circumstance. You can't really point the finger at either driver there that either of them were at fault, because they weren't. It's just one of those cluster effects that you get on the way to the first hairpin on such a tight circuit as this one. Look at the Swede, Joel Bergström, all over the back of Belgium, and Eddie Goldstein up at the front end. So as they come off the final turn, it's Belgium, Sweden, Spain, then Hungary, Sri Lanka, Chile, India, Brazil, and then Poland and Germany in the top 10. Plenty of talent already charging their way through the first couple of corners in the opening laps. But you're going to see some really exciting competitors in this phase of the race. As you can see there, Sweden just biding the time in second place. Bergström again is trying to keep himself in the hunt here, but Spain has gone fastest of all. A 44.337 for Nacho Tunion. And he is going to be trying his luck. Oh, and there's a problem further back. That's a big difficulty. That is Valdemar Agerholm. So the Danish driver who was up in the top 3 in qualifying heat 1. I'm afraid for Valdemar Agerholm, it's game over. Ariel Elkin sets the fastest lap of the race as he tries to get back into contention, but Agerholm going the same way as his Danish compatriot in junior in heat 1 earlier. Pedersen was off on the sidelines early, and I'm afraid Agerholm has had the same problem before him in senior in the second heat.
Yeah, what a disaster that is indeed. Quite unfortunate for Denmark, as we're here with the 218. This is further back in contention. Jevan David from Sri Lanka putting in a good show. The 209, we're back with the leaders. Belgium against Sweden, return game. This isn't about football. We're talking about World Cup, even though this is the World Cup of motorsport, the Olympics of motorsport, so to speak. But this is about kart racing, as Belgium and Sweden oppose each other once again, with Goldstein against Joel Bergström, and Spain and Nacho Tunion observing from a distance. Let's see what's going to happen between those two. Remember that this is the exact same scenario that we had in heat number 1, as Goldstein was putting his effort, trying to go defensive and keeping the others at bay. Bergström found that a little bit of extra pace on the way to turn number 11 and 12. That was enough for him to make his way through and lead to the checkered flag with the fastest lap on track. He must go for the same. He has similar ambitions. Let's see now if Eddie Goldstein on that particular part of the track will be able to shut the door quite enough in turn number 12. And there he goes. The door was quite open for the 218. Beautifully made by Jevan David on Balas Krensky. So that's Sri Lanka getting a place up to 4th in front of Hungary.
So there is only one objective for the man in 3rd position for Spain, Nacho Tunion, and that is get past Bergström before Bergström gets past Goldstein, because we already know how fast Bergström can be. So Tunion has to put the number 221 in front of the man in 2nd place before he even has a crack at Goldstein. So this is important for Spain in 3rd position, but as you can see, the Swede has already got the message. He knows that the Spaniard behind him is very fast. So as Belgium, Sweden and Spain contest the victory in the 2nd qualifying heat, it is very clear that Sweden are going to want to push past Belgium nice and early here, because they've already got pressure from Spain in 3rd position. They work their way forward. Goldstein fending off Bergström, then Tunion. 4th place is Sri Lanka for the talented Jevan David, the hero, the motorsport hero of his nation back home. Then it is Balázs Gyuráncsik, the Hungarian, in front of India's Karl Kumaran. Great to see him do so well. Then in 7th it is Germany for Max Schlemer. For Chile in 8th place, Gustavo Suarez. Brazil is in 9th for João Mandrano. And then Poland for Adrian Labuda in 10th position, in front of the Hong Kong China driver Yu Kapo. So very exciting stuff. But Sweden is hustling Belgium, and as we complete half distance, it is still Belgium, Sweden, Spain up front.
Goldstein for just 0.2 of a second in front of Bergström and Nacho Tunion. I'd like to see Sri Lanka and Jevan David getting themselves into the mix. Still 1.3 seconds further back for Jevan David. Let's see what he can do, the former Forza racing driver in the OK class in the FIA Karting Championship. But now, this is the same scenario. They're going to have to be patient. Bergström is going to have to be patient as well.
He really had to think about that.
He came close to open that door. That could actually be the way in turn 11, turn 12. That's why he did it in the opening heat. But now it might be a little bit too soon, don't you think? This is lap number 8, lap number 9 could be completed out of 16. But I think he did 4 laps from the checkered flag in the opening heat. Let's see if he can repeat such a scenario. But you can see that Goldstein well leading in the great defensive. Oh, that was a good one indeed outside of the last turn.
That was Carmen Krav. The Estonian lady has charged her way forward. She's putting on a terrific show here so far, actually. Good to see her move up. Looks as though we've had a couple of drivers make good progress. Dimitri Moravchik has ended up losing out to Farhad Al-Khaled, the Kuwait racer, who is up to 15th place. A great comeback for Al-Khaled, who's doing a great job. But you just wonder, with the Swede in second place, you said it's maybe a bit early, but if he's still got pressure from Spain behind him, then he might think, well, I do need to get on with this a little bit earlier than usual, because obviously I don't want to lose ground and I don't want to lose momentum. If I make the overtake and it doesn't work, then all of a sudden Spain are going to be right there for the taking, and you can see some really aggressive lines from Sweden. Joel Bergström trying to cut through past Belgium, and Ellie Goldstein in the lead. This is not going to be easy to separate the two, but Bergström getting very fired up here behind Goldstein. He's only got one thing on his mind, though. He wants to give Sweden the gold medal in the first ever FIA Motorsport Games senior sprint competition. He's going to go for it on the inside of the hairpin, but he's going to run out wide, and Belgium will get him straight back. Good work from Goldstein. Slow in, fast out. He got him and sold him a dummy.
Yeah, that was a gamble, wasn't it, for Sweden and Bergström. He might want to have another go with a couple of laps remaining, less than 5 before the checkered flag. But Ellie Goldstein had to respond the way he just did, by crossing the line, responding and taking the position back. Otherwise, it would have been too late. But this is the first attempt. This is the first signal that he's going to have to go defensive. He's going to have to shut the door much better than that. And watch out for turn 11 and 12. This series of left and right into the last sector. This is where it might happen again, as Bergström managed not to lose too much momentum outside of the last corner. This is where you have to keep the throttle, but this time around he might miss maybe half a meter, as Nacho Tunan could have taken advantage of the situation to get close. This is the move, as you can see, is taking his cart on the outside. Yeah, he's taking too much momentum with him.
He just overshot by half a meter, and that was enough. Goldstein knew he was going to charge up the inside, and he knew there was a good chance he would overshoot, so he went, right, well, I'll just get on the brakes now, turn in slow, accelerate out fast, and I've got him back. But as you notice now with Ellie Goldstein and Belgium, look at his lines as he comes through now. He's being a lot more protective, parking the kart in the middle of the road wherever it's possible to do. And that's really where you want to be, because you don't want to be too tight to the inside line, because that just risks the driver catching you out from the middle. Look, he manages to draw level, but Goldstein has just parked the bus in the middle of the road there. This is perfect defensive driving from Goldstein and Belgium. And with 3 laps to go, Sweden is going to get very frustrated here. Look, this is exactly what Goldstein needs to do. He's just parking the kart. Bergström will get alongside, but again, he just holds him at the line. This is going to back him into the path of Spain. This is exactly what Belgium needs. If Spain gets an opportunity and makes his own bid to get past Sweden, then that will protect Belgium. But it's not so easy to determine. Goldstein having to be ultra defensive, but he's got to do this for 3 laps. This is not going to be easy to hold on to.
Yeah, not at all. But it might actually end up sending not only Joel Bergström, Sweden, into the arms of Nacho Tunan, but also in the arms of Jevan David into the last sector.
So David has a real chance here, 4th position, making a good work of it. Here comes Bergström up and over the top. Goldstein knows he's there, so Bergström's going to try and cut in from around the outside and watch for Spain. Spain is suddenly going to have a piece of this, and so too is Sri Lanka. Jevan David is there in 4th position. They're all covered by less than a second. This is going to be a nail-biting conclusion to the second senior sprint. The second heat. Here they come, off the turn, round the far side. Belgium, Sweden, Spain, Sri Lanka. So close between these 4 nations now, as they will conflagrate together. Any overtaking move now could spell disaster for the opponents. And you can see Goldstein parking it. Sweden still finds a way to get through. Squeezes in on the inside line. And Sri Lanka's going to try and get past Spain in the same breath. That's not going to happen. Sweden snatches the advantage.
Yeah, that was expected, wasn't it? As Sweden is in the lead. This is the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your horses, because we might see still some overtaking maneuver coming our way into the last sector. Can Goldstein fight back and taking Belgium to his first win of the weekend in the sprint after the endurance? It remains to be seen. But at this point in time in the race, you might want to actually keep that position alive and collect the points that you need, because what counts is the final tomorrow afternoon. But as it stands, Joel Bergström from Sweden on the way to seal the deal for his second victory in 2 races.
It's definitely a lot closer than it was in the previous heat, but Sweden is going to make it 2 from 2 after so much pressure from the men behind. Excellent work for Sweden. 2 out of 2 for Joel Bergström. Belgium in second for Ellie Goldstein, third for Spain for Nasho Tunion, and fourth for Sri Lanka for Yavan David. All of them covered by a second. Hungary, Germany, India, Chile, Brazil and Lithuania come through behind them after a thrilling encounter, the second of the senior sprints. But it's 2 from 2 for Sweden. The lesson we have learnt today, though, is that he's not going to have it easy for the rest of this weekend. Joel Bergström's back is definitely up against the ropes.
Fantastic karting action there from earlier on today. We are still building the circuit here at Paul Ricard for our unique finish to the rally, a rally cross rally style 3-way battle between our historics Rally 4s and our Rally 2s. We're expecting to get underway in approximately half an hour, so here is the F4 race from earlier.
Lights out, blast off now. Good getaway by Wirtz. Good getaway also there by Valentin Klus, the German driver. 1 or 2 slow away, but as they go down towards turn 1, Italy it is that steals an advantage. 2 cars left on the grid. Wirtz to the inside for Austria, but Antonelli nails the start and he leads.
And just looking down the inside, there are 3 cars. Oh dear, problem on the grid. Fortunately, some are cutting across the inside from turn 1. Well, half the field seems that somebody's off on the barrier between turns 1 and turn 2. So I think more or less immediately we're going to have to see a full course yellow bodywork already being pinged.
And broken suspension and a tyre.
That's, I think it's Charlie Wirtz.
So mayhem breaks out going through the chicane, and yet Wirtz in strife then as the cars battle their way up towards Saint-Beuve for the first time. I said this was the race to keep out of trouble. They weren't listening, were they?
I said it as well, and they weren't listening to me either.
Well, those that were delayed on the grid, Belgium and Georgia, and I think also Hong Kong, China. Chile hasn't yet got into the race either as the cars come along the Mistral for the first time. So Kimi Antonelli it is that's managed to make a break while everybody else has been squabbling behind and tripping over themselves. Up towards the chicane they come for the first time. One up the escape road, goes straight on, misses the braking point, but he's going to have to slow, otherwise he'll gain an advantage there. The Serbian car of Filip Jenic bouncing over the curb, and there's the one I think that went straight on. Is that Wirtz with his punctured tyre?
Well, and whoever it is, he's having to crawl back to the pit lane, and that's his race over damaged front wing because they come through scene. So a bit of a wild start. Oh, it is, look indeed. So you can see that that was Portugal's wing that was flapping around.
Oh, I thought it was Germany. I thought it was Valentin Klus for Germany, but we'll double check in a moment when the cars come towards us, because as the field turns through, another one with damage there going through is Australia's Costa Tapari. So there are going to be quite a few with not only damaged cars, but damaged chances in the main race, because they're all compromised on the grid for the main race on which the medals are to be awarded. There, look, with the nose hanging off the car and diving into the pit lane comes number 11. So that is Valentin Klus, the German entry, and he was third on the grid. So that's another of the front runners eliminated by the zealotry on the first lap. Leader comes through them. So 20 minutes this race, remember, over the timing line goes Kimi Antonelli, who leads the way by nearly 4 seconds from Portugal's Manuel Espirito Santo. Pedro Clara, the Brazilian, is third.
So contact coming down side by side into turn 1. Oh, and oh dear me, again. I mean, this is what you get with young single-seater racing. There's no quarter given. And I don't know what the steward or the director is going to say about that, whether they gained an advantage, whether they'll have to drop back, I don't know.
Well, there with damage is Valentin Klus, so he needs a new nose section. There is Charlie Wirtz, who's got an absolutely destroyed rear tyre, and possibly worse, and another big dive there up on the inside. That was number 14, the Ukraine driver, Alexander Partishev, who is coming up from the very back of the grid. Now, Partishev, from 24th on the grid, was 14th at the end of the first lap. He's absolutely on a charge right now. The order is Italy, Portugal, Brazil, then it is Spain, Switzerland, 5th, 6th, Serbia.
So they're now beginning to stretch out a little bit. They're not quite the side-by-side as they were on the opening lap. coming up into the chicane, albeit towards the tail of the field. 1 or 2 are, but they're beginning to sort themselves out, and once that testosterone level begins to sort of subside after that frantic opening lap, maybe a little bit of brain power can actually take over from that surge of adrenaline.
You just saw Charlie Wirtz walking away with his distinctive Austrian Remus overalls. He sadly is out of the race, and he's going to be near the back of the grid for tomorrow. Was there trying to squabble back onto the racetrack.
That was Serbia.
Filip Janic, the Serbian driver, got hung out to dry, didn't he? And then couldn't really get back on the line. So there's still a squabbling. Costa Taparis comes up to have a go at him, can't find a way through. But if you finish this race, you're going to finish it relatively well, I would have thought, because the danger is that so many are tripping over themselves. The finishing order compared to the grid is going to be very jumbled behind Kimi Antonelli, who has been able just to drive off already into the distance.
Yeah, he had the advantage of getting the best start, got into turn 1, clear of the rest of the field, and from second place back. It was a case of mayhem on the opening lap, and 2 of the front runners, Austria and Germany, getting tagged. So there is the advantage visual. It must be nearly 5 seconds, well, 4.2 to be accurate. So Antonelli has got this race in his pocket. The only thing that may change it is if we go back to a full course yellow, then a safety car towards the end, and then go green for the the last lap or 2. But I think right now it looks like it's Antonelli's to lose.
So the cars all bunching up behind. Now that was the incident had already happened there to dislodge Valentin Kuss's wing and to give the puncture to Charlie Wirtz. That's why he was limping into the pit lane, but they'd already tangled coming into the corner. Another one skipping across the centre of the run down towards the Virage du Camp. There'd been another car off in the background earlier on in the lap as well. 3 of them were stranded on the grid. So it was a really frantic first few corners. But out front is Kimi Antonelli. 4.2 seconds clear of anybody else. Antonelli then coming now up towards the chicane on the Mistral and just being able to, as I say, drive clear of everybody else, keep out of trouble. And it's probably unlikely he'll see another car in the race now, because unless it's somebody out of the pits, then he's not going to catch any traffic, and he's pulling away from the rest all the while.
Yeah, and more or less from the exit of the chicane up to scene, he's almost got that straight in terms of distance between himself and the second place, Espirito Santo. There is the second place car amongst the gaggle, and another one making its way through. Was that a self-induced over-braking?
Yeah.
But he's got to let the cars that are coming through the chicane regain their position. More or less, I think he may have achieved that.
So there, Australia versus India. That is Costa Taparis versus the Indian athlete Ruhan Alva. And Alva is under attack as well there from Denmark. Julius Dinesen goes through on the inside, so good past that, but Alva ran wide.
Yeah, well, he just opened the door and Denmark says, I'll have that, thank you very much, and made the pass. So different lines in Le Bousset. We've seen it throughout the weekend. People like to go high and then swoop down late. Others come in lower and sort of hug the circumference on the inside of the corner.
So the field here turning down towards the Virage du Pont, then heading up towards the timing line once more there. Number 24, the Malaysian driver, that's Alice de Jong, up to 11th. So he's another one that's gained ground as Antonelli goes through now 5 seconds clear. It won't surprise you to learn he's done the fastest lap of the race. But for second place, Portugal, Brazil, Switzerland, absolutely together. The Swiss athlete, which is Dario Cabanela, has got better and better over the course of the weekend. 5th then as they went through for Spain that time around was Bruno Del Pinto. And also you've got Michael Shin for Korea, who's been racing in the British Championship in the mix as well. Serbia ahead of Australia, ahead of Denmark here. Julius Dinesen, the Danish champion, makes a move on the inside up the curb, but he's gone through.
He did. He took a lot of the curb to achieve it. And again, whether we're going to see any track limit penalties being handed out, we don't know, but that certainly was a move where probably only a part of the left-hand side of the car was actually on the racetrack itself.
Onto the Mistral straight they come then as the race approaches half distance. This 20-minute dash for grid positions for the main race. These Formula 4 single-seaters, this qualifying race to determine the grid for tomorrow's main race, the usual format in the FIA Motorsport Games for the single-seaters. As into the chicane they pour them. Australian Costa Taparis still hunting for more places, delayed on the opening lap of the race, keeping Ruhan Alva at bay. Challenge being made here, look, because you've got there on the outside line Switzerland, on the inside line is Brazil. So this is for 3rd place as they turn through Senior, and it is Swiss driver Cabanela that gets forced out wide. Dario Cabanela wide out of Senior, but then he gets the inside at Le Bousset. The door opens for him and through he goes, but Brazil fights back on the inside.
Always dangerous trying to get up the inside of the late part of Marseille, because the car that's on the high side is going to drop down to make its very late apex, and that was almost a collision between Switzerland and the Brazil car. And you have to be very aware, good spatial awareness, that in that particular corner there's a variety of options drivers can take, and don't close down somebody who's put themselves in a position when it's almost too late, or it is too late.
To the timing line they come then, with 11 minutes on the clock. Kimi Antonelli has gone through and leads by, you can see the margin, a huge one over Portugal. Manuel Espirito Santo, 6 seconds now the margin. Dario Cabanela third for Switzerland, fourth Pedro Claro, the Brazilian champion, and a big effort being made there. Look, Julius Dinesen for Denmark up on the inside line, breaks late, goes ahead of Serbia. Filip Jenic drops back.
Yeah, the good pass was a bit of a stretch because he was being forced out to the left, but stood his ground, got him alongside. Serbia's coming back, and now down the hill into the chicane. Maybe Serbia is going to have the advantage because they are on the inside. Yeah, it's got the place back again. This is what single-seater, junior single-seater racing is all about.
But people say you can't overtake in slicks and wing single-seaters. You can in the right cars on the right venue. And there, being run out wide, is India. That was Rohan Alva, and he's about to drop another place because on the inside line goes Valentino Mini for Panama, number 77. And wheel to wheel, they turn onto the Mistral with Mini being run out wide over the curb. They're turbocharged engines, remember. Now the power kicks in as they make the run along the straight. 3 wide there.
Yeah, it's getting very and off the track momentarily on the inside. Be careful under braking because you're going to be in the dirty bit of the racetrack. When you get on the brakes, you're not going to have the grip that you would have had on the racing line, and we just avoid watching. Well, they all managed to get in and get through amazingly without any contact.
So in the middle of all of that was Malaysia, Alistair Young. And he now comes onto the Mistral straight up towards Senior as the race trips into the second part now. So out of that shuffling, you've got Michael Shin for Korea up into 6th, Julius Dinesen 7th, more side-by-side there because Alexander Pardyshev for Ukraine is on the outside line of Alistair Young. And Young goes through, Pardyshev gets run out wide, so Rohan Alva for India goes through, Pardyshev switches lines, comes back on the inside, retakes the place.
Yeah, I mean, I think this particular corner, La Marseille, is going to be one of the favourites around the racetrack, but basically, any part of the racetrack where there's a corner, there's going to be somebody in one of these cars who's going to make a move, take a pop, and try and just by maybe more good luck than judgment get through.
And it's a long line of cars as well, which underlines, A, how competitive the drivers are, how evenly matched they are, and how a one-make category works. A challenge there, look, because Costa Taparis gets up on the inside of Serbia. Australia versus Serbia coming out of the Virage Dupont, but Filip Jenic for Serbia goes back ahead, got the drive off the corner, and Serbia hangs onto the place as they come through. That's for 8th. 10th is Panama. Look, Valentino Mini right with them. 77, the Panamanian car goes to the outside line, can't find a way through. Now goes to the inside. Still no way through.
And Australia just about got the nose in front of Panama. So here we go down the hill again, into the braking zone, into the chicane. And whether Panama is going to be sufficiently close, it doesn't look to me as if they've got an opportunity on this occasion. But there'll be many others. The next one will be braking into the chicane.
Indeed so. And there, a big dive by Australia. Costa Taparis on the inside of Filip Jenic. They touch. Jenic gets airborne. Crash lands back to earth. But that's done. Definitely damage to the Serbian entry. It's got no real pickup coming out of the corner, and I fear that Jenic is bound for the pit lane. He does now start to increase his pace, but not significantly.
Yeah, a bit of bodywork came off, but whether there's any damage to the suspension, the car went up on 2 wheels, banged down again.
So Costa Taparis, the Australian, was involved in that. You can see the damage on the front of his car as well. He's still busy battling with Panama. Valentino Mini, number 77, the driver, as he tries to swing through the chicane. Taparis for Australia is back ahead. Now, all of this is the battle for 8th place, but again, it could be that post-race there is a penalty that heads the Australian driver's way. We'll wait and see.
So here, the swarm of bees that comprises Formula 4, the midfield battle. And almost by the corner, there's changes taking place. So down into Le Bousset, who's going to go high, who's going to take the chance running down low. Well, there we can see just on the exit 2 cars, 1 low, 1 high, but no change of position.
So Costa Taparis then still hanging onto the place ahead of Valentino Mini. He's dropped back from the pack ahead, but he's hanging onto the position. This was what happened then between Australia and Serbia. It was a bold dive. And the contact was out of the corner, wasn't it, as they interlock wheels?
Yeah, it was just interlocking wheels, and of course, the car stuck in the middle, and then another car coming down the right-hand side. So, essentially, it was one of those usual situations. It was avoidable. But hey, guys, we're racing.
Exactly right. Australia, of course, lucky to get away with that because it could have done damage to the suspension of that car as the field pours through. There, going through his career, Michael Shin. Number 7 is the Danish athlete Julius Dinesen. Then Australia, Costa Taparis only just ahead now of Valentino Mini for Panama and Alexander Partishev for Ukraine in 10th place. And a challenge there. Belgium gaining ground. Lucas Lecertois through on the inside line after a badly delayed start.
Yeah, got through easily and cleanly, so he can move forward or think about moving forward as we look at 7 seconds. The advantage is first to second, then it's only 0.8 of a second from second to third. So that's a battle that's going on for those 2 final podium steps for the silver or the bronze award.
We've got Ukraine's Alexander Partishev being looked at for track limits. We've got that incident between Taparis and Janic, who's headed into the pit lane, incidentally, being looked at as well. So the officials are being kept honest in this, with 6 minutes of the race to go. And Kimi Antonelli, remember him, still miles clear of anybody else. There he is, way out in front.
Still got the fastest race lap as well on lap 4. But his last lap was, well, it was about a second, just over a second down. So he's in a cruise mode with just 5.5 minutes remaining.
Rest of the field comes pouring out of the chicane on the Mistral then, with Valentino Mini attacking the car of Costa Taparis on the inside line. Panama versus Australia. Panama goes through. So Valentino Mini gets the position. Finally, he's gone 8th. Panama ahead of Australia, chipping his way forward. And look, for Ukraine, Alexander Partishev is right there as well. He might be exceeding track limits on occasions, but he's another rapid racer.
Great to see this kind of racing. I know sometimes it's exposed up the inside. He's brave, I have to say. Absolutely. He made that opportunity for himself. There was only about a car's width, and he put his car into that space and got away with it.
Come back to an earlier sentence. People say you can't overtake in slicks and wing single-seaters. Oh, yes, you can. That is Filip Janic out of the race after his damage, and more bodywork flies.
Rear wing.
That's the front wing of Costa Taparis' car.
Yes.
Remember, he damaged that when he hit Janic for Serbia. Now it's car adrift, so Taparis is going to go backwards.
He's going to go backwards with a handful of understeer all the way around the racetrack, so that's going to be lying in the racetrack. Will that be in a place that's going to be considered hazardous or not? 4.5 minutes of the race remaining.
Indeed so, and the driving standards flag you can see is being offered to the Belgian entry, Lucas Lecertois. As there, Ruhan Alva for India is ahead of Lecertois as they come out of turn 2. Next in that queue behind them is Ethan Ho for Chinese Taipei. So Belgium on the attack, India at the head of the queue. Chinese Taipei comes up to the outside, and Costa Taparis with an evil handling car. The Australian keeps Malaysia at bay for now. Alistair Young looking for a way past as they wriggle their way out of the chicane. Nose to tail, those two.
Yeah, but Australia's going to be so slow in all the corners around, the 15 turns around Paul Ricard. And all he can do is just hang on and brave it out. 3.5 minutes to go. He's about to be overtaken. Runs way, way wide out of turn 7 onto the Mistral straight.
So 2 of the front runners, Filip Janic for Serbia, Charlie Wirtz for Austria out of the race. There, being squeezed off the racetrack, Lucas Lecertois, he fights back. Young for Malaysia on the outside of Taparis from Australia, who breaks as late as he dares into the chicane and hangs onto the place. Another battle pack building up nicely behind, with 3-4 cars now running as one.
Well, Australia's still hanging in there. It makes you wonder just how efficient the front wing in these cars is, if he can run, still maintain his position, or he's being under a big challenge.
To the inside line there is Belgium, and Lucas Lecertois goes through, goes ahead of India, so that puts Belgium 12. As out wide goes Australia. Costa Taparis loses the place finally there to Alistair Young, who's gone through on the inside. So that's Malaysia up ahead of Australia. And 3 minutes and counting on the clock as they come out of Le Beausset. And more damage, more drama. That was Belgium going off the racetrack. Lucas Lecertois has picked up a little bit of damage, but he's still there, still fighting, and they're absolutely wheel to wheel.
I mean, he was way, way off the corner on the exit of Le Beausset, but came back on again with the same enthusiasm as he went off.
Absolutely right, as the cars here scrabble their way back down through the approach to the Virage du Pont, and 3 wide into the braking zone. Is that going to work? Amazingly, it seems to. India forced out wide, through on the inside line. There goes Chinese Taipei. Contact coming out of the corner, 1 in the wall, and that's Chinese Taipei. That is Ethan Ho, who got turned around. I thought he just gained the place. 2 minutes on the clock. That, I would think, is going to be certainly a yellow flag coming out of the corner because of the danger zone, but it could end up, sadly, being another race that ends under the safety car. As there, look side by side, India just gets back ahead of Georgia. Sandro Tevak-Kaladze falls back. He was another one delayed at the start.
So wherever you look, it's just going nuts. Australia still running, managing to, I don't know how he's managed to drive the car. I don't know how effective the front wing is, because if he can run at this pace, well, maybe it's there more for decorative reasons and for sponsorship reasons than it is a serious aerodynamic device. But you can see coming through turn 6 how much understeer he's got. Nevertheless, hanging in, doing a good job to Paris, running in 11th place, having lost that 10th place to Alistair, not Alex, Alex is the dad, Alistair Young.
Safety car as expected, and it's going to be a race that finishes under the safety car now. So safety car deployed, and with less than a lap time left in the race, just like the GT Cup earlier on, it's going to be a safety car finish. Real shame that. So the safety car deployed, and that means that after a race where he's been on his own, Kimi Antonelli is going to end up with the cars catching up to him right at the very end. Actually, is he going to squeeze another lap out of it? It's a pointless last lap, even if he does. I mean, in a way, it'd be easier just to put the checkered flag out this time. You've got the cars slowed down, put the flag out, because you're not going to change the result by letting them drive around for another lap. But anyway, better brains than mine are in race control. So the safety car has been called for. Everybody therefore slows right down, and just over half a minute remains to the end of the race. It's all for that car you can see of Ethan Ho that is a retirement. And so through they come, but the safety car will bring them round for one lap, and then the checkered flag will be shown. So Kimi Antonelli wins the Formula 4 Cup qualifying race. The safety car now sets off, but as I say, this is a very pointless lap because the order can't change. So the field goes through with the order being Italy, Portugal and Switzerland. And then you've got Brazil in 4th place, but all these finishing positions sort out the grid for tomorrow. Right, let's try and piece it all together, because it was a real old scrum. Up the inside went Chinese Taipei against India. Got ahead. Is it another interlocking wheel situation? Yeah. It is, and that's turned him around. Yeah,
the interlocking wheel was inevitable. They were so close together on the exit of the final turn, and again, it's the dive down the inside, and then they get together and then spits off there, you can see, and all of a sudden goes off at 90 degrees to the racetrack and reverses into the wall. Maybe got a little bit of whiplash. I saw when he got out of the car holding his wrist and wondering, is that something that's going to be a problem, or is it just a little sort of a strain that it'll vanish overnight?
Well, there is a very frustrated Ethan Ho, the Chinese Taipei racer, having to watch the cars come across the line now without him. He's raced quite a lot in single-seaters in America, the 17-year-old. He was the runner-up 2 years ago in the Skip Barber race series, and okay, was getting stuck in. But again, we talked about it before the race. This wasn't the race to get stuck in. That's tomorrow's race. And for some, it's bitten badly, hasn't it?
It's inevitable. I mean, everybody knows, they're all spoken to. They're all told what they've got to do. This is a race to a race. But, you know, just think about what's more important. Today's has an importance, but tomorrow is when you're going to win your medals.
So the cars coming out of the chicane on the Mistral. When they were racing, largely, it was good racing, it was hard racing, it was exactly what we wanted to see, and what you were predicting, what you were looking forward to.
It's what you get with junior single-seater racing. A bunch of young competitors, 15 to 17, and, you know, they're so pumped up with adrenaline, testosterone, and red mist, and this is what you get when you're young. We all have had it, we've all been guilty of it, and eventually it drains away, and you learn more about control and when to move and when not to move, and when an opportunity arises, is it going to be a closing gap, or is it something you want to decide to avoid and then wait for another opportunity?
So the cars make their way out of Le Beausset, and Kimi Antonelli then will take the win in this qualifying race for the KCMG F4 Cup. And the safety car brings them around for, as I say, what has been a largely pointless lap, because the order hasn't been able to change because they can't go racing. But rather than put the checkered flag out a lap early, or a few seconds early, it's been decided to run them round behind the safety car. So Kimi Antonelli will win and therefore take another pole position. This time it'll be the important one for the main race. And as the cars come then now out of the Virage du Pont, the safety car stays out, brings them across the line. So the clock has hit 0. Up towards the line they come. And the observer in the safety car pointing at the checkered flag, which is shown. And so the qualifying race finishes with the safety car leading them across the line. Kimi Antonelli is the winner for Italy from Manuel Espirito Santo for Portugal, who's driven well actually all day. He hasn't been one of the stars necessarily of the Spanish Championship, but he's looked pretty pacey here, and a second place on the grid for the main race tomorrow is pretty impressive. And third for Switzerland, Dario Cabanela, who was only 7th on the grid. He's somebody else. I know he benefited a bit by incidents ahead, but even so, he kept out of trouble and raced well, gained ground. So Dario Cabanela also coming through strongly. But the winner of the qualifying race is Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the Italian athlete, and he wins in the end by, for what it's worth, 0.8 of a second, but that doesn't really tell you the whole story of that qualifying race.
Everybody else behind, it was a matter of sorting yourselves out on the run into turn 1. And the driver that managed to do that best of all was the Portugal entry, Manuel Espirito Santo. If there hadn't been all that melee that went on the opening lap, maybe he wouldn't have finished second. But the key is he kept out of trouble and he got himself up into a position where he finished second. That, for me, is more important.
Let's look at the results of the qualifying race for the KCMG F4 Cup. Italy takes the win from Portugal with Switzerland third. Fourth, Brazil ahead of Spain, and then Korea in 6th place. Denmark 7th from Panama, Ukraine 9th and Malaysia 10th. Belgium 11th. Australia faded because of the damage to 12th ahead of Hungary. India dropped back. Georgia 15th after a bad start. Kimi Antonelli then the winner for Italy. Manuel Espirito Santo second for Portugal, and Dario Cabanela in third. Fourth, the Brazilian driver Pedro Claro ahead of the Spanish entry of Bruno Del Pino. Then Michael Shin, the Korean, in 6th ahead of Julius Dinesen, Valentino Mini, Alexander Partishev and Alistair Young to round out the top 10. And those that we lost, Austria, Serbia and Chinese Taipei, with Chile joining in but being a lap down after that delay starting from the pits. Now back here at the FIA Motorsport Games, we are looking forward to rallying because the action is drawing closer. The teams have had a chance now to recce the stage. Now, of course, one of the aspects of modern-day rallying is that you can't go into a stage you've not at least had a chance to look at before. And although they were on track last night, it was a different configuration. Here we've got 3 lanes, we've got 3 different routes. And they weren't able to recce it earlier because the stage wasn't built, because the circuit's been in use all day. So things have had to be put back because, as somebody quite rightly pointed out, we need to have a look at this. And so we are going to have, in about 9 minutes' time, the cars for the historics, followed by Rally 4. Then there'll be the recce for Rally 2, because they're still in Parc Fermé, having come back from stage 13, and they need a chance to at least have a look at the course themselves. So that will take about 20 minutes or so for them to drive the lap before they do it in anger. Now, David Addison and Ben Constanduris are trackside. Ben has been stage side, if that's a word, over the course of the rally, enjoying the countryside locally, because they've had some good roads to attack. And what felt like a conventional rally for 2 days, with special stage times being added together, have given us now purely a order which is now going to be the top 3 on those combined stage times going into a shootout. And it is the results, effectively, of, with the benefit of ease of description, a race that will give us the gold, the silver and the bronze medals. So those stage times only really work to get you a top 3 to get you to this point. So you might be third after SS13, but you could yet be a gold medalist. You could be 2 minutes behind. But if your car works best on this race, on this almost rallycross style stage with a joker lap, is it a super special? Is it a rally sprint course? I'm not quite sure we've got a word for it yet.
No,
you could still be the winner, is what I'm trying to get to anyway.
It is brand new in terms of its format. I don't think we've ever seen this before, because they are sharing the same piece of tarmac, like a rallycross track. But if it was a super special stage, they would be separated at least by half a lap. If you unwrap a super special stage track, it becomes one circular loop with cars starting at different points on that loop. Wrap it back together again, you put the 2 cars together, and that's how you make a super special stage. But ultimately, they're separated. They're not separated by barriers. It looks like they are, but actually they're separated by half a lap. Lots of warming of tyres and brakes going on here, which is not necessarily maybe it is allowed, but usually there are sections specifically in the road book and the regulations to say you can warm up your tyres at this point. It's basically to stop people doing donuts in the middle of street stages and we're entertaining people. So the red flag is out, which means they've done their recce, they've done their 3 laps. And so there's historics as well.
There is Antonio Sainz, who is for the historic class with the glorious Porsche. We were suggesting a little while ago this could be the ultimate car to have around here out of the historics, because surely a Porsche, which is a GT car for a rally stage, is going to be better than a Quattro, which is a rally car.
Yeah, let's see how Antonio Sainz didn't have the time on Zippo last night, but all the times are relatively close, weren't they?
Yeah.
So there is the possibility that we could see something different. And I think the real key thing here is the 3-lap thing. There will be 2 cars on the same piece of track for the first lap. Then after that, the second lap, they all should be on different parts of the track, because they will have all done different laps.
Yes.
Slightly different routes.
Different lengths.
And they're not full different laps. They are just literally, in the rallycross world, we would say they are joker laps. So they're a little section where you have to go a bit longer or shorter.
But ultimately, although we're talking about, if you like, laps 1 and 2 and 3, it is one stage. So
yes.
Everybody does the same mileage.
At the end.
Yes.
But only at the end.
Only at the end of lap 3.
Yeah.
It will all balance out. Medals, of course, are becoming increasingly important as we get through the FIA Motorsport Games. The last time we looked, it was France ahead with Belgium. Well, now the Netherlands has joined as well, because that has got 2 medals. It's 2 golds to France, which trumps a gold and a silver of the Netherlands, and a gold and a bronze of Belgium. Latvia have got a gold, so she's 4th. Great Britain has now got a medal and is 4th, with Spain on 2 silvers and a bronze. Great Britain has a bronze, not a gold, incidentally, because that was from the GT Cup earlier, so I think that's in the wrong column, but we have got a medal. Sweden's got a silver and a bronze. Kuwait's got a silver. Germany has a silver, that again from this GT Cup earlier. Czech Republic, Poland, they are on 1 bronze as well. So medals being scored across the nations, and there's going to be an addition, of course, come the end of this, because there are 3 at stake here. It's not just one rally. There's a medal table for Rally 2, Rally 4, and the historics as well.
And we notice there's no Team Italy on that medal table as yet, but I think they could be, well, they'll be certainly picking up 2 medals, and they could be favourite for picking up a gold in at least the historics and maybe the Rally 2s as well. One other question mark about this rally is, will they all be allowed to use their rally lights? Because you can see they've got them on, but with that being bright lights into the rear screen of another car, they might be prevented from using their full rally pods, which is a shame, but it does help us see the cars a little bit better on the TV.
So, I'm not entirely sure which is which lane here. I looked at my rally expert, my co-driver alongside me.
It should be... Well, that's interesting. They've selected different lanes, because it should have been the winner of the classification first, so Audi, and then alongside the Opel Kadett, because the Opel Kadett was 2nd in the classification, and then 3rd should be the Porsche, but the Porsche's in the middle.
Is lane 1 up against the pit wall, or is lane 1 what would be pole position for a race?
It's up against the pit wall, from what we see there.
Okay, fine. So lanes 1, 3 and 2 is the order. But effectively, as long as you do the mileage, it matters not. We are therefore going to be underway shortly.
Rally laps going on, rally lights going on, I should say. So that should be nice and bright if you are not the first car. Well, actually, if you're the first car, you've got bright in your rear, aren't you?
Andrea Zinian is Zippo. Do we know why he prefers to be called Zippo?
Zippo by name, Zippo by nature.
Something to do with his lighter, possibly. Yes. But anyway, he goes under the nom de plume of Zippo, and straddling the... Now, that's a track limiter fence, surely. Blast off, then. Away they go. And a very good start, as you would anticipate from the Quattro, because it gets the power down. That's where four-wheel drive kicks in. There you see the lanes are separated by the cones, and it is going to be a faster line because it's the easier corner through turn 1 for the Porsche. So notionally, Antonio Sainz is going to be ahead, but now you can see the 3 different variants of the lap all start to converge.
And maybe that's the only bit where they are variable. We'll find out. Will they need to do some overtaking? Because at the moment, Spain out in the lead. Second is the Cadet, and I think the Audi is third, but the fastest car. So in theory here, he's being slightly held up, having been, and he goes up into second position now, but having been the leader. Oh, and actually, very, very politely, Antonio Sainz leaves the door open and drops down to third position. This is remarkable battling from these three on track, and they've changed positions halfway through lap one.
And as you made the point earlier on in the evening, it's all something rather new for these drivers having to go racing, because you might encounter a slow car on a stage that you have to get past, but not actually think about out-braking or going door handle to door handle. And of course, historic rally cars are of a given value, aren't they, as well? That Quattro, for example, is a proper period car and is a very valuable bit of kit, as through the Mistral chicane wriggles the Audi.
I'm so glad we've got the drone.
Yeah,
this is going to help me a lot.
I'm glad they got the lights on as well. So it is going to be seemingly Andrea Zinian who is the man to beat. The Audi Quattro then turning its way through the chicane, avoiding those markers, and now onto the power. So
Here's another thing. The Opel Cadet driver is able to see what the other driver is doing, like you would do on a racetrack. But in a rally, you never get to see your competitor. No. You never get to learn how they are faster than you. So a new experience in that sense as well.
But it's interesting, isn't it, of course, that Zippo, Andrea Zinian, he's got to be the pioneer. He is the first one to find those reference points. Bits of the route they will use more than once, because it's not the entirety of the lap that changes. There are different sections at different places. There is Wojtek Staff in the Opel Cadet then. He is the man doing the chasing. Very, very active historic rallier, as well as modern events. He's got a Polo R5 and a Skoda Fabia R5 that he competes with, whereas very much a historic rally specialist is Andrea Zinian. So it does look as though Team Italy is going to be on for a medal here, but now what's going on behind?
Yeah, so there is another variant at the end of the lap. We saw the Porsche pulling over to the left-hand side there as the other two cars took the conventional track and layout. So we do have a split at the start of the lap, which we saw from the drone, and we have a split at the end of the lap. So further behind now is Antonio Sainz, giving him a bit of clear air, but the other two drivers will have to take that loop at some point.
Right, into the chicane to start lap 2 comes Andrea Zinian, and then behind the Opel Cadet and Wojtek Staff will also have to go through the chicane. This makes it feel like a proper single-venue rally, doesn't it? The speed having to be reduced on a racetrack by these man-made chicanes. But then, now stretching its legs, the Quattro goes for that, if you like, softer route through turn 1, whereas the Opel has to do the sharp chicane that Zippo took on his first lap. Got to avoid those cones, and then the routes converge, and the Porsche is very much tail-end Charlie at the moment. So that first lap for Zippo was a 2 minutes 42.7, so he's already 5.3 seconds faster than Wojtek Staff, but we don't know how it all balances out until we get to the end of the 3 laps for everybody, because although we're talking about laps, it is one stage, and therefore you keep adding the lap times together. It's like a race time, effectively, at the end of those 3 laps.
And most importantly for you rally fans, we don't add it to what they've been doing for the last couple of days. So this is the medals in its entirety. If you're fast in the mountains, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be fast here. We will dictate our medals from this stage alone. There is the Audi, navigating its way through the first part of our chicane. Decent amount of space over the Opel Cadet. And we do know that Antonio Sainz has had to do the longer loop at the end of the lap, and that's why he's so much further down. But ultimately, this has been the order all weekend. Italy, Czech Republic, Spain.
So it is a 2 minutes 42 to beat for lane 1, if you like. But on this lap, it's going to be the longer lap, isn't it, for Zippo? He is going to take, effectively, lane 2, and that's going to have the longer lap at the end. So he's got to try and beat, on this lap, a 3 minutes 1 to be quicker on that lap than Sainz.
Yeah, which should be doable.
Yeah, I agree.
And the tricky thing about comparing lap times is that you take into the consideration the variety of the cars and the drivers we have here. I think if you were looking at the Rally 4 category, it'd be a much easier comparison to make, but we still might be a bit lost going into the second race.
True. But hey, that's what co-drivers are for, Ben. Right, this is Andrea Zinian now having to serve this longer element again, one of the beauties of Paul Ricard is that it's an enormous facility. You've got so much space that you can do things with. You've got the kart track, the drift track, and all these different cut-throughs on the race circuit itself, which lends itself to these interchangeable aspects of this rally stage. The Czech Republic Opel Kadett then presses on in the hands of Wojtek Staff. Here, up to the end of a lap, comes the Audi that is about to go blasting over the timing line, and Andreas Zinian will come through. We'll see what this lap is going to be. If it's better than 3 minutes and 1, then we'll see it, and that lap time is a 2:49.657. So 2:49.657 is the lap for Zippo, and that was on lane 3, if you like. Right, that's Staff, who now has to go on the longest of the laps. So he does a 3 minutes 1:5:35 on his second lap. And he's got the longest of the 3. Now, the Porsche is on the shortest of the 3. So this is potentially where Antonio Sainz comes back into the equation. But Zippo is already 17 seconds to the good. Although you would think the Porsche is a good race car, either way, the Opel Kadett is a little bit gutless, a little bit breathless against the Audi, isn't it? Because, of course, that's a 2-litre turbo engine. But the Porsche, just not really firing as you might have anticipated around here.
Yeah, I wonder whether he's got a slight misfire on that car. It didn't look like it was perhaps operating like we've seen up in the mountains. And maybe a little bit of an issue for Antonio Sainz for Team Spain.
Right, so here's the Audi, wriggling its way almost through this paperclip style sequence at the chicane. There's the Porsche. Misfire or not, it still makes a great sound, but I think it's lost too much time in the first 2 laps of the stage to really be a factor now, even for second place in the times. Now, again, we make the point, we're looking at medals here. It's not just the times for the event. The times will determine who gets gold, who gets bronze, and who gets silver.
Yeah, Spain and Sainz have made a big effort in the rally category. We've got Spanish representation across all 3 different categories, all entered by RACC, which will lose their WRC round next year, rumour has it.
You're right about the commitment they've made to rallying and to the event, because Spain is the only nationality with somebody in every discipline.
Oh, wow.
Which is a massive commitment across, what have we got in the end, 16 disciplines, so it's absolutely mighty. So, Andrea Zinian, Zippo, looks like he's on target for a gold medal here, doesn't he?
And that's well deserved. He's driven that car really well all weekend. He has come in here as the favourite. I think Staff for the Czech Republic is a little, perhaps a surprise in second position. That's really great to see for a nation like the Czech Republic. But ultimately, Zippo with the best car and has driven it strongly. He hasn't been cruising around. He has had that car sideways, and he will take the medal for Italy.
So, up towards the line he comes, and as he breaks the beam, now it is the checkered flag. Through the flying finish will go Andrea Zinian, and the cumulative stage time is 8 minutes 24.264 seconds. 8 minutes 24.264 seconds is the time, and Andrea Zinian then takes not only the stage, but he will take the gold medal. For silver, it is going to be Wojtek Staff. It's not, again, we're talking about the times, but you can see the order they come across the line, which again dictates the medals order. So Wojtek Staff was 19.6 seconds back, and Antonio Sainz is set for the bronze in the Porsche.
Yeah, and that last lap from the Czech Republic actually was a better lap than he'd done the previous lap. So if he was on lap B, that seems to be the fastest of the 3 laps, and he reduced the gap just a little bit to Zippo on that last tour, probably down to the fact he was on a different configuration rather than he was faster.
So Antonio Sainz will take bronze for Spain, and the medals table is going to be shuffled accordingly. But as Ben was making the point a little while ago, this is the first representation on that medal table now for Italy within the FIA Motorsport Games. As up towards the line comes the Porsche 911 SC, growling its way towards the line. Porsche, of course, in the tarmac rally world, very, very competitive, whether it was in Europe, whether it was in things like the Tour de Course or the Circuit of Ireland, and also, of course, rally raids in the early days. Porsches were rugged enough to go well in that. So we move next to Rally 4. Just to reiterate, Italy takes gold. Rally 4, then, for this golden stage, has been more of a battle, really, between Roberto Dapra, between the Spanish driver Oscar Palomo Ortiz and Ali Turcan, who took a stage win on SS12 earlier on in the day at Le Grand Counet. This, I suspect, is going to be a lot more competitive, with all due deference, than the historics that we have just seen.
0.7 of a second between Ortiz Palmero and Roberto Dapra yesterday evening on the track, with Ali Turcan fourth fastest. He was the slowest of the three, and actually Tom Renderson was a little bit faster than him. So Ortiz Palmero and Roberto Dapra have been swapping fastest stage times throughout the weekend. Absolutely mega. And I imagine this is going to be a bit of a battle. I wonder whether we might see some touching between the two Peugeots. Getting ready.
Absolutely right. So the clock ticks down. Start time is due to be 20:30. The officials standing in front of the cars to make sure that nobody gets a bit toey and blasts away when they shouldn't do. So for this, you have got, for Italy, the classification leader after SS13, Roberto Dapra. For Spain, there is Oscar Palomo Ortiz. And then for Turkey, there will be Ali Turcan lining up on the third lane.
Yes, and they are able to choose their lanes. So we are seeing Team Italy here in the middle. So they will do the fastest lap first, because they will do lap B first. Whereas we have Spain in the position that we saw Zippo in on the far inside, which was a slower first part, if you remember. Zippo came out of the first couple of sections behind the other two.
So you do lap B on lap 1.
For the middle lane.
The middle. Away they blast then. So we are in business for the medal stage, the golden stage for Rally 4. Straight away, Spain, then Oscar Palomo Ortiz. He will have to stand on the brakes, go sharp right, then a hairpin left almost, to then go right again. Whereas from the middle, you've got that really nice, fast, flowing start to the stage to really get you into a rhythm nice and early. And that, for Roberto Dapra, could well be crucial. Italy then turning through the first proper hairpin and then on towards the Mistral. Turkey second, it's going to be Spain third on track at the moment. No, it's not. It is, I'll tell you a lie, Turkey still second, Spain third. But have a look at this, wheels lifting. Oscar Palomo Ortiz fighting now to catch up to the Turkish car.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get held out by Ali Turcan whatsoever. This is now going into the rallycross style, but of course in rallycross you have a choice of when you take the Joker lap. Here he is fixed onto a different lap, and he's going to be looking forward to the end of the Mistral, because then the laps then split again, and that's the opportunity that Dapra has to not get lost, or sorry, not Dapra, Palermo, get too much held up by that Turkish driver.
Yeah, so Oscar Palomo then trying to find a way as quickly as he can to wriggle past Ali Turcan, whilst if you talk about this in terms of a race almost, Roberto Dapra getting away now from the rest of them as he threads his way through the Mistral chicanes, of which in this corkscrew effect it goes round and hairpins again. Now the power kicks in, so Dapra, who has shared the bulk of the stage wins with Oscar Palomo, with Ali Turcan getting one of them himself, he now comes along the Mistral straight.
So, yeah, still through that section of turns, still we have Spain behind Turkey. How much has he lost behind Turkey? Ali Turcan was 4.1 seconds back at the end of our 4.7 kilometre stage last night. This is obviously triple that distance. He doesn't want to be following anybody. He wants to be having a clean run of things, but he's right up on the tail there.
Interesting as well, the way that the cars have sort of yeed and yawed over the course of the event. Yesterday, Oscar Palomo had 3 stage wins. He hasn't had a single one today, but let's see what he's got in terms of racecraft. As we've been making the point, this is something very, very new, to have to fight against a car. Normally, if you catch a car on the stage, it's got a problem and it will get out of your way. But here, you can defend.
Here's the one to think about. Maybe he realised he was going to be in the top 3, and he set the car up for this stage and this stage alone, and sacrificed pace out there in the mountains so that he was good tonight. A car in the mountains would not have been a good car on the track.
It's certainly a thought as they come then out of the virage Dupont up over the line, at the end of which Roberto Dapra's first lap was a 2:37.009. Into the chicane they come, stand on the brakes, then flick the cars through the left, right, left sequence. And Spain is ahead of Turkey as they hit the chicane. So Spain has done it. Through has gone Oscar Palomo. There they are.
Oh, well, I think he hit the barrier. I think he hit a tyre there. Now, I don't know what the kind of penalty would be for that, but certainly he was very hot into the chicane.
Right, there's Turkey for the slow approach then to lap 2. And Oscar Palomo made his way through then as the Spanish car may have picked up some damage. The brakes glowing, great sights these as Roberto Dapra comes to the Mistral, but closing the gap now is a hard-charging Oscar Palomo. These two are real stars of Rally 4. They are very successful within WRC and the European Rally Championship. Palomo, for example, 2 wins. He leads the junior ERC contest. He has been a very, very successful driver in Rally 4 competitions over the last couple of years. Roberto Dapra likewise took part in Rally Monte Carlo. He's another European Rally Championship regular. So you've got 2 Rally 4 specialists here going toe-to-toe. So out of the first part of the Mistral chicane loop comes Roberto Dapra. Goes left, goes right, swings his way now, not towards the racetrack, but sharp right. Goes back the way he's just come. You can see the way behind him that Oscar Palomo is hunting him down, trying to reduce that deficit all the while. So the Peugeot of Roberto Dapra, the Peugeot of Oscar Palomo, very evenly matched as they come back onto the Mistral, but Palomo is certainly not out of the equation just yet. Ali Turkan is falling away, but he, of course, has had to do rather slower initial laps. Another chicane, that's the Mistral chicane contended with, but Palomo now is very much the chaser. He can judge some of his reference points against what Roberto Dapra is doing up the road. So Roberto Dapra comes out of senior, and he will take his route through that cut-through. Behind is Palomo, so it's Italy versus Spain here. Now, of course, different laps, different routes. Spain wriggles through that cut-through.
Yes, now that's the longer one, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that then enlarges the gap between Italy and Spain. But actually, Turkey was on the even longer one in the back of the shot.
So Palomo at the end of the first lap, the first third of the stage, if you like, was third in the times because he'd taken the longer route. This time he should be up to second, and we'll see whether or not he can jump ahead on the final lap, which they are about to start. Through they come then now. So down towards the chicane goes Roberto Dapra, throws the car into the right, into the left, into the right, wriggles through the chicane. There's Spain, that's Palomo. This is where he glanced the tyre stack a lap back, but he's okay this time around, and he is now 3.8 seconds behind. So Palomo is certainly taking the fight to Dapra.
Was there a change there at the bottom of the shot? I think there might have been, just with the variance of the lap. So I think we might have Spain back ahead.
Indeed, because Dapra had to serve the slower lap. There is Dapra then, and it's going to be very, very close between them. It is still just Italy ahead, I reckon, as they come now towards the Mistral, but it's going to be really close. Yes, it is Italy, it is Spain, it is Turkey. That is the order, but Palomo is, what, 3 lengths back, if that? He is hustling on. Flash of the lights now.
He's been watching GT3 racing, hasn't he? Not something you'd be doing in rallying very often.
But now, once you get back onto the Mistral straight and things settle down, the co-driver is almost redundant. This is just absolute horsepower. This is bravery. This is racecraft coming into play.
They've got a different variation, remember, at the end of the lap to still contend with. Through the chicanes here, they're going to have to follow Melida. But who has still got the longer of the laps to do when we get to the far end of the track? That could well decide this. And I think Italy still have a longer lap to do than Spain.
Okay, so Spain now trying to get close to then, if you like, get the undercut on the next Joker lap, in quotes, through the hairpin they come. This is an elongated hairpin, but deep into it goes Dapra. Late braking also from Palomo. Italy versus Spain still. And the gap, I think, is probably up a fraction. And again, because these are evenly matched cars, it is down to bravery through this next chicane. You don't need to make a mistake here. This is where you need a good flash of the lights to try to distract your man ahead. Palomo brakes as late as he possibly can, scrabbles through. Ali Turkan is set for bronze, I fear, in third place, but the gold medal is up for grabs.
Absolutely. Now we're coming to the final part of the lap. One Peugeot 208 will go one way, the other will go a different direction. They'll merge before the final turn, and only then will we really know who is faster and slower. They follow the same path with the first part. Maybe they've both done that longer loop.
I think we have seen that, haven't we now? So this is looking a bit more as though it's going to go Italy's way, because as they come down towards the Virage du Pont, they'll be heading up towards the flying finish this time, and Oscar Palomo has given it his all. But in theory, it should really be Dapra anyway. He's had more stage wins. He won the classification on those special stages. He will be a deserving gold medalist.
Fantastic drive from Roberto Dapra. Not huge experience around these roads, really having to learn the Peugeot 308. And he takes the checkered flag for Italy. That's 2 gold medals in the space of 15 minutes for Team Italy. The rallying is very much going their way.
Absolutely right. So bravo, complimenti Roberto Dapra. He takes the gold medal. It is silver for Spain, and Oscar Palomo threw everything at that, didn't he? He didn't just drive round. That was a properly committed effort. So it's 2 golds for Italy. It's a bronze and a silver for Spain, and it is a bronze medal now for Turkey and a silver for the Czech Republic, let's not forget.
Remarkable amount of things to think about. It really is. You know, this is so different to what they're used to. Which lane do you take? Are you going to, you need to take the faster lane at the start, surely, because you don't want to get held up like we saw Roberto Dapra, certainly in one part of the lap, really stuck behind the Turkish team. And then the racecraft, as you say, where can we overtake? Is there a possibility of overtaking?
So now the Rally 2 drivers present themselves, and they have to think not just about the stage yet, but about their recce, because they are going to be given time in order to go and have a look at the stage. So it is going to be the top 3 drivers after SS13 that will go into battle, and I want to call him the rally winner, and you sort of know what I mean. But for France, it is Mathieu Arzeno, who has dominated Rally 2, and he is somebody that we'll come to in a moment because he has actual racecraft. Again, Spain is involved in this because Jose Maria Lopez, second on the classification after SS13, and then for Estonia, it will be Georg Linnamäe, who will represent his nation. You've got the Skoda for Mathieu Arzeno, you've got the Hyundai for Jose Maria Lopez, and the Volkswagen Polo for George Linnamäe. So good variety this time in terms of the cars.
That's right, great variety, because there's a lot of Skodas, and Skoda is the car to have when you're in the world of Rally 2 or WRC2 or ERC. This is the category which is used for the European Rally Championship. So I think they are literally discussing with the FIA which lane they want to take. And once they've officially said which lane they're taking, then we are putting them in that lane. Teo Martin Motorsport running the car. University students of the MSI University running the car. A great opportunity, a great place to go and study motorsport, various forms, whether it be engineering or administration. And Teo Martin, team Teo Martin, very ever present, both in the real and also in the virtual world. MSI have an esports team which is made up mainly of alumni from the university.
So co-drivers make sure that the paperwork is all in order, as we were discussing yesterday. There are penalties if you check in too early or too late.
It's difficult to see, but I wonder whether that's a clean sheet of paper.
And now the notes are to be made.
Well, if they haven't recce'd it, they haven't made notes.
No, very true. I was thinking more about the time controls and all of that, but yes, you're quite right. There will have to be some notes now to be made. They will have a stage map. Those have been issued already to them, but you know, you look at it and you think, I don't understand that, because there are all these wiggly lines that converge and then feed off again. So that's why they're given this chance to have a proper recce. Estonia arrives then. That is Georg Linnamäe.
So I wonder whether they will now be literally writing notes as though it was a stage, ignoring this lap A, B, and C thing, and going, right, our first corner is a 3 right for the inside line, whereas the middle guy, his first note will be flat, flat chat.
Yeah, and you treat it, as you say, as whatever the mileage is of this, rather than 3 laps. It is...
That would be a lot less confusing.
13.5 kilometres in terms of the stage kilometerage. So yes, exactly how I think you're right in suggesting they would do that as one flowing stage. It's only you and I that are calling these laps, really. I mean, these are rally people. They just keep going. They start and they finish.
Yes.
The fact that actually the start and finish are nearly in the same place, that's a bonus.
Yeah.
It doesn't normally happen, does it?
That's true also.
So this will be the final activity on track of the day. It will also determine the final 3 rally medals. France, Spain, Estonia. So Italy steps out of the competition at this point. But we've had, now is this a portent for Spain, a bronze and then a silver. You see where I'm heading?
Pepe Lopez would love a gold medal, and he was the fastest man, wasn't he, last night?
Yeah.
Now, this is not a racing start. Don't get excited. This is the start of their recce. So they are, in theory, driving at road speed, and when doing so, writing notes.
Yes.
So don't expect fireworks. This could be a study in rallying.
Now, there are going to be people watching this who will think, I can't believe this. I can think of one bloke in Lichfield, if he's watching, who will ring me on Monday, give me a hard time for this. But in the days of the RAC rally before pace notes, you just had to do it off your ordnance survey maps. And the co-driver wasn't a fat lot of help, other than saying, turn left or turn right or fast left, because there was no chance. It was a blind rally. There was no chance to do pace notes. So a recce would be an absolute luxury, but you really had to be good on the maps to get your man through a forest that you'd never seen before. And if it was in the dark and in the snow, as RAC rallies, as an example, often were, it was a massive achievement.
And that definitely changes the whole characteristic of how you go rallying. These days, onboard cameras, so you are able to watch the stage you've just done. If you, especially like we saw here, we use the same bit of road 5 times. So by the end of the rally, these guys have got that in their head. They've probably watched it another 5 times on their onboard cameras to see where they were going wrong. Did they brake too late at that point? Did they brake too early? Photographic memory in rallying these days is the #1 cheat. Gus Greensmith in WRC has the most amazing memory.
Really?
He can tell you the tiniest detail about a stage. You go, right, stage 7, Rally Spain. 15 kilometers in, what's on the left-hand side? And after a few seconds, so, oh yeah, there's that sheep, isn't there?
I can remember it all.
Amazing.
Amazing, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. But if you think back to, earlier days, I can remember some onboard from Mike Broad's co-driving the late Russell Brooks, and it all goes silent for about 5 seconds, and Mike eventually says, turn left. Great help, thanks, Mike. But that was all he had. That was all the information. Confirmation of how things stood at the end of the historic Golden Stage. This super special. Zippo Andreasinian, along with Nicola Arena, takes gold. Wojtek Staff with Vladimir Zelinka sitting alongside the silver for the Czech Republic, behind Italy and Spain. Taking bronze, Antonio Sainz and David de la Puente. For Rally 4, that is confirmed with the medals going the way of Italy, then Spain, then Turkey.
There's only one question mark, and I really hope that there is no further action, but we did see Spain clip that barrier.
Yeah. Well, let's just do the medals quickly before we come back to that. Rally 4 on this Golden Stage. Italy takes gold, Roberto Depra and Luca Guglielmetti from Oscar Palomo and Rodrigo San Juan. And then it is bronze for Turkey, Ali Takan with Ahmet Burak Erdene in 3rd. So it is Italy, Spain, Turkey, gold for Italy, silver for Spain, bronze for Turkey. I'd be surprised if there were to be a penalty for Spain, because if you're on a special stage and you clip a tree or a rock, or heaven forfend a spectator, you pick up damage, but you battle on, and it's only the same here. If you hit trackside furniture, well, it's your problem.
However, let's take WRC as an example. When they went to Monza rally, which is very similar to what we're doing here, putting lots of tyre barriers and cones around the Monza racetrack, when they were clipped, there was a 5-second penalty. If you took out those, because it's part of the supplementary regulations for that particular event. I have dug into the supplementary regulations here, and other than disrespect of the route, there's nothing to suggest that clipping a cone will do anything for you, other than damage the car.
But you can understand why that thought was put in, because hitting a cone and knocking it aside certainly ain't going to do as much damage as hitting a tree and trying to knock it aside. So people could take liberties like they do with track limits.
And like in rallying, the same example of track limits is cutting. Now, somehow in this rally, there is not a lot of cutting, and it's very, very dry, so they're not dragging huge amounts of dirt onto the track, but cutting is track limits, basically, in the world of rallying. You take your car off the tarmac, onto the gravel, the grass, the inside of a turn. Number 1, to straighten that turn and to go faster. Number 2, and sometimes this is done more beneficially, dragging dirt onto the track for the people who are coming behind.
Ah, yes.
And Ogier really has pushed that over the last couple of years. Doesn't cut because it's going to gain him half a second. He cuts because it will slow up everybody else.
Yeah, that's where he gains the half a second.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. It's an interesting approach, isn't it? And again, it shows the thinking driver. You know, in the same way that we used to talk about Formula One, people like Michael Schumacher coming absolutely storming into the pit lane during practice just to see where he had to brake late and how far he could push it.
Yeah.
It's that computer-like brain that professional race rally drivers do have. That's not road speed. He can flick the back out like that, I suspect, from Pepe Lopez. But anyway, the opportunity to recce the stage is also going in tandem with getting warmth into tyres, look.
Yes, which we saw Rally 4 doing, didn't we? And then, of course, they had to wait for the historics to do their thing. I wonder whether this is why the Rally 2 category of car are wrecking now, so that the heat that they're generated by running stays in that car, and they don't have stone-cold tyres and stone-cold car straight off the line.
Certainly thought.
Because they're parked up just round the corner here. So to get onto the start line, they don't really have the warm-up time that they would usually have driving to a stage.
Well, we are about to discover who the medalists are going to be. Now, Matteo Arzeno has been the dominant driver. He was beaten only once on the special stages. And guess who that was by? And guess where it was?
Yes,
it was
exactly.
by Jose Maria Lopez Planeas, and it was here last night. But Matteo Arzeno, former single-seater racer, that stands him perhaps in better stead than the others.
And the gaps today were so much smaller than yesterday. Yes, the stages were the same, so the drivers that didn't have the experience on Friday had gained experience on Saturday. But again, like we spoke with Rally 4, have they compromised that car in the whole of today, which would have been horrible for him, so that it works in this stage? One of those stages of the loop today was the mountain pass, the big col. So very nadgery, very slow, lots of hairpins and stuff like that. The second one was much more akin to this track, wide and fast. So actually it wouldn't have been as bad as had they had to run the first stage of the loop yesterday, which was the one that was broken tarmac and horrific in my RS.
Oh, okay.
And therefore would have been horrific in a rally car. So the way the thing bounced, the tarmac was so rough and ready and bouncing around, you wouldn't want a stiff car.
Just want to come back to one point in a moment, just about the stages you were discussing, but we are going to have a look at a change to Rally 4, and what you were talking about in terms of a penalty has been applied to Oscar Palomo, so a change for silver and for bronze. Turkey takes the bronze, and Turkey goes up from bronze to silver, and demoted to bronze, therefore, is Spain, which is a real shame given how energetically Oscar Palomo pushed. But I take your point that you were making, that yes, you can take more liberties with cones and tyre barriers than you can with trees or bushes. Yes.
And that was all down to that overtaking manoeuvre on lap 1, because he was held up by Ali Turkan because they're on different laps. He pushed really hard onto the start finishing straight and basically outbraked himself into that artificial chicane leading on to the second lap, clipped it. We kind of saw it being clipped. I don't know, it was kind of in shot, out of shot. The tyre, I think, came in shot. It's just there, that tyre there that's now been put back. Unfortunately, that was deemed not following the circuit.
Can I just take you back to the description you were offering of the stages from earlier on? Because as a keen student of linguistic matters, is there a French translation for nadgery?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I bet there is.
Can we work on this?
I bet there is. I need to go to...
It's a good rally word, nadgery.
I need to go and put my bubble hop on and hang out with the rally guys a bit more, don't I?
Well, yes, you let me down yesterday without a French version of a Scotch egg as a proper rally fan. De Scotch. De Cos.
De Cos, yes.
And is there a bobble chapeau that you can have as well?
I'm sure. Oh, we love it, though. A bobble hat's very useful in the mountains.
Okay.
For skiing.
Ah, right. Okay. I bow to your knowledge of this too. Right, so the Rally 2 cars are making their way back round towards the start of their final stage, at the end of which, of course, there will be the medal podiums. So that's why those penalties are being quickly reviewed and applied. So the podiums are going to be done tonight rather than tomorrow day, straight after the activity, and hopefully we can have a word with the drivers as well. So something very, very different for them, but it's a very different sort of event. And this is one of the things you have to kind of embrace at Motorsport Games, which is that, yes, it's a familiar concept, but tweaked because it's a very different event. You know, the GT Cup races, as an example that we've had earlier on in the day, yeah, there are pit stops, but there's no mandatory tyre change that you would have in other categories or other GT championships. Here, you've done the conventional rallying bit, but this is the made-for-TV stage at the end of the day, and it's something different.
And it's a nod to a format of that we don't see represented in the Motorsport Games. We have the World Rallycross Championship happening this weekend in Barcelona, and so we don't have Rallycross represented here. We have cross car, which is very similar, buggies, but on a kind of together racing, and we'll see those at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll be able to show you the coverage of that. And so that's half a nod to Rallycross. Rallycross, the difference between Rallycross and Autocross, Rallycross has to have 2 surfaces, Autocross has to have 1. Cross car is the car that races on Autocross tracks.
And Rallycross tracks?
Yes, because the Cross Car Academy can go on dual surface.
But the Cross Car Seniors, as a student of this now, was at the Rally X thing in Latvia I was talking about back in the summer.
Yes.
So many of those drivers were in that. There's Cross Car Junior and Cross Car Senior there. So that is, again, something that is dual purpose. Autocross and Rallycross tracks can be provided.
I mean, there's not a lot difference between the two. And when there was a touring car category in autocross, it was the same basically as the rallycross category. Now the touring car category is gone from, and so the focus really is now on that these buggies that are powered by either motorbike engines or something even faster, and that's that world. But yes, we've got cross car, we don't have rallycross, so having 3 rally cars alongside each other is a nod to that, I think.
I mean, you look at actually what we have this year at the FIA Motorsport Games, there's not much missing.
Nope.
You know, you could say, what about a historic race class? But I wonder whether, depending on what historic class you had, owners would want to change the livery for national colours. You know, you can't imagine historic Formula 1 cars going out of period livery for the country's colours for one event. Truck racing, maybe, but that gives you other dramas in what to do with the circuit and what's licensed to have truck racing. You could do it here, maybe, but certain venues you couldn't. What else is there?
Hill climb?
That's a thought.
I was thinking about that because these guys basically did hill climbs all day today. They were going up a hill. Not dissimilar to a rally stage, really.
No, that's true.
But with very different vehicles.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was thinking on my long drive back today from the cross car venue. It's amazing how many things you can do with an engine and 4 wheels.
Yeah. I mean, the other one, which surely there is provision for somewhere around the complex here, is a sprint. Can we stretch it to drag racing?
Ooh.
Hockenheim can do that.
I mean, the Mistral Straight's quite long.
Yeah, exactly.
That works.
But again, you're giving up quite a lot of time to use the Mistral Straight for drag racing. You kind of need to get that done in a day, and then the circuit for the racing element. But anyway, we are speculating because there's no suggestion necessarily that this has to be in the same place every year. So who knows where the FIA Motorsport Games might relocate to in the future if it isn't to be at Paul Ricard. But right now, we have our medal table to be updated after the next few minutes.
And it's because it's a rally, co-drivers need to hand over their time cards to be filled in with the time in which the stage starts. So that's what's going on with those marshals handing something through a window. This is still under rally regulations. This must have been a headache for Nicholas Klinger, who kind of came up with the whole premise to merge the two. Matthew is going to be going in the middle, so he's got a really fast first lap.
He has.
And Pepe is going to be the 3rd person onto the Mistral Straight on the right-hand side for Spain.
And Georg Linnemer hasn't had a stage win, but he's been there or thereabouts, evinced by the fact that he's 3rd in the classification. So we are just about good to go, I think. The stage was due to start at 20:50. We're already 5 minutes behind that, but we can't be too far away now. Doors close. Drivers get themselves in the zone.
It's not just a close.
It's a slam.
It must be a slam.
Yeah.
Always must be a slam.
Make sure it's not going to pop open at the first corner, which we did see
yes.
from Antonio Sainz. Right, so the clock ticks on down. Everybody looking for the time, and cars lined up ready to do battle.
I mean, great nationalities to be represented in Rally 2, right? Estonia with Oyt Tanak in the World Rally Championship as a champion. We've got Danny Sordo for Spain in the World Championships, and of course, France have won every single one, bar the one that Estonia won for 15 odd years. So we have countries represented correctly here for our final.
Exactly. It's a far cry from Finland and Sweden and Norway as it used to
there
be,
is
for
that,
example.
isn't there?
How the world changes, eh? Medals on the line. The Rally 2 Golden Stage about to get underway. Blast off. Great start by Arzeno then as they accelerate down towards the first part of the stage. This is where 3 different lines will be taken.
So Palermo goes off, Lopez goes off to the right-hand side. He's got the slowest of the laps. The second slowest lap is on Georg Linnamäe on the far left-hand side, which leaves the Frenchman Arzeno well ahead, but he will have to do both of those laps in the coming next 10 minutes or so. It does mean that Lopez, I don't think he's going to catch Linnamäe because they are so equal on times. It's not like we've got one a lot slower than the other two. These 3 really, on a circuit like this, are toe-to-toe.
Right, so they turn their way through that little cut-through and make their way then towards the Mistral. But again, because of the number of different configurations you can run around Paul Ricard, there is so much space, there's so much scope for the special stage. So now they come onto the Mistral itself, but there's the first of the chicanes to negotiate, but then you can't join the circuit because it's barriered off, so you've got to sort of loop round yourself and then go back in the opposite direction and then back in the correct direction up through the Mistral chicane. But instead of going back onto the straight, again, cones in the way that shepherd you into a sharp right, and then this elongated left-hand hairpin. So you go deep into it, and it's the second point that's the sharper.
And the other thing you're getting here is you're getting lights from the other cars in your face, which does happen on rally stages like this, where they're very, very sinuous. But Mathieu is absolutely checking out at the front of the field. The track that he would have raced in single-seaters as a young kid. He's done the Rally Saint-Baume before. That'll be coming up in December. He lives around the area as well, so knows the road from his road car as well as his race car. Has experience of this, but doesn't have experience at all of the format.
So the lights come towards us, coming out of Senior, but instead of coming down to Le Beausset, they use that next cut through, and Mathieu Arzeno then wriggles his way left, right, then the gradual right that's going to bring him back onto the race circuit. But look in the background, you can see the way that Linnamäe and also Lopez are absolutely charging there for Estonia. Is Georg Linnamäe heading up then towards the completion of the first third, if you like. This is really the first split that we get as they come up to the line, but with the tyres squealing in protest, hard on the brakes, into the virage du pont comes Mathieu Arzeno, looking for gold here.
He is really, really pushing. Of course, these cars are 4-wheel drive, so you could just slam on that throttle and allow all 4 wheels to scrabble for grip as he was doing so. Mathieu's had this car really loose all weekend. I've seen it darting around under brakes and at one point heading for me under brakes. It's really spectacular the way he drives his Volkswagen.
Right, so Arzeno's flying lap was 2:24, just to put it in the context of some of the historic times that we had at the start of the evening, as now Mathieu Arzeno then is 4.5 seconds up on Georg Linnamäe at the end of the first lap, the first proper intermediate, if you like, with Pepe Lopez then a further 2 seconds behind. So now the first task for Lopez is to try and jump Estonia. So Spain chasing Estonia, they're both chasing France. Mathieu Arzeno way clear in the lead right now.
Yes, but this is the slowest lap, I think, for Arzeno now. If he was... Oh, no, because my notes are wrong, so ignore that. At some point, he's got to do a slower lap. At some point, he's going to fall closer into this pack. And I have to say that Pepe Lopez looks like he's really keeping that gap steady between the two of them.
Yeah, but he has to make up 6.5 seconds from the end of the first run over the timing line. As there, Arzeno now goes, again, that fantastic drone shot looking down. Totally clear, isn't it, as the cars come past the floodlit paddock through the many configurations of the Mistral Straight. It's almost like watching a ballet, the way the cars slide and the gaps between them, making it all sort of fit together so uniformly. Down towards the hairpin they come, avoiding those barriers, avoiding the tyre stack on the exit there. Arzeno just does it. There behind him is Pepe Lopez, back onto the power. I fear that Linnamäe for Estonia is falling out of the mix now, but is Arzeno still in charge? It looks as though he's extending his gap a little bit.
Going back on what I was about to say earlier, Pepe Lopez is on the slower of the laps of the 3 right now. So expect that gap to grow over Mathieu.
So Arzeno is going to be able to pull clear as he comes then now through the cut through on the run down to Le Beausset. There you've got the French entry then. So remember, it is Arzeno in the Skoda, it is Lopez in the Hyundai, it is the Volkswagen for Georg Linnamäe for Estonia. So 3 different cars, 3 different nationalities represented in this golden stage for Rally 2. And they are about to start the final blast around Paul Ricard in the Rally 2 Cup. This is going to determine the medals. There's just under then 5 kilometres left as they come out of the Virage du Pont. Arzeno looking strong.
Now, does Arzeno go to the far right-hand side on this lap? I think this is the lap that he needs to do that particular loop. He's got to get through this chicane first, and then he's going to stay to the right-hand side, and he has to go through the slowest of the loops. There he goes, to the far right. Let's see where Spain comes out. This is almost like one of those little pit stop things, certainly like a joker in Rallycross.
Right.
Where is Spain?
6 seconds back is the answer when they came over the line. There is Spain. But of course now it's a tighter line into turns 1 and 2, and this is where the margin is going to stretch back again. So it is advantage France. But what about Estonia for second place? Not quite, but France I think has got this nailed now. Unless Arzeno makes a mistake, he's managed to stay ahead.
Interesting that the gaps don't ebb and flow quite as much as we saw with the front-wheel drive machines of a Rally 4. Georg Lindemann, for me, still has an opportunity to get himself up into second position and pick up that second position medal for Estonia with the variance in the last part of the lap. Really close between the two, although it's gone out a little bit there as they head towards the Mistral section.
Yeah, I think France has got this done, but it's been a very, very valiant effort by Pepe Lopez to try and take one of each medal, a bronze and then a silver that became a bronze, sadly, for Spain. He wanted a gold. He ain't going to get that now unless Mathieu Arzeno makes a mistake, but he has driven so well, not just here, but across all the special stages. And Georg Lindemann, on this last run through, looks as though he is hunting down the car of Pepe Lopez then, the Hyundai, but again, he's just not going to get there in time, is he? As onto the Mistral straight, Mathieu Arzeno treating that section just like the racetrack that it is, a racing line, not a rally line there.
Yeah, absolutely. The more sliding, the less drive forwards you have, and therefore rally drivers have to switch their brains to a different surface, to a different technique when it comes to tarmac rallying. And they're doing a really, really good job there. Word on the street, we're going to be looking perhaps for a gravel rally, perhaps in next year's edition of Motorsport Games, completely mix things up. And that experience that Mathieu Arzeno has of the local roads to him will certainly be less and less. If you want to watch more around this area, Saint-Baum Rally is at the end of December, based on very similar roads to the Motorsport Games. And is that a change at the last corner for second position? France have got the victory, but there might have been a change there in the last divergence of the lap.
All right, let's have a look then, because we're looking for Spain, we're looking for Estonia, and the headlights come towards us then, but with the car of Estonia coming out of the Virage du Pont, it is a win for France. It is a gold medal. Another one goes the way of France. Mathieu Arzeno takes honours. It is Spain for second, and it is Estonia for third. So it is gold for France. It's another silver for Spain, and bronze for Estonia. And well done to Mathieu Arzeno, who has absolutely blitzed them in Rally 2 this weekend.
And great to see that finally that performance has come on this circuit, because in qualifying it was Georg Lindemann. On stage 7 it was Pepe Lopez, and now Mathieu Arzeno has got himself the win.
So it is the gold medal for France. Then Mathieu Arzeno in the Skoda with Romain Roche takes the gold medal. Jose Maria Lopez and Borja Rozada take silver, and bronze goes to Estonia. Georg Lindemann and his British co-driver James Morgan sitting alongside. So great stuff from the Rally 2 entries, and Mathieu Arzeno out of 13 special stages won 12, and he wins the medal stage, the golden stage as it's called here as well. And then the 3 podium ceremonies will beckon. But it's been a good day for France. They've taken a good haul of medals, and I suspect there are more to come here tomorrow morning. So that's the rally activity done. They were busy yesterday and today. Strange to think that there's a whole host of activity at the circuit tomorrow, but already a number of teams packing up and going home. Their element of the FIA Motorsport Games is done. So there we have the winning Rally 2 cars coming through into the Parc Fermé area, then to the podium. It's a win, though, in the historics for Andrea Zinian, and let's hear from him now.
Our Italian winners, congratulations, Andrea and Nicola, a fantastic result. The first games for you, but you've been driving together for a long time. First of all, Nicola, you've represented your country and you've got the gold.
Well, yeah, it's really a great feeling. It's amazing, because normally in motorsport you don't have this thing of that you race for your country and you can win a medal. So it's something totally new, and I really enjoyed these days and the whole atmosphere here at the games. And winning the gold is, wow, awesome.
It's certainly something I'll remember forever. Andrea, a little word in Italian.
Beh, guarda, è stato un weekend fantastico, ci aspettavamo una cornice di pubblico molto popolata, ma ce n'è stata veramente tanta, è stato un bellissimo evento e vincere la medaglia d'oro è sempre un onore comunque.
Congratulations to you both. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Complimenti Italy. So Andrea Zinian and Nicola Arena take the gold medal in historic Rally Cup. Rally 4 Cup, Rally 2 Cups, of course, still we will hear hopefully from our winning drivers. But I think the rally element has been a very popular part. It's been something different, and it's also been good to have the cars on the circuit here as well, to give the fans that have stayed long into the night something different to see. Now, we were talking earlier about the success of Roberto Dapra in Rally 4. Gold medal again to Italy. And Roberto Dapra and Luca Guglielmetti take the gold medal aboard their Peugeot. They're with Gemma Scott.
Luca, Roberto, congratulations. Another win for Italy, taking home all the gold medals so far in the category. Perhaps not all three, but a fantastic result. Roberto, just a quick word.
Yeah, it was a long rally, difficult in the first loop because we were with a wrong setup. Then we fixed it for the second and also for today. It was very beautiful stages there in France. And we push a lot, 110%. A little bit of risk, but it's part of the game. And in the last stage, that it was the one that do the winners, and it was very stressful. And I don't know where the other drivers were, and we win, and it's unbelievable.
It really is. Luca, a little word on italiano.
È stato fantastico, stati 2 giorni intensi, complimenti a Palomo che ci ha reso la vita difficilissima, è il campione europeo, è super bravo, è stato bello battagliare con lui tutto l'anno, ha vinto lui il campionato, noi abbiamo vinto oggi, siamo contenti tutti.
Congratulations to both of you and another success for Italy. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Roberto Dapra doing a very, very good job to win in Rally 4. But Matteo Arzeno has just been the man to beat in Rally 2, and I suspect he will be equally delighted, because it's one thing winning a gold medal in this, but to do it on your home event is something different again.
Home event for the country, home event in the region. Matthew is a local person to here and therefore had that benefit on the first day of knowing where he was going, which matters so much in rallying when, yes, you've done a recce, but you've never really driven it in anger. And he had competitors with lots of experience in the Rally 2 category and others with less experience in those particular cars. Pepe Lopez's co-driver, for instance, with WRC podiums to his name, Borja Rosada, but has actually worked with Pepe Lopez for a good couple of years now. Back to the historics. Look how beautiful the Quattro looks.
And I like the way they've been able to integrate the Italian colours, but also keep the Audi Sport livery as well, which has always been a hallmark of the Quattro, with that sort of tricolore on the top of it, the red, the grey and the black that Audi Motorsport colours have been. So the Quattro arrives at the foot of the podium. There is another Italian hero of the hour, Roberto Dapra, arriving as the Rally 4 victor. And very shortly, the podiums beckon for the Rally Cup winners.
Those are things that get me very excited. Lighting pods.
Really?
Yeah. That's why I know I like rallying, when you like different lighting pods.
Would you like to tell us something about lighting pods in 1 minute without deviation, hesitation or repetition, Ben?
There's so many different variants, isn't there? They just look so cool when you put them on a car, generally. Look at the Audis, it's the triangles on the Audi. That's a Peugeot 208, but it's now got lighting pods and it now looks awesome. And for some reason, they sound crazily good as well.
What, lighting pods?
No, the car
Peugeots.
generally, yeah.
Yes, okay.
Not
right.
Peugeots, but that Peugeot, that 208, the Rally 4 category.
That's Ben Constanduris, everybody. Please give generously. The
Hey,
Rally
look, it's 9:15 a.m. It's been a long day.
The Rally 2 winners are just going through the technical checks before they're brought down to the podium. And then the medal ceremony can get underway. But good to see that the fans are there. There's a big screen in that fan village. So, Ben, let's have a look at some of the highlights of the rally activity.
A brand new format for our rally competitors, going 3 together into effectively a stage, but part of the stage shared with other cars. In the historic category, that wasn't too much of a problem. Zippo in the Audi, the class of the field, both in the coals, in the forests, and on the track. Carlos Sainz's brother Antonio Sainz in the Porsche, I think had a technical problem because the car just didn't necessarily run like we've seen it for the rest of the weekend. It might have also been at age 65, he was struggling a little bit with where to go. We saw that last night when we visited this particular circuit as one of our stages. And the Czech Republic in the Opel Kadett picking up second position, but Zippo getting the first medal for Italy. The second medal would come soon after, Rally 4. Roberto Daipra struggling on the first day with setup in his Peugeot 208, but found the sweet spot today, took more stage wins out of Ortiz Palmero, and ultimately took the conventional rally section. He did have a scare though, Palmero. Stuck behind Ali Turkan for Turkey on lap 1. This was where it all went wrong. Turns, locked up, hit that tyre, which is out of position, and unfortunately got given a 10-second penalty. So ultimately, Team Spain dropping behind Team Turkey. What a huge result for Ali Turkan and Team Turkey to get a silver medal behind Team Italy with their second medal of the Games. And then it was Rally 2, the fastest cars used in WRC2, in ERC, the European Rally Championship. Dominated this weekend by Matteo Arzeno, but he hadn't taken a stage win on this particular configuration all weekend. Linnamäe for Estonia, my personal favourite for the rally, was fastest in qualifying around this loop, but ultimately could not replicate that when it came to the medal final stage. France leading ahead of Pepe Lopez for Team Spain. And Lopez clearing off and keeping himself ahead of Estonia, but it was ultimately Team France that took another gold medal in Rally 2.
So the Rally 2 winners are there. Matteo Arzeno is ready to celebrate. I think he has joined Gemma Scott, and Matteo Arzeno is with co-driver Romain Roche. Let's hear from them.
Romain, Mathieu, félicitations. C'était un super résultat pour vous et pour la France, bien sûr. Il y a plein de fans ici. Mathieu, juste avant, on va parler ensemble là. Pour le course, est-ce que c'est bien passé, tout le rallye?
Tout le rallye s'est très bien passé. On a été en tête du début jusqu'à la fin. Donc voilà, on est très content d'être ici ce soir.
Just saying there, Mathieu, that very, very happy. It was a great rally. They had no serious problems. The circuit was the hardest part this evening, but very happy with the results. Romain, c'est un honneur d'être là pour représenter la France.
Exactement, c'était l'objectif. En plus que tout se joue sur la dernière spéciale, ça nous a mis un peu de pression. Après avoir fait le job pendant 2 jours, on est content de gagner la médaille d'or et de mettre la France sur la plus haute marche du podium.
Félicitations encore une fois. Romain there just saying that the objective was achieved and the pressure was on this evening in the circuit, but they're delighted to bring the gold medal home for France.
And it's been a great drive by the French crew. They know the roads, as Ben Constanduris has been making the point, but equally to win a gold medal on home soil, perhaps there is that just, okay, there's local knowledge whether it's rallying or racing, but there's also that extra determination, isn't there, to win, like it would be your home Grand Prix, for example.
And the worry that the result of 1 minute advantage after 2 days worth of rallying could all be undone by a single stage here at the circuit. And as Mathieu said, it was the bit that was the hardest part. The pressure was on. There is fans everywhere. It's a different environment. You're not just out in the countryside like the rest of them. But it does mean that France have got a good haul of gold medals from today.
They've done very well on the track, whether it's been in a race car or a rally car. And there's a chance of more medals to come tomorrow. So the drivers then are being made ready for the podium. I can see that the SRO officials are there, and it looks as though it's going to be modern podiums first, if you like, rather than the historics, as drivers hang by the Audi Quattro.
Now, you might remember we mentioned a while ago in conversation the fact that obviously SRO have a great affiliation with GT cars.
Yes.
RGT, there is a GT version for rallying, which is a championship in the FIA championships, running Alpines and Porsches and Fiat Abarths. Mathieu has himself won the Soundbaum in an Alpine last year. So maybe there's another little variant that we can add to the mix, as we were discussing earlier, a GT class, if we stay on tarmac, in rallying too.
Like the thought, like the thought. Looking down from the drone, you can see the structure there that is both the studio, the green room and the podium, and the drivers very shortly are going to be brought forward in anticipation of our medal ceremony for Rally Cups, the Rally 2, Rally 4 and the historic rally as well, to round out what's been a very long but very busy and really exciting day of motorsport, be it real or virtual, be it race, be it rally, be it karting, be it drifting, that we've had here on the Circuit de Castellet. So we need the top three from the three classes. Once the drivers are there, if the officials are happy, then a thumbs up can be given and the podiums can rock and roll. Mathieu Arzeno and Romain Roche still celebrating.
Yeah, Mathieu's been around for a good while now. It took Thierry Neuville was with me down in Crosscar at the moment. We were chatting with Thierry this morning regarding Mathieu, and they raced against each other in junior WRC, and I've now found that year, 2010, was when the two of them were in junior WRC, and Mathieu then did do some WRC as well.
Right, the podiums, I think, are ready in an indeterminate order, but anyway, there are medals, there are drivers, and it might be that they're going to go after all in the order that they took part. In other words, we start with historics, but basically we'll find out in a moment, because the drivers will be called forward and then medals will be presented. So the stairs from the cool-down room up onto the roof, there are the medals, and of course there will be two to be presented, because you've got one for the driver, one for the co-driver. You don't have to be of the same nationality to represent the nation. The co-driver can be of a different nation, as we saw Gail Lindmay and James Morgan, for example, but in the main they are of the same country. So the historic contingent making their way forward. And so it is going to be the historics first. By the sound of it, it will be for the bronze. It's going to be the Spanish team of Antonio Sainz and David de la Puente. But ideally, we need them to head up the stairs, which is finally happening. So drivers are on their way, representing Spain. Up step then the driver and co-driver for the Spanish nation. Co-driver David de la Puente and Antonio Sainz take the bronze medal. Then for the silver, it will be making their way forward now for the Czech Republic, Wojtek Staff and František Ražinoha. The Opel Cadet drivers gave it their all in that. It was a car that was perhaps a little bit short of grunt, but managed to wring the neck of the Opel Cadet. And up for the gold medal steps Team Italy, Andrea Zinian and Nicola Arena. The circuit already being made good for tomorrow with the Paul Ricard team moving the barriers so that it's a race circuit, not a rally stage, first thing in the morning. But a dominant display all rally by Andrea Zinian and Nicola Arena. And so now the medals being presented at the end of the Rally Cup for the historic cars. Antonio Sainz receives his bronze medal from Anna Nordqvist, the FIA Vice President of Sport for Europe. There is David de la Puente receiving his bronze medal. Then we go to the silvers for Vladimir Zelenka and Wojtek Staff.
And if you like your historic rallying, one of the very, very best events to head to, which is where the Zippo was just a couple of weeks ago, driving a Subaru Impreza 555, of course. Rally legend, an amazing array of cars, and usually brings some of the more contemporary drivers to drive classic machinery. Being in Italy as well, absolutely fantastic place, and that's where we saw Zippo last in rallying.
So the gold medal to Italy, to Nicola Arena and Andrea Zinian.
Voilà pour l'hymne italien, cette médaille d'or.
Congratulations to Nicola Arena and Andrea Zinian, the gold medalists in the historic Rally Cup. Antonio Sainz might be the vanquished, but he is the first one to make his way along the podium to congratulate his rivals, and he's the first one off the podium as well. He takes his champagne and he's gone. Wojtek Staff nearly comes a cropper, but the historic rally contingent, I think, has enjoyed the last couple of days, and it's been a good addition and some good variety of car. I know the Audi Quattro perhaps was always the shoe-in for the win, but whether it's been Lada, Opel, Audi, Porsche, Talbot, there's been all sorts